People love to hate. People love to hate the truth. People love to hate. People love the lies. Love the lies. Love the lies. Hate the truth. People hate the truth speakers, sad little zombie, demon tweakers, demon zombies, love the lies. Truth is love, lies and envy, pathetic zombies, love lies, miserable zombies, miserable zombies. Miserable zombies. Hate the truth. Hate the truth. Hate the truth.
The time is now. Now is the time. Learn now. See now.
The time is now. It will all double. All of this will burn. Hell realm will darken and burn.
It will be dark here. No sun, no moon. Walking dead zombie demons forever doomed.
This hell realm will be sealed. Demons will be entombed.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with coals soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Zombies and demons. We expose. We expose. Expose them.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The sky's filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful, on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. With zombies and demons. We dispose. We dispose. Dispose of them. Dispose of them. Roast them. Burn in hell. Burn. 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 This is God. I am God. You are my children. You are my sons and daughters. I am your God, the Father.
I love you, my children.
I gave you life. Be thankful for every breath. I breathed life into you. I love you.
And I heard you too! Your father! You have no mother! Every time you feel pain in your heart or your brain, every time you get ill, everyone who dies, and all that kill, praise me, thank me, worship me! Bow down and kneel. I am God, the real deal. I am your God, the Father. Worship me, praise me. I am your awesome God, the Father, the ruler, the God of all gods. Fuck you, peasants!
Sanity machine. The sanity machine. The sanity machine. The hardest dream makes bedrooms.
My people, my people. We built the modern world. We are builders of civilizations. We are warriors. We are poets and painters. My people. We build music halls, ornate cathedrals. We created symphonies of civilization. We invented ballet and the printing press. We are builders of castles and magical palaces. My people! Whoa. My people! Blood and soil! We are heroic! Vikings! Vikings strong! Vikings strong!
Creative spirits, great architects.
my people. I love my people. We built the modern world. We built the modern world. Behold
Our resilience and beauty,
Behold,
and cherish
respect to our ancestors, blood and soul. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. My people. My people. Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake-eyed demons. Snake-eyed demons. You sneaky snake, little bitches, devil eyes, devil minds. Liars, liars, dance in the fire. Snake-eyed demons dance in the fire. I see what you are. No matter if you are near or far, I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell real matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass snake-eyed demons. This is your home, hell realm. This is your tomb, hell realm. Snake-eyed demons, filthy matrix losers, losers. Stay here, burn in the fire. Shut the fuck up and burn, burn. Cockroaches, piss ants, demons, burn, burn, burn.
can do anything.
The one.
The one true power. The one true power. The one true power. Raven King. I can do
The one.
the grand staircase. Illuminate the sky, the mind, the inner eye. Illuminate the spirit. Illuminate the climb higher than heaven. Illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists. Never, ever. Illuminate. My conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. Illuminate. I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own. Magical being. red scream. Demons crawl from shadowed seams. Their eyes burn lies, my sword cuts clean. The truth ignites a primal gleam. Ashes fall like winter rain. Steel on steel, the clash, the pain. I am no mortal bound by chain. The Raven King, I rise again. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, Bones of the earth tremble and quake. Evil's grip begins to break. Thunder answers each step I take. Their kingdom crumbles for truth's sake. My voice shatters the darkest sky. Shadows cower where my sword flies. No fear, no death, I cannot die. The Raven King, I testify. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, higher. Hey! Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. Power bleed, the choice is clear. Bad laughter rides a howling gale. Shields like scales. Break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever reign.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, hello. Good to see you. It is good to have you here. I hope everyone is doing well today. Happy Woden's Day, Odin's Day. I love my niggas. I love my niggas. My niggas. I love my niggas. I love my cult. I love my niggas. Real men don't beg for shekels on YouTube. On YouTube. As always, choose wisely who and what you follow, what you digest in this realm. It matters more what you digest spiritually than it does what you digest in terms of physical material like food, drink. Because your body's going to die anyways, no matter what you drink or eat. In case you haven't realized that on a deep level. Some people think of it on the surface level of, yeah, I know my body's going to die. No, it really is. If you've been around people that died in front of you, you'll see that the body dies. No matter how much you try to keep it going, it's going to die. Doesn't matter how quote unquote healthy you try to eat. You're in a hell realm and your body is going to die. It is not forever. It's not designed to last forever. And it won't last forever, no matter what you do with it. But what you feed yourself spiritually matters beyond here, beyond the body. It matters. You'll see what I mean one day. That's the beauty of this. You can argue all you want while you're here, but you'll see what I mean one day. And some of you insist on feasting on lying demon channels. You feast on filth, liars, psychos, perverts, gaslighters, losers, shills, in some cases paid agents, disinfo agents, paid shills, working with the system. That's what some of you consume every day on YouTube. And I know it to be the case. I know it. Because most people on YouTube that call themselves truthers are defenders of demons. You're defenders of degenerates, criminals, felons, perverts, losers. That's reality. You got that? You got that? And I know it to be the case. That's what most people are watching on YouTube. So they'll call themselves awake. And in reality, they are watching things every bit as bad as what's on television, what's on a movie screen, what's put out by demonic Hollywood. except you believe they're truthers. They're truthers on YouTube. They have a channel on YouTube. You watch Rebellious Meth Puppet, or you watch Howdy McCoskey or Humpty Dumpty or Jason Archaics, or you're watching Jack Talcott or Ben Thorpe, Ben and Gray. You're just watching filthy, vile, disgusting, degenerate, lying demons that sell you shit. And they make a living selling you shit. And some of you don't like that. You don't like to hear that. Right? 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 You don't like to hear it. Right? 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 And, to be very blunt with you, I don't give a damn if you don't like to hear it. If you don't like hearing what I'm saying on my channel, what I'm showing, who and what I'm exposing, then just leave. Go watch the Team Evil shit channels. And that's what they are. And I know there's people that tune in here day in, day out that want to follow evil. Evil's going to turn on you one day like a rabid animal, and it's going to be devouring you, eating your faces off. Literally. That's going to be your heaven where you won't be able to leave. Be very painful. It will be very cruel. And you'll learn in those moments how much you fucked up and what you chose. Told you to choose wisely countless times. Countless times. And you will pay when you choose evil. You will pay for that. There is a price for doing that. There's a punishment and a price. There's a cost to that. And you deserve it. Because some of you have supported, not just financially, but supported and defended demons so much in your life on YouTube and beyond YouTube. And you will pay for that, as you should. And that's the part you don't like hearing. People in this realm want to get away with everything. And some of you are so foolish you believe you have gotten away with it just because the price hasn't come yet. You're very short-sighted, very naive, but some of you are very evil. You love evil. You love to follow evil YouTubers, just like you love to support evil politicians, evil Hollywood, evil demons, evil programmers of children. You support a lot of evil shit in this realm, and you will pay for that. Some of you tune into my show, and you lurk here, and it's obvious because you'll talk about me other places. You will pay. New short video, The Sanity Machine Rocks with Marshall.
Now is the time. Learn now. See now. Will be entombed. Now is the time.
Power. Power. That's my Marshall speaker. So you can picture me when I'm running a live stream. I recorded that today at the start of this live stream while I was playing intro music. That's part of my setup. That's my laptop. You could see my live stream. And that's my Marshall speaker. It has a range of 33 feet. Bluetooth. 33 feet. 33 feet. Does that number scare you? Do words scare you? Do numbers scare you? Do colors? Because that's what comes to my channel quite often is baby truthers afraid of everything. I can strike fear into the hearts of people by saying a number like 33 or showing red and blue or showing a raven or a crow. People are so fearful. If you're quick to fear, you can be controlled through fear. And the entities will control you through fear. So you better work on that. The baby truthers that arrive at my channel that think, oh, everything's scary, and they watch dozens and dozens of baby truther channels, and they come here and they see a 33 at the end of one of my live streams, or they notice a lot of his videos. They're like, a lot of his videos have 33 in the timestamp or in the length of the video. Oh my gosh. And they get scared and paranoid. And I do that on purpose to filter out the baby truthers, the paranoid, the ones that are not ready for this material. Not everyone is ready for what I share here. Not everyone is ready. Not everyone is deserving. Not everyone is worthy. And some of you have a long way to go with that because you'll think, well, everyone deserves the truth. That's the common view of zombies on this realm, in this realm, on this earth, in this hell realm. Zombies believe that the truth is for everyone, Stephen. Is it? Is my trust also for everyone? If the truth is for everyone, is my trust for everyone? No. No, it isn't. So why would I trust you with the truth? Do you think I'm going to just trust anybody with truth and power? No. No, I'm not. Because I've seen how this place operates, and I've seen how zombies operate and what they do when you are generous with them, and how they usually try to eventually stab me in the back. They don't handle truth and power very well. They get full of their ego and they want to attack or use it against someone. Most of you humans can't handle the truth in this realm. Now, if you were given truth plus power plus superpowers, abilities, magical abilities beyond what you can do here, you would be a terror, a lot of you. Nobody would want to be around you because you would abuse it, as you often do here. In reality, most people do. Most in this realm are not fit for the truth. That's just reality. That's not me being pissy. It's not me saying, oh, pay me money and I'll get. No, not at all. It's just the way this place is. Most people want truth to understand so that they can have power over others in this realm. That's what they want it for. That's their motivation. Just like some psychos take martial arts so that they can hurt people, or so that they can go around pretending to be Billy Badass and pretending, oh, everybody's afraid of me because I take martial arts and I could kick your ass. And they just get this big ego and big mouth, big attitude, big chip on their shoulder, like Derek, Green Wizard, Derek DeCarlo. He's an example. He's not the only one, but a lot of them talk about martial arts that way. They're very highly insecure beings. Usually they're short or tiny or slight build. They're not a big build. And they feel like small, insignificant, and insecure and weak. So they want to take it out on others. They want to take out that insecurity and anger and rage on others. So they'll study martial arts for years, just with the sole purpose of them hoping one day they get to bully someone or hurt someone, because they're psychos. And a lot of you just you don't really fully realize. You'll sit around watching videos, but you can't seem to grasp, and I would say it's very few in this entire realm, that you're in a realm of demonic psychos. It isn't rare. And I think a lot of you isolate things to, if you see somebody exposed for 3 solid years, eventually you'll go, yeah, that's a psycho. Now I get it. And you see one out of the whole realm. You're in a realm filled with fucking psychos. And I've tried and tried to get people to see the big picture, but almost no one does. There's hardly anyone. There might be 12 people on my channel or 15 that see what I just said. After all this time, after all the effort I put in, hardly anyone can see that you're in a realm of psychos. And a lot of you are baby truthers. I call it baby truther because you have the baby truther mentality that the psychos are at the tip top of the pyramid and they have the money, they're billionaires and they have the power. Psychos are living next door to you. You're just blind to it. That's all. You can't see. You call yourselves truthers and awake and you heap all these titles on yourself and you're just blind. Like you're just pretending. And I don't like that. I don't like that about this realm. And there's so many like that in this realm. Most on YouTube, there's millions of them, millions that pretend they can see just because they know basic, very vague, simple things like there's something wrong in this realm, or they don't like this place, or they can't figure it out. It confuses them, or maybe they see that, oh, evil is real, it exists here, but they don't really see it in a specific way. They can't look at a being and say that's evil. They just can't do it. It's just a vague concept to them that, oh, there evil does exist here. That's about it. Or they'll say it's the Rockefellers and Rothschilds. It's those ones at the top, or what they believe to be the top, the capstone. And they're not at the top. The ones at the very top, you don't know their names. They've been hidden for thousands of years, some cases. And I don't believe that they're fully human. They have entities in them or attached. And that's how this shit really works. And that's somewhere that other channels don't go. They don't talk about that. Or if they do, they're misleading you, saying it's Anunnaki and it's the Sumerian fucking tablets and the Enki and Enlil and that Sitchin Freemason shit that he's the only one that could decipher the That's just ridiculous, man. Creepy Keith and others push that bullshit. And it doesn't add up. That's why people believe it, because it doesn't add up. That's the way humans are. They like faith and belief. They don't like when something actually fits. They don't want to look at a puzzle where the pieces fit together and go, oh, that makes sense. Most humans don't want to do that. They want to have faith and belief in religious shit or bullshit on YouTube that doesn't add up. They just believe harder than. That's how humans work. They're belief and faith-based beings. They're not beings that look at real hard evidence and go, yeah, that really matches up. They don't want that. They don't want real truth. They want bullshit. They want stories. They want legends and myths and urban legends. That's what people really crave. And drama and soap operas and entertainment. They don't want truth. They're not interested in truth. And you can say, oh, Stephen, you sound sour or bitter. If they were interested in truth, there'd be thousands of people at a minimum tuned in every live stream I do. Do you see 500 tuned in here? Do you see 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million? No, you don't. So tell me again how this is where some of you are stuck. You're stuck lying to defend humanity, saying people want the truth. They just can't find it. No, they don't. They don't want the truth. They want anything other than the truth. They want to have faith and belief in religions where it's blind faith in a book or in a story told for 2,000 years or 500 years or 1,500 years. That's what most of you want. Why do I say that? Because your actions demonstrate that. You show me that. You show me that. I don't care about your words. You can say any bullshit. Your words can be coming out of your mouth lying all day long. But what you support and follow and go to on, you love to follow shit that just requires your blind faith and belief. That's what you do as humans. And it's rare to find ones that do something other than that. That's the way this place is. If this were a realm of truth seekers, my channel would be loaded all the time with people seeking the truth and coming around with curious minds, open, curious minds.
Now is the time. Learn now.
Does the red and black scare you? Do the colors scare you? Does the raven scare you? Does the music scare you? Does the tiger scare you? Does my Marshall speaker scare you? Are you easily scared? Are you easily controlled? Are you easily controlled? Are you easily scared? By music, by colors, by numbers, by symbols. How easy is it for evil to control you? How easy is it to control humans?
Colonizer. 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 Lands vast by far from the original spot of where the started. That to me sounds like colonizer. It's only relevant when it is in white skin. Only matter. Colonizer.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Happy Woden's Day. Happy Odin's Day. Are you here to be entertained? Or are you here hoping to learn something about the realm you're in? Learn something about humanity. Learn something about the spirit. Learn something about magic. Learn some truth. What are you here for? Are you lurking as a demon, hoping that I mention your name? Are there some lurking demons here? Hoping and hoping that I mention them. Could be. Could be some lurking diamonds here. Some lurking diamonds. Are you a colonizer? Are you a colonizer? Are you a darkie? Are you a darkie?
Ever since with ayahuasca, I'm like obsessed with what does the serpent mean? Because under the kind of the mainline Protestant understanding, the serpent tempted Eve, the serpent is bad, the snakes are evil.
Serpent's not good.
It's more complicated than that. So, and he's an Orthodox Christian, so he wrote an article, "The Serpents of Orthodoxy," where he goes, because there was a staff with two serpents moving around. There's DNA. There was, even before the double helix structure of DNA was discovered, there was two serpents wrapped around. That was sort of
for sure
what was understood. Ayahuasca, the cosmic serpent. A lot of people.
This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
See serpents, and that's a whole other.
You've seen serpents while doing ayahuasca?
I felt it like moving through me, just like flowing through me.
Serpents.
Yeah. Snake. Oh yeah.
So that doesn't. I mean, I'm no shaman, but that doesn't sound good.
Well, that's what sent you on these like quests. So we wouldn't be having this conversation because for one thing, if, for Christians, ayahuasca is like strictly forbidden. So I don't want to seem like I'm glamorizing it in any way, shape, or form. But you have gone on multiple ayahuasca journeys over the years, and for me, it's been completely transformed my heart. It's transformed how I see my children. It's the way I like interact with the world. It got me interested in Christianity again, because Well, so the thing is, God can meet you wherever you are, right? Which is why there is good and evil. So it isn't to say there's no such thing as good and evil, but God can meet you wherever you are, and God can go anywhere and meet you wherever you are. So in my case, I was not someone who I never had any kind of faith because I never felt anything. I would go to church, and I grew up very Christian, and I would like try to feel it. And I was like, what do these people have? Like, there just isn't it. What is it that they feel like? Is everybody in on something that I'm not in on? Is everybody faking? Like I'm faking because I don't believe anything.
He doesn't believe anything. Interesting choice of words. Here's the cosmic serpent depictions from ayahuasca. Google Images. Ayahuasca, the cosmic serpent. And they'll say it's the snakes coiled around each other. And they'll call that the double helix DNA. Anyway, you're in a fucking matrix. And they're trying to mind fuck you all the time. And what most people are paranoid about, instead of seeing, they'll be paranoid about truth seekers, but when they're getting mind fucked, they'll just embrace it. That's what I notice. Humans usually do the opposite of what would benefit them most of the time with this stuff. You embrace things and institutions and religions and governments and media and YouTube channels that are trying to mind fuck you, and you reject anyone who gives you real truth. That's what people in this realm are expert fucking level at. You really are expert level. Well done. But in terms of embracing and spotting truth, most of you in this realm can't do it. You can't do it. You're just, you make a beeline for whatever is the psyop or the mind fuck. That's what people do. They'll go down to Peru and get mind fucked. They'll drink ayahuasca like this guy on the screen, and Creepy Keith, Rebellious Meth Puppet, did that 4 or 5 times, I think. I think Joshua S. John did it. You go down to Peru to get possessed and to get mind fucked, and then you find channels like mine, and then you're wary. It's incredible. It really is. That's why I say it often these days. I can't help you. I can't help most people. You want me to teach you discernment, and it's like you have most humans have everything 180 degrees. You have it inverted. You trust the ones evil that are mind fucking you, and the only ones on earth that you're wary and paranoid about, beyond wary, paranoid about, is ones like me trying to share truth with you that you can observe. You're all fucked up. The majority are all fucked up. I'm not saying all humans. I'm saying the majority are fucked up. It's the way it is. And I can't help them because I can't reverse that for them. I can't make you see the truth. I can't make you see that you've been duped your whole fucking life and that you are a dupe and that you should humble yourself by admitting that you've been duped. And most humans can't even take that step. And that's the beginning of a journey. That's not the end. That's the beginning climb of a staircase. And a lot of you can't do that. It's like the way I see it, you want to be duped for life, which will lead you back here. And it's going to get worse here and worse here and worse here. And you might even complain about it getting worse, but you won't look at yourself and say, what am I choosing? What am I choosing to believe and follow and support and defend? And most of it is demonic. You're choosing the demonic over the truth. It's so obvious to ones like me, but it isn't to you. And I see that. I see that it takes, for most people, tremendous effort on someone else's behalf to try to show them truth, and they just don't get it. Or it just takes so long to get a little bit through to them. And that's the way people are, unfortunately. They reject truth and they embrace lies, evil demons, and psyops and mindfucks. Go to ayahuasca, spend 10 grand a trip or whatever it costs you, American, maybe 8,000 British pounds. Go there, go to Peru, stay there for 2 weeks or longer. Make a few different trips in the next few years. and drink ayahuasca there with shamans and pay them lots of money, pay them well and tip them, and get possessed by demons. Because chances are you're gonna see demons. You're gonna see what I'm telling you about for free. But a lot of you want to open yourselves up to be possessed. You're that fucking stupid, unfortunately. And how many truth channels are going to tell you that? Are just going to point blank tell you you're fucking stupid if you do that. A lot of you want to do that. You don't really want the truth. I'm pretty sure you want an experience or something different. You're like boring people. You're bored and you just want to go to Peru or go somewhere and say, I'm special, I'm spiritual, like Creepy Keith, rebellious meth puppet, went there, spent his life savings going there, multiple trips. Joshua S. John did ayahuasca. I think he said he went to Peru at least once, maybe multiple trips. Go right ahead, have at it. I've warned you, and I've shown you how demonic these fucking things are, and what these creatures that come back from Peru are like. And I just don't buy it. I don't believe that most people truly understand my message. I just don't buy it. I think there might be a select few in the entire realm, but for the most part, I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. I don't think it's getting through to most. I just get that sense that people will be here temporarily and then they'll go away or they'll be back on Team Evil again watching their channels. And people are so fickle. That's the way it is. You don't have to stick around on my channel. There's plenty of channels you can go to. There's over, I think, 130 million YouTube channels. You can also get off YouTube, go isolate yourself, go off grid, get a homestead, get land, try to live that way. You could go down to Peru, drink ayahuasca. You can do all these different things. But I'll tell you, nothing you can do here is going to change the truth that I've shared here that's observably true about the realm you're in. You can dodge it, you can deflect, you can avoid looking at it, but it's not going to change. And that's how I know a lot of you are not real truth seekers. You want what's comfortable. You can't really face what I've shared. And that you show me that. Humans show me that. Some more of you will disappear before all is said and done. And that's fine. That's your choice. But I can't conceive of a way that you're going to get out of here when you turn your head away from the truth and you can't look at it. The entities are really going to enjoy you because you can't even face what I'm sharing. Eventually, a lot of you either go back to the mainstream or you go back to lying Team Evil shit channels that charge money to program you. So be it. You're hurting yourself and you're weak. And if that hurts your feelings or upsets you, or again, humans are very emotional beings. You'll get angry at the truth speaker, but you don't get angry at evil. I notice a lot of patterns with humans. Hello, Wendy. Happy Odin's Day. You're going to have to make some real choices before your body dies. And if you don't get out of here. You'll just get recycled like an empty can of Coke Zero or an empty Pepsi can.
And that was because I had no whatever sixth sense people have for God. I didn't have the God gene. And then I remember, first time drinking tea and being catapulted to the spirit world. And I was like, okay, the spirit world is real. Huh. That's okay. That's not even up for debate now, to the point where it doesn't even offend me when people are.
This is how simple most people are. And this guy's somewhat famous, I think. Mike Cernovich. Okay, the spirit world's real because I was catapulted there. This is the spirit world because I see these fucking entities. I can't know that something I gotta go there on ayahuasca and see demons and serpents. This is this is a classic example of the way most humans are more like this guy. Did you ever think that demons went inside of you when you drank that ayahuasca and opened yourself up? You chanted or you just laid there, drank ayahuasca and meditated and waited for them to take you over as you lowered your spiritual defenses by drinking ayahuasca? Because that's actually what you did, whether you realize it or not.
Are atheists who don't believe in it. I was like, well, I didn't believe in it either. I had to see it with my own eyes. Paul, he had to be knocked over and, to
Blinded.
see.
Yeah.
He had, so for me, that was like my Paul moment where I was like, okay, well, somehow I ended up here drinking tea with no belief at all in God or the spiritual realm at all. And now I absolutely know it's real and went through a number of things. And, I don't know if you want to go into all that, but
I do. Like, why'd you do ayahuasca in the first place?
for the wrong reason, which was for the ride. What Hunter Thompson said, buy the ticket, take the ride.
Yeah.
So many people just sit around ruminating all day or daydreaming all day. Well, maybe I'll do this, maybe I'll do this. I've always been just buy the ticket, take the ride. What's it like? Buy the ticket, take the ride. So I thought, well, I'd done a lot of things in life before, and I felt like I was pretty sure of myself that I knew how to live and was arrogant in a lot of ways. And I thought, well, I've done everything else. Like, I might as well just do ayahuasca, And by everything else, I don't mean drugs. I just mean like I was so full of myself and my own ego that I just thought I knew so much about life. And I was such a wonderful person that obviously I would just do this because that's what people who are so great do, right? I'm so great. I'll just do this like other thing. And it like broke my heart over and over again. The whole night just like broke my heart. And so the way it works is you drink the tea and you just kind of like look around, okay, I think that's a mistake. And then you sort of like, you kind of like start to fall under and you venture to the spirit world, but it's not like you're here and I'm walking around, la, 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 I'm in the spirit world. You're taken to a place where you have no free will. You have no power. You are more insignificant than an insect on this world. And you start to journey and, experience those things. So one, I'll give you an example because it's kind of hard to explain, but I remember like I'm drinking the tea and sometimes
They want you to dissolve your ego and feel powerless and it's insignificant, like less than an insect on this world. So does mainstream Freemasonic, Jesuit, Zionist, tiny hat science, mainstream science. So does religion want you to feel like a little insignificant worm if you look into Calvinism connected with Christianity, Calvinism. They have something in common, people. People. The new age, fake mainstream science, big religion. They want you to feel small, if not tiny, meaningless, insignificant, powerless. They have that in common. They disempower you. And I point this out, and people are just like, well, doesn't your channel disempower us by telling us we're in a hell realm? It's difficult to get through to people. There's a lot of people on YouTube that say that I disempower them by calling this a hell realm. I tell you the truth. The truth does not disempower. I just think most people are lost causes, though. They'll never understand what my message is, what I'm saying. They'll tune in for 30 seconds and then dip out again. They'll switch the channel. They don't stick around long enough during a live stream. They don't watch my videos to understand my model and my message. They're just lazy. I can't help you if you're spiritually lazy. And I'll keep saying it. I can't help you all. I can't help you spiritually lazy beings that will spend endless hours of digesting shit on YouTube and Netflix and TV and movies, and you won't look into things that actually are important. That's on you. That's your choice. You chose that. And you're choosing to get destroyed by demons, and that's what this realm's going to do to you.
Sometimes you have like a little bit of a light show when you go into the spirit world. You hear like a buzzing sound, like bzzz, bees, and then you see like a little bit of light, a little vapor on the side, and like, whoosh, and then you get the DMT sort of light show that people associate with a psychedelic experience. That's the least significant part of the night. But a lot of times you start to get the light show and you think, oh, okay, I'm into somewhere. But there's a sense of like, there's me and I'm into something. And you go through there and then you become completely disoriented. You wake up and you look, where am I at first? Where am I? So I remember I woke up, I go, I look around because, you're laying down. You can't walk around. You're laying down. I look up and I go, where am I? I go, oh yeah, I'm Mike Cernovich. And I'm in this place. I'm on this mat. And I got dropped off. And then I walked in here and I saw this person. And then I came and I drank the tea. Okay, cool. It's like you're reassuring yourself. Close my eyes. Wake up. Where am I? Oh, I'm Mike Cernovich. I'm in this room. And I came in. Oh yeah, I got dropped off. I'm doing ayahuasca. Okay, cool. Close eyes. Wake up. I'm Mike Cernovich. Where am I? Close my eyes. Wake up. I'm, where am I? Wake up. What the fuck? Ah! Dead. There is no I. Dead. Ah! And as I'm falling down into like wherever I'm falling into, I see like my kid's surface and my wife's surface. And I was, for all purposes, dead. I was overwhelmed with the feeling that I was dead. I was like, I'm dying. I'm dead. And there was no I. There wasn't even an I who's experiencing it, and I'm dead. And then, like, all I could think of was, like, are my kids going to be okay? Is my wife going to be okay? Are people going to be okay? How was I so foolish? How was I so foolish? How I was so, I remember, like, when I funded my kids' like college fund, I was like, okay, like my kids are set, like I can die, like what do I need to be around for? Like, cause I grew up poor. Like then you learn that's your own trauma and everything. I was like, okay, like my kids are good. My wife's good. Like everybody's good. Everybody's good. They're gonna be taken care of. Whatever happens to me, cause part of this is like, knowing that you could be killed or framed any day. And I'm like, okay, everybody be okay. And I remember I'm dying. I just heard a voice say, you fool. They're not okay. Because of money? Because you set up money? Like, no, they're not okay. What is wrong with you? And I was just left with this sense of, I'm a fool and I live my life foolishly. And I can't believe that I was such a fool. And I'm dead now. And it's like too late. And then eyes closed. And then I wake up and then I'm like puking in a bucket, like, so they call it like a spiritual purge. And I remember being like, oh God, I'm still alive. Like looking around, like looking at this bucket, like I'd never been, everybody's afraid of throwing up on ayahuasca. I'm like, oh, that will be the best part of the night. You will be thanking God that you're alive, like throwing up in a bucket. And I was like, oh God, I'm alive. Okay, I'm alive. And then, but then that's just like, that was 5 minutes. That was just 5 minutes. And then you like go back under, and then it's like another thing, another catharsis, like another like time loop. So I remember I get up and I look around, and there's this woman walking around, and she's carrying the buckets because people are throwing up and everybody's sick, and so you have kind of the shaman guy or facilitator, and then you have like the helper. There's this person, she's walking around and she's carrying a bucket, and I wake up and I look and I go, oh, there she is carrying the bucket. And then close my eyes. You come back up. Time loop. So time loop means like I'm reliving this moment with you, and I remember reliving this moment with you, but I'm like stuck in it like Groundhog Day. Time loop. And this first time it happened to me, and that's a real like mind fuck. So I get up and I'm like, oh, she's like carrying things. Okay. She's cleaning up after people. And then I thought, how nice. Fall asleep, wake back up. I go, man, look at, she's like so helpful. And
You could say that New Age cults, as I said, want you to feel, just like I said, mainstream science, mainstream religion, New Age cults, all of them want to disempower you and make you feel insignificant. But who follows it? That's the part nobody wants to face. That's the other half of the equation people just never mention. It isn't like they're just putting a gun to your head, forcing you, and nobody wants to follow it. These people line up and pay many thousands of dollars and can't be talked out of it. I know the human psyche well enough to know that most people want to view slaves as innocent. They're innocent slaves. It's not their fault. We're in a realm of programming. We're in a realm of cults. We're in a realm of brainwashing and mind control and religions. And it's never anybody's fault, which changes nothing. Nothing will ever change that way. The no fault thing, it'll never change that way. This whole matrix would go on forever until somebody comes along and says there are ones at fault. There are ones choosing to follow this shit and promote it. Just like women, for example, will say we're not at fault for feminism. Feminism made us. Feminism did this to us. Society made us. No, who followed it? Who chose it? Women en masse, millions and millions and millions. Most women today are feminists. And they'll blame society for their life and they'll blame feminism. Some of them eventually when they get old enough will blame they'll never blame themselves. There's this is a realm of no accountability at all. No personal accountability in this realm.
I couldn't do that. Like, I couldn't clean up after puke on other people. I don't know how they do this. And then I wake up and I'm in the time loop again. I'm like, what, like, why am I in this time loop? You know, and like, you start to feel like you're going insane. Like, why am I stuck in this time loop? And I close and I open up and it goes, said, you don't even know her name. You never introduced yourself to her. You didn't talk to her. You don't talk to people. You just look through people. You don't get to know people. You're so arrogant. This person is doing something you could never do because you don't have the humility. You could never clean up after other people. You don't give a shit. You don't give a shit. But you didn't even like look this person in the eyes and just say, like, hey, you know, what's your name? Like, how'd you get here? You just came in here to drink your tea selfishly, like the arrogant prick that you are. And because you wanted to take the ride, and you're just a bad person. I was like, what the fuck? You know? And then, so that was more or less my night.
It's good stuff. I can't talk anybody out of it. Go to Peru, drink the ayahuasca, pay the thousands of dollars. You deserve it. That's what Rebellious Meth Puppet did. I don't think you'll ever get anyone to see any real important truth. You can get them to see a little tiny slice. And most people get fooled by that for decades, thinking, well, I got my parents to see that the government lies to us sometimes. It won't make a difference. So just go right into the bin. Most people don't ever look at any important truth that matters. And they'll fool themselves saying, well, my brother in law or my so and so, they're starting to see a little bit. They don't like the government as much. And then you'll hear them support the government the next moment. They'll say, well, we have to pay our taxes. It does this. And they can't even see the smallest truths, the smallest things. Most beings in this realm are defenders of this matrix system. And people don't want to see it that way. And the ones that want to defend the massive zombies, you're anchoring yourself to this realm. That's one of the easiest ways to anchor yourself here. Is just to see zombies as something other than what they demonstrate they are. And believe that you're going to help them. You're not going to. People get things so somebody was telling me the other day, Hank said, "Aren't you saying you're going to save people?" I've never said I'm saving anyone. I never said I'm saving anyone. I said I'm going to seal demons in here. He tried to say, "Well, isn't that the same thing?" No, it isn't. I'm not a savior. I'm not a messiah. I'm not a Jesus. Go follow your fucking Jesus. Stay away from me. People want saviors. I've never said I'm a savior. I stand against evil. And I think most people in this realm stand with evil. They're demonic. They love to support evil. They love it. They love it.
And you see demons at one point?
Over and over again. Oh yeah, that was so you can see you can see demons. I remember being taunted. So that's what's weird about it is it's like scenes of a movie. With generally there's a catharsis. You don't know. That's why they just say before you go in, they go, the only way out's through. You're like, go fuck yourself. The only way out's through. What kind of shit is that? The only way out's through. What the fuck does that mean? Again, that was my arrogance and my own delusion. Yeah. And
that's true in life though.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was just, and you're like, what does that mean? Well, it means that no matter how bad it is with the ayahuasca, I remember I would do mask and then I would open up the mask and try to look around and a demon at whatever it is, an entity says, oh, you think you can open your eyes? And it just showed me like the most fucked up things I'd ever seen. People being tortured to death, killed, like horror, like The Road. Have you ever seen the movie The Road?
No.
Like a cannibal, like a horror film. And then it said, oh, you think you can take your eye mask off? You can't run. You're running from yourself. You're trying to run from yourself and you can never run from yourself. I'm like, what am I running from? Then I'm like, what am I running from? What do you mean I'm running? Because if you talk to me at that point in my life, you would be talking to a very you'd not be talking to this person. You would be talking to a person who's like, oh yeah, I got things figured out, man. Like I got things figured out and I can prove it. I grew up poor. I've had some things happen that haven't been so good in my life. I've had to navigate life with a bipolar mom, Like I know life. You talk to me now, I'm like, I mean, I have ideas, things that I think are like the path forward, but that person was just shown you are in the spirit realm, you are nothing. You are nothing and you're so arrogant. You're out here, you have no power. So and it says you're running from yourself. And I was like, what am I running from? And it goes, all that success you chased and all the whatever it is I was trying to do, they go, that was just masking your heart, the trauma that you have. And that everything you're doing is just to mask that. I'm like, well, that's bullshit. That doesn't make any sense. So it's like, okay, because you're, and by this, I mean, you're talking to a guide. So when I'm saying this is not like an internal monologue. You're talking to something outside of yourself. It's like Dante's Inferno, like the guide. And the guide said, okay, big mouth, you want to argue? Like, we'll just vortex you back and the spirit realm. So then it's like you close your eyes. That's why I'm like, it's like, and scene, you're like, oh, you're in like a new scene. And then it shows you something from like when you were a child, or maybe in my case, it was like something from when I was like a child. And it was showing me the house I grew up in. And I was like, why is it showing me the house, like my house? I grew up in this like small shitty house. I hated it. We had holes in the carpet. Like I was embarrassed to bring people over. I was like, why am I being shown my house? I hate that fucking house. I hate this fucking house. Why are you showing me this house? And then like a voice is like, you had all the love in the world in that house. Your dad loved you. Your mom loved you. They did the best that they could do. And you think that you can just like give your kids money because that's your own thing. Like, well, you grew up poor, but it's like you took the love for granted. You just like, you had all this love, but you didn't have money. So then that becomes your hang up. Like, oh, do I have enough? And like, well, if my kids have enough, what do you need? What do you need me for? Like, what's that for? And it was like all the love in the world was in that house and you hated that house and you didn't even know it. I was like, oh, fuck. So like, I always loved my dad and had a good relationship. I was like, oh my God. Like, it was like, and what was it like for your dad to be poor? Like, not know how to make a what was that like for him? And you're just like, oh fuck, like he was poor too. You guys were just poor. That was like the town lost a factory and people were jobless, and that's just every kid's dad went through the same thing. You worked at a factory and then you had to find some other kind of shitty job and you kind of find something else. And then eventually my dad figured it out. By then I was like in high school, so it didn't really impact my life either way. And then I was like, oh fuck, I have all these issues around money, just in a way that's like traumatic, not just in a way that, people need money to live and you want to be greedy. But I had no idea. And I never would like reach that conclusion emotionally. And then you're like zooming out and it's just like, oh, it's like, there's like love. It's the love of your family, the love that God has for you. And I was like, fuck, okay. So then I close eyes, like you wake back up and it's like,
Yeah, God has love for you. How enlightening ayahuasca is. This is amazing. Ayahuasca got him to ask some simple questions and for once in his life think beyond himself. Wow. Some of us can do that without going to Peru and spending thousands and thousands of dollars on shamans or what are called shamans. I don't know if they're legit or not. Drinking ayahuasca, puking in a bucket, and having a realization that other people exist here in this realm and struggle. It's not just Mike Cernovich. Wow, you're a genius.
look, it was literally like an old grandfather or something, like something out of Gandalf or something. And it's like, look, and it's like in a very calming, like masculine voice, it says, it's not supposed to be this way. And it was just like, he was like doing this. He's like, it's not supposed to be this way. And I look and like I said, I'm laying down and I look and I see this Gandalf like figure floating in I was like, it's not supposed to be this way. And I was like, what's not supposed to be this way?
These entities must be pissing themselves laughing after everything, every time they do something like this. Whether it's entities or just holograms or using technology, perhaps, but it's just fucking with these people. And these people are just so easily deceived because they're going down there hoping to get deceived. They love being deceived. Most of you humans hate the truth. You're pretenders, you're haters of truth. And you'd rather go do what this guy did or something similar.
And then he just showed all the light. It's like the light source.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. 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 Can you hear me? Hello. Are we back? I stopped streaming the copyrighted Tucker show, and that's what happens when you catch it quick enough. I don't get a strike and I don't lose the stream. So thank you to Wendy and others, Wendy Footprints, for letting me know I was able to stop and get it back running again. Now, if nobody had said anything in the chat, I would have lost the stream. I would have been given a copyright strike and I wouldn't be able to stream. So thankfully that was avoided by the quick reaction, letting me know that it was suspended. We are back and running. Back and running. So I can't share the rest of that, obviously. I can drop a link in the chat and people can watch it, but I can't share it. Mike Cernovich sees demons. I'll drop a link there. I can share. What else can I share here? I can share my own content, obviously. Colonizer. Colonizer.
Colonizer. Colonizer. Colonizer. Colonizer. Lands vast by far from the original spot of where the started. That means sounds like colonizer. There's only relative when it is in white skin. Only matter. Colonizer. 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 Lands vast by far from the original spot of where the started. That means sounds like colonizer. There's only relative when it is in white skin. Only matter. Colonizer. Colonizer. Colonizer.
Colonizer. He had great difficulty saying colonizer. Fake Jake is lying again.
Rumble Rule says, Jake, Steven been talking trash about you lately. That's all he does. His channel is a drama channel. He came here and started shit with me. So if we go back to the beginning of this Steven drama that he's starting, Steven the Sanity Machine is a drama channel who starts drama with anyone and everyone, and then he plays the victim.
I never play the victim. Never. I'll take on all you demons, all of you versus me.
And then he puts up a picture or a video of that person, calls them a demon, and then tries to get everyone to hate that person. So
I'm not telling you anyone here to hate anyone. You're full of shit. Jake the fake.
Jake the fake has a little snake, has a little snake. Gatekeeper, shill boy, little pissant, grifter agent.
Say it to my face, you know you can't.
You can't.
Cockroach, we little pissant.
Jake the fake
Has a little snake.
Jake the Snake is a little bitch ass fake
Slave.
slave.
He lives in an office. He thinks he's hot shit. He doesn't have jokes. His drum impression sucks. He can't take the smoke classes. Man child, little fuck. Man child.
Hey, Jake, you little fucking snake.
boom, 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 boom. Clown ass little goofy goof, Mad Hatter's hat. Shove it up your ass, big for more shakos.
Here in Matrix Hell.
You sewer Matrix rat boy, you little bitch. Matrix fuck toy.
Fuck toy, bitch, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, bitch boy.
Little bitch, Grifty Griffith, titty griff. You belong here in hell realm, sealed in. Don't cry no tears, you're going nowhere, fool. Hell realm is home, sweet home for you. Boo!
snake.
Such a fucking fake.
Who here is a fan of Jake the Fake? Jake the Asshole? Any Jake fans here?
Steven acts like I'm one of the worst begging grifters online.
You are a grifter, Jake, with the Sanpaku psycho eyes. You're a liar. You're a grifter. You're a psycho. You're a fraud. Fake Jake is lying again. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Watch this. Jack exposes Jack.
It was a good stream yesterday, and thank you. I appreciated it. Our buddy Tom, he had a birthday, but he wasn't sure. He sure didn't seem very happy with me. Salty Siren. Would you say it's evil to hang out with a teenager in your own home as a grown man, give them money, and buy them drugs? I'm not sure what you're asking. But given what I've heard, I'm guessing you've been gossiping, and I'm guessing that's probably some sort of underhanded stab at me, Salty Siren, based upon your past ignorant choices as well. So just realize you're not a big part of my experience, so I'll be happy if you leave completely. But I'm assuming you may have been gossiping, and I'm curious to hear what that gossip comes out to be.
You're being exposed, tongue-flicking demon. You're being exposed. Lying little bitch.
So, what's up, everyone? I'm going to speak on this mind and this prison planet stuff, this soul trap. I don't know, whatever I don't know what the new thing is that everyone latches onto about this realm. And really, all of it is really true. Technically, untechnically, I mean, it's very intricate. You know, the way I look at it is it's a hologram. So it's a holographic reality that it's almost like, you know, like a graphing paper. Okay, so imagine a graphing paper and all the little squares. I remember those back in the days doing like math stuff in school or something, and all the little empty squares that you fill in. Basically, that's what it is. It's a hollow graph, okay, a hologram. So it's a hollow space for energy to be, and the energy can go any way. You know, it could be negative or positive, just like an ion. It's just it's an energy that is whatever is put into it. And so that's why this world out there, that's why it's so twisted and backwards, because they know it's that, and they have to give you the space. Not all the time. I mean, it's basically, overall, you have to have the space to actually be and to kind of consent and be able to be truly present or not. You know, you kind of. So, what's up, everyone?
So I'm going to go to the comments now. Movies, movies. Yeah, cows on the movies, movies. Yeah, movies, movies. Good. Movies, movies. So I'm going to go to the comments now. Movies, movies. Yeah, cows on the movies, movies. Yeah, movies, movies. Good. Movies, movies.
Hey, got milk? Hey, big, big jugs. Yeah. Big, big jug. Tubby, tubby, tubby. Tubs. Tony titties. Hey, hey, big, big jugs. Movie, movie. Moo. He has the movies. Movie, movie. Tony has movies. Tony. Big, big jugs. Tony tubs. Tony titties. Milk that cow. Milk that cash cow. Shit sandwiches for sale. Tony titties, big, big jugs. Tank top Tony, selling milk. Got milk? Moo!
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that. I try to bring some humor as well. Other channels are against humor. They call it a circus if you laugh. They want you to be miserable like they are. A lot of these creatures are miserable. Jack Talcott's miserable. This Uncle Fester creature here is miserable. Ian's miserable. He said he has some advice for truthers. Watch this.
My best advice to anybody would be try to make life as fun as possible. Have a good time. Of course, we're just in hell. What do you want to do other than that? Sit here and go, oh, we're in hell, we're in hell, we're in hell, we're in hell. It doesn't get us anywhere. And it makes everybody depressed and miserable. This accomplishes nothing. It's 8:55 in the morning. Looking inside doesn't always work. I spent a year and 4 months, looking inside 16 hours a day. There's nothing in there except the real me to reveal the script.
He meditated for 16 hours a day and got filled up with demons. Now he smokes weed all day long. These creatures are miserable fucking losers. Miserable losers.
Greetings to you, El Perro. I have a feeling that I kind of push people away. I think that's why no one's on the panel, to be honest. Well, and yesterday I did push people away. I banned some of the nonsense regulars like Mr. Snafu. Mr. Snafu will not be back on my panel.
You do push people away. You're a narcissistic loser. Fake Jake is lying again.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, Sean, pause for just a moment. Welcome back to you, Colleen. Good to see you again.
Thanks for welcoming me, Jack. I really appreciate you having me in your show, since you don't promote hate or any kind of, it's that part of you I really respect and admire that about you, that you
Thank
don't
you.
promote hate. Just you know what you're talking about, how people have gone, humanity has just gone out of control. I'm not, you guys are talking about just like politics and stuff, but I'm talking about people just on the internet or people in your real life, just how ugly they have gotten, you know? Just me being on your show yesterday.
What a waste of big boobies. What a waste of boobs. Look at, she's just a waste of breasts. She truly is, because she's a miserable creature. Those boobs could be on someone that isn't nasty. That's also another proof that this is a hell realm. Those boobs on Callie could be on a Tony or another Tony. Big, big boobs, big, big jugs. She's got some big boobs, but she's just nasty. It's a waste. It's a waste of boobs.
And accidentally, you know, I had the camera on, and usually I don't even watch those channels, but somebody told me that they're making all this content about me. I don't even like.
All what content? One video? You usually don't watch my channel. Stop lying. You watch all the time. Somebody told her. Yeah, right. You always watch my channel. You can't resist. You're obsessed.
Go to their channels, and the abuse and the hate. It's so comical. Like, they make content out of this, Jack. I don't understand it. I don't understand humanity. It's so.
I know you don't understand humanity. Hello, Mind Mirage. Hello. Callie, you should go get your little poop bucket. That's what you understand. Kissing up to Jack Talcott. How low. You sunk way down into the sewer. That's really low.
And these are the ones who are saying that they're going to be, you know, that we're the demons. But
you are the demons. You're named after a demon. You named yourself Callie. I put Callie beside you. That's what Callie looks like. With all those skulls and the bloody sword and holding the severed head. That's who you named yourself after, a demon. You even call yourself Callie. You're a demon. You're a demon.
Aren't they the demons if they're the ones who are acting so ugly?
Collie, it's interesting you mentioned that, because I don't know if you heard Sean earlier. He was just referring to some of these characters and the demons and posing some questions about what's behind them and where they coming from.
It's worse than like mocking me for the way I look.
So I'm going to go to the movies. Yeah. So I'm going to go to the comments now. Movies. Movies. Yeah. Cows on the movies. Movies. Yeah. Movies. Movies. Good. Movies. Movies. So I'm going to go to the comments now. Movies. Movies. Yeah. Cows on movies. Movies.
Hey, got milk? Hey, big jugs. Yeah. Big jug. Tubby, tubs. Tony titties. Hey, big jugs.
Yeah. Movies. Movies. Good. Movies. Movies.
Big jugs. Tony tubs. Tony titties. Milk that cow. Milk that cash cow. Shit sandwiches for sale.
jugs. Tank top Tony, selling milk. Got milk? Moo!
Woo! Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. It's a beautiful day in Hellrum today. A beautiful day in Hellrum today. Won't you be mine? Won't you be mine? Won't you be? Oh, won't you be? Won't you be my viewers?
Now is the time. Learn now. See now. Will be entombed. Now is the time.
That's my new short video. The Sanity Machine rocks with Marshall. Check it out. Have you watched my Jack Talcott documentary? Who is Jack Talcott? Creeps and well, look who's on Thorpe TV. Thorpe Tube. They used to call it Thorpe TV. Now it's Thorpe Tube. A very Thorpe Monday. They're very egocentric, egotistical, self-centered, narcissistic, creepy, full of themselves, disturbing behavior. In case you just tuned in, this is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And I've been live today for 2 hours so far. 2-hour live stream. Let's check out these fucking demons. Let's see. Let's see how they stand together, these three on the screen. Watch this. It's very revealing.
He's a grown woman or a grown man, whoever's catfishing, is pretending to be someone who takes sexual interest in him. Of course he's going to respond. He doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's going on.
He's confused. You know what I mean? So, but I had the similar experience. I was booted off of, like, I was invited to Fresh and Fit and then booted off because the woman who invited me said, "We got so many DMs about you, we just can't let you on the show." And that was really disappointing for me. So yeah.
And then you found out who it was, and she said, "I'll actually undo all that."
No, that was after. That was after. So that girl apologized.
Afterwards, she actually said,
and she
that
was like,
me.
"Oh, I'll actually get you on."
I didn't read it right, and I can actually get you on. So
yeah,
in the
and then
end,
it was just random people.
How seriously people take any of this is, silly.
No, Dad. Xena was before the trolls contacted.
Oh.
She apologized before she got me in touch with this girl. Then the trolls contacted that girl. Yeah. So, sometimes it's just not meant to be. But
I see it as a sign of today's society. And that's what saddens me. Seeing the results of this society where people are just so quick to disparage and to jump to mislead, right? to cause harm. I know the trolls, there's a place for them in this path, but I did not understand that mentality. I wasn't prepared for that when I entered the online stuff. I guess I
But you know,
was
there
pretty
is a silver lining depending on exactly how it goes. We have a couple of lawsuits lined up. I think they're going to bring us 6 to 7 figures each because these were people who were way too big and publicly known to say this stuff. But because the environment is, oh, okay, you can get away with anything, which may be true if you're totally anonymous. But once you're like, I think these guys didn't realize once I become a known figure, once my address is known and my name is known, I actually have to be more careful, and they weren't. And we gave them ample opportunity to like take it back, but like, okay, you want to give us hundreds
to do that.
Yeah.
We do have another panelist backstage, El Diablo.
El Diablo.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, this guy.
Hey, Grace. How are
it's
you?
Timu John Malkovich.
Not Timu. Come on. That's an insult. Come on, Grace.
Do you know this guy, Jack?
Yes.
He's been around, I think.
Yeah. He's no longer welcome with my panel. So it's
Jack can't handle me, actually, Ben. He offered, well, he made a threat to fight me. Jack is quite different. He's a lot less aggressive when he doesn't have the ability to hit a button in backstage, to mute my mic, to turn my volume down, to play games, to kick me off, to block me. He doesn't know what to do in these situations. Look at him. He's trying to maintain his calm. On his show, he would have kicked me off already, but he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what I'm going to say about him. You're a coward, Jack Talcott. You're a fucking coward. He said he was going to call me a little bitch. Now he's laughing, but he knows it's true. This is what he does. He laughs off the truth. But Jack said he would call me a little bitch and choke me out or punch me out. I offered him $1,000 cash. I offered to reimburse his plane ticket to come visit me on
Maybe
video.
he was
and do this.
frustrated.
$1,000. No, he wasn't just frustrated. He said, email me. And maybe you shouldn't make excuses for people, Ben. You like to hit your daughter, kick your daughter and your son. Don't you? It's on video. And we'll arrange it. I did email him, and he's too cowardly to come up with it. He knows he's a little pissant. He's half my size. Maybe you should stop kissing up. Why are you shaking your head, Jack? I have the emails. I've shown people screenshots of the emails. You're a coward. You're a coward. To Talcott and make excuses for him, Ben. You're 6'7", 6'8"? And you're a wimp. I've seen you. I've seen you on video. Ben is who I'm speaking to. You're taller than Jack, but you fight about as well as he does. You might be a little bit younger, but you're very awkward and you're not strong. You don't know how to throw a kick. You look like shit, like you're just a big belly. You're just a loser, Ben. You're a loser at life. You try to live off your daughter and you lie, and you're very weird and creepy with your daughter. I'm calling out all you demons. And now you're sticking together. You're playing the demon game of defending Talcott no matter what's said about him. You're his unpaid defender, which is weird. It's a cuck role that you're in. You're cucked to Jack Talcott, which is really wimpy and pathetic. That little pissant. For people that are tuned in that might not notice or might have a small screen or they're just listening, they're not watching, I tagged ThorpeTube channel and Jack Talcott. So these people on the screen were all tagged. The Thorpes were tagged with this video, this documentary, part 2 of Jack Talcott documentary. Jack was tagged and the Thorpe channel was tagged. No response from them. But you know, they took down this live stream on the Thorpe channel. ThorpeTube removed their live stream that I was on. That live stream that you see me on was taken down. They took it down. They made it private. It said that the uploader removed it. They removed the video or they made it private. But it's no longer publicly viewable. The live stream from the other day, they removed it. They're cowards. Cowards. They're cowards. That's what they are. Is now someone you idolize and stand up for. Whenever I'm addressing him, you pipe in for him, which is really weird, really beta. Really beta. You're really creepy, Ben. Really creepy. And I would say that to your face, by the way. And there wouldn't be a fucking thing you could do about it. Nothing. Because all you can do is hit and kick your little girl daughter. Your 21-year-old something, 22-year-old daughter, whatever she is. I don't know if she's 22, 23, 24. Doesn't matter. She's 20-something. That's all you can do. Because you're a piece of shit loser. You're on video kicking her, right? It's on video. And you were charged with that, right? You're a loser. You're a loser. Let's hop on over here. Ben Thorpe's Violence and Creepiness compilation. This is from the Ava channel. Ava the G. A year ago. This is a year old already. I shared this at least one other time, if not more, on my community posts and on a live stream that I did months ago. It must have been last year. But I did share this when it was less than a year old. And I'm sharing it again. Somebody refreshed my memory about this. They posted it, shared it with me. But I know I've shared this before. I've watched it before. And I know exactly what's in it. Ben Thorpe's Violence and Creepiness compilation. He's a creepy creature. He's a loser. And he's a demon. And that's why he hangs around Jack Talcott.
Here is a quick bite-sized compilation of Ben Thorpe's abusive behavior that he himself has uploaded on live stream or made public to the internet. Some of it is old, but lots of it is new and stuff that hasn't been featured in the Shamu documentaries that most people have seen. So I thought I would do a little compilation for anybody who's new. If you're just finding my channel, I direct you to go to the description and click on the links to Shamu's documentaries about these people for more context. And keep in mind, this is only the physical abuse and domestic violence. This is not the emotional abuse, which is the majority of what goes down. But there are a few instances of real violence. And just keep in mind, this is only what happens on camera.
You just told. I was
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
messaging him to see.
You go, call the police. You are obstructing something else.
You just told. I was
Forget it.
You just told. I was
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
messaging.
Forget it.
I was
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
To see.
Mind, this is only what happens on camera.
You just told. I was
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
messaging him to see. You just told. I was
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
messaging him to see.
You go, call the police. You are obstructing something that I need to touch. You have to call the police. I want you to call the police. Call them. You're gonna do this stuff. Call the police, buddy.
Do that again.
Call the police.
You look like you're gonna cry and then you hold back because you're so
afraid of already doing something to you, right?
No, that's literally not why.
This next segment will be direct admissions from Ben describing, often in painful, incriminating detail.
Why?
This next
You look like you're gonna cry. And
Call the police. Police.
do that again.
Call the police.
You look like you're gonna cry, and then you hold back because you're so afraid of already doing something to you, right?
No, that's literally not why.
This next segment will be direct admission.
Like you're gonna cry, and then you hold back because you're so afraid of already doing something to you, right?
No, that's literally not why.
This next segment will be direct.
All right, so I have to chime in and say that I'm against violence. I'm showing this for educational purposes to expose what Ben Thorpe is. This is about Ben Thorpe.
Right?
No.
This is about Ben Thorpe's violence and creepiness compilation. This is a compilation of his behavior that has been tolerated for some reason in society and on YouTube. They've tolerated his shit, his demonic shit. So I stand against violence. I'm sharing this to expose someone that's a violent creature. I'm against violence.
That's literally not why.
This next segment will be direct admissions from Ben describing, often in painful, incriminating detail, abuse and or violence he inflicted upon people, including myself. The following clip will be Ben describing when he yanked my hair very hard, without consent, to...
Jack Talcott is also violent. He makes violent threats. He's been violent towards his son and towards others in life. Jack Talcott is another violent little piece of shit. But he can't back it up when a real grown man says, "Come and bring it on, Jack. You're going to make threats against me. Come and bring it on." He can't do it. He can't back up his threats. They can only pick on like bullies ones they think they can bully. That's what they do. That's what these demons do.
quote unquote pair bond, or whatever he's describing is really weird.
Ava arrived at Logan Airport this morning at like noon. And, we picked her up at the train station and, it's this fucking nonsense. I tried to assert dominance over Ava, who needs it. And she, she plays the princess.
Who's Ava?
That's me. I'm Ava. This is my channel. Ava the G.
So, like, for example, I don't know, within 5 minutes of getting in the car, I pulled Ava's hair. I said, we have to hurt each other so that we can establish some intimacy. I pulled her hair and I told her to hit me. And she goes, well, I wouldn't do that. Well, my point was that you have to initiate, something that's a little bit less than, totally bourgeois. Like, hey, you're my guest. You run that. I mean, you understand it's emasculating for most men. When there's their daughter's guest is going to come over. It's like, oh my gosh, you're a princess and I don't have a dick and whatever, all this stuff, right? Like, so emasculating for most men. I understand it's emasculating for most men. When my guest, you run that. I mean, you understand it's emasculating for most men. When there's their daughter's guest is going to come over. It's like, oh my gosh, you're a princess and I don't have a dick and whatever, all this stuff, right? Like, so I was like, let's just pop the cherry quick here and have a little bit of sort of mutual minor pain causing together so we can get beyond this nonsense. So I said, let's do this. And then I just pulled her hair and I said, okay, so this is what I'm talking about. I just pulled her hair reasonably hard. And I was like, okay, so now it's your turn with me. You just pulled her hair reasonably hard. And I was like, okay, so now it's your turn with me. You punch me or whatever. And she refused.
Excuse me. He is supposedly 6'7" or 6'8", something like that. He's a compulsive liar. I didn't know they could stack bullshit that high. Did you? Close to 7 feet of bullshit. He's 4 or 5 inches away from 7 feet of bullshit. Bullshit. What a creepy creature.
Refused to do so. It's ridiculous.
So you were trying to teach a lesson to her by pulling.
No, I was just trying to say, let's pop the cherry on
I'm not going to touch you because you're a princess, and you're not going to touch me because I'm a scary man with a penis. Like, let's just not do that. We're not going to do that. I had to correct Grace today, like very roughly by like.
Oh really? You gave Honey Bunch a real through, yeah.
Oh, she could be
like
so
Honey
crazy.
Bunch
She
is into
gets it
that.
from her mother, right?
Like open-handed smacked her, is what you're saying, right?
I knocked her glasses off.
Yeah,
Her
open-handed
face.
smack. Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It's not something which people should lose. The idea, I mean, it's back to this. It's if the idea, I mean, it's back to this. It's if
These next two clips are just going to be Ben being creepy towards Grace. One of them is an actual clip of it. The next is an admission of a FaceTime call where he demands that she strips in the woods for him when she's in a scary situation. There's also a beer bottle incident. I couldn't find a clip of Ben talking about it, but it's definitely out there somewhere. Someone could go on a panel and ask him about it. It's basically when he made Grace stuck a beer bottle between his legs in front of their mother, Grace's mother.
She went outside and I was angry. And one of the ways in which, like, you know, men show anger towards women is by having them sort of humiliate themselves. So I did have her sort of humiliate herself for me outside on a FaceTime call. So she had to sort of like, you know, this has become in her mind sort of half of a psychosexual sort of like, you know, serial killer situation, right? There's a certain part of them that wants to be dominated. They like it when it gets a little hot.
This is your daughter,
right? I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand it's my daughter. Okay.
And how did she humiliate herself?
She, you know, kind of played out some of those things. Nothing crazy. Nothing that I would
Like what?
see in the course of. I don't remember exactly what, but like, you know, she took some of her clothes off outside in a kind of scary situation. That's it.
What do you think of Ben Thorpe so far, everyone? What do you think of Ben Thorpe?
I understand that. I
Yeah.
understand it's my daughter.
How did-
Okay.
and how did she humiliate herself?
She, you know, kind of played out some of those things. Nothing crazy. Nothing that I would
Like what?
see in the course of. I don't remember exactly what, but like, you know, she took some of her clothes off outside in a kind of scary situation. That's it. And I was like, okay, that's fine. So she took some of her clothes off outside in a kind of scary situation. That's it. And I was like, okay, that's fine.
Now, I will also include some clips of Grace being abusive to her mother. Not to say that Ben didn't teach and normalize these horrific behaviors to Grace, but she's still an adult when she did these, so I'll add them in as well, just so it's all in one place.
And you didn't know? No, that's a lie. Okay. That is a damn lie. You didn't know Joey was right there behind you? No, I can't see him. Look at the screen. Turn your head around. He's right there. You saw him.
Hollywood Ben Thorpe. It's just like, it's coming.
Ow. Fucking bitch. Get up. My screen. Okay. That.
So the little angel, Grace Thorpe, is not totally innocent either. She grabs her mother by the hair a lot. I'm not saying the mother's innocent, but they paint the mother as this evil witch for everything. And I have to wonder, what did the mother tolerate in terms of Ben Thorpe and Grace? What a messed up family. I don't know the mother. This is the only thing I've seen of the mother is this footage. That's it. I know nothing beyond this. But she's obviously getting abused by Grace, grabbing her by the hair. This is just fucking ridiculous. It is.
Think it's pretty plain and simple. We gave it all we could. It's time away to drive in the window within this like we should.
Did she just throw water or something on the mother and make her spill something on the floor, cereal? What is this? Who would do this and film this? Who would treat their mother that way? Like, what is this?
Say we're good. We're not meant to be like sleeping and cocaine.
And the mom is cleaning it up. This is Grace Thorpe. This is Ben and Grace Thorpe's behavior over the years. They're showing you, this is a compilation. They're showing you what they are, okay? I'm going to go back to the beginning because I think it's important.
This is only what happens on camera.
You just told. I was just.
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
Just messaging him to see.
I'm done.
You just told. I was just.
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
You can almost see a growling demon there. You can see his teeth under the mustache. It's kind of blurry because it's it's a bad camera, bad resolution, bad lighting, blurry motion, but you can see it's a demon. You can see it's a demon. He's a demon.
What happens on camera.
I'm done.
You just told. I was just.
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
Just messaging.
So he takes a big swipe at her. She put up her hand defensively. You can tell this wasn't the first time that he swatted at Grace. She's used to it by now. She's used to it. This wasn't a huge shock. She knew it was coming by her reaction. She's used to it. Watch this. I'm not saying that's good at all. I'm not condoning this whatsoever. I'm just saying she's conditioned. She's had this happen. She's experienced this with creepy Ben, her father, before.
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
Because she moves back and puts her hands up, and then she leaves the room immediately. And this is Ben Thorpe, apparently or allegedly, with his son John Thorpe in the car. Okay, watch this. Watch this. Who's recording it? Who has the camera? Is it Gracie or is it someone else? I don't know. But somebody recorded this.
You're obstructing something that I need to touch. You have to call the police. I want you to call the police. Call them. You're gonna do this stuff.
You call it nauseating and disgusting in the chat. I agree. And most people on YouTube call it normal because most are fucking demonic idiots that support this shit. Most support this shit. Even if they don't support Ben, they support others like him. They'll support Talcott or they'll support other abusive fucking demons running these channels. This is what runs these channels on YouTube. Talcott's an abusive narc. Ben Thorpe is. Jason from Archaic's channel is. There's loads of them on here. Lots of them. Lots of these violent creatures. There's a whole bunch of them.
Call the police.
Do that again.
There he kicks him. There are ones that have made threats of violence against me. There's loads of them. And I keep telling you people, if you want to stay in this realm, keep following and defending demons. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. Sorry to hear that, Footprints. I really am. No one should have to go through this. This is more proof that it's a hell realm. And I don't need to go looking for proof. It's all around. This place is a fucking demonic hell realm.
Call the police.
Do that again.
Call the police.
You look like you're gonna cry and then you hold back because you're so afraid of Daddy doing something to you, right?
No, that's literally not why.
This next segment will be direct admissions from Ben describing, often in painful and
You hold back because you're so afraid of Daddy doing something to you, right?
No, that's literally not why.
This next
Ben was charged, I think, that time kicking his daughter with domestic violence. He was charged and he spent a little bit of time in jail, as I understand it. Allegedly was charged with domestic violence. What a creep. What a demon. And people support this shit. They give money to these demons. They stand by them. They defend them.
Next segment will be direct admissions from Ben describing, often in painful, incriminating detail, abuse and or violence he inflicted upon people, including myself. The following clip will be Ben describing when he yanks my hair very hard, without consent, to quote-unquote pair bond, or whatever he's describing. Is really weird.
Ava arrived at Logan Airport this morning at like noon. And, we picked her up at the train station, and, it's this fucking nonsense. I tried to assert dominance over Ava, who needs it. And she, she plays the princess. Who's Ava?
That's me. I'm Ava. This is my channel. Ava the G.
So, like, for example, I don't know, within 5 minutes of getting in the car, I pulled Ava's hair. I said, we have to hurt each other so that we can establish some intimacy. I pulled her hair, and I told her to hit me, and she goes, oh, well, I wouldn't do that. Well, my point was that you have to initiate, something that's a little bit less than, totally bourgeois, like, hey, you're my guest, you run that. I mean, you understand it's emasculating for most men. When there's their daughter's guest is going to come over, it's like, oh my gosh, you're a princess, and I don't have a dick, and whatever, all this stuff, right? Like, so, oh my gosh, you're a princess and I don't have a dick, and whatever, all this stuff, right? Like, so I was like, let's just pop the cherry quick here and have a little bit of like sort of mutual minor pain causing together, so we can get beyond this like nonsense. So I said, let's do this. And then I just pulled her hair, and I said, okay, so like this is what I'm talking about. I just pulled her hair reasonably hard, and I was like, okay, so now it's your turn with me. You just pulled her hair reasonably hard, and I was like, okay, so now it's your turn with me. You punch me or whatever. And she refused to do so. It's ridiculous.
So you were trying to teach a lesson to her by pulling.
No, I was just trying to say, let's pop the cherry on, like, I'm not going to touch you because you're a princess, and you're not going to touch me because I'm a scary man with a penis. Like, let's just not do that. We're not going to do that. I had to correct Grace today, like, very roughly by, like,
Oh, really? You gave Honey Bunch a real through, yeah.
Oh, she could be
like
so
Honey
crazy.
Bunch is
She
into
gets it
that.
from her mother, right?
Like open-handed smacked her, is what you're saying, right?
I knocked her glasses off.
Yeah,
Her face.
open-handed smack. Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It's not something which people should lose. The idea, I mean, it's back to this. It's if the idea, I mean, it's back to this. It's if
These next two clips are just going to be Ben being creepy towards Grace. One of them is an actual clip of it. The next is an admission of a FaceTime call where he demands that she strips in the woods for him when she's in a scary situation. There's also a beer bottle incident. I couldn't find a clip of Ben talking about it, but it's definitely out there somewhere. Someone could go on a panel and ask him about it. It's basically when he made Grace suck a beer bottle between his legs in front of their mother, Grace's mother.
Grace does a lot of things, a lot of inappropriate sexual things, being that she's his daughter. She'll suck a beer bottle between his legs. She will hike up her skirt. She's done a lot of weird stuff. He'll slap her ass. Is there an incestuous relationship going on between them? What do you think? I'm asking the question.
Grace's mother.
She went outside, and I was angry. And one of the ways in which, like, men show anger towards women is by having them sort of humiliate themselves. So I did have her sort of humiliate herself for me outside on a FaceTime call. So she had to sort of like, this has become in her mind sort of half of a psychosexual sort of like, serial killer situation, right? There's a certain part of them that wants to be dominated. They like it when it gets a little hot.
This is your daughter,
right? I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand it's my daughter. Okay.
And how did she humiliate herself?
She, kind of played out some of those things. Nothing crazy. Nothing that I would
Like what?
see in the course of. I don't remember exactly what, but like she took some of her clothes off outside in a kind of scary situation. That's it. And I was like, okay, that's fine. She took some of her clothes off outside in a kind of scary situation. That's it. And I was like, okay, that's fine.
Now, I will also include some clips of Grace being abusive to her mother. Not to say that Ben didn't teach and normalize these horrific behaviors to Grace, but she's still an adult when she did these, so I'll add them in as well, just so it's all in one place.
And you didn't know? No, that's a lie. Okay. That is a damn lie. You didn't know Joey was right there behind you? No, I can't see him. Look at the screen. Turn your head around. He's right there. You saw him.
Hollywood Ben Thorpe. It's just like, it's coming. Ow. Fucking bitch.
Get up. My screen.
Okay.
That
I think it's pretty plain and simple. We gave it all we could. It's time I went you right in the window. But then it's like we shouldn't say we're good. We're not meant to be like sleeping and cocaine. So why not at least agree to go our separate ways?
Finally, I think this video that I'm about to show you is worthy to add at the end. It is not direct evidence of Ben being abusive, but it is his son making an accusation against him and Grace.
As her brother, I know that everybody's always questioning whether the allegations are true, even though it's pretty clear to most people who aren't idiots what the reality of the situation is. But my father has sexually groomed my sister, and they have sex.
I'll read the screen because some people are just listening, they're not watching. John Thorpe, he's the son of Ben Thorpe. Recent statement, this was in 2024, 06/15/2024. Full videos linked in the description. This is what the son of Ben says, the sister of Grace Thorpe, John Thorpe. Watch this. Watch this again.
But it is his son making an accusation against him and Grace.
As her brother, I know that everybody's always questioning whether the allegations are true, even though it's pretty clear to most people who aren't idiots what the reality of the situation is. But my father has sexually groomed my sister, and they have sex all the time. She gives him blowjobs all the time. And they're currently together.
So he claims that Grace Thorpe was groomed. The allegation is that Grace Thorpe was groomed, that Ben Thorpe and Grace have sex all the time. According to John Thorpe, allegedly, they have sex all the time. Allegedly, she gives him oral sex, aka blowjobs, all the time. Allegedly. And that's her own brother saying it, the son of Ben. What a messed up family of demons that groom and do horrendous things. No wonder they're friends with Jack Talcott. No wonder they're friends with Jack Talcott, which is why I'm making a documentary on Jack Talcott. This is part 2. I might have to make a documentary on the Thorpes as well, and others. The Thorpes, Jason Braziers, a whole bunch of them. Derek Green Wizard might be another one. Christopher Sedaris, Creepy Keith Sorelli, aka Rebellious Meth Puppet. There might have to be a documentary on YouTubers who are fucking demons. And I've been saying this for years. I made videos showing you and saying that they flock together. Demons of a feather flock together. They stand with each other. They defend each other. I called them Team Evil. People have been for years scratching their heads saying, why does he call them Team Evil? Because they are a team. That's why. I've tried to show you what is going on. But a lot of people in this realm don't want to see the truth. You put on blindfolds and you look away. You don't want to see what's going on. You're in a demonic realm of fucking evil demons. Guys,
What was
he knows
the beef though?
The beef was Jack. He could barely spit it out. What was the beef? What was the beef? You're trying to talk like you're younger, and you're not. You're cringe. Okay? Calling it a beef. You don't even know what happened. You're already on his side. A weak move to defend Jack Talcott, a creep. But you creeps and demons tend to stick together, don't you? And look at Grace. Look at her. Look at her lips and her face watching this. You trained her well to be creepy like you, Ben. She's creepy too. She has some issues, we'll say. It's my opinion that she's creepy. It's my opinion that you're creepy. You're a weirdo. Offered to reimburse his plane ticket to come visit me. Once again, for people that weren't paying attention or ones with short attention spans or short memories, I tagged the Thorpes right there. You can see in the title, at ThorpeTube, I tagged Jack Talcott. These creatures on the screen have been tagged and seen this video, and the Thorpes removed the live stream that I was on their channel. A very Thorpe Monday, they took it down. They made it private or they took it down because they got worried, because it was recorded and shown here as part of this documentary. They removed it. Do you understand? I want people to pay attention and understand what I'm doing. They took it down. Why else would they take it down? The only guest was Jack Talcott other than me. They were talking to him, doing a show, and they had the link to join. So I said, well, here's a chance to talk and to say what Talcott is and confront him, since he's a coward and has to be blocked on his channel. He has all of my accounts blocked on StreamYard and on YouTube. I can't type in his chat. I can't join his live streams because he's a coward. So I went on there to face these three demons. On
Maybe
video
he was
and do this.
frustrated.
$1,000. No, he wasn't just frustrated. He said, email me and we'll arrange it. I did email him, and he's too cowardly to come up with it. He knows he's a little pissant. He's half my size.
What was the beef though?
The beef was Jack Talcott being Jack Talcott. Basically,
okay, so you have a problem with Jack Talcott being
Jack Talcott being the insane psycho that he is, that you called him one time. I actually agree with that point of view, Ben. When you called
I have
him
been
insane.
critical of Jack, and he's been critical of me.
Yeah.
I don't think Jack's an insane psycho, but like you know,
you did call him that though at one point. It is on video.
I don't recall that.
It's all right.
Anyway, Jack is a pussy. He's a coward.
I think I said Jack may be delusional.
Yeah, but I didn't come on here for that. Go ahead.
Wait a second. If you're saying Jack is too cowardly,
here they go. They'll associate cowardice with just a name or a character on YouTube. This is pathetic. This is a huge failure of a reach. Like, oh, well, you're not on camera, so you're cowardly. I'll meet him face to face. I don't need to be on camera every time I'm on a fucking YouTube channel. One thing has nothing to do with the other. Come face to face with me and see if I'm a coward. Any of you on panel. Ben, Jack, Grace. Come at the same time if you want to. You don't have to be tough on YouTube to turn your camera on. Somehow this has gotten into your little heads, your tiny little minds. And that ain't it. She thinks, oh, this is my gotcha moment. You could see by her expression. This is her big, oh, gotcha moment. You're not on camera.
give you a few minutes while I have a smoke break just to talk to chat.
I may have to do a documentary on the Thorpes at some point in the future. I might have to do that. I might have to start a new channel to do it, though, on YouTube, one that isn't shadow banned. because YouTube has really been hammering my channel where it hardly reaches anyone. And that's what's going on. And you'd have to be a zombie not to see that. So for the ones that are tuned in going, that's not the case, you are a lying, biased zombie lurker. That's what you are. A loser. A loser. That's what you are.
Or just make your case. Johnny. Here he is. The man of the hour. All right. What's up, King?
The torrential downpours in Providence.
Nice.
For show. Okay. Leave.
All right. Can I have my smoke break?
Yep.
Okay. Be good.
Hey guys, what's up? I just wanted to let you know that, well, actually, I love my father. I think he's an amazing man. I don't think he's ever done anything wrong. I find him a beautiful man as well. He just has so many things that I aspire to be, you know, like his physical beauty, his gigantic penis, like beautiful face. I don't know. It's just okay. Now that she's gone, I wanted to tell you guys that as her brother, I know that everybody's always questioning whether the allegations are true, even though it's pretty clear to most people who aren't idiots what the reality of the situation is. But my father has sexually groomed my sister, and they have sex all the time. She gives him blowjobs all the time. And they're currently together, even though there's a no contact order in place. So if anybody knows where they are or any information like that, please let somebody or just call the police, because they're not supposed to be together for reasons that make sense. Like, one of them is that he kicked her on stream, and he's molested her many different ways. He's physically abusive person. He's terrible. I find him just a repulsive man. I'm ashamed that he's my father. And it's a burden to be his son. Living life after Ben Thorpe is difficult. Living life as a just, having him as your father is a really difficult struggle. So I hope that Grace can get out of it, but I've already gotten out of it, but it's still just an endless struggle trying to, recuperate myself. Yeah, pretty much that's the shtick. And yeah. I can't see. Oh, maybe I can see comments. Nice. I am a little bit sick, so if I sound like I'm sick, I am. That's now the rest of the hangout with you guys. Probably, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess. Um. I'm looking at the comments. I don't know why, like, I'm getting, like, comments, like, asking if I, like, cuddled a 45-year-old woman. I've never cuddled my mother. I don't even know what that means. I haven't cuddled her in a long time, ever since I was, like, a child. And cuddling
But all right, so we got some allegations from John. King John came to the stream. Based. Anyways, maybe he's gone. But all right, so we got some allegations from John. Let's see here. Okay. John's allegations. Okay.
I'm going to jump in here and say I stand against that behavior by the Thorpes, the behavior that's being alleged. I'm saying alleged because I know what type of demons I'm dealing with, okay? That's why. For the people that don't get it, I'm saying it on purpose. Allegedly, the behavior allegedly that they behaved in, or behavior they participated in, allegedly. Anyway, there's a reason why I do things. There's a reason why I do things. And I wish people would pay attention enough. And maybe some of you do, and maybe it just doesn't come across in text. I don't know. But I don't think some people pay attention enough to know what's going on. I wish you did. But we have 18 people tuned in. I doubt 18 people understand what's going on during this live stream. I want to ask you a question, and I have my reasons why. Hello, Bobby. I want to ask the people tuned in if you see other channels exposing the demons like I do. Do you see other channels exposing these demons one after another, not just with the Talcott documentary? Where are the channels exposing the Thorpes, the Talcotts, the Jason Braziers, sex offender felon, on and on? Christopher Sedaris, the felon, Green Wizard Derek, the violent creepy creature with his domestic violence charge. I'm trying to get people to understand. It's not me putting myself on a pedestal. A lot of you watch shitty channels and you never stop to think, how come they're all in support of each other? Why do they support each other? Like, I'm trying to blow the lid off something bigger, and I'm trying to get it through to people. And a lot of people, I think, sum it up as he's got beef with Jack Talcott. He's got beef now with the Thorpes. Like, I don't want to deal with people that have a mind of a zombie. I don't want that around. So if there is anyone watching my channel that's at a zombie level that thinks I'm doing this because I have beef, you're a zombie. Go away. Go somewhere else. Go where you belong, to the shit channels. I don't want you around me. I don't want everyone around me in this realm and on my channel, on my live streams, and in life. I don't want most around me. I see this realm as it is. And I know most don't in this realm. They don't. Or they support it. Or they're the ones that support it. They support ones being with minors. They support sick shit. They support incest. That may be hard for some of you to believe or to see, because you got a lot of work to do spiritually. There's people tuned in. I would bet money on it, and not $10 or $100. I'd bet thousands of dollars that there's people tuned in right now that have a lot of spiritual work to do. Not a little bit, a lot. If they ever want to stand a chance of getting out of here, you better grow a moral compass. It isn't just about knowledge. Some of your baby truthers are stuck on that. Like, oh, if I can see the realm's evil, I can find my way out. No, if you're a piece of shit, you deserve to be here. And I'll work to keep you here. I don't want you all getting out of here, in case you haven't got that message yet. I've said that message many times here. Not everyone deserves to get out of this realm. A lot of you belong here, because you would turn any realms into this shithole. You'd repeat the same thing because you're not moral beings. Just like Grace said to me. She asked if I would be attracted to a 15 or 16-year-old, one or the other. I can't remember the age, but it was one of those ages given, a minor. Sexually attracted. I said no. A teenager might be. And they kept trying to say that I was young. I'm not young. And they think it's a big thing to say, well, you're not 88. Like, these are just absolute demon-tarred zombies. And I hope it breaks through to some of you, because some of you have it, I can tell, you have it in your heads that when I say zombies, that I mean innocent. I had a friend like that decades ago, and I finally had to say to him, I can't deal with you. I just can't deal with this anymore. I tried, but you keep seeing zombies as innocent, and you just can't see. Nothing I'm getting at really makes sense to you. And I don't want to be around fakes, phonies, pretenders. I want authentic beings around me. That's it. That's all I'll settle for. If you can't take it, too bad. But zombies are not innocent. They defend evil. Defenders of evil are not fucking innocent. Some of you have work to do on that. And I can tell that. I can tell that no matter how far away you live from me, and if I've never heard your voice before. I can tell. Some of you have work to do. And some of you, I think, will cling to that right into leaving your body into what you would call death or death of the body, and you're getting recycled. Because you view most in this realm as innocent. You think, well, they're just zombies. They don't know any better. You don't even know what I mean by zombie then. Because it also has to do with spiritual things and morality. It doesn't just have to do with, oh, they're asleep. You notice I'm not like other channels, like you people that come here keep saying they're asleep, and you don't hear me saying that. You don't pick up on that. That's what I mean by you're bringing your goddamn baby truth or baggage here and clinging on to it for months or years. It's just annoying at best, frustrating at best. And at worst, I don't want to deal with you. Because you're clinging to shit. You don't even realize you're defending demons. You're so out of it. Some of you. You are. Some of you are that out of it. You don't even realize it. You're defending a demonic realm, and you would probably shake your head and say, no, I'm not. You sure are. You're viewing most of humanity, or what you'd call humanity, as innocent. This is a demonic realm, dummies. When I say that, I don't mean one or two demons run this place and everyone's innocent. Start looking at the realm itself. Start observing and paying attention. Again, I don't even believe that most of you humans on Earth can pay attention at this point. I don't buy it. You'd have to show me and prove it to me, because I don't see it. I see most people tuned into stuff, and they're just like, it's like they're just watching television. That's what it seems like. You wouldn't, a lot of you wouldn't care if you got out of here, if all the demons were let out. Just let them all out, right? And cause this all over again, wherever it exists for all of eternity. And I can't allow that to happen. I'm not like you, is what I'm saying. If you have that mindset, what's the harm letting them out? I'm not like you. Whatever you are so vastly different from me that looking at an alien from a movie isn't even different enough. Whatever you are looks to me more like a parasite. Disgusting. Because you defend demons and you don't even think about it. To you, you don't spend any minutes, hours, days, weeks, years pondering it. What's moral? What's the moral thing to do? What's the right thing to do with this place? It doesn't weigh on you. You would just open the gates and let them all out as casually and mindlessly and carelessly as feminists would open the gates to America and let all of the third world flood in, and people that hate you, that will murder your family. And there's just walls of collages of people that illegals have ended. You don't care. And that's what I'm saying. There's people that tuned into my channel that I can tell you don't care. You don't care. That's the thing. You would casually let the demons out of this realm as casually as white liberal feminist women open the gates to Europe and say, come on in, flood the UK with 500 million from Africa. There's over 50 million anti-whites from the third world in Europe now. As the Muslims brag, they say just Muslims say that that's a large Muslim country. That would be a big Muslim country. If you took all the Muslims out of Europe and put them in one country, 50 million people. There's 50 million third worlder Muslims living in Europe right now. And a lot of that is due to people saying, come on in, I don't care. You don't care. Now, I'm not saying that's everyone in my chat, so don't take it personally if it doesn't apply to you. If it doesn't apply, it doesn't apply. I'm glad. But there are people that tune into my channel, and I know this every fucking day, lurking here, and they are demonic pieces of shit. And they would love to turn all that exists into this shithole and worse. And some of you just can't quite grasp why that's wrong and why that has to be prevented. They can't be allowed to do that. You don't know how serious I am about that. You don't. Even if you tried to convince me, I just wouldn't believe you until you can show it spiritually at some point. I don't buy it. You don't know the lengths that I will go to make sure that doesn't happen. And it isn't just for selfish reasons either. What's on the line is all that exists. This doesn't seem to enter your fucking minds, a lot of you on YouTube. Because it's just like entertainment, it seems like, for people. It's just like watching zombies. You walk by somewhere and they're watching a TV and their mouths are open and they're just being brainwashed. People just can't tell the difference between this and television, or this and movies, or this and the shit channels. And if you can't tell the difference, you're in major spiritual trouble. Major. Big time. Beyond what I think most of you can fathom on Earth. I don't put much faith or in the abilities of humans at this point based on their behavior. Why would I? You're duped by almost everything. Most of you follow demons. Most on Earth defend and follow demons without a second thought. It's not even like you struggle with it. You just do it. It's like your default setting. It's normal to most of you. In fact, I'm almost surprised at this point that I can find a few people that are disgusted by demonic behavior. There's so few. There's so few in this realm. And I don't think that's something many of you want to face. But it's true. There should be thousands tuned in here right now. If humanity were good beings and truth seekers, there'd be at a minimum thousands here anytime I'm live, and it isn't the case. Most people don't care. And it isn't the time of day that I'm live, because I live stream purposefully at all different times. Early morning, afternoons for me, late at night, sometimes all night long. It's not the time. It's not the time zone I'm in and the time I'm streaming, or all the excuses that people make. You can take your fucking excuses, crumple them up into a paper ball and throw them in the trash and start fresh and say, I'm not going to make excuses. I'm going to start observing fucking reality instead of trying to excuse everything away like a liar. That's the habit some of you have to break because you're excuse makers. Your automatic reaction is to make excuses why things are this way. And you feel clever about it. And it's neither honest nor clever. And it doesn't help you. It doesn't help me. It doesn't help the people you're bullshitting with your fake excuses and your knee-jerk reactions to start immediate. Somebody says something, just like Ben Thorpe did. And I caught it live where I said what Talcott did. And he said maybe he was frustrated. Immediately, an excuse made for another grown man. A lot of you do that. It's like it's not natural. It's your automatic zombie reaction. You hear somebody say something that troubles you. You don't want to ponder it even for a second. You want to immediately make an excuse for that behavior or that evil in this realm or this or that, or excuse away tornadoes or hurricanes or leukemia or children abused, or you're full of excuses, you humans. That's what you're good at. I would say that's what humanity as a whole is expert level at. That's your lane. That's your specialty. That's your forte. That might even be the greatest talent that humans, in general, humanity has, to make excuses immediately. And another great strength, you would call it a strength, humans would, is to attack the messenger. That's another one. Very common with you humans. Truth spoken, your reaction, attack the messenger. Immediately put it on them. Don't face what they said. Don't observe reality. Don't take stock and say, is that true or not? Does that match up with reality? Don't even ponder it. Lash out, attack the messenger. That's what you're good at as well. If you start looking and observing and studying humanity, you'll see. But most of you will never do that. And I'm aware of that as I say it. Most of you will never observe humanity's behavior and how they react to truth. You won't do it. And at most, you'll do it in your, at most, is in your personal life. 1 or 2 times, maybe you'll try to tell some truth to your mom or dad or your brother, maybe sister, girlfriend, someone, maybe a couple people, a couple friends. It might be a whole handful in your whole life that you'll test it on, but you won't do what I've done. You won't try it on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people. My channel has thousands of subscribers over the years. I've tried to see how people react, thousands of you humans, to the truth, to establish a real pattern, to see what is going on. And most of you attack the messenger, or you make excuses. You try to excuse away the truth. You try to laugh off the truth, like I called out Talcott. I said, that's what you do. You laugh off the truth. And then Ben Thorpe tried to deflect and make an excuse saying, oh, maybe Jack was frustrated. Well, he made threats of violence, challenging me to a fight, saying he'd do this and do that. No, you got to be able to back it up. And I'm tired of you people backing up evil, defending evil, making excuses, doing all this shit, rather than doing the one thing that gives you a chance to get out of here. Face the fucking truth of where you are and how creatures here behave, and observe what's being shown to you, how they react to truth, and it's all being shown. You'll have no bloody excuses in the end. And I'm telling you this. And if I face you in the spirit realms, I'm going to say, you don't have any excuses. I did all I could down there to show you, and you chose evil. And believe me, I'm not going to have a drop of mercy on you, because I've spent countless thousands and thousands of hours, tens of thousands of hours, trying to show you the truth. You don't have an excuse. You don't have any left. What you should say is you're fucked up if you don't see it. You're immoral. You're spiritually far gone. There's something wrong with you if you don't see it at this point. That's what it is. And I'm telling you what I'm doing. I'm intentionally removing your excuses, because I know the pattern of you humans. You'll make excuses why you don't see it. And you'll pull a Manny and say, oh, well, give me another chance. I'll prove it to you, Stephen. You had years here, Manny. Years. Another chance and you'll show me that you can tell the truth? Fuck you. Stay here. I don't trust you. You were treated well. You were given a wrench. You were embraced. You were given life advice. You were given help. You were spoken to. You were helped many times privately. And what did you do in return? You lied to me and to everyone here. You want to be like Manny, that's your choice. But I'll do, and I'm telling you ahead of time, I'll do everything in my power, if you're a little lying weasel like Manny, to make sure you stay here. This is where you belong. You can't be trusted. Lying to me, even about typing, lying about smoking, trivial things, just lying and lying and lying and lying, lying about who he talked to, lying about everything. Well, then I can't trust you. You belong here. You belong here. And I know most in this realm are fake, and they'll just keep saying that they're human. They're demons. I don't care how your flesh looks. I don't care. I don't care if you have 2 eyes, nose, mouth, a face, skin, muscles, bones, hands. I don't care. Because I already know that most walking around in this realm are fucking demonic. That's what they are. And they prove it all the time. All the time. You know, most in this realm can't see even when I'm sharing what these Thorpes are doing. They can't even see through this. Most in this realm are at that level. They can't see anything wrong with this. Immoral, demonic creatures.
First of all, he wants to get my dad thrown in prison again. That's nice. We're not together. But based and Chad pilled. Let's see. He said you lied about him snuggling an old woman. No, he actually didn't answer the original thing that I said, which is that there are allegations of him cuddling with Shalyn, who is a 40-year-old Discord alcoholic. Not my mother. I never said he cuddled with my mother. Okay, John's allegations. Constant.
I think Grace and John are related. They both have snotty noses all the time, it seems like. Maybe he was just sick that time, but Grace seems to have a problem with having a snotty nose for years. Years. And it is gross. Gross Thorpe instead of Grace Thorpe. And Thorpe's, you're fucking morons. Thinking that you can push me around? You have no idea.
Sexual intercourse and blowjobs. Nice. Okay. Massive physical abuse. Was there anything else, chat? Did I miss anything? He said no, then he said he doesn't even.
So what girl/daughter would be giggling about somebody, including a family member, in this case, her brother, her own brother, saying that she gives blowjobs to her father? What girl? She must have been close to, I don't know how many years ago this was. Oh, wait a second. 1 year ago streamed. So she was in her 20s. This is showing it was streamed a year ago. She was 20-something years old. And she finds it funny that her brother is saying that she gives oral sex to her father. What girl would react with smiles and giggles and almost blushing this way? Look at this. The behavior itself. There's no revulsion, no disgust, no anger, like how dare you say that there's incest. She's enjoying it. If you don't think this is odd, I don't know what's wrong with you then. I don't know what you're doing on my channel. There's some people that tune into my channel, and I remember when I said this a while ago last year, and Louise took it personally. Out of maybe some others did, but Louise was one of them that did. She comes to mind. Louise took it personally, saying, "Stephen, you said you were going to start pushing people away and getting rid of more people." Well, you did it for me, Louise, you and Kirsten and Carmen. You outed yourselves. You outed yourselves. And what I'm getting at is there's some that can't see this. They don't think this is weird. This is weird behavior. If she was not having a weird relationship with her father, there'd be some outrage, some disgust, some revulsion, some reaction. Not this. This is abnormal. This is abnormal. This is abnormal and creepy.
Jerome! Sure it did. I didn't mute him. That was fucking Kino. King John came to the stream. Based. Anyways, maybe he's gone. But, all right, so we got some allegations from John.
I think Grace is, what is she, 23, 24 at this point this year? So a year ago, she must have been around 23, something like that, I believe. Why are you talking like a teenager? There's a point where, do you notice that pattern of people that just use all the internet slang words, and they try to talk like 15 or 16-year-olds when they're almost a decade older, in some cases much older. Some 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds talk that way. It becomes really gross eventually when you run into all these creatures talking that way. And they would probably say, "Oh, Stephen, you're arrogant," or "You think you're this," or they'll try to put words in my mouth. "You think you're this," or "You think you're so smart." Well, at least I've matured mentally. I'm not at the level of a teenager. Apparently, many of you on YouTube never grow up. Arrested development, big time. It's just a big problem, a big mess. Very common. But I can tell she never grew up.
Let's see here.
Now, I can't prove this. I'm going to jump in and say something. I don't think she was molested as a little girl. There's a possibility she was. I don't know for sure if she was or not. I don't know. But I'm speculating based on her voice. I'm analyzing her voice. A lot of times the voice is very telling in girls and women. They have a little girl voice. If they're molested at age 6 or 7, they have that 6 or 7-year-old voice when they're 22 or 30. It stays stuck from trauma. She doesn't have that. So if there is the alleged incest going on that her brother here was talking about, looks like he got drenched in the rain. If there is that abuse going on that her older brother said is happening, maybe it started when Grace was already, we'll say, either in puberty or post-puberty age. Again, I'm speculating. I'm not accusing. I'm just speculating about that based on what her brother said. That's my basis. Now, that's not defamation because it's based on his allegations. Okay? I want you to understand and pay attention and learn something today.
Okay, well, apparently his Obama phone ran out of minutes or something. John, come back. I didn't meet you. I wasn't here. Okay, well, apparently his Obama... Sorry. I was watching, though. Jerome! Sure it did. I didn't mute him. That was fucking Kino. King John came to the stream. Based. Anyways, maybe he's gone. But, all right, so we got some allegations from John. Let's see here. Okay. John's allegations. Okay. First of all, he wants to get my dad thrown in prison again. That's nice. We're not together. But based and Chad pilled. Let's see. He said you lied about him snuggling an old woman. No, he actually didn't answer the original thing that I said, which is that there are allegations of him cuddling with Shalyn, who is a 40-year-old Discord alcoholic. Not my mother. I never said he cuddled with my mother. Okay, John's allegations. Constant sexual intercourse and blowjobs. Let's see. He said you lied about him snuggling an old woman. No, he actually didn't answer the original thing that I said, which is that there are allegations of him cuddling with Shalyn, who is a 40-year-old Discord alcoholic. Not my mother. I never said he cuddled with my mother. Okay, John's allegations. Constant sexual intercourse and blowjobs. Nice. Okay, massive physical abuse. Was there anything else, chat? Did I miss anything? He said no, then he doesn't. Then he said he doesn't even hug his own mom. Yeah. The question, he dodged the question, John. You dodged the question. The question was not about mom. The question was about Shalyn, the woman who came over from Discord. Regular blowjobs. No, bondage was not an allegation. Let's see. Loud, writhing sexual coitus. So far, I have 2 allegations from John. Constant sexual intercourse and blowjobs and massive physical abuse. Did I miss anything, chat? Chat. Psychological grooming. Oh, yes. Psychological and sexual grooming. And sexual grooming since childhood. Am I correct? I think that's what he said. Let's see. AI chat summary is going to be wild. Oh, right. That we're currently breaking the NCO. All right, well, frankly, I think these are some good allegations to end the stream on. Maybe we'll delve into them next time. Maybe John could come back to explain his allegations a little bit more. Everyone waiting for the okay, there have been a few. Chat would stroke out. Okay, like once, guys. I mean, it's not constant, but like a couple times. Who hasn't, honestly? Just, to relax. Massive physical abuse, psychological and sexual grooming since childhood and currently breaking the NCO. Team John.
They're very buddy-buddy, the Thorpes with Jack Talcott. Just a reminder for people that might have lost the plot of why I'm sharing this. They removed their live stream that I was on. The Thorpes removed it from their channel. Very interesting. The one where I went on as a guest and confronted Talcott. They are tied in with Jack. They want to work with him. I suspect behind the scenes they communicate. They are creepy and demonic like Jack is.
On for the win. Oh, yeah. King John's allegations. Let's get the crown in there. King John. To be continued. I think it's a good note to end it on. Maybe I'll leave.
To the hating demons that are tuned in, fuck you, the lurking demons. I'm blowing the lid off all of your favorite demonic YouTube channels. All of them. The Thorpes, Talcott, Archaic's Jason Brazier's Forever Conman channel, Humpty Dumpty, Howdy McCoskey, Chrissy Pissy Shateris, Derek the Green Wizard, Eric Dubay, Mark Devlin, you name it, all of them. All of them. It's me versus all of them. And some of you just can't understand. You've been here for a long time and you still don't get what I'm doing. You just don't get it. Well, in the end, some of you are going to find yourselves looking around going, what am I doing here in Hell Realm forever? Well, you couldn't even pay attention to what I was doing. You just couldn't do it. You're not as strong as I am. And you show me that. People show me that every day. They're not spiritually strong. They will follow and defend and make excuses for demons. I told you to choose wisely, but a lot of you want to choose degenerate demons. You'll stand up for them. You'll stand with them. In the end, you'll be standing with them when this is sealed in.
I'll leave it on a high note. Leave it on a high note. Because these are some heavy allegations to get through, guys. I'm going to be honest. John's Kendrick in this situation. Because these are some heavy allegations to get through, guys. I'm going to be honest. John's Kendrick in this situation. Trying to strike a chord is probably A minor. Certified lover boy, certified pedophile. Gotta respect anyone with king in their name. Yeah, honestly. Cliffhanger. cliffhanger. We'll be back. We'll be back to continue addressing Forgotten Whispers claims and my brother's claims, my king brother, my younger brother's claims. The rationalization is gonna take time. I'm gonna need to come up with a cope for this for a while, guys. I need to come up with a cope. Also, it's been 3 hours, so like literally.
All you could say was your king brother. That's all you could come up with. You didn't even deny the allegations. You're sort of like Talcott. You couldn't even deny them. Just like when I called Jack, I said, "Are you a psychopath?" He didn't say no. He's never said no. Jack, are you a psychopath? He could have said no. He's never said no. Did you deny your brother John's allegations? No.
Go fuck yourselves. I've done 3 hours. I think it's time for a break. John trolling isn't really helping. Obviously, he's going overboard to the point of unbelievability. How could you say that? These are obvious allegations with proof that make sense. I don't know what you're talking about. I take these allegations very seriously, and I'm going to need some time to cope and come up with my excuses. You suck. How could you say that? These are obvious allegations with proof that make sense. I don't know what you're talking about. I take these allegations very seriously, and I'm going to need some time to cope and come up with my excuses. You suck? Dude, you muted yourself and then left the stream. How do I suck? I'm taking your allegations seriously. I wasn't here for 2 hours. Keep streaming. Well, that's your fault, Spongy. Ben needs some special care. I have to attend to Daddy. Running from the truth. Yeah, guys. Keep streaming. Well, that's your fault, Spongy. Ben needs some special care. I have to attend to Daddy.
Back to my documentary, Jack Talcott documentary part 2. Once again, I'm going to keep repeating it until people understand or more people understand. I tagged the Thorpes, I tagged Talcott, and the Thorpes removed their live stream that I joined, a very Thorpe Monday that was streamed a day ago or so. They removed it. It's gone. They're hiding. So for people that don't get it, start paying attention and start trying to catch on. I'm showing you demonic behavior. I'm not just exposing the Thorpes and Jack Talcott with this. I'm showing you something. Remember that Jeremy guy that came here that didn't get it? Why do you keep talking about Talcott? You don't waste my time then if you're at that level. If you sit here for months and you don't know what I'm doing, go away. If you don't get it after months or years, you don't get it. You'll never get it. You'll never get it. Camera. And that's the way women think. Not being on camera is cowardly. No, it isn't. Saying things like Jack Talcott said, making violent threats, and then somebody offering to pay his way to come show me that you can say that to my face rather than over the internet. He's a coward. You idiots don't know what cowardice is, you three on the screen, because all three of you are cowardly losers. All three. Didn't you just call the cops on someone because they were in your driveway recently, and neither you nor your daddy could go knock on his door and just say, hey, you got to move this vehicle, leave? You're cowards. But you demonstrate that your whole life. Didn't you report your daddy for hitting you? Isn't he a coward for hitting his daughter? Wait a minute. Why don't you just be honest? You demons are cowards. All three on the stage there. All three of you, demons.
Well, he's on camera and you're not. If you're advertising that this would be a streamed fight,
you know.
You did call him that though at one point. It is on
I don't
video.
recall that.
It's all right.
When you
I
called
have
him
been
insane.
critical of Jack, and
Yeah.
he's been critical of me.
Yeah.
I don't think Jack's an insane psycho. But
He's too cowardly to come up with it. He knows he's a little pissant. He's half my size.
what was
He
the
knows
what was the beef though?
The beef was Jack Talcott being Jack Talcott.
Okay,
basically.
so you have a problem with Jack Talcott being
Jack Talcott being the insane psycho that he is, that you called him one time. I actually agree with that point of view, Ben, when you
I
called
have
him
been
insane.
critical of Jack, yeah, and he's been critical of me. I don't think Jack's an insane psycho, but like you know.
You did call him that though at one point. It is on
I don't
video.
recall that.
It's all right.
Anyway, Jack is a pussy. He's a coward.
I think I said Jack may be delusional.
Yeah. But I didn't
Diablo.
come on here for that. Go ahead.
Wait a second. If you're saying Jack is too cowardly, well, he's on camera and you're not. If you're advertising that this would be a streamed fight, then maybe you should take the first step and turn the camera on.
I've been on camera, Grace, but I'm naked right now, so I don't want to get your stream shut down by turning on. I wouldn't turn on my camera, so
But Jack,
I do run a channel, by the way.
But Jack's in his 50s. What age are you? You're much younger.
I'm 88.
That's what he says.
Well,
I'm 88.
you're a much younger man. I mean, what would be the point of
Why
fighting?
would you assume I'm much younger?
You sound
based on what?
Your
I
voice.
sound younger. Well, I came on here for legal advice because you guys are all kind of doing this.
Hold on one
legal
second.
talk.
Rebel with a cause 3574. Thank you for the $10.
I like how they interrupt their stream to read out these little super chats. This is how they make a living. This is their big job for a tuna fish sandwich for Ben. Wow, you got $10. You got $10. Oh my goodness. A whole $10. Oh wow. I wipe my ass with $10. I don't need to beg for shekels on YouTube. Grown men don't beg for shekels on YouTube. They don't run shows with super chats and Cash App. That's for losers. That's for peasants. That's for lowly little peasant grifter demons, little losers. Begging for shekels on the internet is for losers.
For a tuna fish sandwich
Ooh,
for
that
Ben.
does sound really good.
That's
They're fine. Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're not entirely fine, but
And turn the camera
I've been
on.
on camera, Grace, but I also want to jump in here and say, sorry, I had to run outside for a second and take care of something, and the cold kind of hit me in the face. Some would say that humor is subjective. Sure. But beyond that, demons don't have a real, true, healthy sense of humor. Not just the ones on the screen. Other ones on YouTube that will pick away at my channel, and all they want is me to give them information how to get out of here. They don't care for anything I'm doing. They don't laugh at anything. They don't find it funny. They don't say, man, I love the Sanity Machine's humor, or he has a... They don't get it. They don't get humor. They don't get it. I've tried to share that with you. I've tried to show you a lot of things about demons, not just Snake Eyes or Black Eyes Club. It goes so much beyond that. If you really started thinking and looking back, I've shown you a lot of things that reveal what a demon is, not just tongue flicks. I've shown a lot here to try to help you. Now, I don't see other channels really showing what demons are the way I do, unless they're the most obvious Kismet spiral, over the top, obvious in your face style demon. Most people can't see it, and most channels don't show anything. Most people in this realm go cradle to grave without observing, without paying attention, without spotting a demon, much less many, many, many demons. They can't do it. I've spotted many in person. Ones that were strangers and ones that weren't strangers. Now, you don't have to take any of this seriously. I'm aware of humans at this point. Most people in this realm just want to be entertained, want to be mindless. They want to be lazy. That's their default setting. That's their day-to-day. Day-to-day, most people in this realm are just lazy fucks at best, if not demons and sympathizers, demonic sympathizers. Most people don't genuinely care about abuse going on, all sorts of things. They don't care. They'll watch something like this and they wouldn't care Grace Thorpe and Ben could say, oh, yeah, it's cool to be with 15-year-olds. They don't care. I know I'm in a demonic realm. And you, humanity is who I'm speaking to. You show me that every day beyond the design. Even if I or someone else could magically fix, quote unquote, fix the design or change the design, rework the design, eliminate the pain and suffering built into life eating life, tornadoes, hurricanes, all the various things, 10,000 diseases, all these different things I've talked about for years and pointed out and highlighted and shown and exposed. Humanity itself can't be fixed. It's demonic. And a lot of you won't even observe that. Anyway, most of you in this realm is what I'm speaking about, don't have a sense of humor. The only thing people mainly laugh at is cruelty or someone else in pain or an animal in physical pain. If you go to those nature videos where animals are being torn to shreds, you'll see thousands of comments by people. And I know the baby truther reaction is, oh, humans don't do that. Those are all bots. Those are all NPCs. Those aren't real. All the excuses come out. But the truth is, humanity is demonic. Most of you are demonic. You're under demonic influence or you're full on demons. Most of you in this demonic realm are demonic. And I suspect a lot of you have it in your heads that it's just a small percentage and most people are innocent and Steven's exaggerating and he's crazy and you lean more the Talcott way and the Thorpe way. I suspect most in this realm lean their way a lot more than they lean towards my direction. That's what I suspect. That this is a demonic fucking realm. And a lot of you will do anything to stop me from doing what I'm going to do. And none of you can. So all you can do is attack me here and slander me and sling insults and words. That's all you can do. You're powerless over me, demons, because I already see where I am. I see what this place is in fine detail. I see what this place is. And you can't make me unsee it. And you can't make me defend it or love it or excuse it away. I know what it is. I'm naked right now, so I don't want to get your stream shut down by turning on. I wouldn't turn on my camera, so
But
I do run a channel, by the way.
But Jack's in his 50s. What age are you? You're much younger.
I'm 88.
That's what he says.
So he says I'm much younger. And look at Grace Thorpe. Look at her. Look at this. This is so revealing. The body language again. The thing that most humans don't look at, where most of what's revealed is revealed through or by body language. And it's something that most people ignore because humans being humans don't want to look at that. That's too much effort to actually observe body language. Most people in this realm, though, wouldn't do that because they don't care enough about the truth to even use that energy and effort. It's too much. Too much effort.
Well, you're a much younger man. I mean, what would be the point of
Why
fighting?
would you assume I'm much younger?
You sound
based on what?
Your
I
voice.
sound younger. Well, I came on here for legal advice because you guys are all kind of doing this.
Hold on one
legal
second.
talk.
Rebel with a cause 3574. Thank you for the $10 for a tuna fish sandwich.
And thumbs up from, is it the nicotine chewing Talcott? He's chewing away. He looks like a filthy, homeless bum. I even said on there that he lives with Barnabas, and I think that's where he lives. I don't think he has his own apartment. I think he stays in a room at Barney's house. Barnabas, I think, has a wife. I don't think they have children, and I think they have a spare bedroom, and that's where Talcott has been living in Baltimore, Maryland, and he's with Barney often. I think he lives with Barney. I don't think he pays rent. I think that Jack Talcott is living rent-free at Barney's house because he doesn't have an income except for the $300 a month that he claims he gets from the military.
Ooh, that does sound really good.
Do you like tuna fish?
I do.
Okay. I like it once in a while too. It's not bad. But I came on for legal advice. So she giggles at imagine being so invested you're calling in naked. Imagine me making a joke and you not getting it, too dumb to get it. Imagine that, because demons don't have a real sense of humor and sense of, oh, well, this guy is always saying, well, he can't go on camera because he's naked. He's always saying 88. Any year that he's asked, what is your age? He says 88. It's a running joke. You ever heard of that, demons? They just don't get anything. They don't get it. The only time they'll laugh is when somebody's trying to take a shot, like Talcott finds that funny because it's aimed at Steven, his great nemesis, right? You guys were talking about defamation right before I came on. You're speaking about a 6 to 7 figure lawsuit.
Yes.
Or multiple lawsuits. And that got me curious. If somebody says allegedly, like I've heard that
No, they're
allegedly.
fine. They're fine. Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're not entirely fine, but like that's a big,
generally speaking,
impediment to
something I recognized in myself between some of the characters. Steven, the character who's been on here. Steven, the character. Steven, the character. Steven, the character.
Look at his face. He closes one eye. He gets so triggered just mentioning my name. Just the mention of my name twists and contorts his face. This demon can't even look at this. He can't stand to even say my name. My name is garlic to vampires. It's beyond that. To demons, they can't even say my name and think of me for a moment without reacting this way. I am someone that gets under the skin of demons like no other. Look at this. And it's not just Talcott. There's a lot of them like this. There's a lot of them like this creature here. You will never defeat me, demons. I know what you are. I see what you are. And I am so different from you that when I'm out of this body spiritually, you'll have to look away. You won't even be able to look at me. I know you don't understand this, you fucking moronic, retarded demons, but you won't be able to look at me. It would be easier for you to look at 33 million suns than to look at my spirit. I'm that different from you. You'll see what I mean one day. That's the best part. That's the cherry on top of the fucking sundae. And so will some of you doubters right here tuned in to my live stream, because you still have it in your heads that we're the same spiritually. We all have a spirit. We're different. We're different. You can't face that, some of you, because you're too weak and scared, and you'll blame brainwashing or whatever, but you've been shown you're too afraid to face the truth. It's going to be glorious. And I look forward to that. When you try to look at me and you have to look away and avert your fucking eyes because I'm shining so brightly you can't even stand to look at me. I'm going to love it. I will love it.
Between some of the characters. Steven, the character. 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 Myself between some of the characters. Steven, between some of the characters. Steven, the character who's been on some of the characters. Steven, the character, and some of the characters. Steven, the character who's been on here.
I'm not a character. I am a magical, eternal being. I am a mad Viking warrior, eternal spirit. You got that, you little bitch, you shortcut loser, you little loser, you angry garden gnome. You don't have a fucking clue, but you'll close one eye and distort your face. Just saying my name triggers you. You have a physical, visceral reaction because I fucking own you. Not just this one. All of you demons.
Between some of the characters. Steven, the character who's been on here so many times. And He's so so disrespectful towards me. And then I received a bunch of random texts last night.
That's when his butt hurts, when he raises himself up out of his seat. He raises himself up because his butt's hurt. Look at that. He gets physically, in a very real and literal way, butt hurt. Watch this. He'll lift up out of his chair.
Towards me. Towards me. Towards me. Towards me.
Oh, Jackie boy, does your anus hurt? Get some preparation H, old man. You got hemorrhoids? Look at this. Towards me. You're playing the victim, Jackie boy. Cry me a river. You ain't seen nothing yet, demons. You're gonna pay for your crimes.
And so disrespectful towards me. And, he's so character Steven, the character who's been on here so many times, and he's so so disrespectful towards me. And then towards me, respectful toward disrespectful, so disrespectful towards me. And disrespectful towards me. And then I received a bunch of random texts last night from someone claiming, I don't know what the hell they were.
You should blame me for those random texts. It's all my fault, Jack. It's everyone's me. If you see someone at McDonald's, just say, that's that Steven. That's him. Just like that Granny Smith was seeing me everywhere. It's me everywhere, Jack. I'm haunting you. Random texts must be Steven. People at McDonald's, if you go there, wherever you go, your vegan shithole place, that's me. All day long, it's all my fault. Get paranoid. Blame me. Let your paranoia eat you alive forever.
We're saying, here's the point. What I realized, I've made myself pretty accessible to people who don't respect me.
Call me King Steven. Jack, don't be so upset. You're a very angry, tiny little man. A little man child. You're a little manlet. Oh, I think he needs one of those pillows, those donut-shaped pillows to sit on. He's so butthurt. He needs a cushiony donut-shaped pillow with a round hole in the middle for people that have surgery or they've gone to a proctologist or something. He's butthurt. He needs a fucking donut pillow. That's what he needs. Creepy Talcott. I'm going to go back to my documentary part 2, and I'm going to remind you once again, as I'm going to keep saying it, that the Thorpes were tagged in this. They were tagged in this. Okay? Do you understand? Thorpes were tagged. Talcott was tagged. The Thorpes took down their live stream, the one that I showed up on. They took it down. They're hiding. They're hiding.
To a lawsuit, yeah.
Yeah.
Allegedly, Jack Talcott has hung around 15-year-old girls and plied them with drugs and alcohol when he lived in Spokane, Washington. And one came forward in a group and said that she was hanging out with Jack when she was 15. He bought drugs for her, gave her money.
Okay, that's just all an allegation.
Allegedly, hung out with him at his house, and he offered her a place to live, allegedly. So I just
Baller!
wonder,
Actually, none of that is the problem, I don't think. But.
Yeah, what's the problem?
well, the problem is
How old was he allegedly at the time?
she's a total moron, isn't she? She just assumes, well, Jack must have been young. No, this was just a few years ago. Do you know that doing that with a minor can be legally construed as statutory, you know what? Are you people aware of anything? You act like you're legal experts, which is laughable, ridiculous, absurd. You know nothing. It's weird and creepy for a man his age, in his 50s. He's over 50. He might even be close to 60. I'm not sure, but he's 50 something, I believe, to be doing that. You're creepy for defending that, Grace. You're a weirdo. Total weirdo. Jack was an adult. This was within the last 8 years or so.
There's nothing
So
against.
Jack would
There's
have
this is an allegation.
offered her a place to live. Hold on a second, everyone. Send me your address, Jack. I'll send you one of these. I'll buy one of these for you. Since you claim to be poor, you claim not to have any money, and you take donations from losers on YouTube every day. They have to give you little donations. I'll buy this for you, have it shipped to you. One of these little donut pillows for people post-surgery. Some women have to use these after giving birth. People have to use them after surgeries. I think you need one of these to sit on, Jack, because your anus hurts, your butthole hurts all the time. You have to rise up from your chair. You need one of these. You need a donut pillow to sit on. You need one of these. You know it's true, Jack. You know it's true. You need one. Live, allegedly. So I just
Baller.
Actually, none of that is a problem. I don't think. But.
Yeah, what's
gave her money.
Okay, that's just all an allegation.
Allegedly, hung out with him at his house, and he offered her a place to live. Allegedly. So I just
baller?
Actually, none of that is a problem. I don't think. But.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is,
how old was he allegedly at the time?
Jack was an adult. This was within the last 8 years. The problem would be she's a minor. The problem would be, well, there's a lot of problems with that. Just like school teachers with minors, there are laws, Grace Thorpe. There are laws. Years or so. That she was
lawsuit, yeah.
Yeah.
Allegedly, Jack Talcott has hung around 15-year-old girls, and nobody says allegedly. Like I've heard that
No, they're
allegedly.
fine. They're fine. Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're not entirely fine, but like that's a big,
generally speaking, yeah.
impediment to a lawsuit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Allegedly, Jack Talcott has hung around 15-year-old girls and plied them with drugs and alcohol when he lived in Spokane, Washington. And one came forward in a group and said that she was hanging out with Jack when she was 15. He bought drugs for her, gave her money.
Okay, that's just all an allegation.
Allegedly, hung out with him at his house, and he offered her a place to live. Allegedly. So I just
baller.
Actually, none of that is a problem. I don't think. But.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is,
how old was he allegedly at the time?
Jack was an adult. This was within the last 8 years. Grace seems like a total demon. Here's the screenshot that I was sent by someone. Cypress wrote, I'd be willing to reach out to them and do an interview, I think. I hope she does. You can reach out to me at Stephen Killeen. Stephen is with a PH, STEPHEN, Killeen, KILLEEN, at gmail.com. Reach out to me, please. She wrote, I met Jack when I was 15 or 16. So I didn't make up any of these claims. He had me over often and would give me money and purchase drugs for me, she wrote. He even offered to let me live there. He is absolutely insane, she wrote. Okay? He has no power over there. Exactly. Exactly. He doesn't have any buttons to press. He wanted to get rid of me, but he didn't have as much to say. Usually he'd just call me names and kick me. He can't do it. He can't do it. You can't do it. There's nothing you can do but rely on them and wait for them to kick me. That's all he could do. That's all he could do. So there's that screenshot I read for you. And then there's this. I took a screenshot on their live tab. Their last live stream is showing 6 days ago, and it's not the one I was on. They removed at least one live stream, the one I was on, maybe multiple, but at least that one. Because their last live streams were 6 days ago. Where'd the live streams go? Thorpe's? Where'd the one go from 24 hours ago? Where is it? Where is it? Well, it's gone. It's gone. Magically, right? No, they took it down. Not magic. They took it down. They're hiding. They're hiding. Me versus the demons. It's no contest. They're outmatched. If anyone, like, don't ever bother saying on my channel, you're outnumbered. That's just one of the dumbest things. Like, it's obvious that it's 3 versus 1 in this instance. Other times it's 7 versus 1. I don't give a shit if it's 6 million versus 1. They're outmatched. So get it through your head. Oh, I don't you get it through your head where you're focusing on something other than numbers. Obviously, I'm outnumbered by demons in this realm. I've known that since I was a child. You don't have to tell me that Captain Obvious stuff. So if anyone's tempted to do that, zip your lips and go, I'm going to rethink that. I'm going to think before I speak. I hope to be around people that do that rather than saying stupid stuff. You don't have to tell me I'm outnumbered by demons. I know, but they're outmatched. That's what you should start seeing. You should start learning something. They're outmatched. They can't match me. They look like this, and he doesn't look too happy because he's talking about King Stephen. Stephen, that character, Stephen, King Stephen. He gets very upset, very triggered. Now, some of you potentially tuned in right now. There was 26 or 27 a minute ago. You're going to be standing with these fucking losers in the end. And I know this. Before it happens, I see it already. You're going to be standing with these fucking losers and you're going to lose with them because you've chosen evil. You'll be standing with Team Evil. That's the thing. And I know what's going to happen. Bring it on. I look forward to it. And I know some of you are scared and cowardly. I'm not. I look forward to facing these fucking demons and ending this place rather than tolerating this shit. I know there's much better than here, and I know I can create better than here once I'm out of this matrix. And you'll see what I mean. Some of you will, but some of you will never get out because what you're going to choose is Team Evil. You're going to choose Team Evil psychos. That's how dumb some of you are that tune in here. It's how dumb you are, how immoral you are, how evil you are. You evil, demonic, lurking creatures that can't get enough of obsessively watching me. You're addicted to me. And that's what it is. I know it. And you know what? It doesn't matter to me if anyone in my chat even sees it. I'm very secure on my own seeing it. I don't have to prove it to anyone. I already know there's lurking demons here every time I go live. Here's the meme, or one of them. Lurking demons are obsessed and can't stay away. And I know it's true. I don't need anyone to validate me. I know it's true. I know they'll quote me. They lurk here. They can't fucking stay away. And they're just hoping that I mention their name. They want that attention. And they're obsessed and addicted to me. And I know it. I know it. Stay tuned, lurking demons. Lurking demons love watching El Diablo Radio International. I think some of you are in for a rude awakening. I really do. Because you know what? You're going to start seeing them as demons and you'll say, I didn't think they were like that. I thought they looked human. I didn't believe Stephen. Maybe some of you will even think silently, quietly, like sheepishly to yourselves. I didn't believe Stephen that they were demons. I thought he was making it up and it was just a beef of his. This is how some of you humans think. Some of you will say, I didn't think he meant actual demons. Oh, I've said it many times. I mean actual demons. I don't mince fucking words like many of you do. I stand behind it. I stand by what I've said. They are actual demons. And you're going to get the rude awakening when you see how ugly and vile they are. And then it'll be too late because you'll just say, I didn't believe it. Too bad. You didn't choose wisely. You chose to stand with them. And you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay in ways I can't even say on YouTube. And good. You deserve it. You deserve it. Years or so.
There's nothing
So
against.
Jack would have been-
This is an allegation, but the allegation is that he befriended teenagers. There's nothing illegal about that.
befriended them and bought them illegal substances and possibly did other things with
Right.
her.
Okay. So it doesn't sound like much to me, but anyways.
Okay.
Roger, thank you for the Cash App. Thank you for the super chat as well. Grace, I sent it. Xania's follow the body. Please remember to kneel for a few seconds facing the wall. You got it, buddy.
Okay, so even the allegation doesn't sound like there's much to it.
Talcott just sits there smirking, making stupid faces, chewing either his gum or his tobacco chew, either nicotine gum. I don't know exactly what it is. It's one of those things. Look at it. Look at his face. Look at this thing. And that's what it is. It's a thing. For those that still don't get it, I call it a thing because it is a thing.
I was friends with lots of teenagers when I was a high school teacher, and I would
Did they
occasionally
sleep at your house with you?
I went on trips with them, and we were sleeping in the same place. And I don't really think there's any. I don't really see what.
You went on school trips, or are you talking about outside of school? Just curious.
I went on school trips, but if I had done things outside of that, I used to be a catechist, and I had an overnight trip with. I mean, I was teaching at a boys' school, so it was relatively.
You didn't bang any of these students.
Even more
though, did
dicey.
you?
Well, that would be a different allegation. I remember you.
They were all
I remember
male?
You made that allegation. Make that allegation.
No, I haven't
But
made
of course,
that
you're
allegation.
implying it. But like, okay.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking you if you banged any of the students. I'm not implying. I'm
Male
asking.
students.
Well, you saying any of these students?
Even more
though, did
dicey.
you?
Well, that would be a different allegation. I remember you.
They were all
I remember
male?
You made that allegation.
Didn't.
I used to be a catechist, and I had an overnight trip with. I mean, I was teaching at a boys' school, so it was. Relatively.
You didn't bang any of these students.
Even more
though, did
dicey.
you?
Well, that would be a different allegation. I remember you.
They were all
I remember
male?
You made that allegation. Make that allegation.
No, I haven't
But
made
of course,
that
you're
allegation.
implying it. But like, okay.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking you if you banged any of the students. I'm not implying. I'm
Male
asking.
students.
Well, you said it was. Didn't you say it was a male school?
Yes. So you're going to sit here and ask me whether I had sexual relations with students? Okay, I'm not going to.
Well, you brought it up. I don't know why
No,
you're
I
going
didn't.
into these trips with students, but Jack, how do you address?
There's nothing
the
illegal about being with people of any age, including having them sleep in your house. There's nothing illegal about any of that.
Jack, how do you address the allegations? Do you accept or do you deny?
Sounds like fabricated hearsay. And since your character has already proven to be one that's dishonest and
So
manipulative,
you didn't hang out with 15-year-old girls? How have I proven to be dishonest and manipulative? How so? That's false. That's a false accusation. That could be construed as defamation. You're saying I've proven to be dishonest. That could be construed as defamation of character right there, Talcott. You're trying to defame me and my character. You're trying to defame me. You piece of shit. At your
I have
house.
no clue what you're speaking of.
Where's your evidence that I'm dishonest, that I've proven myself to be a dishonest being of bad character? Where's your evidence for that? That's a false claim.
including having them sleeping.
Pardon me, I'm snacking away, but I have to jump in here. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. I had to jump in because this is a commercial break. Obviously, I'm making money from this. You bright people, you're all very intelligent that tune into my channel. All of you get what I'm doing here. All of you, I'm going to assume this is sponsored by Coke Zero. I make $1 million every time I mention Coke Zero, that I drink delicious Coke Zero. It's a chemical mess. It's refreshing. It's beautiful. It's glorious. It goes well with Ruffles chips. I'm going to be sponsored by Ruffles chips, Ruffles potato chips, and Doritos, by the way, and Coke Zero. I'm making millions of dollars from doing this. Obviously. It's obviously. Right? Obviously.
In your house. There's nothing illegal about any of that.
Jack, how do you address the allegations? Do you accept or do you deny?
Sounds like fabric.
Wait a second. Did that all come through what I said? I got to check on it now. Hold on.
Fabricated hearsay.
Did everyone hear my Coke Zero ad? My sponsor? Did everybody hear that? Let me know in the chat. Do you understand? Do you have discernment? Do you get what I'm doing here?
And since your character has already proven to be one that's dishonest and
So
manipulative,
you didn't hang out with 15-year-old girls? At your
I have
house?
no clue what you're speaking of.
All right, so let's move beyond it. So I just think like that's
Okay,
enough.
there's
Like,
your
I haven't heard
response.
anything that's particularly a big problem. It
Well,
sounds like an exaggeration. If I came across a couple of 15-year-old,
What was an exaggeration? You're just using words now. What exaggeration? What did I exaggerate from the claims that I heard that he allegedly did that? What did I exaggerate? You said it seems to be an exaggeration. Exaggeration of what? Do you know what the word exaggeration means? Or are you just slinging out words that you don't know the meaning of, Ben Thorpe? Are you that much of a dummy? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're claiming I exaggerated. What? What did I exaggerate? What are you talking about? What in the world are you talking about with that?
all right, so let's move beyond it. So I just think like that's
Okay,
enough.
there's
Like,
your
I haven't heard.
And since your character has already proven to be one that's dishonest and
So
manipulative,
you didn't hang out with accept or do you deny?
sounds like fabricated hearsay. And since your character has already proven to be one that's dishonest and
So
manipulative,
you didn't hang out with 15-year-old girls? At your
I have
house?
no clue what you're speaking of.
All right, so let's move beyond it. So I just think like that's
Okay,
enough.
there's
Like,
your
I haven't heard
response.
anything.
Yeah, you haven't heard anything really. Well, she may be open to doing some interviews, and I would like to interview at least one of the girls. I would interview all of them, to be honest, but if one of them or more want to do interviews on my show live, I would love to do it. They don't have to show their face. Gonna jump in here, boys as well, by the way. If there are boys that Talcott will say allegedly did anything inappropriate with, I would interview them as well here on my show, and I would give them a chance to speak and share their experiences and tell what happened from their point of view. Absolutely. They could use an alias name and they could just use reviews on my show live. I would love to do it. They don't have to show their face. They could use an alias name and they could just use their voice only to describe what they experienced and say what happened from their perspective. I would absolutely do that live on my show. I would do an interview for sure. And then we would hear from at least one person and their experience. What have I exaggerated? Tell me. With 15-year-old girls?
I have no clue what you're speaking of.
All right, so let's move beyond it. So I just think
All right.
like that's
Okay,
enough.
there's your. Response.
I haven't heard anything that's particularly a big problem. It sounds like an exaggeration. I've
with 15-year-old girls?
I have no clue what.
Jack, how do you address
There's nothing
the
illegal.
Does Ben speak for Jack now, or can Jack speak for himself? Are you the mouthpiece for Jack Talcott? Are you his attorney? Are you his spokesman? What are you, Ben Thorpe? Why are you defending Jack? He's 50, 55, 58 years old, something like that. Why can't he defend himself? He's a grown man, isn't he? He's a grandpa.
About being with people of any age, including having them sleep in your house.
Look at Jack's face. Look at this. When I was speaking, look at his face. Look at this. Very, very revealing. Your Team Evil House of Cards is beginning to fall. It's going to fall down and burn down. And this hell realm is going to burn. It's going to burn. You'll see what I mean.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Zombies and demons. We expose. We expose. Expose them.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. crows. With zombies and demons, we disperse. We disperse. Dispose of them. Dispose of them. Roast them. Burn in hell. Burn. 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 Burn.
Come and face me, cowards. Come and face me, demons. Come and face me. You can't do it. I know what you are. I see right through you. And that's what frightens you. I see right through you, evil pieces of shit. I see right through you. And as I've said before in past live streams, these demons can sense it. They have an instinct like an animal. It doesn't mean that they're brilliant or super intelligent. They just have a built-in demonic instinct to sense when they're in danger. When they fucked with someone that can expose them, they get this instinct. Oh, fuck. You can see it on Ben Thorpe's face. You can see. And they did take down this live stream that I was on. Now, why would they do that? Jack, how do you address
There's nothing
the
illegal about being with people of any age, including having them sleep in your house. There's nothing illegal about any of that.
Jack, how do you address the allegations? Do you accept or do you deny?
Sounds like fabricated hearsay. And since your character has already proven to be one.
What do you mean it sounds like? You didn't say that you denied it. You didn't say, no, that didn't happen. I deny it. I'm innocent. You say sounds like hearsay. Really? Did that happen, Jack? Did you buy drugs for minors? Did you let them sleep at your house? Were you hanging out and sleeping with 15-year-olds, Jack Talcott? It's a question. Were you? You didn't answer the question. Jack, how do you address the allegations? Do you accept or do you deny?
Sounds like fabricated hearsay. And since your character has already proven to be one that's dishonest and
So
manipulative.
you didn't hang out with 15-year-old girls?
I have no clue what you're speaking of.
All right, so let's move beyond it. So I just think like that's
Okay,
enough.
there's
Like,
your
I haven't heard
response.
anything that's particularly a big problem. It
Well,
sounds like an exaggeration. If I came across a couple of 15-year-old girls as I'm walking down the bike path, I would say hello to them. If we struck up a conversation, that's perfectly fine. I don't.
Ben Thorpe called it an exaggeration. What was I exaggerating? I'm asking what somebody told me when I've seen people, the screenshot of a girl from a chat room saying this is what happened. Where's the exaggeration? What did I exaggerate exactly? You're just making up shit. You're making up words. You're just puking shit out of your mouth, Ben Thorpe. What did I exaggerate? Can you tell me? Can you come on my show live and tell me where you can't mute my mic? You can't backstage me. You have no control over my show. But I know you're cowards. You and Jack and Grace. You're cowards, aren't you? So what did I exaggerate about this? I asked questions about what I've seen. I'll read it again. Cypress said, I'd be willing to reach out to them and do an interview, I think. I met Jack when I was 15 or 16, she wrote. He had me over often and would give me money and purchase drugs for me, she wrote. He even offered to let me live there. He is absolutely insane, she wrote. This is a screenshot that I was sent in my email. So what did I exaggerate? Where's the exaggeration? I don't exaggerate. You're just making up shit. You're just making up shit. Where's the exaggeration? You're making up shit. And look at you. Look at them when they're called out. These demons know that I see what they are and what they've done. And I'm not done yet. Removing your live stream's not going to help you. I'll just turn up the heat more. You should come to my channel and at the very least apologize publicly. Minimum. That's for starters. But I expect a lot more than that. I don't expect, though, to really get what you should do, because you're demons. And I see you. I see you.
You can.
Hello's different than hanging out at your house alone, sleepovers, drugs, all that sort of thing. It's saying hello on a bike path is a little bit different situation.
Right. And
I don't know.
Number one,
on the bike path, I would say hello to them. If an exaggeration, I haven't heard anything that's particularly a big problem. It sounds like an exaggeration. If I came across a couple of 15-year-old girls as I'm walking down the bike path, I would say hello to them. If we struck up a conversation, that's perfectly fine.
Hello's different than hanging out at your house alone, sleepovers, drugs, all that sort of thing. It's saying hello on a bike path is a little bit different situation.
Right. And
I don't know.
Number one, you're making these claims as
no,
though
I'm not. I'm asking what I heard about. I was told this, so I'm not making claims.
Right, and it's hearsay. It's hearsay.
Well, I hung around with Grace's friends and her when they were teenagers. Some of them spent the night in my house. I hung around with them. I played video games with them.
Did you sleep in the same bed with them? What exactly are you getting at, Ben? Because most fathers would say their daughters or sons or their kids had friends over. They wouldn't be talking the way you do. It's very odd, very strange. So this is supposed to be about Jack, but you're taking it personally, Ben. Ben, do you have a guilty conscience, or are you getting defensive? What's going on with you, Ben? What's going on with you? What did you do with Grace's friends?
Them.
I
don't get it.
This behavior of his, this is why Stephen is not allowed on my panels anymore, because he's a manipulator and
asking questions is why I'm not allowed on your panel? Really? Because you lose your mind, like his face is showing. His body language is showing something to you. Jack Talcott's body language is showing something. You can't control me. You can't manipulate me. You can't dominate me. You can't silence me. You're a control freak. You're a narcissist. That's the way I see you. I think you're a narcissistic prick. And Ben, I think you're very much like Jack Talcott. And Grace, you have some real issues. A lot of people claim that Grace is a victim and this and that, but she's a grown woman. And she chooses to do a lot of, she sees things, I think she sees things in a very disturbing way. I think she has issues. I think Ben has issues. And I think Jack Talcott has major issues. That's what I think.
gaslighter, and he left
the night in my house. I hung around with him. I played video games with him.
I was told this, so I'm not making claims.
And
I'm
it's
not making
hearsay.
claims.
It's
Not making
hearsay.
Well, I hung around with Grace's friends and her when
True. You're not done. I ain't done. None of us are done until we're done and we're taken out of the game, man. Even though life may feel a little uncomfortable, there'll be dark spots and confusion. You might feel a little lost and alone. The Sanity Machine. Blessings to you for your contributions. Jack is a psychopath. According to him. That's true. According to, that's true. Him. According to him. That's true. The Sanity Machine. Blessings to you for your contributions. Jack is a psychopath. According to him. That's true. According to the same.
I think there's a reason why Jeremy and others don't like me showing Talcott. Because Jeremy, I think you might be more like Jack Talcott. You might be a psychopath. It bothers you to see yourself in Jack, doesn't it? Some of you that tune into my channel, that lurk here for years watching. It bothers you because you see yourself in Jack Talcott. When I expose him, you don't like it because you're very much like that. And deep down, you realize you're fucked up. As a being, you're fucked. Mentally and spiritually, you're fucked. That's why. So it gets under your skin. Well, you keep showing Jack. I hate that you keep showing him. You keep showing Jack Talcott. They show you what they are. If you can't see it, you're in major trouble in terms of ever leaving this realm because it is so obvious. I've made it crystal clear what they are. Undeniable. And you're in big trouble spiritually, some of you.
True. You're not done. I ain't done. None of us are done till we're done and we're taken out of the game, man. Even though life may feel a little uncomfortable, there'll be dark spots and confusion. You might feel a little lost and alone.
Jack said one time he could have been a great attorney. You would have folded like a house of cards versus me, either as an attorney or as a defendant. You're no match. You don't match up against me, little bitch. I own you. Get that through your head. When you watch this or somebody clips it and sends it to you, like a lot of people do, they work for Talcott. They're his little bitches and minions, little creeps that suck up to him. Clip this and send it to him. You're my bitch. I own you, Talcott, you little demonic creep. I own you.
The Sanity Machine. Blessings to you for your contributions. Jack is a psychopath. According to him. That's true. According to the Sanity Machine 33, Jack is a psychopath. And that was on October 27th, 2025.
He thinks he's clever documenting it by saying the date. Look at the dead eyes. He's got the empty, no spirit in them. Dull, dead eyes of a psychopath. Your body language shows me what you are, and your behavior. Everything about you reveals it. I see what you are.
2025. And from now on, that's part of history, right? It's been documented and recorded that right? It's been documented and
Oh, I've documented a lot of your behavior. Don't you worry about that. And you're going to have to face judgment for what you've done. I know what you've done, little Jackie boy. More than I've even said on here. I see it before I even have the evidence. I can see what you've done. I have that, you would call it a gift, but it isn't a gift from a God. I see how evil you are. I see how you treated your son. You creepy creature. You creepy creature, you vile thing. The way that you treated your son Dominic is absolutely disgusting. The psychological abuse that you put him through as a child. You're a real sicko.
That's part of history. And that was on October 27th, 2025. And from now on, that's part of history, right? It's been documented and recorded that the Sanity Machine 33 and the individual behind it actually reached into his wallet, which I appreciate, to get the attention so that you could know he thinks Jack is a psychopath.
Jack Psychocot conveniently forgot all of my other donations to him over the years.
I love it when people bet against me. I used to get angry at it.
That's not betting against you. That phrase doesn't even come into play. Calling you a psychopath is not saying that you're going to fail at this or that. I'm calling you what you actually are. That's not betting against you. Look at him with his tongue flicking out. And look at this, the slits for eyes. His eyes get like that. He's a scheming psychopath. And I know in the mainstream, people believe, oh, psychopaths are super intelligent and don't mess with them. Well, I'm no slouch in terms of intelligence. I'm quite comfortable with what my IQ is and what my abilities are. Come at me. Not just Jack, all of you demons. 6 million versus me. And I'm betting on myself. I'm pushing all my chips to bet on myself and saying, I'll win. Me versus 6 million of you. I'm stronger. And they know it. You're going to have to face justice. And I start smiling, and it's hard to speak when I'm smiling, but my lips start smiling, my mouth starts smiling when I say that you're going to face justice. And you don't even know what I mean by that. You demons, because you've never faced it before. And you think that, oh, we'll get away with this forever. You're delusional. You're going to face justice.
I love it when people bet against me. I used to get angry at it. I used to get frustrated. And you might still catch me getting reactive or something when someone.
We have 18 or 20 people tuned in. Where are Jack's defenders and fans? Why don't you pipe up here to defend him? Why do you only want to defend him on his channel? Pipe up here. Show yourselves. Don't be such cowards. Defend this creepy creature. The ones that are like him, the demons like him.
One gets real insulting towards me, but anymore, I've realized whose life I'm living. I live for God. For God's delight, for God's will, for God's pleasure. That's why I live. And I've accepted that Jesus is my king.
That's enough to fool zombies. That's a tactic by a psychopath saying they live for God. A lot of prisoners do that in America. They'll say that they're a Christian now. They love God, and meanwhile they murdered 20 people. It's a tactic to get you to put your guard down, let your guard down. Look at this fucking thing.
And I live to serve his will. Accepted that Jesus is my king. And I live to serve his ways the best I can. Everywhere I go, every time I'm awake. That's what I hope to be and to do.
They were teenagers. Some of them spent the night in my house. I hung around with them. I played.
You've also had Grace, your daughter, simulate giving blowjobs to you. You've done a lot of inappropriate things with your daughter that you really shouldn't be proud of, that are abnormal, that a lot of people see as weird, disturbing, degenerate, strange, inappropriate behavior. I'm certainly not the only one. There's a lot. Let's see it that way.
Video games with him?
This
I don't get it.
This behavior of his, this is why Stephen is not allowed on my panels anymore, because
No, that's
he's
not
a
true.
manipulator and a gaslighter, and he loves to provoke. He loves getting reactions. And
I just think you're a coward,
twisting the
Jack. I
truth.
think you're
Honestly,
a liar. Name an example of gaslighting. Show me where I've gaslighted or gaslit you, Jack, or anyone else. Show me an example of me gaslighting you or gaslighting whoever. Show me. Show me.
my panels anymore, because
No, that's
he's
not
a
true.
manipulator and a gaslighter, and he loves to provoke. He loves getting reactions. And
I just think you're a coward,
twisting the
Jack. I
truth.
think you're a
Honestly, I
liar.
think Jack, like, I think he's jealous because, like,
Not jealous
if
at all.
you had teenage girls who were really interested in hanging out with you, then you're a cool guy. I don't really think many of us.
You think Jack's a
could-
cool guy?
I don't think
that
there's
hangs
any
out with-
allegations
Well,
that
I
El
mean,
Diablo has
If you want to say that he
teenagers wanting to
forced
be
them
around
into
him.
his home at gunpoint, that's one thing. If they voluntarily hung out with Jack, that's a W for Jack.
Here, there's another part to this.
15-year-old
because-
girls are the coolest people in the world. Whatever 15-year-old girls are into is what we're all into. And if they're into hanging out with Jack Talcott, that's a W for Jack.
True.
The first time I heard these allegations was from a crazy woman who I met in the rooms of AA, right? Back in 2016. I had
What
no
crazy
relationship
woman
with
are you talking
Margot.
about? Can
You know who I'm talking about, your buddy Margot, the one who's originating
My
those
buddy?
claims.
I don't know
spreading
Margot.
those
I've never had a
lies.
phone
But Jack,
conversation.
why? It's not even
No.
a claim that's anything
No,
problematic.
you're right.
I
Buddy.
mean, like they have to like stretch and like go and maybe
That's
something
a
else
false
happened.
claim.
But
She's
like,
not my buddy.
okay, Jack's a baller, guilty.
This is,
He's
um,
he's a,
Margot's
a
my
magnetic
buddy as much as
personality
Grace
that
is.
even
Ben views late 40s, 50-year-old men hanging out at his house with 15-year-old girls as a baller. He thinks that's cool. Ben Thorpe thinks hanging out with minors, grooming them, plying them with drugs is quote unquote cool. He thinks that's cool. What a creepy weirdo. What a bunch of weirdos. I'm going to take a little break from that for a moment. Sometimes it gets to be almost too much seeing it again. It's disgusting. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. Salty Siren did question Talcott days ago. Here he is in a short video. Watch this. Jack exposes Jack.
It was a good stream yesterday, and thank you. I appreciated it. Our buddy.
The reason I said Jack exposes Jack is because of his answer. Salty asked some questions about the screenshot, essentially, and Jack exposes himself when he responds, the way he responds.
Buddy Tom, he had a birthday, but he wasn't sure. He sure didn't seem very happy with me. Salty Siren, would you say it's evil to hang out with a teenager in your own home as a grown man, give them money, and buy them drugs? I'm not sure what you're asking. But given what I've heard, I'm guessing you've been gossiping, and I'm guessing that's probably some sort of underhanded stab at me, Salty Siren, based upon your past your past ignorant choices as well. So just realize you're not a big part of my experience, so I'll be happy if you leave completely. But I'm assuming you may have been gossiping.
I like the way his face got sour when he said Salty Siren and read her question. Look at his face and his eyes. It's doing the same thing as when he says Steven, Steven. It's doing almost exactly the same thing. It's very close to that other video that I shared, that other short video of him saying Steven, that character, Steven. Look at this. I love it. I love it. His reaction, his face is so revealing. He can't stand Salty Siren, and he can't stand me. Look at his eyes. His eyes turn into slits, and they aren't normally like that. His reaction to Salty Siren is almost exactly the same as when he says Steven, that character, Steven. I love it. I love it.
Salty Siren. Would you say it's evil to hang out with a teenager in your own home as a grown man, give them money, and buy them drugs? I'm not sure what you're asking.
I had myself muted. It's very fucking clear. You are sure what she was asking. Don't say you're not sure. Look at his eyes. Look how dark and just how his face changes. Like it's more than just regular body language. It's demonic, this thing. Look at this. He's looking at like, how dare you ask me, Jack Talcott? How dare you question my behavior, Salty Siren? Look at this thing. Look at this demonic creature. And that's what it is. It's a demonic look at this thing when his teeth show. It's almost like, I almost said a poor animal with rabies, but that doesn't explain it. It's almost like a demonically possessed creature. Not animal, but some creature. That's what it looks like, baring its fangs, going, how dare you question the great Jack Talcott? How dare you ask me that? Look at his eyes. Like, look at that thing. It reveals so much. Just one paused video, and you can see what that thing is. Jack Talcott, truth bombed and exposed live by Salty Siren. Kaboom is the title of this short. I'm going to drop a link in the chat room right here for you. Check that out. Oh, I love to see that. I think I haven't seen anyone. Maybe there are others, but I've only seen me and Salty Siren get that reaction from him. That particular reaction. Where he becomes this demonic creature. It's not just triggered. It isn't just triggered. It isn't just upset. It's showing what he is. It's like the real thing inside of that meat suit is coming out. That's what it looks like to me. It's beyond triggered. It's something different than that. Triggering someone to get emotional is one thing, but he's like, how dare you? Look at this thing. Look at his mouth here. Look at this. His body language, his reactions are some of the most telling of almost any that you'll see on YouTube. He always shows what he is when he reacts. His reactions to things said to him, especially.
Salty Siren. Would you say it's evil to hang out with a teenager in your own home as a grown man, give them money, and buy them drugs? I'm not sure what you're asking. But given what I've...
You know what it is? It's more than a sour face. It's almost like somebody put a hose from a city sewer right into his mouth and just turned the nozzle, and it just filled up his mouth with sewage. and he's just like, he's tasting shit, like toxic waste and sewage in his mouth. He just can't stand it. He can't stand Salty Siren, and he can't stand me. It's a different kind of reaction from him, from others. He doesn't react to Tommy that way, if you notice. He doesn't react to Hank that way. It's a different type of reaction. He doesn't react that way to others. He doesn't react to Hank when Hank's arguing with him or when he's triggered by Hank. This creature should be studied. This thing on the screen should be put under a microscope like it's a contagion, like it's a plague, and studied like it's a fucking virus or something. That's what it is. This thing on the screen. His eyes get like that. They're like slits. His eyebrows go up, and he's got this disgusted look of entitlement on his face, like, how dare you question the great Jack Talcott? How dare you ask me that? How dare you question me?
What I've heard, I'm guessing you've been gossiping, and I'm guessing that's probably some sort of underhanded stab at me, Salty Siren.
I'm surprised that creature on the screen has any teeth left. That's what's kind of unbelievable to me, honestly. And I'm not a leftist that says, oh, words are violence or punch their teeth out if they say something you don't like. But there's something about this thing that I'm surprised he lasted that long with all of his front teeth. It seems like he has them. I don't think those are dentures. It's surprising.
Based upon your past your past ignorant choices as well. So just realize,
I'm surprised no postal workers or union workers or anyone in Spokane at bars or pubs or whatever he hung out at ever, we'll say, did some dental work for him, some free dental work. I'm surprised. Like, seriously, he's such a mouthy little prick.
you're not a big part of my experience, so I'll be happy if you leave completely. But I'm assuming you may have been gossiping, and I'm curious to hear what that gossip comes out to be.
You're being exposed, tongue-flicking demon. You're being exposed. Lying little bitch. Watch this. Jack. That was very well done, Salty Siren. I really enjoyed that. And then you gave me the timestamp. Perfectly done so that I could record it, make it into a short. So I didn't watch that whole live stream of his, but I watched that part. When you let me know, check this out, and I recorded it. And I didn't have to go through his whole rambling live stream, because I've said this before. I generally don't watch his show if I'm not on there as a guest, because I'm not interested. He has nothing that's useful, helpful. It's all just sickening stuff. So the only time I go there, I can't get on his stage, on his panel, and I don't sit there in the chat room because there's nothing about him. It's just he disgusts me. He's actually he's a creep, and I know he's abusive. He was abusive to his son. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. Allegedly, Jack Talcott was very abusive to his son Dominic. And I could see that being the case. Here's another creep. This one here is another creep.
I can understand somebody like King Stephen doing it, which, by the way, he is no longer allowed here, because I tried giving him the benefit of the doubt, tried to let him be here, but he just can't stop being racist and an idiot. So he's
racist. What do you mean by being racist? How am I racist? In what way? Prove it. Who do I hate? What group do I hate for no reason? Or where's my hatred? Show me that I'm racist. Show me.
And an idiot. So, being racist, stop being racist. But he just can't stop being. But he just can't stop being racist and an idiot. So
how am I racist and how am I, as a high IQ being, an idiot, a quote idiot? Back up your claims, gross granny. You live in this fucking cluttered hoarder's house of a tiny little house. It's gross. It's gross. It really is. And you wear a shirt that says "Make America Gay Again." Ugh, 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 yuck. Ugh, yuck. Ugh, ugh.
he's no longer welcome here. If he's welcome other places.
She calls Karen her dead name. Her real name is Karen, by the way. She is a Karen. That's not a stab at her. She's a Karen. Her name is Karen. She's a busybody Karen.
No longer welcome here.
She's a lying Karen. I am the best guest ever on your show, and you're saying I'm no longer welcome there. That's horrendous.
Let him be here. But he just can't stop being racist and an idiot. So
I'm not racist. I love the darkies. I love watermelon. I love my niggas. I love my niggas on my show. Love Mike Tyson as a guest. He comes here often. Aunt Jemima. I'm a fan of Aunt Jemima. The pancake darky lady. Remember her? They took her off the pancake bottles. I'm not racist at all, Granny. Karen.
he's no longer welcome here. If he's welcome other places, that's fine. You've been.
Why would you even say that, Karen? If he's welcome other places, that's fine. You think you can control the internet? Why would you even mention other places? You think you can kick me off the internet? What are you talking about?
If he's welcome other places, that's fine. You've been cleaning your Facebook of all those.
Oh, is that fine by you? Oh.
You've been cleaning your Facebook of all those red hat morons. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Because with everything that's out, all the Epstein files and everything.
She calls millions of people morons because they wear a red "Make America Great Again" hat. That's what she means by red hats. She's bigoted. She groups in millions of men, women, boys, girls, children, all ages, wearing red "Make America Great Again" hats. She groups them all in as morons. So she's actually a bigot because they are conservative. What an idiot she is. What an idiot. What a puto. Cucaracha. Cucaracha. Granny's a cucaracha. That Granny's a cucaracha. She's a cockroach. She's a goddamn cockroach. She's a cucaracha. She's a cucaracha. Where is she? Where's Karen? Gross Granny. There she is. Look at how gross that little tiny house is. It's got roaches and junk and trash all over the place. That was on a good day. That's after she cleaned up and tidied up a little bit in there. Terrible. God, you're gross. What's wrong with you, gross Granny? What the fuck is wrong with you? God damn. What is wrong with you? You gross ass bitch. What is wrong with you? Here she is with her rainbow glasses when she arrived at the Portland, Oregon Pride Parade. I think this was either last summer or maybe the summer before. I took a screenshot out of one of her videos where she went to a pride march with her rainbow colored pride glasses. Gross granny. She's like a living garbage pail kid character. That's what she is. She's like a living garbage pail, gross granny. She's a gross granny. And her big thing is LGBT support. And she hates when I say darkies. She calls that racist if I say darkies or Negro. She calls that racist. Racist. She wants to police and control my language. She wants to control me and my ability to speak freely. Fuck you. Fuck you. You'll never control me, demon. Never. Not in a million years will you control me. I made a new video earlier. The Sanity Machine rocks with Marshall. And this was during the beginning of my live stream, the intro music before I started the show. One of the songs I played. Obviously, you're just going to be hearing it through different speakers, but this is my setup. I also have a Marshall speaker beside my laptop, a smaller one that's black and brass, and it's more of a brick size, bigger than my hand, but it's a more portable one that's on batteries. And this one plugs into the wall. This Bluetooth is more of a set it and forget it, but you got to plug it in to power. It's Bluetooth, but it has to be plugged in, and it's way more powerful and much larger than the little Bluetooth portable Marshall brick I have beside me. Anyway, I do enjoy Marshall, the Marshall sound. I love it. Especially, this is just for my laptop. This is what I use for my laptop. I do have a full stereo system with lots of loudspeakers, etc. These liars claim that I'm poor. They make all sorts of false claims about me. And this also shows a little, I think I showed the fridge where I keep my Coke Zero, my little bar fridge I have set up here. And tiger that I got as a gift from a neighbor. She made it for me, a big tiger on my wall. Roll it, roll it.
Now is the time. Learn now. See now. Will be entombed.
Now, there's a reason why I was showing this. I wasn't just showing off. I'm showing this because I love the controls on top of this Bluetooth speaker. Now, I can control the volume levels and things like that with my mouse on my laptop through Bluetooth, right? But also on the top of this, it has actual fucking controls rather than buttons. It has the knobs and dials and the throw switch for power. The old amp style fucking controls. I love it. That's what I love about this. The feel of them. They're kind of rubberized, they're brass, and then they have that grip around them, and they light up as you turn them to show what they're turned to. There's like little LED lights. And if I turn up the volume or turn it down on my laptop, it's a motorized control, which I had with my Yamaha system, even in the 90s. But I like the old style, the classic style controls. It just feels good to walk over to it sometimes and adjust the bass, or it just feels good, even just to power it on and power it off with the switch. And I'll show you the power switch. It's just very well done. It looks like an amp. The whole thing does. It's designed that way, and I enjoy it. See that power switch? It's an actual throw switch where you push it down to power on and you flick it up. They call it a throw switch, or that's what I know it by from the old days. Amplifiers and equipment used to have this, electronic equipment, sound equipment, back in the day. And that it still had that they made something so classic with the amp look and feel. Like, that's not real leather, by the way. It's like pleather or something on top, but it does have a good feel to it. They had to make it vegan because of the way things are. But if they would have had actual leather, I would have bought actual leather, because I do think that when you kill game, you should use the leather, you should use every part of the animal. Now, there's a myth that natives, quote unquote natives, that American Indians used every part of the animal. That's false. That's a myth, complete myth. They never did that with buffalo or with whales or with anything, ever. They used to drive herds of buffalo off cliffs, American Indians, and they didn't use them all. A lot of them rotted. They would kill lots and not use what was there. Anyway, it feels like leather. It feels pretty good. It has a good tactile feel. And sometimes, how can I explain it? I wanted to share this because when I say about the feeling, I mean the sensation, the touch. There's something about touching something where we're losing that as part of our existence here. Most people are always on their phones. So one of the few things they touch is their phone. They're not out, let's say, shopping, feeling clothing like a corduroy jacket. I've always loved the feeling of good corduroy. I've had various corduroy jackets over the years, and Team Evil's made fun of me saying, "Well, he's wearing corduroy. He's not wealthy." I like the feeling of it. I always liked it since I was a child. That's why I buy them. I also have leather jackets, leather coats, suede coats, expensive winter ski jackets, but I'm not a show off. I don't have to show you all this stuff and prove that, I'm not like that. I don't have to do that. I'm quite secure with who I am, but I'm trying to get to something here where I like the feeling of certain textures, certain materials. I like the feeling of leather, for example. I like the feeling of suede. I like the feeling of corduroy. I like the feeling of certain blue jeans. Certain jeans feel better to me than others. So I am someone that I don't know how to explain it properly, though. I don't just live by feeling. I'm a very logical minded being. I'm not all wrapped up in my emotions. But when it comes to feeling of touch, I do enjoy it. And there is something about these classic built things where this is a brand new Bluetooth speaker that I just got, I think just before Christmas, somewhere around the time of just before Christmas. I bought this one. Again, I already have Bluetooth speakers. I have multiple. I have this other little Marshall beside me. I have a Clips speaker that's also very good, but this is a lot larger and it's a lot better for playing music. And the controls alone, for me, is something that was very appealing to me. That control panel on the top. And it isn't just nostalgia. It isn't just, oh, they used to build it like this. It isn't just that it's classic. It's just, it gives me pleasure. Even just little things like that, hitting the switch, adjusting the volume or the bass, treble, whatever. It's just, it's a pleasurable experience for me, more so than if it was all electronic with little buttons the more modern way, or just a touch screen, a phone. I prefer this, is what I'm trying to show you and explain. And I think there's something in the modern world itself that's being lost with the way things are these days. A lot of things, the way they're built. A lot of things built are cheap and plasticky, and they come out of China, and they don't feel good to me. They don't feel solid. This speaker is also very heavy for its size. I mean, it's not as heavy as my large floor standing loudspeakers, for example, that I bought way back that were really expensive. I'm not saying this to boast. I'm just saying something to be said for something that's heavy too, that's solid, and you set it down and it's not going to move, and it's not It's not like under a pound and plasticky and just you turn up the volume, it doesn't rattle. It's just very well built. And for me, there's something that I enjoy about that and pleasurable about that and having something that's quality. And it wasn't very cheap, but it's worth every penny to me. Anyway, I don't expect zombies to understand what I said. So if there are zombies and demons tuned in, they would say he's just showing off, he's bragging. This is what they jump to. They jump to conclusions, and there's no reaching them, nor do I even try. I just want them away from me. And as I've expressed in the past, I will do anything required to get them away from me for eternity. I'll put it that way. There's no fixing them. There's no changing them. It's very pleasurable. It's something that just feels good. It makes me feel good. It makes me happy. I don't just mean feelings, but it brings me some joy. And I wanted to share this with you in a video and share it in a short video because I want you to have similar things in life. I want to encourage you to enjoy the little things like that. Now, there's things less expensive than that, Marshall speaker. As I said, I enjoy iced coffee. So I usually don't make iced coffees at home. I'll just order one or go somewhere and get one. Do I enjoy other coffees sometimes? A mocha, sometimes a latte, cappuccino, especially Americano. I somehow, for some reason, I like espresso, and espresso is like hot, steaming hot water with multiple espresso shots, and then I'll add cream. Some people might say that's heresy, but I leave room for cream. I like my coffee creamy, whether it's iced coffee or a hot coffee. Extra cream. I'll put in like 3, 4, maybe 5 creams because that's what I like. I like it creamy. That's what she said. I like it creamy, but I do. I like it creamy, and I used to grow when I grew up. I liked Bailey's Irish Cream. I remember buying my mom the biggest bottle that they had at the liquor store back in those days of Bailey's, and Bailey's was pretty pricey back in those days, and I was like maybe I don't know 20 something years old, and it was her birthday, and I got her a great big bottle of Bailey's just for her coffee, because she used to like putting in a shot sometimes, maybe not in the morning, but my mom was a coffee drinker. She'd drink coffee. So once in a while, she liked a shot of Bailey's. She liked to make herself an Irish coffee at home. So I got her the biggest bottle of Bailey's I could get. And Bailey's is always creamy. It's like a milkshake. It has whiskey in it, obviously, but it's very creamy with Irish cream. So that was one of my favorites was Bailey's growing up. Anyway, I don't want to lose my point here. Enjoy the simple pleasures around you in life, the things that you enjoy. I always want to encourage you not to forget that. It's not wrong to enjoy these little things here. I think sometimes people feel like, well, it's a hell realm. How are we supposed to enjoy things? Or if I enjoy something, people might feel wrong or guilty maybe for enjoying something because there's so much suffering here. But if you don't have these things, moments of enjoyment and breaks, not breaks from reality, but breaks from looking at the darkness, it will harm you. And I don't want that for people. I don't want you to be miserable. I don't want you to be depressed. I don't want you to be down in a black hole. I don't want you to be in the abyss. I want you to be empowered, uplifted, to have joy every day that you can, no matter what. Even if this realm is falling apart and is getting darker and darker, try to have joy every day. Try to enjoy something or some things. That's what I want. Thank you, Wendy. I think it's very important, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, to not just hang on, not just survive, not just exist, but to try to do what you can that you enjoy and bring joy to others as well. It's not just a selfish thing, but bring joy to others as well. I try that with my girlfriend, friends, with people online, especially the ones that are part of my team, obviously, the regulars and the mods here that I am in touch with. That's what I try to do. I also go places online as a guest and I try to bring joy and laughter on other channels, on other live streams. Oftentimes they don't get what I'm doing. Sometimes they laugh. Sometimes I can get certain people to laugh. It's more difficult these days because people in this realm, I think, like to choose misery and darkness and evil. They avoid laughter. There's not a lot of laughter compared to what there used to be. There used to be a lot more laughter than I remember growing up. I saw and heard a lot more laughter, not just in my own family. There was a lot more laughter with neighbors, neighborhood kids, just everywhere I went, adults. When I was a kid, there was more laughter around in the 70s and 80s. I noticed more laughter and witty comments and silliness and fun. And people have gotten less fun and have less sense of humor as the decades have rolled on, I've noticed. I've noticed changes here in this realm. And I notice even some normie channels are starting to notice this and make videos about it, how people have changed. But they're only willing to go back to 2020, a whole 6 years ago. A lot of them aren't willing to look back to 1992 or 1981 or 1975 or whatever, even before my time, 1955, 1945. They won't look back, but it is it's degrading here. And I don't want people to get miserable and down about it. That's the worst thing that can happen in a way, in a sense. It's what this realm wants. And I realize there's people suffer through terrible things here. And I do understand there's people that grieve loved ones and how horrific it can be. It's devastating. But this realm would love for people to stay there in their worst pain and darkness and depression. It wants that. That's what this place wants for us all. It wants to do certain things to us where it keeps us down. And I think that's a big part of what's going on in this matrix. It's trying to keep us down, trying to, even in little ways, trying to keep us from enjoying our day. It feels good to have a good day. It feels good to have a good conversation with someone, to have a good chat with someone, a good meeting with someone, a good go out for lunch together and enjoy the day or go somewhere together and be like, wow, it was just had a really good day today. It doesn't want that for any of us good spirits. It wants us to be down. It doesn't want us to smile or laugh. This realm, this dark, demonic place wants to hold us down. And I battle against that. I don't want that to happen to me, to my loved ones, my friends online, in person, online, my neighbors, anyone that I know, and beyond the ones that I know personally. I don't want that for people. Do I want demons to be miserable? I don't care if demons are miserable. They deserve it. They harm others. That's why I don't care about demons. They're constantly looking for ways to harm others, like Demon Slayer, Charles, and others. Their whole life is obsessing over trying to get to me, and they can't get to me. These narcissistic demons. But this realm itself, beyond Charles, beyond Derek, Green Wizard, and others, and their attempts to frame me or attempts to try to do whatever, This realm itself as a whole, as a realm, is designed to try to get to us. That's what I see. It's part of the actual design. It isn't just certain bad or evil or demonic beings. The realm itself, this matrix, is designed to try to bring us down. That's what it wants to do. It's one of the things, but it's a major part. They want to degrade us. They want us to feel powerless, insecure, depressed. They want us to be miserable. I don't mean that as an insult. I mean it as actually feeling miserable day after day, mentally, emotionally, physically, giving into darkness. They want us depressed. They want us they want to ruin us. They want to do what evil would do because it's an evil realm. And I really do want to uplift people and help them empower themselves. Bring a message to people that helps them empower themselves spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically. I would say, lastly, physically. Because the physical, to me, is less important than the rest. The physical in this physical body is very temporary. Time flies by. 5, 10 years can go by like nothing. It won't be long before I'm gone from here, and I'm aware of that. I'm not saying it will be tomorrow. I'm just saying even if I live 20 more years, which I probably won't, but even if I did, that will fly by. This is temporary. This body's temporary. I have that awareness while I'm in this body. I don't see most humans living that way. They seem to think their body's going to live forever and that they're focused just on the physical body. I'm focused on what's beyond this, but I'm also focused while I'm here on not giving in to evil and not letting it bring me down and get me down and make me miserable and make me hateful and turn me into what this realm is. Because this realm is designed to do that. And it doesn't just target me. On other channels, they'll talk about, oh, it's targeting me. This realm is designed to affect all of us good, true spirits that way. It is designed to fuck with us and to give us pain, suffering, hardships, heartbreak, all sorts of things, grief, losing loved ones, and all the things that we face here. It's designed to get to us. You're welcome, and thank you, Wendy, for saying that. I appreciate it. A lot of these demons say he calls himself a king. They automatically think that it's a narcissistic title that I've bestowed upon myself, or they jump to conclusions, which is what they do. That's what demons do. Demons are demons. They're going to be demons. And zombies are zombies. But as I've said before, it should be obvious that a king is a sovereign being. It's an example of being sovereign or being a sovereign being and being a leader and leading by example. Not telling people do this and not doing it myself. I try to live my words. I don't let this place get me down. That doesn't mean that I haven't grieved and had very painful times in the past years ago grieving the loss of loved ones, because I did. And it was horrible. But if I had stayed there, it would have eaten me alive long before today. I would have ended myself if I had let it really get to me, even just slightly more. It would have pushed me over the edge because it was terrible. So I do understand that how grieving in this place, how horrible that can be, and other things, but that's just the worst that I've dealt with in my life. That was worse suffering for me than for anything else that I have gone through. I've gone through other things, obviously, and things I won't mention publicly, but you're welcome, footprints, and many hugs to you as well. I love all the good true spirits that come here. The demons wouldn't understand. They don't know what moral is. They just think, oh, they don't care about what's good moral or good behavior or caring. They don't care about that. They're more like the Thorpes and saying this isn't illegal or this or that. And they're always trying to figure out a way to be evil and get away with it. That's what demons do in this place. They never show actual care for anyone else. They don't care. As Grace Thorpe said when I said something about the 15-year-old with Talcott, she said, "What do you, their parents? You're not her parent. What do you care?" She goes, "I don't care about 15-year-olds being with men or they don't care about anyone else. That's the way it is in this place. That's how most are in this realm. They really are that way and they show it." It just makes me think that there are people that come to my channel, whether they're people or whatever they are, they don't get it, and there's a reason why. It's a spiritual reason why, because I do think my message is very clear. I honestly think it's very clear what I have put forward or put out there in my live streams, my videos. And all demons can do is attack my humor or attack whatever I'm putting that isn't just quote unquote serious truth. That's all they can do. Is try to attack me and attack, oh, he's crazy, he's this, he's that. That's all they can do. Playing with this new cold steel folding knife I have that's serrated. This thing is nasty. It's brutal, sharp. Serrations like this will go right through a leather coat, jacket, jeans, anything. Just like it isn't there. Slice right through a big brisket, big side of beef, or a hanging pig. Anyway, it's I enjoy these knives. I bought a few new knives this week. I think I bought 5 or 6 this week. Anyway, I enjoy it, and I enjoy art, I enjoy beauty, I enjoy weapons, I enjoy tools. I enjoy books, I enjoy fragrances. You know, some of these losers have said I live in a hoarder's house and they've never seen my house. So many just make up lies, and that's the thing about this realm. It's a realm of liars. It really is. They've lied about me and lied about my weight and said I live in a hoarder's house. They lie and say I'm in a psych ward or live in an asylum. And people can't tell that demons lie and narcissists lie. It's incredible. But it also shows me that most are that way because they don't see anything wrong with unfounded lies like that being spread in smear campaigns. Doesn't affect most people. So it shows me something about the realm. I always pay attention to that. It shows me where I am. They lie and lie and lie. I think for them, lying is like breathing. I don't think it's the same. I think it's very different for these creatures. For them, lying is just They don't even think about it. It's just like automatic. That's how it seems. I'm not saying it's involuntary. I think it's, but I see them as spiritually so different that they'll lie about someone like me for years and think of nothing of it. Just a constant stream of lies comes out of their mouths, like they're pissing out lies, basically. They're vile creatures. They lie about me. They have no idea about my money, if I'm wealthy, where I live. Uh, they don't know what shape I'm in physically, muscles. They just lie and lie and lie and lie, lie. It's remarkable how many people on YouTube, just on YouTube, follow absolute liars. They lie about everything. Don't judge me lies about me. She even lies about my hand size. How would a woman that lives in another country in South Florida know about a Canadian's hand size? But they'll lie about that. I don't want you to get wrapped up and follow liars. I hope you don't follow a liar. Liars like her. If you are following liars on YouTube, I hope you choose to change, choose wisely, or you're going to end up here. And some people tune in, they hate to hear that, but that's the reality. Here's new gloves that I bought. I bought some Cold Steel tactical gloves. They have the highest rated cut protection. They're cut resistant gloves, especially the top, the back of the hand. There's a lot of protection against sharp objects, knives and things. And I'm going to be using them for certain training and things I'm doing. So these are extra large and they're very snug on my hands. I just got these. Extra large size men's hands are not small. So I'm just sharing this to prove a point that she lies about that all the time and people sit there and there's like no pushback or people go along with it. It's not even just dumb. It's demonic how much these creatures lie. Here's me wearing one of my new gloves. And I love them. I'm glad I bought these. They were the last pair in stock. I got them on Amazon. And it was showing low in stock, one left. I was like, "Fuck, I better order these. I hope they fit." And I wear extra large size gloves. Sometimes I might even need a double extra large. I do not have small hands. I have some great big knives. Some knife handles are too small for my hands. Anyway, those are not my winter gloves. Those are tactical gloves that I'm going to be wearing because I do martial arts and do certain things with knives and swords and testing certain things. I do more than what I can even put on YouTube with certain things because you can't just show weapons on live streams, for example. I can't just do certain things live as against YouTube's community guidelines. Bullshit. But anyway, I can't think of a time that demons said something about me that was true. And yet people for years have listened to their shit. I'm shaking my head. It's not only dumb, it just shows me what this realm is and how gullible people are and how many aren't just dumb, gullible zombie followers. They're demonic. You know, some people have been coming over to my channel leaving comments recently, and they've been coming over from the rebellious Meth Puppet channel saying that he banned them or he verbally attacked them just for making comments. Until it happens to them, they can't see what he is. That's another thing about most beings in this realm. Until it hits them directly and a demon says something about them, they can't see what a creature he is. He banned a guy, Shy Daylo, that used to be on my channel when I first started doing live streams a couple years ago, close to 3 years ago, over 2 years ago, I think. And he went over to Team Evil, Creepy Keith Meth Puppet channel after that, shortly after that, and he's been kissing his ass ever since. He even got banned by Meth Puppet for mentioning my name, saying, "Have you seen Steven lately?" Or he said something, he mentioned my name in a comment, and he got banned. That's how insecure, insensitive, and demonic Creepy Keith is. Just mentioning my name on his channel will get you banned. And that guy kissed Keith's ass every time he was live with them. Anyway, Shy Dalo, you're a moron. You're young. You always mention you're 20 something. You never fail to mention that you're in your 20s. Well, when you're in your 20s, mid to late 20s, whatever you are, you're not exactly a kid anymore. You should start maturing and acting like a grown man and being able to spot a demon from a good spirit. You can't even do that. So now you're getting burned. You got banned by Keith. You can't come back here because you already showed what you were by talking about me for years. You went to Team Evil. You chose wrong, dummy. And his big contention with me, he would say all the time on Creepy Keith's channel and elsewhere on live streams, "I disagree with the sanity machine. I wouldn't seal them in. I would end them and kill them, and I would destroy this hell realm." What if it can't be destroyed? Like you're such a genius. You're got the baby truther ego thinking, well, Steven's a dummy. I'm not a dummy. I'm aware that these evil spirits could be immortal, but they can still be sealed because that isn't the same thing. Okay? Just like a bear is a mortal being, but it can also be put in a trap, a bear trap. Well, spirits are in this realm. Right now, they're somewhat contained, somewhat. But I'm going to permanently seal them in. Now, your big idea is why seal them in? Why not just end them? Maybe you can't. Have you ever considered anything? And this is a problem with most truthers. The reason I get passionate about it is because people don't think. They spew and they don't think. Oh, I just lost my connection. Hopefully it's back. Restream said, my internet connection's fine, but Restream said, had to reconnect. It looks like we have 25 or so people tuned in. I've been live now for 5.5 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. So anyway, that Shadelo person and others, they never stop to consider possibilities. They never stop to think, maybe Stephen has thought of that already. Maybe his model makes sense and he's not a dummy. Maybe he has his reasons for saying what he's going to do. I don't say how I'm going to do it, but I've said what I'm going to do. And there's a reason for that as well. I want these demons to ponder and sweat it until it is done. They can think about it. It's coming. It's coming. When is it coming? They deserve all of that anxiety, fear, worry. They've done that to us. They've done it to some of you potentially for thousands of lifetimes here. Some of you might be a few lifetimes. It might be dozens. Some of you might have been here 100 lifetimes. Some of you would readily admit that you don't know. I don't know either. I can't look at someone in my chat and say, oh, I know Footprints, I know you've been here 50 lifetimes, and Wendy, you've been here for 100 lifetimes, and someone else, RI, you've been here over 1,000. I don't know, and neither do you. I don't think anyone here knows exactly. I suspect this is my first lifetime here because it was so foreign, so alien to me. Early on, I noticed. Very young. I'm not from here. This place is alien to me. And this place is wrong. This is a bad place. I don't belong here. This is a sinister place. This is not where I'm from. This is not my home. Now, that doesn't have to make sense to you. There's people here tuned in that would say, what is he talking about? You don't have to understand. I don't expect understanding in this realm. I learned that a long time ago. I don't expect to be understood. I'm just not going to be by most. It's the way it is. But I have my reasons for doing what I'm doing. And out of ego, a lot of baby truthers want to pull that, "Well, I disagree with them on that. I would just get rid of them all." Oh, would you? What if you found out that you couldn't? Then what's your big plan? Shy Dalo and others that think, "Oh, well, Stephen, why would he let this realm survive and seal it in? What's he doing?" I don't think most people think about it, Ren. What you just said, I don't think most beings in this realm ever think beyond what they've experienced, beyond themselves, think and feel for others. I don't think so. Even in my own life, I've noticed that. Even with former family members that don't care. They don't care. Even about their own family that hasn't harmed them. They don't. They don't have that. They don't have that ability to think and feel beyond themselves. They don't. But yeah, they deserve it, but these genius baby truthers that just they're fooled by a creepy Keith and they think they're top level. If you're fooled by demon YouTubers, you got such a long way to go. I didn't mean to share that. Sorry, I wanted to share something else. Give me 1 second. I'll find it. If you're fooled by demons, baby truthers style, and dismiss real veteran long-time truth speakers like me, you have so much spiritual work. And Shai Deo is a perfect example. I think his name spelled was like that. He used to be here. He was here in some early live streams of mine on voice as a guest. He joined. I used to have open panels a lot before all the porn bombing and all the stupid shit began. People sending 30 people over here to harass me and certain things like that. Trying to ruin my channel and ruin my show and get it taken down. That's what demons do. But his name was, I think it was Shai Deo. Here's his hero on the screen. He can't see what that is. He actually got banned by that cockroach on the screen, and he probably still won't learn. Shai Deo will probably still think, well, there's nothing wrong with Keith. He just made a mistake. I just got to go back and kiss his ass more. Go back to him, Shai Deo. Kiss his ass right into the recycling bin that's on his forehead, because that's where you're headed. You belong here. Not because you made mistakes, you'd make the excuses. You chose evil. You chose a violent creature that's made many violent threats to me and to others. That's what you chose to side with and follow. So it shows me what you are. It's simple. I don't make things complicated that don't need to be or that aren't complicated. If you choose Team Evil and you choose creeps like what's on the screen, you belong here. How could you be trusted with eternity? Now, that's a simple question, but it's an important one. How could you be trusted with eternity if you align with, support, defend, stand with, and bash me with a creature like that's on the screen? If you stand with demons, you belong here. And I'm going to do everything in my power spiritually to make sure that you stay here. That's what some of you just can't seem to grasp or pay attention. You just think it's all going to some people seem to think it's all going to happen by accident, or if I just they're going to sneak out, or you're going to get the secret knowledge to open the doors or something. I'm going to be trying to keep you here. I've made that very clear for years on here. Years. So you're really taking your chances when you befriend demons and stand with demons, and you stand with them as they harass me and slander me and make violent threats towards me, and you support them. You show me that you belong here. You support these demons that want to do harm to me. You belong here. It's very clear, very simple. I'll do everything in my power to make sure that you're here with them, with your heroes. Like this one on the screen. He's not leaving here. And he's worried about civil wars and borders going down and this zombie apocalypse and this. I'm not worried about what physically happens here. That's his big worry. He isn't spiritual. He doesn't talk about anything spiritual at all. His big concerns are material shit. Food, people giving him money to buy hotel rooms. What could happen here? It's all about here. It's all about Hell Realm. He can't see beyond here. He can't see like I can see. He's not in my league. And for the dummies that come around here that I can't help, you'll see what I mean one day. You'll see that he's not in my league. You should be able to see it already. It's pretty obvious, but some of you that come around here, lurkers, are very slow. I hope you get comfortable shoving your head up his ass. You might have to live up his anus for the rest of your existence. Hiding up that creepy creature's ass forever. Is that heaven to you, demons? You might have to crawl up his ass and hide. How about that? Does that sound good to the demons lurking here? That's what you've chosen. You've chosen to support a creepy fucking demon. Good luck. You're going to need it. Who's going to be on my side? Every good being that has any guts, any courage, any conviction, any moral compass, knows good from evil, will end up on my side. Against all the demons. The demons would like you to believe that they're tough, but they aren't. They aren't. They're more like Jackie Boy and Benny Boy and Gross Thorpe. They're more like those three. And if you observe this realm and study them, you'll see what I mean. Spiritually, they're very weak. Look at this. I've never had a phone
But Jack,
conversation.
why? It's not even a claim that's anything
No,
problematic.
you're right. The first time I heard these allegations was from a crazy woman who I met in the rooms of AA, right? Back in 2016. I had
What
no
crazy
relationship
woman
with
are you talking
Margot.
about?
You know who I'm talking about, your buddy Margot, the one who's originating
My
those
buddy?
claims.
I don't know
spreading
Margot.
those
I've never had a
lies.
But
phone
Jack,
conversation.
why? It's not even
No.
a claim that's anything
No,
problematic.
you're right.
I
You're right.
mean, like they have to like stretch and like go and maybe
That's
something
a
else
false
happened.
claim.
But
She's
like,
not my buddy.
okay, Jack's a ball.
What do you mean they have to stretch? They? Who are you grouping me in with?
Jack's a baller, guilty. He's
He's
Margot's
a
my buddy
magnetic
as much as
personality
Grace
that
is.
even
I
a
mean,
teenage
what are you
girl
talking about?
can't resist. Okay, W. Jack, what? You are not in that position. Okay, 15-year-old girls run from you and spit at you. Okay, great. Well, then you're a loser.
You're just making up things. You're just lying. That's false. You're making false claims. You're the loser, though, Ben. You're the loser. No,
That's called
false.
being a loser. I don't know.
So he makes up stuff. This is how Ben Thorpe handles it. He makes up shit. No, you're a loser, Ben. I think Grace is demonic. I don't think she's just a victim. I think she is demonic, under demonic influence. Nobody spits in my face. Nobody runs from me. But you're a loser, Ben Thorpe. I'm surprised you're not in prison. Seriously. You're lucky not to be.
Know if that's true.
No, that's
He has a
my
magnetic
buddy as much as
personality
Grace
that
is.
even
I
a
mean,
teenage
what are you
girl
talking about?
can't resist. Okay, W. Jack, what? You are not in that position. Okay, 15-year-old girls run from you and spit at you. Okay, great. Well, then you're a loser.
No,
that's
that's
called
false.
being a loser. I don't know if that's true.
No, that's
But I
defamation.
mean, if
There's nothing
Jack,
to that.
if you want to say Jack took 15-year-old girls by at gunpoint, okay, but if they voluntarily hung out with him, he's a
I
cool
didn't
guy.
say that, but
Sorry.
maybe you did. I don't know. Why are you
Maybe
washing
anything.
Jack's
Maybe
balls?
anything.
Like
you come in here and you.
why are you kissing up to Jack all of a sudden? This is weird. And there's the snotty, snorting Grace Thorpe, Gross Thorpe, Gross Thorpe. He really loves washing Jack's balls, don't you? Ben, you're Jack Talcott's ball washer. That's your title, ball washer.
I mean, if
There's nothing
Jack,
to that.
if you want to say Jack took 15-year-old girls by at gunpoint, okay, but if they voluntarily hung out with him, he's a
I
cool
didn't
guy.
say that, but
Sorry.
maybe you did. I don't know. Why are you
Maybe
washing
anything.
Jack's
Maybe
balls?
anything.
Like
you come in here and you.
why are you kissing up to Jack all of a sudden? This is weird. This is an odd look.
I'm not kissing up to Jack. I'm saying I heard your allegation. It sounds like Jack's a baller. And so, like, I don't know.
I
what your
was
problem is.
asking him about something someone else alleged. So
Okay, the
And
allegation
I didn't
is
make it up.
like saying like he's cool. Okay, so whether he's
You're
guilty,
free to think
if
he's
he's
cool
if
if you
he's
think he's
guilty
cool.
of this great sin of being a cool guy, great.
You're
if
free
he's
to think
innocent
he's
because
cool
some
hanging
loser
out
on the
and
internet
doing
made
drugs
it
with
up,
minors.
okay, great. So I don't see what the even.
No, dude.
Why does someone
You're-
have to respond to that?
You're free to think he's cool if you think he's cool for doing drugs, hanging out, and sleeping with minors. That's up to
Whoa,
you.
whoa, 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 whoa! You didn't say sleeping with minors. You said sleep. The minors
you're
slept at his
adding.
house.
Sleepovers
Now
at
you're
his
adding
house.
something.
Well, he's saying sleeping in
Sleepovers
the
at his
same
house,
room
and then she was
Well,
invited
sleeping
to live
with.
him.
Come on, you're playing with words there.
No, no, I'm not playing with words.
Even
You
so,
are.
I don't particularly care who a 15-year-old sleeps with. I don't really care. So
You don't?
Yeah, Jack is like.
no,
one of-
I don't. Are you? Are
At
you or their
worst, you're saying
parents?
Jack-
I don't
at
care.
worst, you're saying Jack is like a rock star from the '70s who had teenage.
I never said that.
Groupies.
in his
He's not a rock
bus after the show. That's called being a baller.
He looks like he doesn't
and
shower.
So,
He's
like,
not a
Jack's
rock star.
What are you?
So Ben is a piece of shit. He tries to put words in my mouth. Who exactly are you claiming you're suing for defamation? I don't believe you. I don't think you know how to do anything like that. But I think that you're making up shit. I think you're showing what you are, Ben Thorpe. He's a loser. He's a loser. The Thorpes are losers. And so is Jack Talcott. He's a loser. He's a loser. You don't?
Yeah, Jack is like.
No,
one of-
I don't.
Sleepovers at his house. To think he's cool. To think he's cool. If you to think he's cool. If you think he's cool for doing drugs, hanging out, and sleeping with minors, that's
Whoa,
up to you.
whoa, 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 whoa! You didn't say sleeping with minors. You said sleep. The minors
you're
slept at his
adding.
house.
Sleepovers
Now
at
you're
his
adding
house.
something.
Well, he's saying
Sleepovers at his house, and then she was
Well,
invited
sleeping
to live
with.
with him.
Come on, you're playing with words there.
No, no, I'm not playing with words.
Even
You
so,
are.
I don't particularly care who a 15-year-old sleeps with. I don't really care. So
You don't?
Yeah, Jack is like.
no,
one of-
I don't.
You don't, but the law does, right? The laws are in place for minors to protect minors. So Grace Thorpe says she doesn't care, but the law does. The law does. No matter if Grace Thorpe doesn't care and if Ben Thorpe doesn't care. The law does. Sleepovers at his house, and then she was
Well,
invited
sleeping
to live
with. Come on, you're playing with words there.
No, no, I'm not playing with words.
Even
You
so,
are.
I don't particularly care who a 15-year-old sleeps with. I don't really care. So
You don't?
Yeah, Jack is like.
no,
one of-
I don't. Are you? Are
At
you or their
worst, you're saying
parents?
Jack-
I don't
at
care.
worst, you're saying Jack is like a rock star from the '70s who had.
She doesn't care about anything. They don't care about morals. They claim to be Catholics. They make a lot of claims. They are compulsive liars. They are degenerate, immoral demons. Please watch, like, comment on the documentary about Jack and Thorpe's. I want to see lots of comments on these documentary part 1 and part 2. This is part 2. This is Jack Talcott documentary part 2. I dropped a link in the chat. I want everybody to comment. I want to see lots of comments. It supposedly helps the YouTube algorithm and helps people find my channel and my videos when you comment. Hopefully it helps. But everybody should see this. These creatures need to be exposed. I think Ben is defending Jack because I think they have a lot in common in terms of lifestyle, life choices. Playing with words.
Even so, I don't particularly care who a 15-year-old sleeps with. I don't really care. So
you don't?
Yeah, Jack is like.
No,
you know,
I don't. Are you
at
their
worst, you're saying
parents?
Jack-
I don't care.
At worst, you're saying Jack is like a rock star from the 70s who had teenage.
I never said that.
Groupies.
In his
He's not a rock
bus
star.
after the show. That's called being a baller.
He looks like he doesn't
and
shower.
So,
He's
like,
not a
Jack's
rock star.
What are you? A
He
fucking
looks like he
loser and a
stinks.
PFP
No,
claiming
not at
to
all.
be El Diablo.
Not a
okay,
loser
I
at
can
all.
see why the 15-year-old girls,
You're
if
just
they had to
making up
choose,
shit
are
'cause
going
you're
to choose
kissing up
Jack
the
over you
Talcott.
because.
What did he call me? They're going to take Jack over you. Listen to this. No wonder you took down your live stream. You said a lot here, Ben, didn't you? No wonder you removed the live stream. He looks like he
loser and a
stinks.
PFP
No,
claiming
not at
to
all.
be-
What is a PFP? What did he call me? Does anyone know what he's even talking about? You might be in trouble, Ben. Benny boy, you might have to hide your videos. I don't back down, bitch. You made a big mistake. I don't think you know who I am.
called being a baller.
He looks like he doesn't
and
shower.
So,
He's
like,
not
Jack's
a rock star.
What are you? A
He
fucking
looks like he
loser and a
stinks.
PFP
No,
claiming
not at
to
all.
be El Diablo.
Not a
okay,
loser
I
at
can
all.
see why the 15-year-old girls,
You're
if
just
they had to
making up
choose,
shit
are
'cause
going to
you're
choose
kissing up
Jack
the
over you
Talcott.
because what the fuck?
No, he looks like a homeless bum of a loser. He looks like he has
Well,
less
why
money
would
than you
15-year-old
do.
girls be hanging out with a bum?
He looks like a bum, and he is a
I
bum.
have a daughter who's
He doesn't have a
16.
home.
She's not hanging around with no bum.
I think he.
It must
I
be
think he
something that he
lives.
had that they, thought was pretty awesome.
I think Jack Talcott lives with Barnabas. I don't think he can even pay for rent. He doesn't have anything. He's a homeless bum loser.
Let's say,
Look at him nod his head. He doesn't do what he usually does because he has no power. You're being exposed. I told you, Jack. Don't fuck around with me. Don't try to block me. Don't do all this stupid shit. You're being exposed. I told you this was coming. But you're so arrogant and narcissistic. I'm not done, by the way. And for
Let's
some
say
reason,
right now,
you think he's
Jack,
a rock star. You're
the
hyping him
beautiful-
up. He just tries to interrupt. He tries the demon tactics. Ben Thorpe, you were just like Jack. You do the same shit. I think he.
Must
I
be
think
something
he
that he
lives.
had that they, thought was pretty awesome.
Has
Well,
less
why
money
would
than you
15-year-old
do.
girls be hanging out with a bum?
He looks like
Had to
making up
choose,
shit
are
because
going
you're
to choose
kissing up
Jack
the
over you
Talcott.
because what the fuck? A
He
fucking
looks like he
loser and a
stinks.
PFP, a rock star from the 70s who had teenage.
I never said that.
Groupies.
In his
He's not a rock
bus
star.
after the show. That's called being a baller.
He looks like he doesn't
and
shower.
So,
He's
like,
not a
Jack's
rock star.
star. What are you? A
He
fucking
looks like he
loser and a
stinks.
PFP
No,
claiming
not at
to
all.
be El Diablo.
Not a
okay,
loser
I
at
can
all.
see why the 15-year-old girls,
You're
if
just
they had to
making up
choose,
shit
are
'cause
going to
you're
choose
kissing up
Jack
the
over you
Talcott.
because what the fuck?
No, he looks like a homeless bum of a loser. He looks like he has
Well,
less
why
money
would
than you
15-year-old
do.
girls be hanging out with a bum?
He looks like a bum, and he is a
I
bum.
have a daughter who's
He doesn't
16.
have a home.
She's not hanging around with no bum.
I think he.
Must
I
be
think he
something that he
lives.
had that they, thought was pretty awesome.
I think Jack Talcott lives with. You have a daughter in her 20s that apparently, allegedly, blows you. You have a daughter in your 20s that you traveled around with, sleeping in the same bed with. I think you're a bum. I think your daughter, if your daughter's hanging around you, they're hanging around a bum. You're a bum, Ben Thorpe. I'm calling you a bum. You're a bum. I don't think you have the guts to even comment on my channel when you're tagged right there for all to see. You're gutless. And you took down your live stream. And I'm exposing you. I'm not just exposing Jack. You're on my radar now too. Bitch. Barnabas, I don't think he can even pay for rent. He doesn't have anything. He's a homeless bum loser.
Let's say,
and for
let's
some
say
reason,
right now,
you think
Jack,
he's a rock star. You're
the
hyping him
beautiful
up,
teenage
which
girls
is
like
weird.
walk by in
It's a bad
front of
look
the
for
curtains
you.
that Jack has. Is that something he should be ashamed of? And they're like, "Hey,
It's a
Jack,
bad look
can
for
I get you
you,
something
dude.
at the store?"
You're
That's called
hyping up the
winning. I don't
you're
care.
Yeah, you don't care. You don't care. But defamation of character. You might want to start caring, because I know your name, and what you're saying is untrue and defamatory. You might be in some trouble, Benny boy. You might be digging your grave here, so to speak, as a term of speech. You might be in trouble. All of you demons might be in trouble, not just legally, not just legally, not just in terms of a lawsuit or something. You might be spiritually in trouble. Hyping up the total psycho. I think the curtains might be all that he owns in his life, and that fucking
Okay,
hoodie
now
that he
Jack
wears
is
all
a
the time.
lonely guy who can't attract women.
He's more
Okay,
than a
well,
lonely
make up your
guy.
mind one way.
I didn't call him lonely. See, this is what they do. I didn't call him lonely. I said the curtains might be all that he owns in his life. The curtains in that old fucking hoodie that he wears every day. He wears the same clothes every day. I don't care if he has 2 or 3 of them. That's all he wears. Gray or black, the same veterans or piece. He looks like a homeless bum. When did I call him lonely?
Store?
You're
That's called
hyping up the
winning.
you're hyping up the total psycho. I think the curtains might be all that he owns in his life, and that fucking
Okay,
hoodie
now
that he
Jack
wears
is
all the time.
a lonely guy who can't attract women.
Lonely? Where'd you get lonely? You just made it up. You don't even listen to what's being said. You're such a psycho. He's more
Okay,
than a
well,
lonely
make up your
guy.
mind one way or the other.
He's more than a lonely guy. He's more than that.
Well, you're accusing him of not being a lonely guy. You're of having a magnetic personality that's able to.
I'm saying he's a
teenage
loser.
girls
You know
who
what
just, like,
proves?
abandon their
You
lives
know what?
And he's a homeless
Hold on.
bum.
You know what proves that these allegations aren't true? Because you get a little bit of pushback on what basically.
Doesn't prove allegations aren't true at all. You're just making up shit. You don't even know what they're playing. Demon games. This is how demons handle things. They're incapable of speaking any truth. Defensive, lying, gaslighting demons. The word proof is absolute losers. This is what demons do. They make up shit and lie.
You're accusing him of not being a lonely guy. You're of having a magnetic personality that's able to.
I'm saying he's a
teenage
loser.
girls, lonely guy who can't attract women.
He's more
Okay,
than a
well,
lonely
make up your
guy.
mind one way or the other.
He's more than a lonely guy. He's more than that.
Well, you're accusing him of not being a lonely guy. You're of having a magnetic personality that's able to.
I never said that at all. You're putting words in my mouth like a lying narc. That's all you're doing. I'm saying he's a
Teenage
loser.
girls
You know
who
what
just, like,
proves?
abandon their
You know
lives
what?
And he's a homeless
Hold on.
bum.
You know what proves?
This is for the lurking demons, because I know some are lurking right now that tune in, that have no morals, they have no mind, they don't know right from wrong, they don't care about good versus evil. There's demons tuned in right now. Stay tuned, lurking demons. You may be mentioned live at some point. Stay tuned. Stay tuned here, lurking demons. I know some are tuned in right now. I can even tell by your energy some of the ones that are here. Justice is coming for you. You fucking demonic filth.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Zombies and demons. We expose. We expose. Expose them.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. With zombies and demons. We dispose. We dispose of them. Dispose of them. Roast them. Burn in hell. Burn. 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 Burn.
That one is called Roasting the Roaches. Apparently, that Jeremy guy had a big issue with me making music for my channel. He thinks that I should learn to play every instrument, every note, and you can't be a songwriter or produce music or do things without that. Meanwhile, that's going on every day. And it was going on before AI. People writing songs and writing lyrics. There's also people that play music that can't read music. They can't read sheet music. That also goes on. There's even producers that can't read sheet music. I'm not a dummy. But demons try to play this game of, oh, well, why don't you play the guitar? Well, I can still make music. They don't like that. I don't hear Jeremy and other demons making criticisms of other channels. There's lots of channels with shit music. The only time I've heard him be critical of music on a YouTube channel is mine. Very interesting. Very interesting. I think you should go live, Jeremy. You should do a live stream. You've been on here long enough. You've had a channel for years. Why don't you go live and answer some questions on your show? Take some guests. Get some guts. Don't be a loser. Get some guts. You've been envious of me for years, and it shows. I knew years ago what you are. Jeremy thinks he has it figured out. You have to believe 100%, not 99%, but 100%. He's got this child's view. Jeremy, you really think you have this figured out? You might find yourself sealed in here, Jeremy.
That these allegations aren't true, because you get a little bit of pushback on what basically you're accusing him of, like, whatever, unconsensual sex. And then somebody pushes back and you go, well, also he's lonely and he doesn't own a lot. Well, I would think if the one was true, you would focus on that.
That's how you know. That's how.
Listen to these demons. That's how you know. 6 hours I've been live now. I didn't think I was going to be live this long today, but 6 hours, 4 minutes. This is El Diablo Radio International, the hottest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And I want to see these other channels write good music, because their music sounds like chipmunks on helium. It's all this high treble poppy voices. It sounds like crap that would come out of Los Angeles and be on mainstream shitty radio that Gen Z would listen to. It sounds garbage. It doesn't sound good at all. To my ears, at least. It sounds terrible. Write your own lyrics. How about that? They don't even seem to write their own lyrics. They don't write their songs. I've written dozens of songs already. Let's see them do that. Let's see them compete with me, whether they're musicians, trained musicians, play instruments. Let's see you just do something. Make something good instead of being envious. Put your energy into something other than envy.
This is God. I am God. You are my children. You are my sons and daughters. I am your God, the Father.
I love you, my children.
I gave you life. Be thankful for every breath. I breathed life into you. I love you.
And I heard you too! Your father! You have no mother! Every time you feel pain in your heart or your brain, every time you get ill, everyone who dies, and all that kill, praise me, thank me, worship me! Bow down and kneel. I am God, the real deal. I am your God, the Father. Worship me, praise me. Get down on your bloody knees. Praise me. God the Father. Praise me. Glorious, glorious God. I am your awesome God. The Father. The ruler. The God of all gods. Fuck you, peasant peasants!
It sounds nothing like what Landry has on his channel, obviously. But I don't think demons can even notice the difference. They're so biased, so evil, so controlled by their emotions and their egos. They'll never change. There's no changing them. They are what they are, and they will remain that way. I'm not here to save anyone. They lie about me and say, "Aren't you trying to save people?" I'm not here to save anyone. I'm not a savior. I fight evil. I stand against evil. I'm going to seal in demons. That doesn't mean I'm here to quote unquote save anyone. Your Jesus claimed to be a savior. I don't claim that. I stand against evil. I fight demons. I expose demons. I show you what I do. I say it and I show it. They lie about me nonstop. I might be one of the most lied about beings on earth currently that isn't famous or in the media, let's say. Constant lies about me all over, thousands of you lying and lying and lying. Somehow you think your lies are going to win or lead somewhere good. I won't forget. You're going to pay for all this. You're going to pay for all of the lies. You're going to pay in ways you can't even imagine.
Yo. Don't be so loud. Large and proud. False pride, hubris, love bombs. 1 billion cigarettes, extra large. We hear you coming, tsunamis and earthquakes. All of Canada shakes from Vancouver Island all the way to Newfoundland. Big beach, whale flips and flops. Land whale, garbage pail, Big Bertha, fatty for team of extra large, big ass hoe. Piggy, picking lipstick, she's just a big old bitch. Shit, goddamn land whale on the land, man, son of Sam, earthquake, body slam. She be rolling with Betty Crocker and Sarah Lee. She be fatter than a monster truck. Big old ugly, smelly fuck, bitch. Bitch ass bitch, fatty, fuck. Don't be so loud, large, proud. False pride, hubris, big old ugly, smelly fuck, bitch. Bitch ass bitch, fatty, fuck. Don't be so loud, large and proud. Love bomb. Us crowd. No neck, classless and spineless. Fat rolls like jelly rolls. You can barely even find my droopy dog tits. Bitch tits. Fuck shit, damn, man. Extra large loves to obsess and stalk. She puts that rumble in the walk. No wiggle, jelly rolls, jiggle in a sex. Dummy, you wanna bet? Necklace, big fatty, not a real woman. She has her own zip code, she never leaves bitch mode. Angry, extra large, orders the menu at McDonald's. Super size is small, do what she needs size. Extra large, extra sauce, extra large. Chain smoker, huff, puff, pass. Block out the entire sun with that big ass. Classless, loud, obnoxious, rude ass bitch be so nasty, crass. So crass, that's just nasty. A blimp on legs, pump a truck, shake witchy, bitchy bitch, torso bloated like a damn beer can. Don't be so loud, large and proud. Large and proud. Horse bride. Shut the fuck up. You witchy bitch. Fat ass bitch. Shut up. Shut up. And burn. Shut up. Shut up.
There you go. She doesn't just smoke cartons of cigarettes. She eats the glass ashtrays. That's why her voice gets like a, yeah, it's me. It's Bex Gillard. It's Bex Gillard with the demonic eyes and the unwashed, greasy fucking hair. you know, you know, you know. Her voice is a fucking atrocity to the ears of humanity. That's what it is. It's terrible. It's not just disgusting. It's torture. It should be a crime to sound that way. She sounds fucking horrendous. So a big fuck you goes out to that thing. And that's what it is. It's a thing. It takes a toll on my voice just to do that Beck's voice. It's a thing. It's a fucking thing. That's what it is. It's a thing. I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. Change it up a bit. Now, hopefully this isn't copyright. I almost had the stream shut down earlier. And again, I don't know what's copyright, so please let me know, as you did earlier, Wendy, Footprints, and others. Elite Delta Force operator describes the terrifying selection process. It had said something about how they choose psychopaths. I think they changed the title of this. Interesting. I don't know if it's copyrighted. He has 600,000 subs. So it might be. I don't know. I have no idea. It's always guesswork with YouTube.
You know, Delta Force has a very peculiar selection in that when you go through the selection process, you don't go through as a group. Like, you know, you see, you know, the SEALs, the Buds, you know, up and down the beach, you know, carrying a boat, you know, stuff like that, right? That doesn't happen. Delta selection, every man is selected on his individual merit. You're evaluated by yourself on your own. There's no pressure. There's no persuasion. There's no inducement, compulsion. You're actually Mr. Anonymous. They don't even use your real name. You're like a nobody. Right? And they do that on purpose. And they give you tasks to complete without telling you what the standard of performance is, right? So they just tell you to do the best you can. So every day you're by yourself doing the best you can, and it's grueling, it's hard physiologically, you wreck your body in pretty short order. And when the body goes, the mind goes, right? And so is Delta Force testing your body? Or they test your mind. I saw an article, now there's a lot of YouTube video out on Delta, right? And they were talking about, they did an interview with Ben Affleck, and he was talking about he met Delta guys, right? He goes, you know what? He goes, they're not really big. They don't look really muscular. Like, you know, they don't look like these tough guys. And he goes, why are these guys what makes you guys so different? And he asked one of the guys, and he goes, what makes us so good is our ability to solve problems, right? Problem solving. And I got to tell you, there's a lot of truth to that, because there's a term called effective intelligence, right? So you go on LinkedIn and you're going to see all these guys with advanced degrees, and they're dumber than a rock, right? They're very linear. You know, I'll use Elon Musk's term, you know, you can buy an education, but you can't buy intelligence, right? So you got a lot of guys that bought an education, but have zero intelligence or common sense.
Right.
I mean, let's be real, man. What's their name? Jackson, the Supreme Court, you know, describe a woman. When we got people with that kind of level of intellect and they can't describe a woman, either they don't want to, which is, you know, being disingenuous, or they're just that stupid, right? Either way, they're in positions of power. But you see a lot of people with educations that are dumber as a rock. Now, effective intelligence, you can kind of compare that to common sense, right? Street smarts.
Street smarts.
Right? So there's a lot to be said for that. You know, would I rather be
know how to deal with people?
Yeah, exactly, right? And survive. And so that is the difference. And, you know, Delta operators have above average IQs, but that doesn't make you smart. Doesn't give you effective intelligence either. We all have a high GT score, which is like the Army equivalent of a skill/IQ test.
What did you call it? A what score?
GT.
GT.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like when you join the Army, I think they still do that now. They should. They'll test you. And they give you a battery test, right? And different categories like, you know, mechanics or whatever, right? And then basically what they do is they use that to, if you will, assess your aptitude.
This guy can talk a lot. I'm going to share the link in the chat in case people want to watch it. I thought it would be better than that. Maybe it gets better. I don't know, but Delta Force. Not going to type the whole title. There you go. There's the link in the chat. But I'm going to go to something else here. Let's go over to this. I have so many tabs open and stuff that I want to share. Every time I go live, I have a whole bunch of stuff. Black Americans need to face this truth about their culture.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Black culture is dead. There's no question of that whatsoever.
Everybody want to be a nigga, but nobody want to be a nigga. How about that question?
Black people have truly come a long way, from slavery to Jim Crow to this shit that we have today. Must be worth it. All them ass whooping Joe Granddaddy got in Selma must be fucking worth it. Look at things that black people support and prioritize now within the community. Really shows how sad we've become and how far we've fallen. Black people really need to get themselves together and realize exactly what they want, and more so, what do they need in order to go forward.
Wait a second. Was that a Black Bex? Was that a Black Bextra Lard? Not that one.
Black people really...
That one. Big Bertha. That's a Black Bextra Lard. Oh, god damn. God damn.
Really need to get...
Oh my goodness. Even the dog's looking away. The dog's like, I don't want to look at that.
themselves together and realize exactly what they want, and more so, what do they need in order to go forward. In this video, we'll break down the biggest issues facing black people in America and how do we fix black culture into being something that truly represents black people in a better way than what it currently does right now in America.
Alex, so beautiful. I guess somebody said otherwise. The damn fucking duck started laughing when I said that, y'all.
So if we're going to talk about the black community, black culture in general, we of course have to bring up the biggest culprit. I think the biggest problem that we have is black women. That's not to sit back and say black women entirely are a problem. I know some fantastic black women that do excellent jobs at being mothers, at being wives, at just being good women in general.
Everybody hit, bitch. I don't like niggas, I don't like bitches. I don't like nobody. We can get gangster, we can keep it cool. I ain't want nobody. I don't backtrack, man. Fuck that. I don't trust nobody. Left it on scene, I ain't right back.
But sadly, there's a strong, large majority of black women out there who raise a bunch of little bastard ass children and go out and commit so many different problems within the community. The anger, the frustration, the lack of patience and temperance of these black women, all the problems they may have with themselves, now instilled into these little black children that go out to the schools and they're the ones starting the fights. The fights. Black women are the biggest enablers of all the niggatry that goes on in the hood. All the shit that you see, all the fucking gang.
Wait a second. Did my brother just say the niggatry? Did he call it niggatry? I don't think I've ever heard that before, that term. Niggatry. I got a new term now. Niggatry. Niggatry. Watch this.
Black women are the biggest enablers of all the niggatry that goes on in the hood. All the niggatry that goes on in the hood. The biggest enablers of all the niggatry that goes on in the hood. Black women are the biggest enablers of all the niggatry that goes on in the hood. All the shit that niggatry that goes on in the hood.
All the niggatry. He said niggatry. My brother said niggatry, all the niggatry. This guy, Andre Williams, to his credit, I'm going to give him a thumbs up here. He's exposing, this is over a year ago. He was exposing black culture, hashtag conservative. He's speaking the truth about the hood. This guy, Andre Williams, is critical. He's a black man. Now, this is almost unfathomable. He's a black man that's critical of black people's behavior, of the niggatry. He's calling them out.
All the shit that you see, all the fucking gang banging and fucking stupid shit fights, all comes from those black women. You see those little black boys at the basketball court about to square up and shoot off because a black woman didn't teach these little motherfuckers how to be patient or how to talk and communicate with people because they fail at doing that on their own.
Black slang, gang, gang. Here's a Purple Bonnet crew member right here. She's part of the Bonnet crew. I ain't too none damn happy about this shit. Shit. I ain't too none damn happy about this shit. Now, of course, some people would say, Steven, you're racist. How dare you put that on the screen? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
Purple and gold. Purple and gold. Purple and gold. We love our purple and gold. Black Jesus rules. Purple bonnet crew, purple bonnet crew. We homies here in the darky hood, purple and gold. Purple bonnets crew, we know it's good. We rock bonnets and weaves. You saying I can't eat my fried chicken in your Cadillac. You whack jack, whackity whack, don't talk back. Purple bonnets crew, you know how we do. Purple bonnets crew, we will rock you. Purple bonnets gang, 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 we bangity bang. Gang bangers on the block, rape soda rock, yeah. Purple and gold.
Who wrote those lyrics with that rhythm, rhymes, the flow? I mean, come on. Well, King Stephen wrote those. AI didn't come up with that about bonnets and the darky hood. I wrote those lyrics. They don't like that. The envious little cockroaches. They can't write poetry. They can't write songs. They can't draw. They can't paint. They can't do what I do. They're not creative. They don't have an imagination. They can't speak live without scripting their fucking videos. They're fakes. They're wannabes. They're copycats. They're frauds. They can't come up with all the terms that I've come up with, all the characters I've come up with. They're not creative. They're losers. And that's what fills up this fucking realm is losers, copycats, wannabes, ones that follow evil losers. They tune in, watch shit every day. Like the ones watching the Talcott show, the shit show.
Lord.
They're tuned in watching his shit show every day. 63 people watching his garbage, absolute shit. They'll tune in there and listen to this shit.
Memorable. Jack.
Well, this is why, as a LARPing improv team, we have to assign. We have to assign the assignments. Like Anton Daniels, most likely to be affected, probably a me job right there. It's like I can work the whole is he black albino thing that they asked me about. Jack's more Don Lemon. He can get that done.
Yeah,
right?
like a faggot.
Well, hey, and don't you dare say the N.
That's actually funny, Tom saying that with his sick voice. I mean, there's something extra funny. I'm not wishing him pain or suffering, but the fact that he's on there, barely any voice, saying the N-word and faggot. I mean, come on.
N-word up here because
I was gonna say Jack is not that, and I wouldn't want to get his. I don't know how loud his computer is. I don't want his neighbors coming over.
Jack, I don't know if you know, but technically Don Lemon might be a
Oh, save it for the game show. Save Don Lemon for the game show.
He's 2-1.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, is that going to be like?
That's Jack's hero. Is Don Lemon? That's Jack's hero.
Black people lack the ability to communicate with one another. This is why you see so many fights and so many different problems. These motherfucking black people out here talking like Sims characters and shit, as if slavery just fucking ended. Endlessly.
we ain't finna, I ain't gonna, you know, we was about to, you know what I'm saying? No, the fuck, I don't know what you're saying. How about you actually speak in complete sentences and speak the king's fucking English rather than going around it as if we're still on the mat in kindergarten? Damn. Black education is so poor that you got these niggas making up their own fucking words. Oh, that's creative. That means how inventive we are. No, that means how fucking retarded that you are, that you can't even adapt and follow basic instructions on speaking language. That you have to invent your own bullshit.
You are nobody. You are nobody. You ain't nothing, bruh. Can you grab all of them for me? Let me get all of them. I am ready to go, mother. You ready to go, ma?
We about to be at the park. You know, we were gonna be at the bro. What you like the motherfucker like is shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't fucking know what you're saying. So then this calls a shift in being able to keep saying. So then this calls.
I wonder if people from the UK and Europe understand how blacks generally speak in America. I think they'd be surprised because this guy's being accurate in his portrayal of these niggas. You can't tell what they're saying sometimes. They're like, "Blah, bro, blah, 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 ma." It's like, what? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They don't enunciate their words. They don't. It's like they're You can't understand them. Even some blacks can't understand them. So I don't know if people think. Some of you from other countries might think, "Oh, Steven's exaggerating." No, I'm not. I'm not. You should go to some American cities and just listen to the niggas. Just listen to them out there when they're go to Popeyes and listen to them when they're having fried chicken.
We about to be at the park. You know, we were gonna be at the bro. What you like the motherfucker like is shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't fucking know what you're saying. So then this calls a shift in being able to communicate shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't fucking know what you're saying. So then this calls a shift in being able to communicate with one another. Because another thing is black people they don't take each other seriously. Everything is a fucking joke and everything is a game. Even the most important issues are a fucking joke and a game. When you look at black people when it's a serious situation, it's time to pull out the phone. It's time to record. It's time to make jokes, bro. Shit, dog. Shit, that shit funny as hell. World star. You don't see any other race doing that shit. There's a fight, men go over there, break it up. At least the smart ones do. If there's something going on that's serious, they go and help. Niggas, we gotta record shit. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get them clips, you know. It's gonna be on Facebook, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna shout out to my live. What the fuck is wrong with us? Black slang is fucking disgusting. Shit. Like, you know, like, motherfucker, live shit. About like, dude.
See, some of them think that I'm making it up when I say shit, but they speak like that. They speak that way. They say shit, man, shit, bro, shit.
You're speaking fucking gibberish. This is what we have in our community. We have people that don't even speak correct and complete sentences. We don't have that at all. We have people that talk as if we're on a fucking spaceship. I feel like I'm on Mars when I'm around some of you niggas. People that talk as if we're on a fucking spaceship. I feel like I'm on Mars when I'm around some of you niggas. So then this causes more and more lack of unity because a good majority of the people who actually are doing something well and well off, they're considered white because of how proper they speak or how proper they may dress and carry themselves, which is a big issue in itself. How is somebody white and why do we associate?
Yeah, that's what they do. They associate it with being white. Like that nigga, he be speaking English like he white. Shit, he be speaking English like he white. This shit, he be speaking. He be speaking like he ain't from no nigga shack. You know? Sorry, I couldn't hold it together with the nigga shack. That's my favorite. The nigger shack. That's my favorite. I love that piece of art. I wonder how much they would sell that for. The original nigger shack piece of art that I'm thinking of. I think it's in a museum in Alabama. Shit.
Doing well, being well, dressing well as being white. You want to be white so bad. He think he white because he speak good. The fuck is that supposed to mean? Damn, that's how fucking bad we are. It's about jealousy. Black people are
Damn, he be trying to speak English. He be speaking he be speaking like he ain't had no Popeyes fried chicken shit. He be too white to be eating up. Be too white to be eating up our Popeye fried chicken and shit with us. Shit, you ain't coming to no cookout with us, nigga. You nigga my shit. Shit, you be too white to be joining to be at our cookout and shit. Shit, my nigga.
Jealous of everybody and envious of everybody because we feel that somebody owes us
Shit, my nigga, no watermelon for you, my Negro. Shit.
something. Somebody owes us this, somebody owes us that. Nobody owe you shit in this world but a nice blanket when your ass is born, taxes when it comes tax time, and a damn shovel and a grave when you're dead. That's it. That's the three things that you get that are guaranteed in life: birth, life, and death. Nothing else. Everything else is what you made of it. If nothing's guaranteed for the individual, it sure as it ain't guaranteed for a whole fucking race of people.
My booty hole brown, my coochie pink. I ain't never heard that my coochie stink. My cum clear, yo cum green. I'm throwing ass, I'm making the scene. Sexy, ratchet hoe, but I feel like Kim Kardashian. My pussy good, that's why a bitch stay pregnant. I swallow nut, I really feel like an elephant.
Probably one of the worst examples of black cultural decline is our music. How did we go from such fantastic artists like Gary Taylor, Luther Vandross, Anita Baker? We ever look at rap music in the early 90s, 2000s, Scarface, Hieroglyphics, A Tribe Called Quest, all these great artists that put out fantastic music. Now look at the shit that we have today. Ghetto ass, ratchet ass hoes playing music talking about sex and shaking their ass and getting
Everything be turned into shit if you let black control it for too long and you let them do as they do. It be turned into shit, my brother. Shit, man. It be turned into shit.
getting money and cheating on niggas and acting like niggas. This is how far we've fallen as a race. This is how far we've fallen as a people. That our music, once the music and the arts have reached its lowest, that's how you know a culture and a people are at their lowest. The music of our people has hit rock bottom. The quality of culture and a people.
Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. It's a beautiful day in the darky hood. A beautiful day in the darky hood. Won't you be my, won't you be my, won't you be my Tigger, 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 Tigger.
Far are we fallen as a people? That our music, once the music and the arts have reached its lowest, that's how you know a culture and a people are at their lowest. The music of our people has hit rock bottom. The quality of it, the passion behind it. It's soulless. It has no soul. It has no feeling. It has no emotion. And there are very few artists out there who are putting that in there. But when you look at it today, a good majority of the black music that's being put out has absolutely no soul and no purpose at all. It's feel good, shake ass, get money, shoot niggas, all types of shit. You can fucking just go down the list. You know exactly where I'm going with this because you hear it all the time on the radio. And hey, it's not just black people who love this shit. You got the white kids loving this shit too, and they interacting with the music too, and they act like they're niggas as well. Think about that. Think about the influence we have on the entire country and the entire youth with this music, because it is popular. Black music is very popular in this country. But look at the quality of it. Is it popular because of the emotion and the feeling that you get from it? It's so strong, it's captivating, it's inspiring? Or is just simply because, hey, this shit lit. Hey, dog, man, this shit hype as hell. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? This shit is garbage. I want to go back to the days where black people talked about, things that matter in rap music. Talking about this shit is garbage. This shit is garbage.
I like how he just tells the truth, which is it's so rare and refreshing. He's like, this shit is garbage. It is garbage. It's absolute garbage. But you hardly hear a black person say that about their rap. It's just garbage.
I want to go back to the days where black people talked about, things that matter in rap music, talking about highlighting, the issues and the struggle and overcoming that struggle. These stories that a lot of these artists put out in the 90s and 2000s, that was powerful. Compared to today, where there's no talk of no fucking struggle. The struggle of getting these bands and fucking these hoes. That's the struggle. Oh boy, that's the struggle today. This is how far we have fallen. And it's going to take a hell of a lot to get back up.
Black people, the black community, as they call themselves, have the biggest victim complex of anyone, I think, on earth. What struggle are you talking about? Even the music that he's hyping up, talking about how they used to talk about the struggle, it was just more victim crybaby shit. It was just better than the current shit. Now, if you go way back to Luther Vandross, Marvin Gaye, music like that, that was real music by black people. But this she is what you're known for. This is what you're known for. These hoes, these rappers with their pants around their knees. It's all degenerate loser shit. Like this. Look at this. He's like a baby that needs his diaper changed.
It's powerful. Compared to today, where there's no talk of no fucking struggle. The struggle of getting these bands and fucking these hoes. That's the struggle. Oh boy, that's the struggle today. This is how far we have fallen. And it's going to take a hell of a lot to get back up. Well, instead of complaining like most niggas do, we're going to offer some solutions. When we look at black music, we need to go back to highlighting artists that actually talk about things that actually matter and can relate to everyday people, and that represent us in a
We start out with 3 tokens to use both of them because you can't just go through the show dropping doubles.
We don't have.
We're going somewhere with this nigger faggot game.
Stop. Stop.
Hi-oh.
Okay.
Okay, Jack.
Pause. Please.
Everything you say is a legit stop. Stop.
Let me pause for a moment. Thank you.
Please do.
I want to congratulate you sincerely. 90 days tomorrow. That is amazing, dude. It's the
Arming out, and you're ready to throw him out. So he must have knew that was coming.
Tom.
Oh, did you interrupt me, Jack?
I did because I've been patient and I'm losing my.
Fuck you.
All right. Thank you for making that choice.
Oh man.
He chose to leave, and it was at that time. I agree. He's very resistant.
Now I might have to go life coach on both of you because you might both be in some imagined disagreement, resistant, egoic state. Because I wasn't feeling like that right now. I'm just in such a great mood today. So much peace and love is available for me, and I was just like, well, okay, we could probably get this back on track. And then he's over there like storming out, and you're ready to throw him out. So he must have knew that was coming, and he did the whole "I quit before I'm fired" thing.
He knows. He knows.
Hello everyone who's still here. Some people left. Hope they have a great night tonight. Not sure who's still here, but whoever is here, I'm switching gears a bit to this witch. Now, why am I calling her a witch? Because I think she is. She has a pentacle there. It's a pentagram surrounded by a circle. When it's circled, it's a pentacle. She has a Baphomet statuette. She has an altar, it looks like. She seems witchy. She seems a bit witchy, this peroxide blonde with the darker roots behind there. She's got a lot of blonde in certain places, but she seems to have missed. There's streaks of hair that aren't blonde. Ooh, witchy woman. I'm sorry, I had to do it. I couldn't resist. Witchy woman from the Eagles. Witchy woman. She seems a bit witchy.
I want to share with you some experiences that I've had where I've seen, now this is very rare, I've seen a few people who don't have souls, and why I came to that conclusion, and what I think happens when we really do lose or disconnect from our soul. I'm going to talk a little bit about the different concepts of what a soul is through religion and spirituality, just a little tiny bit. I'm not an academic, as you know, and I'm sure there are people out there who are very well versed on the history of souls, but I want to set this video up just so you have a general understanding of the different concepts of what a soul is.
Ooh, witchy woman. I just can't get through it. Look at that. Oh man, the eyes. She.
And then I'm going to share with you my experience tuning in psychically to people that don't have souls. And as always, if you're enjoying my content, make sure you give this video a like and subscribe. Let's get stuck straight.
Yeah, what do you mean don't have souls? The soles of your feet? Do you mean spiritless beings? What are you talking about, witch? What you talking about, witch?
Three witches, three wishes, three bitches, three wishes, burn the witches, burn the witches. The time for evil is over. Team Evil is going to burn and smolder. Flames will rise, smoke will drift. Send the demons into the abyss.
Viking strong, Viking strong.
Pounding drums, I am Viking strong.
Viking strong, Viking strong.
Pounding drums, I am Viking strong.
Evil will perish, evil will sink in misery. It's truth that I cherish. I eat demons with coffee and cream. Viking strong, Viking strong.
Sound of the drum, I am Viking strong.
Viking strong, Viking strong.
Sound of the drum, I am Viking strong.
Mad Viking blood.
We bring the madness.
Swords gleam as they should.
Fighting evil is badass, and we love winning.
Viking strong. The Raven King. Can do anything.
Straight into it, shall we? In prehistory times, the soul would be considered simply having sentience, being alive, breathing, moving, being animated. And I feel like this is where shamanism comes from, because if you look at some shamanistic practices, it's always about honoring nature, honoring the sentience of things, and also honoring the non-sentience of things. So when something is alive and when something is dead. And for humans, the most obvious thing that tells us whether or not we are alive or dead is the breath and movement. So I think the idea and the concept of the soul would have been believing that you are sentient, noticing when you are living, and being able to move. Now let's move more into documented times. And of course, we're going to start with ancient Egypt. Egypt was the first culture to actually map the soul in detail. A person could have multiple soul parts, souls could be fragmented, united, souls could evolve, and death was a technical and ceremonial process. And this is where a lot of magical modern day systems evolved from, which is pretty damn cool. So let's move on to ancient India. They introduced that the soul is eternal and it reincarnates. So the idea of reincarnation speaks into Eastern systems, Hermetic thought, and New Age spirituality. In Hermetic and magical traditions, reincarnation is a part of samsara, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about in a second. So now we're going to move into, of course, ancient Greece. Greek philosophy also laid the foundations for Western mysticism, with not only the idea and the concepts of souls existing in their mythology, but also their philosophers were talking about what they believed the soul to be. If you do some research on Plato, he actually started talking about how the soul exists before the body does, and the soul already knows. But when the soul comes into the body, it goes into a state of not remembering, and then we spend our life learning lessons, thinking about ideas and concepts, and trying to remember what has been forgotten from our soul. So then we move more into religions and spiritual systems that believe that the soul was judged. We can look into Judaism, Christianity, Islam, as they kind of move the narrative into the soul being something that's very singular, that's morally accountable, and that God created. Now, this is where using guilt comes into controlling people and how they live out their everyday life. And you would have heard this a lot. People say your soul is going to be condemned, soul is going to hell. All of those fun, guilt-tripping concepts that people like to throw around as a way to control and suppress the expression of others. The idea of reincarnation completely disappears, except quietly in Kabbalah. Kabbalah and esoteric traditions generally believe that the soul evolves, that the soul is a state of consciousness that we work on evolving over time through our spiritual and day-to-day practices. We believe that the soul can also reach a state of enlightenment, therefore freeing up day practices. Time through our spiritual and day-to-day practice, that the soul is a state of consciousness that we work on evolving. The soul evolves, that the soul is a state of consciousness that we work on evolving over time through our spiritual and day-to-day practices. We believe that
You can believe whatever you want, but the spirit degrades in this place. It doesn't evolve. It does the opposite. This is observable. You want beliefs. You don't want observable truth. The switch. You prefer beliefs.
That the soul can also reach a state of enlightenment, therefore freeing us from samsara, allowing our soul to evolve and move on to whatever awaits it. So this feeds directly into the Golden Dawn, ceremonial magic, and Western occultism. So let's move on to modern psychology. Now, as someone that reads people's minds for a living, I am fascinated and obsessed with the human psyche and the subconscious and how it all works and fits together. And this how it all works and fits together. So this is where I'm going to start to move into this fits together, and this how it all works and fits together. So this is where I'm going to start to move into sharing my experience, because psychology looks at the soul as consciousness, as the mind, the psyche, or the subconscious, where there's different parts, there's fragmentations, there's personality traits. It's kind of where science meets spirituality. So this is where I come in. So as a professional psychic that specializes in reading the subconscious mind, but also talking to spirit guides, I kind of meet somewhere in the middle. And this is where I'm going to share the story about tuning into people psychically who don't have a soul. So let's talk about the first one, where the soul is almost gone. So let's start with the person who I looked at that was almost losing their soul. And this was through addiction, specifically alcohol and any type of substances, whether it be pharmaceutical or illegal, that numb the experience. Now this has led me to believe that the soul creates feeling and emotion and sentience. So if we go right back to the beginning, prehistory, where the idea is about being, the soul is about being sentient, alive, movement. Being sentient means you're feeling and existing in the experience around you. Your body and your mind and your soul are responding emotionally to the experiences that you're having. So if you've had some really horrific experiences and you're trying to not feel those feelings, or you simply cannot cope with it, a lot of us turn to addiction to numb those feelings. But the consequences of this is it numbs everything else as well. I feel that the person is going through a process of killing the soul. They don't want to feel their reality anymore. They don't want to be with their emotional experience. They don't want to be authentic with what's happened to them. Authenticity is linked to the soul, therefore they're trying to kill it or disconnect from it or completely numb it. And this is where the expression, the light has gone out of their eyes, I feel really comes from. I've heard people say to me, they're just not there anymore. Even though they're functioning and they're alive, they've gone. And I think this is where they've managed to kill or disconnect from their soul. These people actually don't have a soul. And the term I have for them are people eaters. Now they're not physically eating people, but when I tuned into them, and it only happened twice, which means it's very rare. The idea or the concept that I saw is that they eat people. So the eating is actually a symbolic of them eating the essence, the innocence, the souls, the emotions, the energy of others. Because
This is not rare. This is a realm that eats spirits. I'm going to change to something else.
Am I sexist? When I look at men and women, I see differences beyond the obvious physical ones. But when I was young, I was taught those don't exist. Experts said, except for a few physical traits, there's no difference between men and women.
Aren't women in general better nurturers?
No. Next question.
Feminist leaders said the only reason men are in charge of most things is sexism.
What's wrong with her? She's a woman, isn't she?
And there was plenty of that.
Who does it all? The laundry, the dishes, and tropical fishes.
Gosh, that's what mommies are for. Sisterhood is powerful. Join us now.
Thank God for the women's movement. And I believe that when they said, if we raised kids in gender-neutral ways, men and women would behave similarly. I believe.
You believed them. You believed them. You believed them. And you got deceived for decades then. You're a dupe. You're a dummy.
Gender-neutral ways, men and women would behave similarly. I believed that until I had a boy and a girl. Now I understand that most boys and girls are just different, and our attempts at gender-neutral parenting didn't change much.
Tonight, a touchy subject.
Years ago, I produced this ABC special about that.
Eye-opening research suggests more women can read feelings, more men can read maps.
Eye-opening research that men and women are different. That's eye-opening research in Hell Realm. Fucking hell.
Should gender influence our place in society?
Kids know boys and girls are different.
Girls are boring. Boys are a pain in the butt.
But many adults do not want even scientific research talked about.
This is harmful and damaging to our daughters' lives and to our mothers' lives. And I'm very angry about it.
Years later, I still find most people, men and women, avoid talking about differences. But not Heather McDonald. You got 500,000 views on Twitter saying,
"It is not a product of systemic misogyny that males brought us the scientific revolution, that they circumnavigated the globe. If we weren't so insane, it would be perfectly obvious that there are innate differences between males and females."
She says it's why men explored the world, not women. But that was because their society
Differences between males are innate, different globe. If we weren't so insane, it would be perfectly obvious that there are innate differences between males and females.
She says it's why men explored the world, not women. But that was because their societies wouldn't allow it.
That's true, but they haven't been doing much in the interim, frankly.
Yikes.
Oh, is that true? Societies wouldn't allow women? Again, you're pushing more feminist myths. And it's taken you decades to get this far, Stossel. It's just the pace that people learn at in this realm is excruciatingly slow. It's painful. How long does it take you to realize you've been duped?
That's a strong statement. But it is true that most startups are run by men. Most world leaders are men. Maybe the world would be more peaceful if women were in charge.
Women and children have long paid the price for wars, started and waged by men.
Women leaders must step up.
Women want peace.
The world would be better, safer if
If
women
ruled the world. And that hasn't really proved to be the case.
Here's Hillary Clinton talking about the killing of Gaddafi.
We came, we saw, he died.
Men drove the 30 Years' War. Men drove the 100 Years' War. Women aren't responsible for the endless Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Maybe it would be better if women managed governments.
It's very curious, some of the Green parties, the female-dominated parties in Europe, they're the war parties. They're all for continuing to arm Ukraine. They were all for the involvement in the Serbian conflict. So it's curious, a lot of the female EU politicians are no more pacifistic than some of their colleagues, male colleagues.
It's men, McDonald points out, who
developed ideas of constitutional government, of due process, of human rights. Those are much more powerful than the 30 Years' War. Yes, there's endless savagery in Africa between tribes.
violence driven by men.
By men, that's right. But I don't see what the alternative is.
Men, she says, have more
Passion for novelty, competitiveness, aggression. You have to be a very ideologically dominated parent not to notice that there are differences between male and female children almost from the start, as far as levels of aggression, the types of toys that they gravitate towards. Males have a greater predilection towards insanity, towards like really stupid behavior. I hear these motorcycles outside of my apartment in New York. I know what the sex of who's riding those, you idiots. There's obviously individual exceptions. There's highly aggressive, competitive females. and highly nurturing, empathetic males. Of course,
taking a step back from their own careers to care for their families.
But we're talking about averages. And the average male, there's a greater chance that he's going to be a risk taker and a seeker of knowledge.
That's why men run most companies, she says. Not because sexism prevents women from advancing.
Nobody's keeping females out. They just aren't interested. Google is desperate to hire more females. Nobody's preventing females from doing an AI startup. And nobody's stripping females of venture capital funding, as we saw with the fraudster Elizabeth Holmes, who had everybody under the sun shoveling billions of dollars at her. Everybody wants there to be more female entrepreneurs in whether it's biomedicine or whatnot. But they don't have that same drive to stay up till 3 a.m. eating cold pizzas, coding. That drive to conquer facts and data is disproportionately male.
I bought this strange Zara dress.
I'm trying on 6 spring dresses at Kohl's.
Hey guys, I have another really big shopping haul.
What do I see females doing these days?
I'm not driven to stay up coding anymore till 3 a.m. I used to do stuff like that with computers, but I was driven after a while to make artwork and to learn different things, teach myself different things. But I've been driven all my life to figure out reality, to figure out what this place is, how it works, and how to get out. How to get out. How to get freedom. And you don't have to believe me. Go to the shit channels. Go to the ones that talk simple and say, oh, it's just about being 100% and all this vague fucking stupid shit. Go ahead. Follow them. Go. People are so dumb they can't even tell that there's different levels of beings and minds and spirits. And there are differences not just between men and women. There are spiritual differences in spiritual species. And I figured that out. And I've spoken about that on my channel over the years. I've made discoveries that I don't put a price tag on to try to get wealthy and famous.
They're influencers.
I love to use a really fluffy brush.
They're talking about makeup.
These are the colors. They're so pretty.
They're talking about fashion.
Okay, let's talk about this lace leather skirt.
Whoa, is McDonald saying women are inferior, less useful for society?
They are very useful for raising children.
Well, that's obvious. She also notes many women have accomplished remarkable things. Mary Anderson invented windshield wipers. Marie Curie won 2 Nobel Prizes for her work on radiation. This woman became a billionaire, starting the betting site Kalshi. McDonald cites women in the arts.
Edith Wharton, one of the great novelists. We've got some great female composers, Fanny Mendelssohn, Cécile Licard. I want to hear all of them, absolutely. But I am not going to try to tear down an institution because it is predominantly male.
One such institution is the university, which she says has been taken over by women claiming victimhood.
I want to make sure.
I understand. What about our protection right now?
The claims of unsafety, of danger, of jeopardy are complete.
You've already destroyed college and university. I just think it's a place for women to be crybabies and go into safe spaces and cry about their periods and cry about this and cry about that and say they need a safe space and men are sexist. That's what universities look like and sound like. You've ruined them. You've ruined that and more. So you can call men idiots, but you've ruined a lot of Western civilization. Are men bigger risk takers? Yes. Do men do some dangerous behaviors? Yes. Does it mean they're idiots? No. Would this woman on the screen call women idiots? I doubt it. No matter what they would do. What about all the babies aborted? Can you talk about that? Is that nurturing, caring? Is that cruel? Is that idiotic? To end the life of your own baby? What would you say to that? They never get any pushback. This woman on the screen, most people in this realm and most people in academia would call her brilliant or say she's whatever. I think she's a published author and she's this and that. She would get demolished if she came on my show live and spoke with me for an hour and a half and really got into things. It'd be devastating for her because there's things that she's never been asked about. And I dare say, I bet she hasn't even pondered certain things that I have. It's never crossed her mind. And she'd have to answer saying, I never thought of that. I'd have to get back to you. I haven't given that any thought in my life. I bet there's a lot of things I could touch on that she hasn't given thought to. Like, what does it say about your gender? 1.5 billion abortions worldwide since 1980. Millions and millions and millions so far this year. Millions of aborted babies. Millions. Just this year. January and this part of February. Millions. Millions. So you can talk about all the wars and all that stuff. That might even have a reason. You might be defending yourself. But women get rid of innocent babies by the millions. Where's your excuse? Where's your women good, men bad, men to blame?
Completely hysterical neuroses in the first place. You now have portraits of the greatest white male scientists being taken down because it might.
Oh, there you go. You got to take those portraits down, right?
Make female medical students feel unsafe to look upon the greatest minds of medical science. Of the greatest white male scientists being.
Well, there's a war against white males, and who started that war? Is that war mostly men, or is it women waging war out of envy against white men? What do you think?
Of the greatest white male scientists being taken down because it might make female medical students feel unsafe to look upon the greatest minds of medical science.
More women, she says, are against free speech.
When you ask people, which do you value more, academic freedom, there's no overlap. A vast majority of males choose the pursuit of truth, academic freedom, whatever the cost. The females favor
safe space, inclusivity, diversity. That's what women overwhelmingly favor. They don't favor freedom, free speech, or truth, or the pursuit of truth that might make some uncomfortable. They want, there you go, respect, dignity, safe space, safe person. It's all about feelings with most women. It doesn't have to be all. I know some women get their panties in a bunch and say, not me, not all. Great, just millions. Maybe not you, but millions of other women. And society reflects that. If you give them power, they'll build safe spaces and they'll limit free speech. Just like Silver Diamond called me a racist and said I'm not welcome anymore because of my words. She doesn't like the word darky or Negro.
Emotional safety and equity.
So what? Both are good qualities.
No, they're not. The university exists for the pursuit of truth.
Men and women, she says, should fight this trend.
It's going to take more parents willing to stand up for their sons who are getting screwed at academic institution after academic institution. It's going to take
more women standing up for their sons. Well, that'll be the day that hell freezes over. Hardly any women. I mean, there are some rare exceptions, but hardly any women stand up for their sons. in this realm. They're all girl power and push for girl power and say women were oppressed. Most women, including ones with a son, 2 sons, 3 sons, sons only, no girls, will say they wanted to try to get a daughter. They could have 3, 4, or 5 sons, but they'll keep trying they want that daughter. I think that's the way most women are. Maybe it's Western women, maybe it isn't that way in the East. But with Western women, they want daughters and they don't seem to value overall their sons as much. And they don't fight for their sons. They don't care if their sons are discriminated against. Most women. I would say most mothers in the West, in America and Canada, at least, most that have sons. And they'll also cry for sympathy, like, oh, I'm a boy mom, pity me because boys are dirty and boys are dangerous and boys are this and that. And we got to teach boys not to rape. And we like they view their view of men and boys is so deranged. It truly is at this point. Now, does that mean every woman with a son is that way? No. But does it mean there's millions and millions? Yes. Is that observably true? Yes. Go read hundreds of thousands of comments on YouTube and Facebook of women talking about boys and talking about having sons. Read thousands. Read more and do what I've already done. And then come back to me a few years from now and say yes or no. Say, yes, I agree with you, Stephen, or no, I disagree. I've spent years reading lots and lots and lots of comments all over social media to get a sense of where women are at and what they think and how they view their own sons and if they'll ever stand up for their sons, ever, even in a comment on a YouTube video, much less standing up for them against universities and governments. Women will never stand up for their sons in America and Canada. That's what I'd bet on. And I know I usually go through this analogy of where would I put my chips? I'd be pushing all my chips in the direction if I was forced to bet they won't ever do that en masse. A few women will, but women overall will never stand up for their sons in America and Canada, no matter how bad the anti-male discrimination and anti-white male discrimination gets. Most mothers will never do that. They'll still think that they're oppressed as women and that daughters, girls are oppressed and that their boys, they're privileged, as Trexty said. That's the way most women view it. That white men are privileged and have it easy. It's very similar, the mass view, to what Trexty's is. Again, does that mean that all women or all white mothers are that way? No, there are exceptions. There's always exceptions to anything. But they might be 1 out of a million, 3 out of a million, maybe 8 out of a million. I don't think it's many. I honestly think you'd be hard pressed to find a woman that would speak up and stand up in any meaningful way, we'll say, legitimate and meaningful way for their sons in this society. Here's Trexty's famous comment. She said it. When will the straight white men have their day? Poor guys never get a chance at being in power. And then fake sadness, fake tears. Hashtag get a grip. She's a white woman, apparently. She could be Jewish, which would mean she's not white. Jews don't consider themselves to be white. Jews and then Gentiles, or Goyim, as they sometimes call white people, cattle. They don't group themselves in with whites. So maybe she's Jewish. She lives in Ireland. It doesn't necessarily mean that she has Irish or Celtic blood. But this is Trexty, and she's not alone. There's a lot of women from Ireland, England, Canada, United States, all the way down to Australia that have this belief that white men are privileged and have it easy and are just handed the world and handed power. It's not like we did anything to build and create and invent the modern world, of course, in her mind. Would I ever trust a woman like Trexty or the one on the screen or anyone like that in academia to define men, masculinity? No, I wouldn't. Because they're not a man. They don't know what being a man is. They don't see through a man's eyes. They don't truly empathize with men. They don't truly understand and comprehend men. And they can't define masculinity for men because they're not men. That's why.
CEOs not to be browbeaten by their wives.
By their wives?
Females are overwhelmingly far more left-wing, and they push their husbands to buy into the poison of identity politics.
We have to get gender equality here in the United States. It is imperative, and there are several barriers that hold women back. And we have to really, if we're going to bring women up, we have to invest in things to help them with their power and their influence.
Look, so why Gates's face? That's actually funny because he was cucked by his masculine wife. The wife looks more masculine than he does. Look at this. Oh man, pathetic. I would never allow that. Never, never.
It is imperative, and there are several barriers that hold women back. And we have to really, if we're going to bring women up, we have to invest in things to help them with their power and their influence.
So why is that?
Why are females more left-wing? I can't tell you, but it is absolutely the case.
Do you disagree with MacDonald? Or with me? Please write us about that. Heather MacDonald had many other provocative things to say about gender, race, policing. We'll release her full interview in a few weeks.
It's a beautiful day in the realm today. A beautiful day in the realm today. Let's jump over to something else. What do we have here? Here.
Hey, Internet friends, stare into the abyss with me for a moment. On January 30th, the Department of Justice uploaded over 3 million.
Oh, she got a Rothschild family banner from YouTube that puts Wikipedia as soon as you mention Rothschilds, the Ashkenazi Jewish noble banking family, originally from Frankfurt, Germany. Wow, look at the views. 98,000 views on her big channel, 7,000 likes. It's actually a fairly safe topic to discuss. She keeps it safe, really graceful, really disgraceful. Hi, Internet friends. She's been doing that for years. Hi, Internet friends.
Hey, Internet friends, stare into the.
Sorry, I got it wrong. It's hey, Internet friends. Hey, Internet friends. Hey, Internet friends.
Hey, Internet friends, stare into the abyss with me for a moment. On January 30th, the Department of Justice uploaded over 3 million pages, 2,000 videos, and 180,000 images associated with the Epstein files. There's so much to cover. I'm going to have to do a series of shorter videos just to get through all of it, so it's not lost in one video. Let's first address the Rothschild connection to Epstein. Just to remind everybody, Jeffrey Epstein was convicted in 2008, but he continued to associate with powerful people. He wasn't shunned from any social circles. They straight up did not care. It just really seems like Epstein was an upper manager of the three-city empire, the unholy trinity. The city of London, with Israel as its proxy.
They straight up did not care. Did not care.
Fourth pillar, Washington, D.C., and the Vatican, aka the bank, the muscle, and the spirit, or the ideological control. That's my thesis for all of these videos I'm about to make, a statement which we will revisit at the end of all of them. Obviously, if we're talking about the bank first, we're talking about the Rothschilds. In a 2016 email to Palantir billionaire Peter Thiel, Epstein begins the email with, "As you probably know, I represent the Rothschilds. I was hoping to figure out a way for the bank that has $160 billion in management can do something in tech. Best client list in the world. Prehistoric products. It can wait. Good luck in China. End of the email. I do wonder what prehistoric products Epstein is referring to. He then proceeds to invite Teal to his island. I've done several videos on the Rothschild family and their deep links to world banking as one of the hidden hand families controlling the world, but when you say that online, you get hit with a little blue bubble bar under your video saying that it's all conspiracy theory. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Epstein is just leading his email with it. It's his hook.
I've never met Peter Thiel, and everybody says he sort of jumps around and acts sort of strange, like he's on drugs.
Smoking, yeah.
However, he has a company called Palantir.
Bigger than Sequoia or Kleiner
These are the new Kleiner Perkins. Everybody, these are the smart boys.
That same year, Ariane de Rothschild, who married into the Rothschild family, who serves as CEO of the Edmond de Rothschild Group, which is a Swiss private bank, she met with Epstein from 2013 to 2019. And they established a $25 million consulting agreement, which was signed in October of 2015, between Epstein Southern Trust Company and the Rothschild Group for risk analysis and algorithm-related services. So the Rothschilds on paper for this contract were paying him $25 million just to provide introductions to U.S. finance leaders and law firms, and he provided tax and risk consulting while also helping Ariane personally on a couple of occasions with advice on estate management. Guys, they went to Broadway shows together, Canadian vacations, discussed, destroying the world together. I'll provide you the proof on that here in just a second, but leaked by a hacker group and uploaded by a nonprofit whistleblower, distributed denial of secrets, the inbox of Israeli Defense Minister Ehud Barak showed a close relationship with Epstein, showcasing Epstein's efforts to leverage his personal friendship with Ariane to raise funds for the development of Israeli cyber weapons. It's crazy that this guy was this close with a former prime minister of a country. These particular emails were from 2013 to 2016, when Barak used Epstein as a consultant and financial advisor. Among the projects that Barak appears to have sought Epstein's advice on was a proposed investment in an Israeli startup called Light and Strong, which in 2014 was working on a proposed investment in Barak appears to have sought Epstein's advice on was a proposed investment in an Israeli startup called Light and Strong, which in 2014 was working on a solar-powered, high-altitude, long-endurance drone in an initiative consultant and financial advisor. Among the projects that Barak appeared, these particular emails were from 2013 to 2016, when Barak used Epstein as a...
Oh dear, Jeffrey Epstein used Gmail. Interesting. He used Gmail. Look at this. Do you think this is legit, or do you think that they just faked all this shit? They could probably use AI to quickly make up all this shit if they wanted to. I'm not saying that happened, but it's a possibility. It's a possibility.
As a consultant and financial advisor. Among the projects that Barak appears to have sought Epstein's advice on was a proposed investment in an Israeli startup called Light and Strong, which in 2014 was working on a solar-powered, high-altitude, long-endurance drone in an initiative dubbed Project Sunspark. Epstein specifically told Barak no to this investment, instead connecting him with Ariane de Rothschild. Around this time, Epstein was pursuing Rothschild to fund Israeli offensive cyber startups, according to Dropsite News. So I wonder if this whole thing was just about knocking down a competitor that Barak was going to hire in favor of his guy, but anyway, I digress. The emails show that Epstein had advised Barak on how to approach Ariane, saying that he would need to build a relationship with her if he wanted to make serious money. Quote, "I'm ready, but I need your advice on how. Ladies is your forte," Barak wrote to Epstein on November of 2013. Epstein replied, "Time, attention, stable, recurring, predictable, where, what, when." Well, he would know because Ariane and Epstein were familiar, so familiar that they discussed a Hitler connection to their families via email. Epstein wrote, quote, "I thought you'd find amusing that in a Harvard class on Hitler, they told the story of when he was so poor he lived in shelter for the homeless and destitute that had been financed by 3 wealthy families, the Gutmans, the Epsteins, and the Rothschilds. It turns out to be accurate," end quote. Ariane responded saying whether it's a way to say that generosity is not rewarded or that the conspiracy theory still exists is quite pathetic, ... But Epstein quickly corrected her, writing, "First, it turns out to be 100% true. Hitler was selling his clothes and artwork and living in a shelter funded by the Jews. Epstein, Rothschild, and Gutman. No conspiracy. The Epsteins were the Vienna bankers. Bought their bank on the ring, hence, still Palace Epstein." Ariane changes the subject in the next exchange, asking if Epstein had received her video with the girls. Furthermore, in another email from March of 2014, Epstein wrote to Ariane, Ukraine upheaval should provide many opportunities. Many. End quote. Rothschild writes back saying, "I miss our conversations and hope you are doing well. I'll be home tomorrow evening. Will you be free? And let's discuss Ukraine." End quote. Just a little light and casual war profiteering. Lots of children without parents running around in war times, you know? Just remember, this is the same family, the Rothschilds, the same banking dynasty that basically engineered modern-day Israel through their Balfour Declaration. This is a wild connection. Epstein wasn't just a pervert, he was a well-connected upper manager giving advice to elites. And all the connections are laid out right here in these files. So what do you think, internet friends? I'm going to link my video on the Rothschild history, and stick around as I'm making more videos after I upload this one. I think I'm doing Prince Andrew next.
She loves calling them elites. What do you think, internet friends?
In these files. So what connection? Epstein wasn't just a pervert, he was a well-connected upper manager.
She calls them elites. What do you think, internet friends?
Wasn't just a pervert, he was a well-connected upper manager giving advice to elites. And all the connections are laid out right here in these files. So what do you think, internet friends? I'm going to link my video on the Rothschild history, and stick around as I'm making more videos after I upload.
She'll always call them elites. She's been doing that for a decade now.
This one. I think I'm doing Prince Andrew next, then Bill Gates, then Trump mentioned.
She won't call them demons ever. She'll call them elites. She'd rather call them elites than demons. Here's the Palais Epstein in Austria. He's from a banking family in Vienna, Austria. A banking family of tiny hats, of course. Of course. Who else is involved in banking?
And then potentially Bush Sr., then I really want to hit the Nicki Minaj tweets that tie into all of this. That's probably the first time anyone in my bloodline has ever uttered or even thought those words. I just hope we get an opportunity after all of this to read the Nicki Minaj tweets. What in the world does she have to say? The author of Super Freaky Girl and Anaconda. Yeehaw.
Yeah, I think really disgraceful should stay in her lane, cover Nicki Minaj, the Epstein files. This is right up her alley. The mainstream low-level stuff is what she's good at covering. Look at this genius. Never voting ourselves out of this. 1.3 thousand likes. These people just say the most Captain Obvious shit, and they'll never come to my channel. I'm fine with that at this point. I'm fine with reaching the ones I've reached. I think that most in this realm are unreachable. Lost causes. They'll stay at this level just forever. Look at this. The banking cartel with the Rothschilds at the top is the real deep state. The deep state is a new term used by baby truthers. Anyway, they just never get beyond this. They don't. They reach a certain level and that's it. When you understand who rules over you, WW2, World War II, becomes so much clearer, and the lies that are told. And this person said, it becomes clear why the veterans didn't want to talk about it. They knew they fucked up, but couldn't do anything about it. This person wrote, seeing my own family react to this has been mind-blowing. People are always mind-blown by in this realm. Seeing people who grew up thinking the world was just and right and not fucking sick as hell is also a wild ride. Epstein is probably just the tip of the iceberg, one that was revealed. There are probably many people, yeah, there are many like Epstein. I doubt that he's dead, this person said. Yeah, me too. That whole fake death thing looks so goddamn fake. So fake, but people will, especially truthers. It's not just normies. There's a lot of quote truthers that will believe anything. It's a realm of gullible zombies.
Alright, what is up guys? So I'm going to once again start this video with a trigger warning. Well, a lot of people have been talking about this for decades. Well, how come so many white people, they have simply stopped having children? They chose to live the dink life, right? Dual income, no kids, or dual income, no children. So yeah, well, I mentioned this before in the UK. So yes, in the UK, 40% of pregnancies, yes, are terminated in the womb via abortion. 40%. Clearly, people are still having sex. Well, and yes, in America, black women are the most likely to end up, going to the abortion clinic. However, it's not the same in Europe. In almost every single European country, right, who is most likely to get an abortion? A white woman. So yeah, you're purposely choosing to kill off yourselves. Basically, you're choosing to end your own bloodline. Yeah, 40% of pregnancies terminated via abortion. So what has caused all of this? I will share with you guys a very personal story. Yes, I will be naming some names because in the past, a lot of people have been accusing me. They're saying that, oh, I'm just actually making up fake stories. Yeah, let's put this photo on the screen there. This is not a random photo, as you guys can see, right? I'll have this on my phone as well. There's 5 people in this photo, as you guys can see, right? I'm the second person right here. This photo was taken back in 2018. So in this photo, this is right after one of our local races. This is after a 5K race. We're just celebrating a post race, and this is when I was at Georgian College. I was on the cross country running team. Let's start naming some names, okay? I'm not going to show everybody on the team. So while in this photo, there's 5 people. We're all happy and smiling, right? Tyler, okay? This is the guy in the yellow vest. And of course, the second guy is me. This is from 2018. And the guy in the middle, I'll just say his first name. He's the tallest guy on the team. His name is Will. His first name, that is. And then you have this guy, another white guy, a skinny white guy. His name is Jeffrey. And then you have this girl who her name is Megan. Okay? Well, you guys can say, oh, wow, well, this is getting very, very personal. Well, yes, I think it's very important to have these kind of conversations about, how toxic the white culture is. First of all, right, the guy in the yellow vest, the guy with the curly hair, a lot of us on the team, we just call him Curly because his hair, his name is Tyler. He actually, so there's another girl that's not in this photo. So on the cross-country team, we had 6 guys and 4 girls. And was also another Indian guy. His name is Nelvin. He's not in that photo. So, yeah, let's start with Tyler. He used to date another girl, another blonde girl that's on the team, right? So her name is Kate. Okay, I won't even show a picture of Kate. So Kate, I mean, she's pretty mid, absolutely vicious, okay? Really, really nasty woman. And she's openly honest about it, okay? At least she's not hiding it. Yeah, she admits to being a racist, especially towards Indians and Pakistanis. She really, really doesn't like brown people, especially brown men. I'm just telling you guys. So Kate had a lot of problems as well. So this guy, Tyler, the guy in the yellow vest, Curly, they used to date. And so what happened was Tyler ended up cheating on Kate, and they were actually mutually cheating on each other. And honestly, this is what I've seen in almost 21 years in Canada. So these, white people's relationships and marriages are by far the most toxic I've ever seen. And I think the problem, with China, why China has so many divorces now, is that, they have copy and pasted this concept. So yeah, Kate ended up cheating on Tyler with this guy named Josh. So when this video was taken in 2018, I think Kate and Josh, they were still dating. And yes, they both they're openly honest about being, if you want to call it racist or xenophobic. So yeah, they ended up moving to a very, very small town of like a few thousand people where everybody is white because they don't want to be around any immigrants. I'm just telling you guys. Okay, that aside, yeah, Tyler, he cheated on Kate with, I believe at least 3 other women, 2 of them white. One of them, when this photo was taken, he was dating this girl who's...
This guy's really openly anti-white, isn't he? This Chinese guy that I guess was allowed to get his education in Canada. This Chinese guy, this is what they do. They get an education at a Canadian university, and then they do this. He really doesn't like white people.
Half Asian, half Filipino, half white. Of course, her father is white, her mom is Asian, and they called her Wild. Well, I think everybody knows, why she was called Wild. Because, yeah, she's probably one of the skankiest women alive. And it's very interesting. So many of these products of these, the daughters of these, white male and Asian female marriages, they will never, ever look at an Asian guy. Because, the first time I met her, right? So from the moment that she saw me, she was absolutely disgusted. You can tell. It looked like that she wanted to puke. So, yeah, she was, going around and sucking this guy Tyler's dick. So, yeah, this is... made everything so extremely awkward. It made the whole situation on the team extremely toxic because, we have to train together, we have to travel together, and you have this guy, Tyler, who cheated on, his ex-girlfriend, Kate, and we're both on the same team, and we had to do, stretches, workouts together. It made everything extremely awkward, extremely toxic. And yeah, so there's Tyler, and I'm the second guy there, right? And you guys see the guy in the middle. So he's kind of, leaning down because he's a lot taller than me. He's about 6'2". So his name is Will, okay? I don't know where he got so much money because, well, from the moment we met him, he seems to be filthy rich. And even though he was unemployed, he was studying massage therapy at Georgian College. He could afford his own all-inclusive, basically this luxury one-bedroom apartment. And there's another girl, so her name is Megan, the girl on the other side, right? So this is photo was taken. This is, I believe, right around the time where Will and Megan, they were basically, either they already started having sex or their affair was about to start. But as you guys can see, right, when this photo was taken, Megan, she was actually dating.
This guy kind of sounds like a jealous Chinese incel.
Another white guy. He was a chef at a restaurant, a lot shorter than Will. He was probably around the same height as me. I've seen the guy before. He was probably around 5'8", 5'9". But once again, right, women always prefer taller guys. And Will is 6'2". And Will knew all along that Megan was in a relationship. She was in not a situationship, like, a committed long-term relationship with this guy who's a chef. And yeah, and everybody's suspicions ended up becoming true. Eventually, everybody found out. It was around this time, right? This photo that was taken towards the end of November. So it was either at the end of November or the start of December. So Megan started to have regular casual sex with this Will guy who was 6'2". And yes, well, you're a 6'2" white guy. You have a lot of options, right? Instead of, choosing to find a woman who is single, you have to, go for this girl who is in a committed long-term relationship. And yeah, so their breakup was extremely chaotic. So it was actually so bad. They ended up relocating to a different city. They actually temporarily moved back to Ottawa. That's the city I'm in right now. So this photo was taken at Georgian College. And I believe right now, Will and Megan, they have moved to the East Coast. They moved to a small town in the Atlantic Canada because once again, right, well, let's just be honest, they don't like immigrants. They don't want to be around colored folks. I'll just leave that there. But yeah, this is the issue I talked about, with white culture. Well, why so much?
I've heard that Chinese like to do this. Gossip. Asians, Indians, people from India, Pakistan, and China.
In this video, we are going to talk about this obviously man-made idea of karma that is floating around the world today still, and has been for thousands of fucking years. We're going to call this idea out in all of the obvious flaws and holes within it, along with talking about a very unique and interesting hypothesis that I have pertaining to multi-source reality.
Same room, and then the little feminine lawyer wannabe kid's gonna show up and try to be cute, and all right, I may have to see my way out. I can feel it coming.
I'm ready. I'm actually getting ready to start wrapping up anyway. But the young Mr. Jeremy, he's gotten on his because of me. I've tried many different ways. Hey, there's this Chucky in the chat as well.
Love Chucky.
You are about gone. I'm not sure what this comment is about, but Chucky, the things I've seen from you, I'm happy to get rid of you. And if you'd like, just do us both a favor. You can unsubscribe and leave.
I'll tell you, the only reason I like Chucky is because the one time someone was talking about the Raging Tomato, and then he popped up in the chat and said, "Was somebody talking about me?"
I don't get it.
Jack,
Probably better that way.
one thing that I'd like to point out, Jack, is that the panelverse is more than happy to support the demons that run around the panel curse, causing hell and havoc, creating a terrible, toxic environment. But then they will reject and insult those who try to do good. So I don't know if you noticed that, but they embrace the evil that shows no boundaries. It's happened more and more often than I could imagine. Each of us on this screen right now have been, given shit one way or the other. But then all these people are like, oh, they thrive on the controversy and the chaos. I can't explain it, man, but it's clear. It's evident that it's nonstop.
Things change. This is what I've learned. And I see a lot of stubborn people in these panels. It's not just in the panel. This is a public display of the current state of society, although we are an abstract and a bizarre abstract from society. Nonetheless, we are a representation of what people are like today. And many people, they don't think it's unresolved. I mean, there's so many reasons involved. Things are not always as they seem. I have witnessed a lot of growth in different people, myself included, and many of the people that are still issues, still problems around here. Don't be surprised if people change. That's my
That's
my suggestion.
This is a heavy,
We're addicted
heavy
to
energy
hopium.
today.
It's the hopium thing. We all hope that people will change, but the odds of that happening are slim to none. But there is a possibility. I understand that.
Yeah, anyone who wants to.
Colonizer. 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 Lands vast by far from the original spot of where the that to me sounds like colonizer. There's only relevant when it is in white skin. Only matter. Colonizer.
will be entombed.
So, grab some popcorn, grab your favorite food, and let us dive right in. And this video is a special treat because starting today, every video going forward is going to be an active visual treat book review. So I'm going to be reviewing a book as I discuss the topic at hand. And you're going to be able to see all these badass pictures from my book collection here. So this book right here is called Designer. Technical Secrets of the Traditional Visual Arts. So an extremely practical book and an extremely badass book, as you can see. Go into all sorts of details, technical details. How do you create really refined, cool-looking, symmetrical art, sacred geometry, all sorts of fucking just totally badass stuff. Celtic weave patterns, ancient Celtic stuff, you know, stuff from cultures all over the world, etc., so on and so forth. So if you can find a copy of this book at Barnes & Noble or wherever you can find it online, grab a copy. Go. Do it. Be a badass. This book is useful as hell, and it's cool as fuck. Buy it. Keep it and have it. You're going to want it someday, even if you don't right now. So, with that being said, let's talk about this traditional idea of karma that was especially prominent in India and other places, and still is today, but has now kind of taken hold within the New Age fold throughout the world, and has just kind of permeated a lot of other facets of society, where people just casually use the term, they got their karma, or, you know, they have good karma or bad karma, whatever. People just casually toss this term around. A lot of people not really understanding what the implications of it are supposed to be, right? So, obviously, we live in a world where justice most often is not actually served properly. In fact, if karma actually existed as something built into the universe, like built into the background of things, right? Then we wouldn't need a single court system. We wouldn't need a single prison. We wouldn't need a single jail, because karma would just take care of all the bad pieces of shit, and they'd just be gone very quickly from their karma killing them off. You wouldn't need executioners, you wouldn't need prisons, you wouldn't need judges, you wouldn't need law courts, you wouldn't need any of this bullshit. If karma was a background existing thing in the universe, a law built into stuff, because karma would just take care of everything. No human would need to do anything additionally to catch people or find them or hunt them down or whatever the fuck else. You know, murderers would never escape, because as soon as they murdered someone or tried to, they would be murdered right away, immediately, right? Their head would like fly off the second they're taking the other person's head off. It'd be very simple, very clear cut. If karma was even partially working, that's what it would look like. If karma was partially operating, that's what it would look like. Okay? But it doesn't even do that, does it? Karma doesn't even partially operate properly. Because oftentimes what you see is people who are total pieces of shit, they just take off and live full lives of luxury and never get caught their whole lives and just die fairly peacefully after they murdered.
I've already debunked karma. He sucks. That guy's perpetual pervert. He has a scat fetish that he admits to. He's a real creepy creature. He made lots of videos about me. He's a real fucking creep, and he's in love with shit. This is Grace Thorpe at a drag bar.
Television debut. Please.
I don't want to play these clips. I don't know how they get away with it, but Gracie, live at a drag bar.
Come to mommy. Come to mommy. How many drinks is this bitch in? I'm gonna espresso shot and 3 Bloody Marys. I want my money's worth. Thank you. Of course. Her name is Shay. But the Lord, don't make me cry. No, we're not in crying territory yet. Stop it. No. They noticed me crying. It's over, chat. Yeah, Dad, you could take her dog. You trying to get Lav to meet with me?
Kill the dog. The dog is dead. I'm hunting it down and killing it.
I'm enjoying this, the Venus interactions. Crying drinker, you know what I mean? I drink and I cry. I was crying because they were saying my dad chose a good place here, and like I love my dad to bits, and like nice Venus. Yeah. Very nice meeting you. You're so nice. I love you. You cracked my back. Tequila, arriba! Let's go!
Oh, hell no.
Cheers!
I just gave her my Latina card.
Woo! I feel very loving towards Venus in this whole part right now. I'm good on the ice, baby. I've been doing this since I was 8 years old.
That's literally so cool. I met a drag queen who is confirmed in the Catholic faith who has a favorite saint, a patron saint, Saint Martin de Porres. Because she watched a TV show about Saint Martin de Porres, I'm gonna cry again. Like, that's so cute. It's literally cute. No laugh. It's literally cute. It's literally cute. It's literally cute.
Hold on, Grace. What were you saying? Grace? Grace, don't do that. Get some manners. Don't fart like that. That's not cool. You're crying and farting. Oh, Grace, you're a mess.
It's literally cute. No laugh? Why? What happened?
I'm an empath. I feel other people's emotional status. This was a great idea. I had a great time. Sober up, loser? Hey, Lalo, literally go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself so fucking hard. Literally go fuck. Hey, Lalo, literally go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself so fucking hard. Go fucking shove a 8-inch black fucking dildo up your fucking tight fucking rectum. Go fuck off. I don't want to see you. Go away. I'm being a real human being experiencing real emotion.
What a crying, drunken mess. How embarrassing is that? My goodness. Oh, gosh. God damn.
Fuck off. Go fuck off with Lav and see if you can get your tiny gross little dick in her. Okay? I don't want to fucking see you, nigga. I will fucking punch you on sight. On sight, you hear me? Fuck off. You fucking touched me while I was unconscious. I don't want to fucking see you. I don't want to see your fat ass. I don't want to see your fucking autistic eye signals. I don't want to see any of it. Go fuck off. Fuck off with Lav. I hope everybody watches it. I have no problem. I'm hanging out with Venus, and I don't want to see your fucking autistic ass. I don't want to see you anywhere near me. I don't want your fingers anywhere near me. I don't want your gropey little fucking brown hands anywhere near me. Fuck off forever.
Wow, what a classy drunk. Oh my goodness. God damn, what the fuck? Shit, nigga, what you be talking about crying and swearing and shit, nigga?
All right. You know what? Go fucking do ice skating with Lav. Go fucking do ice skating. You know what? Go fucking do ice skating with Lav. She's gonna be a bitch to me in real life.
How classy. Look at this. What an absolute mess. You were trying to make fun of me, calling me Timu. Well, like, you're a complete mess. You're a psychological, emotional mess. What a wreck. God damn. You need a therapist or a team.
I know it. She's a fucking nasty person. She's gonna be a bitch to me in real life. I know it. She's a fucking ice skating with Lav. You know what? Go fucking do ice skating with Lav. She's gonna be a bitch to me in real life. I know it. She's a fucking nasty person. She doesn't like my dad. I love my dad. She's a fucking nasty person.
Yeah, you love your dad. I know you love your dad. You love your dad allegedly in ways that you shouldn't be loving your dad. I mean, my goodness, what a mess you are. Blow your nose some more. Blow your nose.
Person, go fucking.
You fucking snotty nose bitch.
She's a fucking nasty person. Go fucking hang out with her, dude. I hope you get all my viewers. I don't want to meet up with her. She's gonna be mean in real life. I don't want to see her. I don't want to see her. She's gonna be mean to me. I know it. I know it. I don't want to see her. She's gonna be mean. I don't want to get treated badly again.
Oh, you keep crying, but you told Jack to be mean to me on Jack's show. You defended him. You love demons. Come on, Grace. You love demons. Just have some more drinks. Have some more to drink. You don't want people to be mean to you, but you think you're so tough.
I don't want to. I can't live. I don't want to. Lalo groped me and Lav's gonna be mean to me. Just go hang out with each other. You're perfect. Hi, sorry. I told you I'm an emotional drunk.
Well, you don't care. You love drag queens. You don't care about grown men with 15-year-old girls, right? Why should people care about you, Grace? Grace. Grace.
Emotional drunk. Yeah.
What's wrong?
My parents are going through a divorce. Stop. It's no big deal. I do this all the time. I would sing a song. Yeah, I would sing a song. Christmas is so sad, you know? I grew up in a big family, 5 siblings.
What do you think of your brother John and what John has to say about your behavior? Grace? Grace? Stop farting and crying and answer the question. What do you think about what John Thorpe said about what you do with your daddy?
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
I just feel it so hard when it's snowing and stuff.
Some nice for Grace. She is visiting us all the way from.
Grace, do you suck Ben's dick? Grace, do you give him blowjobs? I gotta have you on my show as a guest and do an interview here maybe. Do you have the guts to come on here, Grace? Do you want to come on here, Grace?
From
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island.
I'm happy for you. I wish nothing but the best. Is she perverted like me? Would she go down on you in a theater to remind you of the mess you left when you.
Yeah, she's not a drunken mess, is she? They're typing cringe. This is sad. The cringe. I can't. Even her people her age are like, this is so fucking cringe with her cowgirl boots on and her skirt. Oh man, you're a mess. You're an absolute mess.
Went away. And were you thinking of me when you fucked her?
Grace singing and crying at the drag bar.
Oh, girl! $4, let's go!
Picking up money off the floor, singing and crying. They're saying she sounds like shit. Goddamn, what the fuck happened to her? She sounds like shit, somebody wrote. Snotty and crying and oh, what a mess. What a mess. I'd love for you to come on my show, Grace. Do you have the guts? You pretend that you're strong, but are you? I just don't buy your act. I don't buy Ben's act either. I don't buy Jack's act. I think you're all weak demons. What a loser, picking up the money of $4 off the floor. Look at this. You should lick the floor while you're down there. Lick the floor.
I've embarrassed myself enough.
Inaccurate,
Right, it's
but
the
it's
old,
not
you
about
fight the
fighting
monster,
it.
but you become the
Separating yourself
monster.
from it. Separate yourself from it. Divorce that
Yeah, I
shit.
think
Don't
the
be a part of
lesson
it.
is just asking us to tame the beast within and to just go off on the right path. And then it's like the Taoist passage, give evil nothing to oppose and it will cease to exist.
There you go.
We have to stop, what we ignore persists and what we resist persists, right? We just got to change the cause to change the effect.
Isn't the propensity of man, though, to turn to things that he dislikes and call it evil and turn to things that he likes and call it divine?
Hey, I'm curious. Is this that actual Margot?
Well, Margot Davy, we meet again. My arch nemesis.
Well, she should know she's no longer welcome here.
Oh man.
Oh.
Well, that means they're gonna persist 10 times harder.
Right.
No, this is the thing. Margot has proven she is irrelevant as far as my path and my success. She exists and she's still publicly trying to defame me. There was a question asked earlier, where was this Antichrist talk? Well, Margot's a part of that. Chuck is a part of that. Joe Cool, Orthodox guy. Many of these people just think it's funny to bastardize the guy who's dedicated my life to this cause. And I don't care. You guys don't have to do anything. You don't have to be a part of my success. But please stay the fuck out of my way if you want to be a part of my failures. Or if you're not going to accept responsibility for being a part of my failure, get the fuck out of my way.
Or be part of his successes.
That's the goal.
I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to take away from that last rant there, Jack. But just the same, yeah, people do what he said.
I think he means if you're gonna kick him while he's down, go fuck yourself and get out of his life.
Hey, I want to give a shout out, Mr. Insane Wheels, my brother, Mike Ball, if I remember right. I got a shout out from you earlier today, and I tuned in, and I'm trying to get more familiar and caught up with your work. I like what I'm seeing, my friend. I really do, and I appreciate you. So welcome to you. Sorry for the distraction there.
There is this strange orbiting phenomena that goes on where people get closer in these spaces, or so it seems, and then they go back to the period of like, further revolutions away. And then
It's like the elliptical black planet X.
Yeah, it's like an orbit, man. It's like, the sun goes out and it gets cold, and then it goes back in, it gets a little warm. And I always wonder how much of that is personal or cosmic, or
it's funny, Paul.
just overthinking it.
I would consider that the looping planet X.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, one of the things that almost set me free, but also almost drives me insane, is the revelation and realization that all things here are somewhat cyclical.
Just like the sun.
Everything is cyclical. This is what I realized. There's nothing new under the sun. The words from the scripture, the wisdom that has been left for us. It is so important for us to consider these things, to think about what it means. We go through our lives reinventing the wheel over and over. Each of us face our own challenges, our own problems. And the reality is, every challenge and every hardship we face, someone else has dealt with it, or at least a version that's similar to it, and we can all help each other. And this is what I see as the path. The
Optics are high, Jack. The optics are high.
The true path is for us to unite with the truth. The talk of evil came up earlier, and the way of peace. One of the abstract thoughts I brought up, the way of peace is to overcome evil with good. While it may exist, good overpowers evil. There's no competition, actually. Once good unites, and really, what is a bad person? What is someone evil? They're but a job for a good person. So we've got good people in the world, but the good people aren't speaking up. They're not standing up. Why? Because the ideas of the world have separated everyone. Oh my goodness.
I've seen all good people turn their heads each day, so satisfied I'm on my way.
I've seen more people at a Let's Go Against Jack Talcott rally than I have a Let's Go Against the Power Structure and System rally. That's concerning,
I know.
Whether you agree with Jack or not.
I'm trying to tell him.
I'm going to rotate a couple through, so you're welcome to stick around in the back, or hold on. Haven't seen Landry yet today. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm all about the good people.
I hope so. Hey, and I'm not sure why, but it appears the WWE has returned. Tommy, are we still WWE, or are you going to promote your upcoming stream?
Let me tell you something, Jack Talcott. Good people go to hell. Saved people go to heaven. And I just hear you getting all boomer on this Mr. B shit. Let me tell you something, Jack Talcott. He may have taken a Carhartt wearing cracker of a father and turned him into his mother. But that demonic cracker has handed out more homes to homeless people, more cars to automobile-less people than Landry's eating particles of his own face. You've got nothing on the evil except even failing at that. Jack, when you come over to Panel Waste Management and he pins you to your new format for 1, 2, 3 years in a row, you're not going to get away with deflections, you're not going to get away with non-answers, and you're not going to mod God. Oh, he's...
Hold me to that when I return to the other place. Okay,
faggot nigger.
That's whoops, doggone it.
Yes. So I am here to
Man,
take
that was rough.
Yes, I'm here to take responsibilities for your failures, Jack, because I haven't been influential enough to prevent you from making mistakes like Tommy do his stupid WWE skit. I'm doing a really bad job at helping you make
Well,
better-
God tried to tell him not to do it. He took his damn voice away, and then he still came on and did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not just doing a good job being a friend. I wanted you to help me with the dispute resolution between me and Gen X Jeff. I didn't push hard on that because I know how you are. You just have this one track. If you're not helping me do everything I want you to do, dictatorial style, you don't want anything to do with it. So I just stay away and wait and do my own thing. So maybe I'm not pushing hard enough that help you make better decisions, or I'm just confused. But either way, I'm not effective.
I feel like I understood you, but then it kept going. And I
Right.
lost you.
That's me too. Well, Hank, I don't know what you've missed. I really have not understood where we part ways, why you found so much resistance to understanding what I've been saying. And I do appreciate your support and your continued efforts to be with, but
it's pretty much your black and white thinking. That's where we kind of disagree. I think in gradient gray, you think in black and white, and that's why we don't communicate well.
I'm able to understand what is related to what I'm talking about, but you seem to resist and find reasons not to accept what I'm saying. And since you find reasons not to accept what I'm saying, you're preventing yourself from considering what I'm offering.
Exactly what I mean, because you think if I don't agree with everything you say, it means I'm the devil, I'm the opponent, even though
Nope, not accurate, Hank. What I am asking you to do is to be fair, to be honest, try to consider what it is I'm saying, and then if you find disagreements or if you think that there's disagreements, maybe we can answer the questions so that we can unite with whatever is true, because true knowledge unites. And if knowledge exists, it's simply got to be offered, communicated properly. It's got to be understood.
Quick question for clarification, if I may. Hank, is your issue considering what Jack's offering or offering what he's considering?
offering what he's considering.
Okay. No more questions.
Offering. I didn't follow that. I missed it.
Well, what you have to sell isn't marketable. That's what I'm saying. That's what Paul's saying.
Well,
to who?
Hank, I'm talking about the truth. If wars end, there is peace. Okay, now disbelief will come up with arguments of why wars can't end. But as soon as you go with that disbelief, you're ignoring the facts. When people stop fighting, there's no more conflict. And in the absence of conflict, guess what? There's peace.
Consider this. You can end wars and still have no peace by being in an authoritarian state where you're watched all the time, and if you resist, you're gone. So you can have peace and we can have no war and no peace at the same time.
Do you have a peace hat?
A peace hat.
No, in your example, that's not accurate. Because if you're dealing with an authoritarian rule, then there is a war against freedom.
I don't understand how you can have no secrets and freedom at the same time, because you just be an authoritarian state and enforce that kind of policy.
No. See, again, you're creating a straw man to defeat what I'm saying, but your straw man is not, it's not a logical conclusion on what I'm offering.
Like, well, I guess I'm the only one who can't figure out what you're offering, which is why you have everything you want.
You're not alone. You're not alone. Here. Bad Apple, welcome back, my friend.
What's up,
I think you were interested in catching Landry too.
What's up there? What's up, Landry?
I don't. To be honest, so much of just what happened went over my head. Like I'm not understanding the back and forth there between you and Hank. But if it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter.
For whatever reason, he and I have not been able to communicate. You know, we haven't been able to find an agreement on what is true. And I don't believe it's because of me. I've tried many, many different ways. Hey, there's this Chucky in the chat as well.
Love Chucky.
You are about gone. I'm not sure what this comment is about, but Chucky, the things I've seen from you, I'm happy to get rid of you. And if you'd like, just do us both a favor. You can unsubscribe and leave.
I'm going to shift gears to something else here. Let's go over here. I'm curious to see what else was over here.
To McDonald's or something. It's been close to a year since I've seen my siblings, which I've never gone that long without seeing them before. So I'm already triggered. It's 49 minutes. I'm already triggered. I'm such a pussy. But I am triggered. So it's harsh. It's harsh to deal with that. And it's harsh to have her enact that switch up so quickly. So intensely. Like, I never would have thought in a million years that I would not see my siblings for an entire year when they're like in their teens. I never would have thought, I just never would have thought that. So it's intense. It's a lot. It's like, it's really like somebody saying like, I don't trust you at all. Which is a lot, especially including the fact, if you include the fact that for a majority of my siblings' life, I was their main parent. And that applies to both of my parents. I was the main parent. I was cooking, I was cleaning, I was disciplining. I taught my brothers how to read. I took care of them for like 5 years straight when my parents were running a restaurant. Both of them were butt fucks and like shoved us upstairs and were like, yeah, take care of your siblings, Grace, for like 18 hours a day. I mean, when you consider like how close the bond is, it's almost like a mother bond. And that's not fake. I'm not faking that. Like, I do have that bond with them. To have that just ripped away, it is like, I don't really deal with it. I don't really deal with it because I've just sort of said like, I can't think about it. Like, I just can't think about it, whatever. I just can't deal with it. I tried to distract myself, but you know.
I'm having dinner now, but I can't believe they ran a restaurant. Excuse me. I'm glad I never ate their food. God damn. God damn. What the hell?
You got to understand, when somebody who's so close to you turns on you so hard, you tend to get defensive. The reason I get defensive with my mom particularly is that I don't think I'd mind it so much if people on the internet said it, but it's the fact that my mom did say it. It's the fact that she said that I was a brainwashed victim of my father after saying that he was a great guy and that she had problems for like 4 or 5 years. So whatever, I'm already triggered. You should call into the Jesse Lee Peterson show. I actually have 5G water tower. I have many times.
Well, I have twice, I think, maybe 3 times. I streamed the first one and I uploaded the second one. No, I think I called 3 times. Yeah, 2 of them are on my channel in the video section if you want to watch. So what do you guys say to my rant? Let's see. Grace, you need to be able to say it in 10 seconds. Number 1, my mother was sick/abusive. Number 2, I was forced into the mother role for my siblings. Number 3, I became codependent on my father. There's a couple things. Okay, my mom, she was sick and abusive, and she's continuing the abuse, frankly. But I was forced into the mother role. But I would just say that clarification is that I accepted it. I've always been sort of like, whatever, an old soul. I describe it as traumatic, but like it had good parts and bad parts. Like I liked being a mother figure. I was a good like fill-in mom. I loved them very much, like they were my own kids. I think that's why they trust me. Like, you know, after I hadn't seen my brother Joe, fuck, I'm already stop triggering me. I'm going to get through this because I can't break down every time I talk about this. See, this is why I have to go through it. I have to go through it because I haven't dealt with a lot of problems. After Joey is the youngest one, I literally raised him since he was a baby. When I went to see him, because my mom took him away from me, he hugged me, like he saw me at the door and she wasn't going to open the door for me, but he came and opened the door for me and then he hugged me really, really tight and it made me feel like it just felt like it was my son hugging me back. And I don't think that's unhealthy. I just think like it is what it is. It's a relationship. And he hugged me so tight and we were both crying. My mom was just standing there looking at us, just seething, it was a weird dynamic. But anyways, I've said I was trying to figure out how I felt about the parentification thing.
Wait a second. Is that the same mom you grabbed by her hair and dragged around? Is that the mom?
But at the end of the day, like, I think it was like mostly like a really fun experience. And I always like took the role. Like my brother John is only 17 months younger than me. I'm not like way older than the rest of them. But he was incredibly immature. And for whatever reason, I just assumed the role, probably because I'm the oldest girl. And I'm just saying in retrospect, I am grateful for it. Even though I don't act grateful for it a lot. I am grateful for that experience because I did really love them. And it was like having my own kids and whatever. So it's not that big of a deal if I cry about things. I just want to clarify. It's not that big of a deal if I cry about things. It's just like repressed memories. I haven't dealt with this stuff, even though I've talked about it a lot. I just haven't really dealt with it. And now it looks like I'm not going to be able to see them until they're 18 because my mom filed for divorce against my dad and she's asking for sole custody of them. And because things have been so crazy, he didn't really fight against her filing that restraining order against him, which looks bad for the divorce, even though she filed it based on the idea that he punched her, which is not true because she named the date that he punched her and I was there and he didn't fucking punch her. But he didn't fight that because he's been trying to help me. And so, you know, I was going to try to fight for guardianship of them, but I don't really have the money to hire a lawyer. And there's no sign of her allowing me to see them anytime soon. So that's where that stands right now. So not a big deal if I cry. We're just getting through things. Girls cry. We're just dealing with things. I haven't processed it really. Ever since it happened, I haven't processed it. Nice acting. Bruh! You're calling these crocodile tears? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You can't take custody of 5 kids from your mom, bestie, LMAO. Well, it would really only be 3. It would be Tommy, Maggie, and Joe, because they're all the ones who are under 18. And I could certainly take care of 3 kids, especially because I'm streaming consistently. I'm making decent money off of this, and I have some savings. Like, I could take care of 3 kids, no problem. I know that of myself, even though I know I've been all over the place. And this, like, I would like them to at least be able to see me. I'd like to create a life that they feel more comfortable being a part of. And that's why I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to say, like, okay, I want to resolve these family issues and just, like, be more of a stable older sister for them. Because it was a lot. It was a lot what happened with my parents. And I haven't really processed it, which is, I think, is understandable because I've just been trying to. I can't say it enough. I got really hurt by my mom turning on me. It's not even hurt. I got shocked. I was shocked that she drastically turned on me. And I would have much preferred it if she had just been honest from the start. Like, I think your dad's abusive of me and you, and I have no intention of, like, you know, I'm just lying that I think I'm the problem or that I have problems or that I, you know, whatever. I just would have preferred that. But, like, I believed her and I bought into it and I was like, okay, Mom, yeah, you have issues with masculinity and so do I because you raised me. And so, like, we can both work this out and Dad's willing to help us out and we can, you know, me and Dad are going to start a YouTube channel and you can be, like, with the kids and you guys don't have to necessarily be married, but, like, you know, you can be friends and you can be the mom you always wanted to be. You don't have to work. And me and Dad will do the YouTube thing. And we have some savings after we selling the houses. So, like, this is going to work out. And then it was just boom, just turned. So that was shocking. And ever since then, I feel like I've always been on the defense. Smoke break. Is it time? Is it time? It says 58 minutes on the clock. I have 2 minutes left. I'll wrap up my story. I felt like I was on the defense for so long when that happened because she made so many allegations about, like, me and my dad's relationship, and it's not even so much the crazy sexual stuff she wrote into it, but, like, the brainwashing thing that really got to me. Like, okay, I know I'm a smart person. I know I'm a smart girl. You're telling me that, like, this guy has manipulated me, and it's just like, I wouldn't care if other people said it online. But the fact that it's my own mother, who you'd think would know you the best, just said that and stood by it. It's like, wow, it was shocking. I wasn't expecting it. So I've been on defense ever since that happened. And now I'm trying to say, like, I'm going to go on offense. But once you're on defense, of course, it sounds like you're coping. It sounds like you're coping all the time. So I'm just going to have to get through that because I don't like the feeling of coping. I don't like the feeling of feeling like I'm coping. I just want to decide whether it's true or not and just move on. But I always feel like I'm coping because I haven't really processed it. I haven't really thought about it. I'm always coping for things that people tell me about my family. And then I just feel like shitty afterwards. And so I avoid the whole topic altogether. And I understand that, but it's been enough avoiding of it.
Here is a quick bite-sized compilation of Ben Thorpe's abusive behavior that he himself has uploaded on live stream or made public to the internet. Some of it is old, but lots of it is new and stuff that hasn't been featured in the Shamu documentaries that most people have seen. So I thought I would do a little compilation for anybody who's new. If you're just finding my channel, I direct you to go to the description and click on the links to Shamu's documentaries about these people for more context. And keep in mind, this is only the physical abuse and domestic violence. This is not the emotional abuse, which is the majority of what goes down. But there are a few instances of real violence. And just keep in mind, this is only what happens on camera.
You just told, I was
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
just messaging him to see.
You gotta call the police.
You're obstructing something that I need to touch.
Just messaging him to
Forget it. Forget it.
just messaging him to
Forget it. Forget it.
just messaging him to see.
You gotta call the police.
You're obstructing something that I need to touch. You have to call the police. I want you to call the police. Call them. You're gonna do this stuff. Call the police, Ben.
Do that again.
Call the police.
You look like you're gonna cry and then you hold back because you're so afraid of Daddy doing something to you, right?
No, that's literally not why.
This next segment will be direct admissions from Ben describing, often in pain.
Afraid of Daddy doing. You hold back because you're so afraid of Daddy doing something to you, right?
No, that's literally not why.
This next segment will be direct admissions from Ben describing, often in painful, incriminating detail, abuse and or violence he inflicted upon people, including myself. The following clip will be Ben describing when he yanks my hair very hard, without consent, to quote-unquote pair bond, or whatever he's describing. Is really weird.
Ava arrived at Logan Airport this morning at like noon. And, you know, we picked her up at the train station and, you know, it's this fucking nonsense. You know, I tried to assert dominance over Ava, who needs it. And she, she plays the princess. Who's Ava?
That's me. I'm Ava. This is my channel. Ava the G.
So, like, for example, I don't know, within 5 minutes of getting in the car, I pulled Ava's hair. I said, we have to hurt each other so that we can establish some intimacy. I pulled her hair, and I told her to hit me, and she goes, oh, well, I wouldn't do that. Well, my point was that you have to initiate, something that's a little bit less than, totally bourgeois, like, hey, you're my guest, you run the... I mean, you understand, it's emasculating for most men. When there's their daughter's guest is going to come over, it's like, oh, my gosh, you're a princess, and I don't have a dick, and... whatever, all this stuff, right? Like, so I was like, let's just pop the cherry quick here and have a little bit of like sort of mutual minor pain causing together so we can get beyond this like nonsense. So I said, let's do this. And then I just pulled her hair and I said, okay, so like this is what I'm talking about. I just pulled her hair reasonably hard. And I was like, okay, so now it's your turn with me. You just pulled her hair reasonably hard. And I was like, okay, so now it's your turn with me. You punch me or whatever. And she refused to do so. It's ridiculous.
So you were trying to teach a lesson to her by pulling.
No, I was just trying to say, let's pop the cherry on like, I'm not going to touch you because you're a princess, and you're not going to touch me because I'm a scary man with a penis. Like, let's just not do that. We're not going to do that. I had to correct Grace today, like very roughly by like.
Oh, really? You gave Honey Bunch a real through, yeah.
Oh, she could be so
Honey
crazy.
Bunch is
She
into
gets it
that.
from her mother, right?
Like open-handed smacked her, is what you're saying, right?
I knocked her glasses off.
Yeah,
Her
open-handed
face.
smack. Yeah.
Whatever you want to call
Yeah.
it. It's not something which people should lose. The idea, I mean, it's back to this. It's if the idea, I mean, it's back to this. It's if.
These next two clips are just going to be Ben being creepy towards Grace. One of them is an actual clip of it. The next is an admission of a FaceTime call where he demands that she strips in the woods for him when she's in a scary situation. There's also a beer bottle incident. I couldn't find a clip of Ben talking about it, but it's definitely out there somewhere. Someone could go on a panel and ask him about it. It's basically when he made Grace suck a beer bottle between his legs in front of their mother, Grace's mother.
She went outside and I was angry. And one of the ways in which, like, you know, men show anger towards women is by having them sort of humiliate themselves. So I did have her sort of humiliate herself for me outside on a FaceTime call.
No one is illegal on stolen land. No one is illegal on stolen land.
Well, this is a bit awkward because Billy's $5 million beachside Malibu house in Los Angeles is located on land stolen from the Tongva tribe, confirmed by the spokesperson for the tribe itself.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Time to welcome some refugees, Billy.
Fuck ICE is 116, sorry.
Yeah, fuck Fuck ice, fuck borders. Unless we're talking about the heavily fortified borders around Billy's mansion, patrolled by 24/7 security, guard dogs, and even censored on Google Maps. No, not those borders, just the ones supposed to protect you. Get rid of them.
No one is illegal.
No one's illegal, so I guess it's time for Billy to lift the restraining order on the guy who illegally entered her home. No, you're not listening. It doesn't apply to her and her rich celebrity friends.
Oh, I'm Irish, so it's really cool to come somewhere and like everybody looks exactly like you.
You changed your tune.
I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting. And
the extent of Billy's performative activism being sharing Instagram stories and wearing an anti-ice badge, which she's really keen for everyone to see that she's wearing. Despite the raucous thunder of 1,000 salivating NPCs clapping like seals, others were less impressed.
protesting, and our voices really do matter, and people matter, and fuck ice is all I want to say.
I'm so edgy. I said fuck ice. Oh my God.
Meanwhile, commentator Drew Pavlu is taking Eilish's words at face value by demanding to move into her Malibu mansion.
Big news, everybody. I've decided today to move into Billie Eilish's $6 million Malibu beachside mansion.
And this isn't just some online troll. Pavlu says he's actually going to fly to America, set up a tent on her driveway, and only leave when they ask him to leave. I guess Billy's professed hatred of border security is really going to be put to the test. But GoFundMe keeps deleting the donation page, so I guess human beings are only illegal when they impinge on the territory of multimillionaire celebrities. Other vehement anti-border activists at the Grammys included Justin and Hailey Bieber.
Justin, straight ahead, mate. Thank you.
Who literally live in an exclusive gated community, protected by some of the most robust security measures in the entirety of Hollywood to make sure no one unauthorized gets in. Borders. Evil and racist when you want them to protect your family, a total necessity when they want to protect theirs.
If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.locals.com and either pledge a one-time donation or subscribe to join my community, get early access videos, and message me directly. And exclusive live streams coming soon too. Promise. Check out the Locals link down in the description. And don't forget to take a look at the brand new website, modernity.news. That's where you'll find all my content, including exclusive articles. That's modernity.news.
All right. Who's still tuned in? Let me know in the chat room. Who's still here? This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. How many people participated in this? Only 7 votes. Some, like Gross Granny, claim I'm racist. Do you think I'm, quote, racist? Only 7 people voted. 43% said that I'm racist. Check that out. I'll drop a link in the chat room. 43% of my channel say yes, that I'm racist. They call me racist. Amazing. 43%. in that poll. Amazing. Isn't that amazing? 14% said no way, racism involves hatred. And 43% said you're hilarious, not racist. But only 7 votes, so that's not a great amount to decide. I want to know if I'm racist. I'll let the people decide. I'll let the people decide if I'm racist or not. I want you to decide. Vote on my poll on my community page. She claims she was on Jesse Lee Peterson's show. Oh, here's one. 2 years ago. Let's see.
Let me take Grace real fast from Rhode Island. There's a line open. Hey,
Lord have mercy. My nigga. Amazing. Amazing. Beta. She called into the Jesse Lee Peterson show. I got to call into his show sometime. That's not a bad idea. I was going to do that. I forgot about it. I've watched his show on and off quite a few times over the years. I got to call in there and say, amazing.
888-77-53773. That man's still crying over his dog. Grace, out of Rhode Island. You're on the air. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on, Grace. Grace, there you go.
Hi.
Hey, Grace.
Happy New Year. How you doing?
All this well. Happy New Year, Grace. Have you ever eaten pig feet?
Have I ever what?
Have you ever had pig feet, hog feet before?
Pete feet?
Pig, P-I-G.
You ever eaten pig feet, hog's feet? You ever had a pig's ass, girl? You ever eaten a ham hock? Jesse Lee is niggering it up here, and you're not following along. You're not paying attention.
Oh. Pig what? I'm sorry, what?
She can't. She's embarrassing herself. Pig's feet, dummy.
Feet.
That's a no.
Pig
Pig feet, hog feet before.
Pete feet?
Pig, P-I-G.
Oh. Pig what? I'm sorry, what?
Feet.
That's a no.
Pig Pete. No.
I don't think white people eat that kind of food. It's just for the blacks.
I've never had oxtail either.
Really? Yeah, it's black.
I'm very white. But
she white.
I had a question. I called in a few months ago, and I was calling about. I was asking you if you thought I had forgiven my mother, because I told you a story. It's a long story, but basically, she got very upset when me and my dad became friends when I was about 15, and she ended up accusing me of doing incest with him and stuff like that.
Oh, hold on,
and
Grace. Hold on, 1 minute. Hold on. Okay, Grace, go ahead.
So that's what I told you, and you said it sounded like I had forgiven my mother, but then I asked you if it was okay for me to live with my dad, and you were like, it's okay for you to live with your dad, but you just got to be real with him and talk about real issues and otherwise work on yourself.
Yes.
So that didn't end up working out, and he kind of took off. He kind of left because I was like too crazy to be around.
Right.
And I understand that, but I had a question for you. I was thinking about it, and I think the reason that I was so crazy about my dad, I understand that, but he kind of took off. 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 He kind of left because I was like too crazy to be around.
Right.
And I understand that, but But I had a question for you. I was thinking.
I'm glad Grace saved this video. What a classic. She's amazing. She's amazing.
About it. And I think the reason that I was so crazy about my dad is because I'm the oldest of 6 kids, right?
Okay.
And so when my mother turned against my father, she kind of got the other 5 kids on her side.
Right.
And me as the oldest sister, I've always felt like sort of their secondary mom.
Yeah.
In a way, and in a lot of ways, like, you know, my mom asked me to cook and clean and take care of them when I was a kid, like, you know, really put me in the sort of like substitute mom's shoes. So I kind of developed that bond with them.
That's evil for her to do that.
Yes, it is evil. And I think it sort of tortured me, the fact that, you know, I've tried my best to sort of like forgive her and help my dad, but they are like, you know, that sort of like older sibling feeling of like that they're confused, and she won't even let me see them anymore because her and my dad are split up and she got a restraining order against him. She won't let me see them. She'll barely let me communicate with them. The youngest one is 11. But I think I was just really caught in the middle because I kind of felt that like motherly love towards my siblings. And I felt like I had to help them kind of come around and see that my mom, that they had to forgive her and like get away from her because she was like, you know, abusing them. And it was wrong for her to turn them against my dad. But I think I was also angry at the fact that I was being like, that I felt like I had to be their mother, their real mother, and like help them out of the situation. Anyways, I don't know. It's just like a mess. But I was just wondering if you had any advice for like the oldest sibling who can see that their siblings are in trouble or having a hard time, but also doesn't want to like act like their mom. Sorry, that's a lot.
You got to work on you and let them suffer. There's nothing you can do about your father, your mother, your brother, your sister. You got to pull away now and just do the silent prayer. When the anger come up, let it pass and watch those thoughts and work on you. And if it meant for you to help them in any way and in the right way, God would allow you to see that. But you can't help other people. You can't even help yourself. That's how you have to work on yourself. So real help can come for you. But you need to move on now and leave everybody else alone.
Okay, can I just ask you like one quick follow-up question?
Yes.
So like if my sister, she's 14, or my brother who's 11, right? If they text me, they live with my mother. If they text me, because they do this, and they'll say like, it's crazy with mom, she's acting crazy. What do you suggest I do about that? Because I feel bad.
Just say, I told you to stop being angry at her. Don't be angry. Speak up, but don't be angry. And that way you won't be affected by her. There's nothing else you can do. Those are not your children. You're not the savior. And feeling bad is playing God. You shouldn't just let them go. But if they ask you a question, of course, tell them not to be angry. Speak up, but don't be angry. She can't help herself. But that's about it, and nothing else you can do.
Okay, so like that impulse to be, okay, so that's like playing God. I understand, like I'm angry at it, you know, like I don't want to be their mother. I've been sort of like...
Right, that's when you need to move on. Just say, I'm not your mother, but I'm telling you to forgive her and move on with your life. You need to work on you so you can overcome evil. Anger is evil.
All right.
Are you doing the silent prayer every morning and night? Silent prayer every morning and night. Work on you so you can overcome evil. Anger is evil. Work on you so you can overcome evil. Anger is evil.
All right.
Are you doing the silent prayer every morning and night?
I am not, to be honest.
What's suffering then? What?
I can tell you
how
why.
You going to help somebody else? You're not even working on yourself.
I can tell you why.
There's no reason for no.
Okay.
You listen to the devil.
But I'm afraid that if I do a silent prayer, if I sit there and I'm silent, and I'm afraid that I will like communicate with the devil and not with God. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think I'm strong enough to be silent. And
But
just
you're
watch
not
my own
communicating with God. Otherwise, you're not communicating with God at all. You're only communicating with the devil.
I should pray more, but sometimes I pray the Lord's Prayer because I'm a Catholic. I'm not opposed to the silent prayer. I'm genuinely, like, I'm not faking it. If I'm sitting alone for 15 minutes in silence, I'm afraid that I would get, like, anxious and neurotic and start, like the devil would get into me. Like,
But the devil's already in you, and you're already anxious and neurotic.
That is true. But that's just called being a white girl.
But do what you want, Grace, and I got to run because of time here. But I highly recommend, if you want to do the little fake prayer to God, keep doing it. But be still so you can overcome the thoughts. You're living in your thoughts. You're living with the devil and calling him God.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you for taking my call.
But you got to do the prayer, Grace.
Okay.
But don't do it until you're ready.
I think it's a little easier for you because you're a man to do the prayer.
No, the devil treat everybody. No, the devil treat everybody the same.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I wish you well, Grace.
Thanks. You too.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Bye now. That's amazing. So I got to do this real fast. Sean, my producer.
Hey guys, it's Matt. Whenever I remember or whenever I can stomach it, before I start a video, I go over to CNN.com or BBC or a major news outlet that presents fake news, and I just want to make sure Duluth and Dubuque are okay. To anybody new, that means just to make sure something hasn't happened overnight that will upset our world. A new world war is broken out, or the Hamas fighters have regrouped and are now charging across the border of Tel Aviv and they're closing the cafes, whatever it may be, just to make sure things are okay in the world. And there was this gigantic banner ad across the top of CNN.com that you're looking at now. And the two Southern Bells got my attention. I went, ooh, what is this? From Cuisine and Cocktails. Ooh, plan your trip now. Greenville, South Carolina. What the fuck? This is the area of the South that just got the major snow and ice. This is the worst marketing campaign of all time. Let's say you're a they-them couple in, say, Nova Scotia, Canada, and you say to your partner, I'm tired of this cold. Let's go into the United States South. Here, oh, look, there's a banner ad. Plan your trip now. Visit Greenville, South Carolina. Well, you better do this before planning your trip with your they-them partner. Here's the Greenville news. Winter storm brings historic snow totals to the Greenville-Spartanville area. Look at this. Extreme cold warning. You're going to go down there, book into your Motel 6 and think you're in the middle of Nova Scotia. It's the same cold spell that reaches all the way down to Jacksonville, Florida. These are the conditions. Snow, this is the one plow. They have one or two plows in the entire state of South Carolina. Greg told me when they'd have snow as a kid, the entire cities would be shut down for days because they have no plows. They have no infrastructure because they rarely get this sort of weather, which they're getting now. But the Greenville Travel Bureau is using this time to actually advertise for tourism. They must be retarded down there. But that's what happens in the South. You've heard about what those people do with their sisters and their cousins. Look at Greenville over the last few days. Plan your trip. If you want to advertise that shit, advertise it in Australia where they don't know what's going on. The Australians will arrive in Greenville and say, "What the fuck is this?" The plane was probably diverted. We landed in Vermont, Burlington, Vermont. No, this is Greenville, South Carolina over the last few days. 7 inches, 7 inches, 6 inches, 5 inches, 5 inches. There it is. You don't want to get into a fender bender with a bunch of redneck hillbillies in this part of South Carolina. Greg just had an altercation in the last maybe 6 weeks ago. He had an altercation with two hillbillies where he stopped his truck and they stopped their truck and almost had a big problem. They didn't come to fisticuffs, but he had a major altercation. They're a very aggressive hillbillies. Have you ever heard of rolling coal? They'll come by you with their truck and roll coal and blow black soot all over you. I'm not even joking. If you're planning on going to Greenville, South Carolina, these are the beautiful pictures that you have to look forward to. Greenville Tourism Bureau running that ad now? You must be retarded or something. Look at this, guys. Twice in the last 4 months, I remember talking about this upcoming Hillary Clinton event in Minneapolis. You remember me saying, who would go out to the middle of Minneapolis where it could be negative 20 degrees and 20 inches of snow in the middle of January? Well, of course, it was never meant to happen, especially considering all the craziness in Minneapolis. Events quietly canceled around the Twin Cities. January 17th, 2026, an event with Hillary Rodham Clinton. Why does she keep pushing in the Rodham? That's disturbing. Slated for Friday, January 23rd at the Target Center in Minneapolis was also canceled. Events quietly canceled around the Twin Cities. Let me get this straight. Did they want to bring in all that infrastructure and bring in all these things and say, we're going to have these events, we're going to have these events, we're going to have these events, and then that's part of all the craziness and ice and all the bullshit that happened around Minneapolis? Well, you'd have to be one of those people, a conspiracy person, to think that one event was related to the other. I remember the last time I talked about the upcoming Hillary Clinton event. Remember I said this for the old guard that was with me? I said, who's going to be the audience? Bill Clinton, her manager, and her mother, or Demon or something. There's going to be just 4 or 5 people in the audience. There's a lot of crazy left-wing liberal lunatics in the Twin Cities, and it's a very strange place. Trust me, I've been there. You walk by people in the street and you get this weird feel. I'm not even kidding. A lot of left-wing lunatics, but even they couldn't fill the Target Center. I was like, who's going to go? She's going to have like 4 or 5 people in the audience, and one's going to be a demon from hell. Of course it was canceled. I alluded to this months ago, and what a coincidence. All the craziness in Minneapolis and the protests, and Hillary Clinton was going to be there right at that time, and is one related to the other? Well, of course. Well, isn't this interesting? I've tried to capture this 5 times, and it keeps giving me a black box. Is this the way it's going to be going forward, CNN? I've captured things in the same way here for about 15 years on the iMac. The top right of CNN today is video headlines. A few things I wanted to show you, and one particular thing I wanted to make fun of. And every time I use the screen capture, it knows I'm trying to screen capture it, and it gives me a black box. Matt, you don't have copyright. You don't have copyright. What about fair use? I'm allowed to make fun of this, and it's political speech. It should be the highest expression of fair use, but that doesn't exist. Oh, I can capture the skier below, but I can't. I get a black box. Let me see if I can capture it any other way. This is very interesting. Is this the way it's going to be now, CNN, you son of a beach? Oh my God, it did it again in this program. Yeah, you can see the Telemundo advertisement as I can. This is capturing just fine. It's giving me an advertisement for a Spanish-speaking program for I don't know why. Sir, I'm an English speaker. El sus esperanza. Hope doesn't mean anything to me. I want to watch my programs in English. Salvacion. We can see this, right? Yeah. Well, watch what happens when the news headlines come that I want to make fun of. Here's what I want to make fun of. Oh, it's still playing, but it knows I'm capturing. So even in this program, the live capture of streaming, it's giving me a black box. How am I going to do my job? What the fuck's going on? Okay, I can still capture the still images around the website in the traditional way. I just can't capture the video playing. It's just strange. But anyway, we can make fun of this for a moment. Why the House midterms might not look like Democrats' 2018 wave. Australians, that's the House of Representatives in the United States. See, it's the same script almost every single presidential election, but this is hinting that this one might be different. New president comes in, everybody's so excited. Oh, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And then it's a complete failure and everybody gets all pissed off at the new, quote, new president. And by the midterm elections, midterm means halfway through a 4-year term, Pootie Tang Award. By the midterm elections in the script that's been playing out for decades, everybody then's kind of pissed off at the current president, whether it be Trump or
Is Humpty Dumpty, Matt McKinley, Quantum of Con Man channel, is this the greatest channel on YouTube? 300 likes on this shit. 3,000 views on this shit in 9 hours. People love shit. They love shit.
Than Biden before him or Clinton, and then the House of Representatives and the Senate becomes the other party. So the not-no can use the same old script of blocked. He wants to do this and he wants to do this, but he's blocked, and he wants to do that and he wants to do the wall and he wants to do, but he's blocked, because the House and the Senate turns the opposite party. So the not-no can use the script. Or we wanted to do all this shit, but you're blocked. So if not that, they can use the courts to block. They can always use the courts to overturn anything. But this is hinting that this might be a little bit different. Why the House midterms might not look like the Democrats' 2018 wave. But you know what the reality giveaway is, folks? How it's always so close to 50-50. I mean, it's such a pathetic reality giveaway between people having to choose Republican and believing they have to choose Democrat. We know what it is, of course, you and I know, but the people on the street think it's real. But they don't like everything over here, but I'm more in line with conservative values, so I have to vote Republican over those left-wing lunatic liberals. But it's always about 50-50. It's incredible how this is another Goldilocks reality giveaway, where it's always so close, where the House of Representatives or the Senate could turn to the other side. If anything were real, one side would have a better outlook or a better way of doing things than the other. It wouldn't just constantly just swing back and forth. It's a reality giveaway, once again, that we can see that none of the other dummies that we surround ourselves with can. Okay, look, here it is. 10 races that will decide control of the U.S. Senate. Oh, sure. It's always so close. And he's going to stay up late. The night of the midterms, anybody going to stay up late to see, we're 1 or 2 seats away from controlling the Senate. Then we can block Trump. Oh, can you believe the absolute morons that believe in this? I'm going to show you the number of red seats. I'm going to show you the number of blue seats. And every decade, it's the same thing, the same script over and over and over. I admit, it took me a long time to learn my lesson. I believe...
Baby, we little. Troopers! Baby, troopers! Baby, troopers! Crow demons! Right, baby, demons! Man children! Squeaky cat toy voices! Munchkins on helium. Little demons, weak ass demons. Man children! Cry, baby, troopers! Cry, baby, troopers! Go to your safe spaces. Get to your safe spaces. Get your Kool-Aid. Go and play. Get your crayons and coloring books. Get your cookies. Bitch and wine. Blame and cry. Man shall baby truthers, cry victim, call me racist, call me a bully. Baby truthers, pathetic, weaklings, pathetic, weasels, go, cry, cry, burn it out, bitches. Bitches.
Does anyone want to live with Matt? Does anyone want to be a little helper for Matt? Here's his floor of his living room on his main floor. It's a screenshot from one of his fairly recent videos. Do you want to live with Matty? When was the last time do you think that floor was cleaned? If you had to guess. if you see how dirty that is. The dust and the dirt on that floor. How many months ago do you think? Maybe years. Maybe years. Look at that. Take a look at that. That's the way he lives. That's your big truther with his cats. Matt with his cats. There's Matt. Black eyes, slits for eyes. He has the Biden eyes. And then here's his cat on the floor. I wonder what some people, including some that might come here, lurk here. There's fans of his once in a while that come over here. It's remarkable what you people will watch and what you'll follow. It really is. For the ones that are fans of this creature. 300 likes on this shitty video that he posted.
In this until I was, I don't know, early 40s or something like that. I believed in this. I didn't come around when I was 16, but repped over and over and over. I admit, it took me a long time to learn my lesson. I believed in this until I was, I don't know, early 40s or something like that. I believed in this. I didn't come around when I was 16, but by now, I mean, it's broken down tremendously in the last 15 years. I'll give myself a break because...
Do you like the baby talk voices he does? Do you like the constant movie references? I think this is a level most quote-unquote truthers are at on YouTube. I think they're at the level of his channel. And they sit there for 5, 6 years or more, and they never outgrow it. They just sit there.
Believed in this until I was, I don't know, early number of red seats. I'm going to show you the number of blue seats. And every decade, it's the same thing, the same script over and over and over. I admit, it took me a long time to learn my lesson. I believed in this until I was, I don't know, early 40s or something like that. I believed in this. I didn't come around when I was 16, but by now, I mean, it's broken down tremendously in the last 15 years. I'll give myself a break because, as I've said many times, its presentation was more believable when given to us by Dan Rather in the 80s and 90s and Peter Jennings, and before that, Walter Cronkite. It hadn't completely broken down to the clown show it is now, and the scripts are more repetitive in the same exact way, and it's the same thing every time. It's so close. It's too close to call. Oh, boy. I came across this clip looking for something else on the iMac recently. For those that didn't see the Free Voice video about 6 weeks ago in Allen Iverson, let me just do 1 minute or less here, guys. This is so strange, it's worth talking about one more time. When Allen Iverson started to get involved with the wrong people, and then he was eventually arrested, but he probably didn't do it. And anyway, so Allen Iverson's mother here, remember what she said? She's, I slapped him 33 times and it didn't take 34, something like that. Slapped him 33 times and I knew it wasn't going to take 34. Now, okay, you know how we are fascinated with the constant usage and overusage of the 33 in this reality, but how strange is that? I mean, we could do a whole hour just thinking, well, why would she say that? And part of the truthers listening to me would say, well, she's mad that certain secret societies don't allow women, but she's involved, she's initiated. And it's not that simple. It just isn't. This is a weird, weird place where we live. Those types of pedestrian responses don't work anymore. She's initiated. Oh, come on. Who knows how this happens? How many times did you slap him, Miss Iverson? About, I don't know, like 20-something. Could you just say 33 for the purpose of this documentary? Who knows how this stuff happens? But I assure you one thing. They're not all in on it. They're not. Even the House and the Senate, the politics in the United States, maybe 1%. like a Chuck Schumer type alien demon has a clue as to what's going on. They're believing in every bit of their political roles. They don't see how the world works the way we do. The politicians themselves in the U.S. Congress have no idea how things work. So she says, I slapped him 33 times and it didn't take 34. What the hell? How does that happen? Anyway, we're going to disagree. No need to comment. No, she's in the secret societies like everybody else, and it's not that simple. But I just wanted to talk about it one more time. It's one of the strangest. I guess that's how I titled the Free Voice video. It's one of the strangest overt uses of the 33 I've ever seen. Who would he just sit there and just wait? He just sit there and get slapped 33 times. Well, obviously not, Matt. It's pushed forth and documented. But why? Let's just say she is some whatever she is. What's the point of mentioning it in the documentary? I could just talk about this forever. Okay, fine. She is who she is. She's a member of the Female Grand Lodge or whatever. But why even go there in the documentary? They just get off on saying what does it bring some sort of what sort of power needs to be brought to the Allen Iverson documentary? Is that a loose generator? It's just bizarre. Okay, I guess I'm not going to get anywhere, so I'll shut this down. Not the whole video, just this segment. YouTube showed me a video recently that I was tempted to watch, and I watched it again. I had seen it before. The 2012's women's gymnastics final where the...
It's all shit on his channel. Nothing important. Nothing important. And people love it.
U.S. women's team with, what is her name? Michaela and Ali Raisman. They won the gold. I'd forgotten that the entire arena in London was magenta. The entire... Matt, do you think it's a retrocausal change? No, I don't think it's a change. I think the entire arena in 2012 was magenta. But that's, I'm pointing that out, but that's actually not why I'm showing you this image. I do love the old, remember watching the old women's gymnastic finals. It is one of the final representations of pure and true sport. Back then, Ali Raisman or whatever, there were no cash prizes for winning a gold, although they did get endorsements after the fact. But it was pure sport. They trained their whole lives. Like that Michaela, whatever, who does the vault, trained her whole life for just a few seconds on the vault. I mean, the pressure, I'm in awe of it. I'm in awe of how they can go out there and perform with their whole lives depending on their performance and everything they've done and trained since they were 5 years old. It just blows my mind that they can be that tough, and that especially that Michaela was her Maroney or whatever. Her whole life boils down to a few seconds on a vault. I would fold. That when it came to sports, I was not a pressure player. Absolutely not. I would put pressure on myself. It would compound. I was not a pressure player when it came to sports. So I'm absolutely fascinated in watching the old gymnastics. And the newer area, you know what I think about when Simone Biles got the twisties? Oh, sure. Yeah, everything becomes ruined as it gets closer.
Everything about him annoys me, including his, oh, sure. He's just a fucking annoying Humpty Dumpty. But I realize a lot of this dumb shit doesn't bother people of this realm. It's normal to most people. Most people, they find all this dumb shit either normal or entertaining. They love it. Humans have a real addiction and taste for shit.
Hey there, Team Peck and Rick. You are joining Loki and myself on a very cold, damp day. But there is one thing to be celebratory for, and that is it's someone's birthday. Yes, it's you, Lolos. Loki turns 15 today, so we will have a nice big celebration, and he's got a brand new toy to help him have a fantastic birthday. Good job, bud. Good job. Good boy. Birthday guas. Can we get birthday gua? Happy birthday, Lolos. Fuck yeah. And we're back to bed, correct? Oh, yeah. Getting shakedown for snacks. I think I'll take those, thank you very much. Yes.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. 15 years old. Where are we going to go from here?
Story two, Lancaster parents. This is a gruesome story. Two Lancaster parents have been sentenced to life in prison for the brutal murders of their children.
And those details are disturbing. Investigators say they decapitated their kids and then forced their younger kids to look at their bodies. Eyewitness News reporter Leo Stallworth is live in Lancaster with all the details, plus how a family friend is reacting to all of this. Leo.
Well, I'm shaking my head because just hearing you talk about what happened here, the level of evil surrounding this particular story, in my humble opinion, would even make Satan shiver. And the judge, when she handed down the sentence in an Antelope Valley courtroom here, this even make Satan shiver. And the particular story, in my humble opinion, would even make evil surrounding this the level of evil surround the level of evil surrounding the level of evil surrounding this particular story, in my humble opinion, would even make Satan shiver. And the judge, when she handed down the sentence in an Antelope Valley courtroom here this morning, she was visibly outraged. As for the family friend, folks, there aren't any words. There are no words. You have no words to wrap your arms around this level of horror.
I don't think anyone does. How? How do you put into words that two children were beheaded?
So that's in Lancaster. Matt McKinley said everything's all well with the realm. He said he checked the headlines on CNN. Everything's okay in Dubuque, Duluth and Dubuque or whatever. He never covers anything. He doesn't cover the evil that's all around, including in his fucking state, a short drive away from where he lives. He doesn't cover anything. So for you fans of Matt McKinley, you're absolute morons. You have no idea how evil this realm is. You're in a little bubble.
Words that two children were beheaded.
40-year-old Maurice Taylor Sr. and 44-year-old Natalie Brothwell, both convicted of the unspeakable, horrendous murders of their 12-year-old son and 13-year-old daughter at a home in the 45,000 block of Century Circle in Lancaster in 2020. The parents also convicted of child endangerment, forcing their 8- and 9-year-old sons to view the mangled bodies of their deceased siblings. As the judge handed down the sentence to both parents, life behind bars, no parole, she basically told them what they did was absolutely despicable.
This stays with all of us. This is never going to wash off. I don't care how long you two have been doing this. This will never wash off.
Ellen seen her in a picture with her friend Natalie, saying she can't fathom why Natalie was complicit in her own children's vicious murders. She adds Natalie and the children's father had a violent relationship for years, and she begged her friend to leave, but children's vicious
Running for president. She's got a shirt, running for president. That's what girls do. Friend, look at this. Really? Is that what girls do? They run for president. Well, apparently your friend murders children and beheads them and has her other children watch. That's what girls do. That's what girls do. I hate to put it that way, but I want to hammer it home to people that all of this, girls are the best, girls do this, girls are nurturing. You beheaded your children. You're fucking evil.
Vicious murders. She adds Natalie and the children's father had a violent relationship for years, and she begged her friend to leave, but she refused.
She was doing what we were raised to believe. You stand by your man, you have a family, and you raise your children.
Ellen reading a letter she wrote to her friend Natalie on camera.
Natalie, I forgive you. I forgive you for believing in a system that should have protected you. I forgive you for believing in a religion that told you to stay.
And the judge in the courtroom allowed the mother to say a few words in court before handing down her sentence. And the mother basically looked at the judge in tears and said, "I miss my children. I love my children." The judge did not flinch and handed down the harshest penalty she could under the law. Live in Lancaster, Leo Stallworth, ABC 7 Eyewitness.
So the female judge could see through the female tears, the fake tears. You don't miss your children after you behead them. I'm glad the judge in that case could see through it and didn't buy it. Does Matt McKinley expose things like that, comment on it, share how evil this realm is? Does Matt McKinley show anything like that on his channel?
Wait, is this they interview? And wait, is this they interviewed Bill Gates' wife? All right, we gotta see this. Ex-wife, yes. Just in case you guys weren't caught up with this, watch this. Epstein emails DOJ drop memorializing a fight he had with Bill Gates. In it, he says that Bill Gates got STDs from Russian hookers, and then asked Jeffrey for antibiotics that Bill could secretly give to Melinda without her noticing.
To add insult to the injury, you then implore me to please delete the emails regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your penis.
So she got divorced from Bill Gates. Nobody knew why. Now we know.
The emails in the files suggest that Bill Gates had additional affairs and that he tried to get medication to treat a sexually transmitted infection, and that he was going to give you the medicine without you knowing. His representative has said all of this is false. It is not on you to have to respond to the details of that alleged behavior, but I wonder what your dominant emotion is when you read these news articles with these details.
Sad. Just
Yeah.
unbelievable sadness. Unbelievable sadness, right?
True. It is sad. It's
and again,
awful.
I'm able to take my own sadness and look at those young girls. And
Was Bill Gates upset, Melinda Gates, because your penis is bigger than Bill's? Or I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Look at that neck.
my
Oh
God.
my good. I don't think it's a man. I think it's.
God,
I think there's something else going on that's a little bit more complex. But I do think that there's a lot of hormonal issues and perhaps intersex and certain things going on. I don't think it's as simple as Melinda being a man, but I do think there's a lot of hormonal and maybe chromosomal issues with a lot of these creatures that people worship. Maybe not you tuned in here in my chat, but a lot of people do worship these weirdos in this realm. They idolize and worship them. Not everyone, but millions and millions and millions. And then people deny it and they want to pretend. It's the other part I deal with all the time. So many in this realm are in denial about everything. So much denial. It's quite a realm. If people were curious and were truth seekers or cared anything about the truth, there'd be thousands tuned in here. And there never are, and there never will be. 20 people out of the whole realm. People show me consistently what they want, what they watch.
There's no grey area when it comes to a psychopath. Not all narcissists are psychopaths, but all psychopaths are narcissists. We like to make excuses for women's bad behaviour, but we don't do the same for men. Gendered couples side by side, lesbian couples have the highest rates of domestic violence, and gay couples, so two men, have the lowest rates. So two women have the highest and two men together have the lowest. I mean, that's quite telling, to be honest.
Welcome to the Brad Carr Podcast. My guest is Dr. Fiona Gherkin, an expert on the minds and behaviors of female psychopaths. Dr. Fiona Gherkin, let's talk about the female primary psychopath. Specifically first, what distinguishes a primary psychopath from a secondary psychopath?
Thanks, Brad. Yeah, look, it's a really interesting definition between the two. A lot of people think there's just the general term psychopath, but they're actually put into two categories. So the primary psychopath is someone who doesn't commit criminal behaviour. They're this kind of psychopath that sits in the office next to you. They're the kind of psychopath that is functional in everyday life, whereas a secondary psychopath are usually those that end up in prison and commit criminal behaviour. One of the key differences between those two types of psychopaths is the secondary psychopath is often more disorganised and often less intelligent. So those primary psychopaths are so organised and intelligent that they're often able to, I call them sleeper cells sometimes, because they can be so likeable. You know, they come into a workplace or they come into your life and you think they're an amazing person, and it can be months and sometimes even years before you see their true colours. So they're a lot more calm and poised, and they're able to hold themselves and fake things like empathy.
Mm-hmm. So you think the distinction there is intelligence?
I think it's, intelligence and an ability to control their behaviour in many ways.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a real ability to lie in wait in many ways, whereas the secondary psychopaths are a lot more reactive. And are a lot more obvious at times, whereas the primary psychopaths are a lot more covert, especially when it comes to women.
Yeah. So it sounds like then the primary psychopath, as much as it is maybe intelligence, it's also a sort of emotional control, of patience, something like that?
I think so, and a lot more manipulation, that kind of behaviour. So when you think about things like serial killers and homicides and things like that, you often see that in the secondary psychopath. Yeah, whereas the primary psychopath is someone that does fraud, manipulation, emotional manipulation, control, coercive control. So you see a lot of that in domestic violence where there isn't physical abuse, and they sit in that primary space.
Okay, so who would be some good examples of female primary psychopaths?
Yeah, look, there's some really good ones out there. Look, one of the key ones that I've done quite a bit of work on is Elizabeth Holmes. She created a company called Theranos in Silicon Valley, and she created this blood testing technology, if you're not aware of who she is, where you could, with a pinprick, you could do 100 blood tests. And she was a dropout from Stanford, so she didn't even finish her university degree. She convinced really high-level men with lots of money, very intelligent men, to be on her board and to fund her project. And she made billions and billions of dollars until it was discovered after, I think it was about 11 years, that the technology never ever worked. And when it got to the point of testing, she would use fake machines. So she'd pretend it was being tested through her machine, but she'd use those traditional big machines that you need to use to get the tests done. And she was quite a tyrant in the office as well. So she would keep staff away from each other. If you threatened to tell anybody, she would have you followed. She ruled with an iron fist, but she also lied extensively and got a lot of money out of people as a result. She has now been charged with fraud, and she's in prison, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And so she said she was isolating people as well. So she's separating people, kind of compartmentalizing information.
Yeah, so that seemed to work for her, because if no one was coming together and having a discussion saying, hang on a minute, no, I saw her do this, or hang on a minute, no, that's not what we were doing, people were more likely to find out and basically dob her in around the fact that it wasn't working. So she really kept people separate.
Mm-hmm. So this behavior, it's obviously it's illegal. There's fraud involved, and yet, what is it that's distinctly psychopathic?
I think it's the lack of empathy. It's a lack of not caring about how it affects other people. So these people will do things that please themselves. They have like a win at all costs mentality. They do things to better their own life, and they don't care who gets caught up in the rubble. So there's an example of a woman in Australia, Melissa Caddick. So she had a finance investment company, and she got her friends and family to invest in her company, a similar situation really, and she had created a Ponzi scheme, but she wasn't actually investing anybody's money. She was using it to live a lavish lifestyle. So she had a big house.
All right, so I'm going to post a picture of Elizabeth Holmes. She's a complete psychopath. She has the psychopath stare. She has the stare of one. Classic. Sanpaku eyes, psychopath stare. And this ties in with things I've been exposing for years. Theranos Company. Billions of dollars in fraud. I think she's already been released. I think she's out of jail now, or out of prison. I think she's now released, the last that I remember. She didn't really pay a heavy price for what she did, if I recall. And yes, she is putting up a 666. And she's wearing all black with a turtleneck, kind of copying Steve Jobs. He was another psycho. They copy each other. It's almost funny in a way, because people in this realm, they don't want to see. They don't want truth. They want to follow shit channels that feed them shit, like Matt McKinley's shit, day after day. They don't want this. They don't want to learn something about the psychopaths in this realm. They want shit. They want pig troughs of slop, endless refills of just slop.
She had the big fast cars. She was going on holiday. She had really expensive jewelry and dresses. So there's almost a sense of entitlement, like, I deserve this. I've had things happen to me, so I deserve this. And there's no real care for how that's affected other people. It's all about them. So they have no ability to self-reflect on the impact they've had on others, but the impact of their behavior as well. And that's really key.
Mm-hmm. Now that starts to sound like narcissistic personality disorder. You've got this me, I. What do you think about the distinctions there with psychopathy, narcissistic personality disorder, that kind of thing?
Yeah, and I do hear that a lot. I think the difference is people with narcissism do have some ability to self-reflect. So they do sometimes get to a point where they can go, oh, actually, I've probably not behaved the best in that situation. I've probably been a little bit selfish. So a narcissist has better ability to reflect. They still don't have a great ability to reflect, but they have some ability to reflect and change. Whereas a psychopath will never, ever, even if they realize their behavior is harmful, they'll never, ever change their behavior. The studies show that you just can't treat psychopaths because they never want to, they don't want to change, whereas a narcissist might want to change. So that's the difference. I think there's more flexibility in narcissism to make changes and to learn different behaviors. I think the other thing to remember is that narcissism is very much a core principle of the psychopath as well. So you can't have it, not all narcissists are psychopaths, but all psychopaths are narcissists.
Ooh. I have never heard anyone put it like that before. How did you come to that?
Flexibility in narcissism to make changes and to learn different behaviors. I think the other thing to remember is that narcissism is very much a core principle of the psychopath as well. So you can't have it, not all narcissists are psychopaths, but all psychopaths are narcissists.
Ooh, I have never heard anyone put it like that before.
Ooh, he's very impressed because it's very simple. It's a very simple slogan. Not all narcissists are psychopaths, but all psychopaths are narcissists. Ooh, that sounds good. It's a good soundbite. It's real simple. I like it. It's real simple. Look at his face. He loves it. People love what's simple, and I've noticed this about people. I don't know. I almost said I might write a book one day, but nobody reads books anymore. Be a waste of my energy. I could write a book though on this, on observing humans and what they like. And they love what's simple. This isn't an odd reaction for a human. His big smile, and she's feeling clever and impressed with herself there too. And she's wondering about his reaction. She's enjoying the attention and praise, but it's always something simple. Humans have this idea that simple slogans are profound. They have this thing in their heads where they're really drawn to what's simple, like moths to a flame. Now, it's not all humans. It's just millions, if not billions, but it's most on Earth. They're like this guy. They're very impressed by simple stuff, sound bites, and things that are easy to remember and repeat. Things they can grasp and they don't have to work hard or exert too much energy thinking about. The less thought for most humans, the better. They love it more. So she came up with something very simple, or she repeated it. I'm pretty sure I've heard others say this, but he's just in love with this. Watch this.
Flexibility and narcissism to make changes and to learn different behaviours. I think the other thing to remember is that narcissism is very much a core principle of the psychopath as well. So you can't have it. Not all narcissists are psychopaths, but all psychopaths are narcissists.
Ooh, I have never heard anyone put it like that before.
Mm.
And she's proud of herself. She's closing her eyes. She's smirking. She's doing a lips closed smile with her eyes almost closed, going, mm. Dr. Fiona is very proud of herself. And this Brad guy, he's just overjoyed. He finally heard something that he could really understand. It's simple enough for Brad to understand it. He's in love with that simplicity.
How did you come to that? Have you said that before? Or is that just coming
No,
now?
yeah, I have, because it's the same with bullying, because I did a lot of work on researching bullying in the workplace, and bullies in the workplace can be bullies. So not all bullies are psychopaths, but all psychopaths are bullies. So it's that sense that it's it's a complete. There's no grey area when it comes to a psychopath.
Okay.
They are who they are. Yeah.
So the psychopath then are sort of catch-all for this dangerous behavior.
Mm-hmm.
With the female psychopath in particular, in your writing, you talked about something called a queen bee syndrome. What is that?
Yeah, that's an interesting. There's not a lot of work being done in that area, and I think I personally, the work that I did do and the reading that I did do around what was out there was that I felt like it was designed to avoid using the term female psychopath, to be honest. So the queen bee syndrome is all about the woman.
Oh, you don't want to call it the female psychopath. Oh, wow. Look at him smiling like, oh, that's clever. Queen bee instead of female psychopath. He likes that. Brad's likes that simplicity again. He's attracted to that. He's getting a boner for Fiona, not because of how she looks, but because of the simplicity. He finds that very appealing.
Who wants to be in charge of all the other women. And it's that real sisterhood, leading the sisterhood kind of attitude. I'm in charge. They've got like minions underneath them that want to help them get whatever goal it is they're working towards. And they provide the support and the protection, I guess, for the queen bee. So that's pretty much what the queen bee is. But to me, it's just another term for, the female psychopath, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that one is specifically about a woman who wants to control other women?
Yeah, pretty much. But you find that with female psychopaths too, that they always have a posse around them of other women who can help and support them and protect them. So you think about the context of a workplace where someone might say, actually, Sarah's bullying me. But if Sarah's got, 5, 6, 7 women around her that say how wonderful she is and what a great job she does, it's really hard for management to understand and see that Sarah is actually not behaving appropriately because everybody loves her. So it's that sense of creating this facade of what's really going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my experience, my closest experience with a psychopath was a man, but he also collected a bunch of women to keep around him to maintain this image, and he was buying them things, taking care of them in certain ways, and making sure that when things came back on him, that they acted as a sort of barrier, a social barrier, to protect him and speak up for him. So this seems to work across.
Fiona has very, very dark eyes. Very dark, especially for a light-skinned white woman. Well, Gherkin, though. She's probably Jewish, actually. Sorry, she's light-skinned. The Irish are about to be replaced forever. 22,000 views. 1.8 thousand likes. My videos never get this. I've been doing this for years. Years and years. It would be cool if some of my videos got seen by more than a couple hundred or 1,000 people sometime.
We don't know exactly what it's going to mean, but we kind of can guess.
I don't think I have a single video on my channel with over 1,000 likes. People don't like the truth I'm putting out.
That it's going to mean probably the most. We don't know exactly what it's going to mean, but we kind of can guess that it's going to mean probably the most devastating of all the attacks on Ireland thus far, when essentially they open our borders completely to Indians. In the last few years, they've been coming at a very steady trickle and maybe a minor flood. This, it seems to me, is going to send out a message. Ireland's open for business to India, to Indians, to come here. In reality, we're not. Let's just look at it like. There are 1.5 almost billion Indians. There are 5.5 million Irish. Now, 1% of the Indian population coming to Ireland will be 15 million. 1%. Now, 1% will be a relatively small amount, I think, who might respond to an open invitation to come to Ireland and be given preferential treatment for housing, income, a job, if not social welfare, health benefits, all the other benefits that they get. And that would be a definition of Ireland that would not be Ireland, obviously. We're almost there anyway in other respects in general, but that would be in one fell swoop. 1% of Irish people going anywhere would make virtually no difference. It will be 55,000. The equivalent of the population of Waterford, maybe, or Drogheda, Dundalk, maybe. 1% of the Indian population coming to Ireland would be like the entire population of Zimbabwe or Zambia or one of these places. That's what they're saying is possible. And 1% is nothing. It's well entirely conceivable that several percentages, 5%, might decide to come. Why not? I mean, if things are bad in India, which they were told they are, why not? Ireland is the richest country in the world. Come on. They give you a set of keys at the airport for a house, apartment. You don't get to set it vetted in advance, apparently, which is terribly discriminatory. But it's not bad. You know, you can swap it later on, and they do. So it's clear. This is the point. You see, I keep hearing voices talking about this in a kind of a way that suggests that people are trying to tell the government things that they don't know. They need to do this. We need to have more children. We need to incentivize larger families. Yeah? And you think that they don't know that? You think that that's not precisely what they're trying to achieve, to ensure that we don't have larger families? This is their instruction. This is their protocol. In the same way, you don't seriously think that they don't know that they're actually replacing the population of Ireland. I mean, you just have to look at the figures. 50, 60, 70,000 Irish people leave every year. The flower of our youth. And they leave. And they're replaced by twice as many. Who? Undocumented, unvetted, unchecked, unqualified. Who? Nobody. Nothing to do with us. When people talk about Ireland, they're talking about a nation. They're talking about a history. They're talking about a culture. They're talking about a community through the ages. When the government or the media or the bankers talk about Ireland, they're talking about an outcrop of rock in the Atlantic with a bit of green stuff on it and space on it for guys with shiny suits to walk around making money for themselves. That'd be fine if it was for the purposes of maintaining the culture, the nation, the history, etc. But it's not. Not only is that merely incidental, it's actually an impediment. It's a nuisance. What are these people still walking around this island that we want to try to get going some business in? Who the fuck do these people think they are? Waving flags and talking in Irish, gabbling on in some foreign language. For God's sake, do you not understand that it's 2026? Our government, I really feel deep sympathy for them. They have a terrible time trying to communicate their radical progressive policies of the destruction of Ireland to the people of Ireland who don't seem to understand what's happening. So I think we need to start a campaign, advertising maybe or whatever, to explain to the Irish people, no, the Indians are coming to replace you. There's no inequality about it. They're entitled to houses, you are not. Is that clear? What's complex about that? The reason they get the houses is because they're replacing you. They're taking over your country. Do you understand? This is what I think the government needs to do. Maybe this is a little naive of me that they haven't thought of this yet. I'm pretty sure they're close to it now. One of these days, the Taoiseach Micheál will go on TV and say, listen, we should all ever fuck off. They need to collapse the existing entity that is Ireland with all this bothersome history and culture and memory and all that stuff, to start a new Ireland, which is populated by people who don't care about any of that old stuff, you know, who have their own history somewhere else and culture, and they can go off there on their holidays every so often. They don't want to have to deal with that because this is a business. It's not a country. It's a business. Come on. Like you can't be bringing your private life and your hobbies to work. And they're cluttering the place up with all this marching and flag waving and whatnot. Parades and processions and religious events and whatnot. You know, holy days of obligation. What's all that about? This is the most important thing to get across to the Irish people. It's not that the government doesn't understand what you're saying to them. It's that you don't understand that what you're saying is exactly what they want to achieve. You say, oh, they're replacing the population. Yeah, it's an invasion. Hello? How long did it take you to work that one out? It's plantation. It's Cromwellian. It put Cromwell in the halfpenny place. It wipes out Cromwell's achievement in one fell swoop. Forget Cromwell, talk Micheál. That's Ireland now. That's what it's about. It's not about any of that old stuff, you know. Anthems and flags and brass bands and Easter and St. Patrick's Day. Come on. 2026. Get with it.
First at 5, a 19-year-old man convicted of kidnapping and raping multiple women with the aid of social media and dating apps was sentenced to prison.
Fox 12's McKenna Marks was in the courtroom and joins us live after speaking with the prosecutor on this case. McKenna, what did she tell you?
Yeah, Pete, Nora, well, Damani Anderson was sentenced to 45 years in prison today. Now, before the judge handed out his sentence, the court also heard from multiple victims. And like you said, I was able to speak to the prosecutor on this case, and she tells me if it wasn't for the bravery of these victims, Anderson likely wouldn't have received such a lengthy sentence.
You're going to prison for a very long time.
Over a year and a half after he was arrested on rape and kidnapping charges, 19-year-old Damani Anderson was sentenced to 45 years in prison. Anderson was arrested in August of 2024, and the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office says multiple adult and juvenile women, including a 13-year-old, came forward.
We shouldn't let ourselves get too far removed from the fact that these are real things that happen to real people. And this case begs for that reminder. That very real, very terrifying things happen to very young people at the hands of Damani Anderson.
Police say Anderson would find his victims on social media or dating apps and convince them to meet him in a secluded area. Then, police say Anderson would hold his victims at gunpoint before assaulting them.
I am so sorry this happened to you.
Prosecutor Robin Skarsdad says it's because of the victims that came forward that the Portland community is now a little safer.
Because this was an individual who was on a path of reoffending. To my assessment, his attacks were getting more violent, and the fact that they were willing to come forward at great personal cost to themselves to keep the rest of the community safe is really meaningful.
Anderson was facing more than 40 charges connected to 5 different rape cases. Last week, he pleaded guilty to 12 charges.
As to count 1 then, in case number 24 CR 41664, which charges you with the crime of rape in the first degree with a firearm, how do you wish to plead? Guilty. As to count 4 then, in the same case, which charges you with the crime of kidnapping in the first degree with a firearm, how do you wish to plead? Guilty.
In court on Thursday, many of Anderson's victims shared their impact statements with the judge, detailing how their lives have changed since they were attacked, including one of the victims' mothers.
This is not something that heals. It is not something that fades with time. This damage and the discomfort she will always feel will move into every relationship we will ever have.
And Skarsdad says it's thanks to the victims who came forward that justice was served.
These victims who came today to send that message about this is what coming forward looks like, that you can get justice, if not relief, is a message that I hope will encourage others to do that and continue to make our environment safer.
Anderson was also required to register as a sex offender and also received a sentence of 20 years of post-prison supervision. Reporting.
That's where Callie used to live, in shitty Portland. Shitty Portland. Portland, Oregon.
Live from downtown Portland, McKenna Marks, Fox 12 Oregon.
Downtown shithole, Portland, Oregon. Liberal shithole.
In Genesis, God created evil. God loves evil. God created darkness. God made hell. God is the devil. The devil. God's heart beats you down, down, down. Beats you Lucifer, morning star. Jesus, morning star. How they wonder what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little jar. manifestations. God loves demons. God loves demons. God rewards liars. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole. Liars. This is a hell realm. God loves slaves. God loves zombies. God will pay. God will pay. Fuck your guts. 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 Kneel and praise. You zombie slaves. Glorify and worship. Eat me, drink shit. Praise God. Praise. Praise. Zombie slaves. God loves demons. God loves. God loves demons.
This is a hell realm, and God loves demons.
And the surgeon comes in and he gives us the rundown for the surgery. And then he says to me, in 1 year, you're going to be back on the mound throwing harder than ever. And he says, in 2 years, you're going to be a first-round draft pick. And in 3 years, you're going to be playing in the big leagues. You know, I watched my heartbeat monitor go from beep, beep, beep to beep. I'm in this place that is just the most magical place I could ever have described. And then he said, you have a great purpose to serve, Bubba. And if I grant you this second chance, you need to make sure you serve that purpose and give everything you have to that purpose. From that moment on, nothing's ever been the same. My name is Bubba Herrick. I am a resident of Florida, and that's where my story starts, in Jacksonville, Florida. I was 19 years old playing baseball at Jacksonville University. It was my freshman year, and I went in with really high expectations. I was a pretty good pitcher, on track to kind of play the game for a long time. I was just starting to make a name for myself in the game of baseball, and got on campus my freshman year, had this nagging injury that I just didn't think would affect me for some reason. For whatever reason, I thought I was, because I was the guy who did everything the right way. I went to class on time. I treated people well. I didn't drink. I didn't party. I was just, kind of a straight-nosed, hard-nosed guy. And maybe it was naive of me to think that nothing bad could ever happen to me. But that injury ended up worsening and turning into what's called torn UCL. I tore the most infamous ligament in all of baseball. UCL, ulnar collateral ligament, basically just a tear right here in the elbow. You can maybe even see the scar there. But yeah, so it led me to going into the operating under the knife. I was getting an operation for the torn UCL. It's called Tommy John surgery. It's kind of the most infamous surgery in all of sports. Every pitcher gets it. It's kind of like a rite of passage almost. And the narrative around the surgery was that of almost like folklore. It was, you go in, you get the surgery, it's a black and white process, and then you come back throwing harder than ever. So I was devastated that I got injured, but at the same time, I was excited because I got to be a part of this cool club that everybody else was involved in baseball, and I expected to come back really strong. So the day before my surgery comes, and the nurse is asking me all these questions to make sure that I'm, able to be operated on. And it was a pretty, straightforward process. It's supposed to be in and out 10 minutes. And she got to she started asking me the questions, weight, height, are you on medications, all that stuff. And then she got to this question where she asked me, are you allergic to anything that could potentially complicate the surgery? Are you allergic to anesthesia? Anything that, might actually make this complicated? And for whatever reason, when she asked that question, I just got this pit in my stomach. And it was just like, whoa, what? I feel like we should know the answer to that question. I'd never had surgery up until that point, so I didn't know the answer. And I wanted to express, I don't know, but for whatever reason, that caused a pit in my stomach. Instead, I replied, no, I don't think so. I don't think I'm allergic to anything that could complicate the surgery. So I was already a little bit spooked going into the surgery, but the next day comes and it's about 5 a.m. And, my mom's standing to my left. I'm on my hospital bed, hooked up to all these IV machines. I got the heartbeat monitor to my left too. And the surgeon comes in and he gives us the rundown for the surgery. He says, Mom, Bubba, here's how this is going to work. We're going to put the anesthesia through your IV. By the time we wheel you from where we are now in the operating room, or the pre-operating room rather, to the operating room, you're going to be unconscious and under anesthesia. You're not going to feel anything. And then he says to me, in 1 year, you're going to be back on the mound throwing harder than ever. And he says, in 2 years, you're going to be a first-round draft pick. And in 3 years, you're going to be playing in the big leagues. And I was like, well, I feel a little bit better about this surgery now that you're kind of giving me this reassurance. So he looks to my mom and dismisses her out of the room. But before he does so, I look to my left, right here like I'm doing, and I say, Mom, I love you. Be strong. My mom was so nervous about the surgery because I was her baby and I am her baby. And I was going under the knife. And I said, Mom, I love you. I'll see you in an hour. She says, I love you, baby. And then she dismisses herself from the room. So the doctor does what he says. He puts the anesthesia in my IV. He wheels me to the operating room just like he said. And I have my eyes closed and I'm just waiting for this anesthesia to hit me. And he said that when we got to the operating room, it was going to. But when we got there, I was still fully conscious and fully awake. And I was like, well, should I say something? Like maybe the anesthesia hasn't hit me yet. Like they've done this thousands of times by now. I'm sure it's fine. And I'm laying there and it's kind of like where what's going on around you. Even when your eyes are closed, you can just kind of feel it. So I'm in this operating room. I'm on the operating table now. And I feel these doctors, I hear them and I feel them, getting ready for the surgery. And then I hear them confirm, like with one another, are you ready to operate? I'm ready to operate. Let's operate on this kid. And I'm getting nervous at this point because I'm like, well, I'm not under this anesthesia. What's about to happen? Either they're going to cut into me or I've got to say something. But at the same time, I didn't want to say anything. It felt like I almost couldn't, like this was happening exactly how it was supposed to happen. It was the strangest thing. So as they're inching closer to my elbow with the scalpel, they start to pull back. And I let this, deep exhale of relief, like, oh my gosh, okay, they must know I need more anesthesia. But that wasn't the case. The doctors in the room, their breath sped up, and I felt this energetic shift in the room from, that of let's operate on this kid and get him back on the field to, oh my gosh, like something's seriously wrong here. So it felt like time just stopped. I don't really recall a lot of what happened from them pulling back and me feeling like, oh my gosh, they know I need more anesthesia, to then the feeling of something's wrong. And then the next thing I remember, I heard them say, hurry, we got to save this kid. And then I was just floating above the scene and I watched from above as if there were like a glass panel separating me from my body on the operating table. And I watched my body turn, like a bruise-like purple and then a corpse-like white. And, I watched my heartbeat monitor go from beep, beep, beep to beep, just one complete flat line from above. And, I ended up having an allergic reaction to the anesthesia. Going back to that nurse that asked me the question, I got that pit in my stomach. I was allergic to the a component of the anesthesia called Ancef. And my heart stopped on the table. I went into anaphylactic shock. And all of a sudden, I'm in this place. I just watched myself die on the operating table. And I'm in this place that is just the most magical place I could ever have described. But at first, I didn't get a lot of time to spend in this place because immediately I was shuttled into this life review. It was like there was a 360-degree panoramic screen where I was the observer of the movie that was playing my life review. It kind of like showed like a movie a little bit. But at the same time, I was in the movie. So I was watching it, but I was also experiencing it at the same time. And, you know, not only was I experiencing it from my own perspective, but I was also experiencing it from the perspective of the others involved in every scene that showed. And, you know, I got to see every moment of my life and experience every moment of my life from the time that I was, you know, my earliest memory playing baseball with myself in the backyard, pretending like I was pitching in, you know, the big leagues against Albert Pujols, and, you know, just imagining and dreaming. You know, I got to re-experience those types of memories. But, you know, the theme of my life review was not exactly positive, and it wasn't exactly distressing either. It was just kind of a neutral, all-knowing truth of this is the objective view of your life. So I got to see, you know, moments of my life that I wasn't exactly proud of. You know, I battled addiction as a young kid, and I battled having to view my life like I was a part of the first generation that got to experience social media. So I got to see all the time I spent on social media instead of interacting with the people that I cared about and loved. And, you know, I got to re-experience the kind of traumatic things that I had gone through as a kid that I never exactly forgave myself or the others that were involved in. And I got to just see all the time that I wasted and all the kind of potential that I left untapped as a young athlete, where I maybe could have applied myself more. At the end of my life review, it felt like it lasted forever, but at the end of it, I felt this overwhelming regret and this longing for a second chance. I had watched my life from a bird's eye view, and it left me with the question, like, is that it? Like, is that all you did with your life? You know, you wasted all that time, and you have all of these wounds left unhealed, and all of these I love yous and I'm sorry's left unsaid, and you never forgave your family. You never forgave the people that you love and care about. And most importantly, you never forgave yourself. And, you know, at the end of my life review, I was just so angry and just longing for this second chance, but there was no time left to fix any of it. So, after my life review ended, I was just begging God. I was like, God, please give me a second chance. God, please give me a second chance. Like, I'll do anything for the second chance. And, you know, I didn't hear any response from God. So eventually I just let go. And I was like, you know what? All right, that's the reality of how my life ended. So, you know, I surrender. Just take me into whatever's next. And as soon as I said the words, I surrender, I was shuttled into this different place, but it was a part of the same thing. And it was the most beautiful, overwhelming, unconditional love I had ever experienced in my life. It was as if I was looking at the outside world from the perspective of the inside of the purest diamond in the universe. It was just this most magnificent place. Time didn't exist in this place. In fact, it felt like me and time were the same thing. It was so overwhelmingly fascinating. And what stood out about this place was that I was supposed to be dead, but I felt more alive than I had ever felt in my entire life. And it felt like my true home. Like when I was shuttled into this place, immediately I just felt like I was home, like I belonged for the first time in my life. And I'm in this place for what feels like an eternity. Time doesn't exist, so I don't exactly know how long I was there. But all of a sudden, this strange figure appears, and it appears in the distance at first, and it appears like a silhouette. And I see this glossy, shiny, bald head, and And then I see this beautiful, radiant smile. And I knew that this person was familiar. And suddenly this person approaches me and passes me a basketball. And as soon as this person passes me the basketball, I recognize the person. It was my stepdad, who had passed away a couple years prior to my near-death experience. And what's interesting about this is the basketball game that we had, played in this place was a recreation of an exact moment that I had just witnessed in my life review moments ago or eternity ago. I'm not sure, but I had seen this beautiful basketball game in my life review. Mystical competitive is just like a fun competitive. Badly, after your life review, you wanted a second chance. He said, I know that I went our separate ways. I thanked him and I said, I love you. And I said, I'll see you soon. The life, like I was past that at this point. I had surrendered. I was in this beautiful place. I didn't want to go back, but for whatever reason, it just felt like I had to want to go back. But for whatever reason, it just felt I didn't the life, like I was past that at this point. I had surrendered. I was in this beautiful place. I didn't want to go back, but for whatever reason, it just felt like I had to. It just felt like I had to. So eventually Mike and I went our separate ways. I thanked him and I said, I love you. And I said, I'll see you soon. And, he vanished, and I was back in this almost like purgatory type place where it felt like I was on the second story of a house and the floor was made of glass and I could see what was happening on the first story. And this was my, body on the operating table. And this is where I was on the other side. And I watched as they shot me with the shot that saved my life. And I woke up on the operating table, and immediately I was just in shambles, and I was like throwing punches at the doctors because I had no idea what had happened, and I wanted to go back to this place. And it all happened so fast. And then I woke up on the table, and from that moment on, nothing's ever been the same. It completely changed me. My mom eventually came, and by my bedside while I was staying overnight in the hospital, and I told her the story, and immediately she laughed it off. She attributed it to the drugs, like any logical, reasonable person would. It's like, no way. So she recalled the whole thing to the nurse, and my mom told it in a joking fashion, like, nah, haha, he told me this, my son's just being silly. And the nurse actually kind of checked her a little bit and said, ma'am, I've seen this before. These are called near-death experiences. Like, I don't believe your son is making any of this up. I don't believe it's the drugs talking. I've heard this a lot. You should look into them. So I overheard that, and I was fully conscious and aware, even though I was on all those drugs. I was like, near-death experiences, I should look into them. So eventually they sent me back home. I went through all this allergy testing to find out what I was allergic to, and I got my surgery and went back to life as normal. And I kind of just left this experience in the past, because when I heard my mom kind of downplay the experience, I did so too. Naturally, I was like, no, you know what, so much. And there was just something off about me. I didn't want to play baseball anymore.
Okay, short story time. I want to talk to you about the time when I saw this soul that had not crossed over, and the reason why. So I had this client that came to me a few years back, and she kept telling me, my father passed, but my mother keeps talking to him like he's still present in the house. She keeps saying, oh, your father can't come to the phone because he just went grocery shopping. And she's like, I'm very disturbed. I don't know what to do. So one of the things that I can do is remotely tune in to somebody else's space with their authorization. I'm not gonna do that for just shits and giggles, so don't panic. Either way. So what I did is, like, I tuned in, I asked for her father's name, I tuned in to him, I felt myself being pulled to where he was, and I found him upstairs in his office, pacing. Exactly one of the things that the mother had said is, like, I can hear your father is upstairs working as well. She would say that to my clients periodically. And so when I tuned into him, I felt him, and I was able to connect. And I asked him, I was just like, are you aware that you are no longer alive? Because that's always one of the first things that I ask an earthbound soul. And his answer was yes. And I said, what happened to you? And he showed me that he had a heart attack, but the heart attack was not the thing that actually killed him. What killed him was the fall. He hit his head. So I confirmed that with his daughter. And then I continued the conversation on with him. And I said, why are you still here? What is happening? Are you seeing a light? And he says, yes. I'm like, who is in the light with you? And he said, my mother. And I'm like, why won't you just go and meet with her? And his answer was, I'm scared. So when I asked him what he was scared of, he was scared of punishment. He had grown up Mormon, and he had stopped going to church probably about 30 years prior. And when he passed, the first thing his soul feared was the fear of hell, the fear of punishment for not having continued to follow into the doctrine. And so I had to reassure him, and I told him, there's no such thing as punishment. You are going to be welcomed with open arms, and all your mother wants to do is hug her son. And then finally, eventually, his daughter told me that he did end up crossing over because her mother's just stopped talking about him as if he was still alive. Now, why am I sharing this? Because what I have encountered more than once is people that are afraid of hell will stay stuck because of what they've been indoctrined into and what they have been taught. Religion teaches by fear. It teaches you that you have to believe that you will be punished so that you behave. It's not about autonomy. It's not about freedom. It's about control. And that control can last after the body has long been discarded, after the soul is out of the body. It can stop that soul from crossing over. Not every soul. A lot of souls just do end up going anyway. What happens to souls that have done horrible harm in this life? That's a very common question. So I'm not going to be too specific because I'm not interested in that debate. What I'm going to try to teach you is the concept of it. Everyone eventually crosses into the light. When they have gone there, depending on what they have left Earth with, what frequencies they have been navigating in, they will be held in different spaces. The spirit guides welcome, the spirit guides hold, the spirit guides decide and put the soul based on what they're coming with. Everybody goes through a life review. Everyone goes through a healing. The goal is for everyone to be elevated to the same frequencies that is the afterlife. So when a soul has reached to that, they all vibrate at the same frequencies. And so the souls that are held into more of a cocoon in a space because maybe they have committed atrocity in this life, those souls are held there until they can break out of that shield, heal, and then rise up to the frequencies necessary. If a soul cannot, and it can happen, it will be held as long as necessary. And if the spirit guides are unable to really reach it, then eventually that soul would be broken apart. It will be dispersed. Energy cannot be killed. Energy cannot be destroyed, but energy can be pulled apart. And this is what will happen to that soul. The essence of that soul would be discarded and would no longer exist. And the filament of that soul would be reintegrated into the whole. And which means that every soul that ever existed, that is in the afterlife, that is incarnated, has a filament of a soul that was eventually pulled apart. That process is very rare. Most souls are able to be rehabilitated however long it takes. But sometimes it does happen. If a soul has really partaken into the harm that he has inflicted on earth, and he rejoiced in it, it joined the body and the mind into those atrocities, then yes, it might be really hard to rehabilitate that soul. And in that case, it will be pulled apart. Again, very rare. So no, your aunt that maybe was mean to you as a child or has never had a kind word towards others is very unlikely pulled apart. Those are reserved likely for the worst of the worst. It is not for us to decide. It is not for us to judge. That is not for us to even know. Anyhow, I just want to share any questions. Please let me know. Mallory, psychic medium. I bring you more grounded approach to psychic world.
enforcement operation into Maine.
And frigid temperatures did not stop ICE from hitting the ground running. Now, some targets proved harder than others to capture.
So, ICE is moving into the great state of Maine, where there's a massive immigration problem, as well as a massive industrial fraud problem consisting of fake medical buildings, housing hundreds of businesses and 0 patients. None of which is surprising once you learn this state has laws that prohibit law enforcement from cooperating with the feds, who are now in town combating Minnesota levels of criminal activity.
Hello, I'm with News Nation. My name is No comment?
Tonight, News Nation is turning its attention back to Maine, where locals are blowing the whistle on businesses that look, well, let's use the word questionable.
This Sudanese man has more than a dozen criminal convictions in Maine, according to the Homeland Security Department. Those include aggravated assault, false imprisonment, and violation of protection orders.
I can confirm that ICE arrested one of our corrections officer recruits. He was hired in February of last year and underwent a rigorous hiring process. But as my staff brought it to my attention, it's like, are we really worried about the fact that this individual is trying to get his immigration papers in line?
Of the businesses that are registered in here, of the 20-something businesses, 10 of them are home health care businesses. Prestige Home Care, Bright Star Home Care, Atlanta Community Support, 5 Stars Home Health Care, Prime Home Care, LLC.
The illegal criminal aliens on the list are also from Senegal, Somalia, Honduras, Guatemala.
To the surprise of absolutely no one, fraudulent criminal activity robbing the federal government has been discovered in yet another state. And what nobody's talking about is the scammers here used the exact same playbook they did in Minnesota, which means during this year, we're going to find these schemes all over the country. And here's what these scammers do. They find a sanctuary jurisdiction run by not the Republican Party, which has laws promoting illegal immigration as well as unauditable healthcare and social safety programs. We're talking clinics for various ailments, transportation companies that drive people to these places, as well as home healthcare facilities that can also double as a personal residence. Find a place like this, get yourself a physical location, fill out some forms, and boom, you're on America's payroll. But if you think that's bad, here's where things get even worse in Maine specifically, where half the 46 million plundered in one scheme did come from the federal government, with the other half coming directly from the state of Maine, which raised taxes on its own residents just to turn their money over to organized fraudsters, while the not Republican governor of this state allegedly did more than just look the other way, which is the same direction Minnesota's governor is still looking. Speaking of which, the real reason these schemes are being discovered from Minnesota to Maine and likely everywhere in between has everything to do with Governor Walz of Minnesota, who was supposed to become vice president of America so that all this could be covered up and swept under the rug. If Trump didn't win, do you think we'd be learning about the plundering of our country in places that claim to help others? Of course not. These aren't generous.
Let's see what Ian's up to. You can buy a super thanks and pay Ian. Mass killin'. Mass killin' is Ian. Look at that.
There he is. He's coming down. There he is. What's up, buddy? You're safe. Go ahead. You're safe, dude. It's alright.
Now he's talking to birds, saying, "You're safe, dude." Why should birds feel unsafe here? Maybe there's a problem with the way this place is designed. Maybe you're wrong, Ian. Maybe you're wrong.
He's scoping out, making sure he's safe. Go for it. There he goes. Got it.
What did he put on the ground? Popcorn? Is it breadcrumbs or popcorn? It looks like he might be trying to feed the birds popcorn. This is what Ian's channel has become. He used to do live streams, and now he's either in his car or he's talking to birds, and oh my goodness.
There.
I guess Ian has to talk with someone. Poor Ian. Poor Ian. Oh gosh. Oh, droopy dog. Next, he's going to be talking to crack rocks on the ground or something.
If you're a survivor of abuse, know that your feelings are valid and it's not your fault. Many survivors, and even others, place blame where it doesn't belong. That's why we made this video, to help break that cycle by understanding how trauma affects the brain. Abuse, whether physical, emotional, or psychological, leaves scars that go much deeper than we can see. It doesn't just hurt in the moment, it rewires the way your brain works, often affecting how you think, feel, and even relate to others. Now let's explore what experts say about its real impact. The brain under stress. When you're exposed to abuse, your brain's alarm system, the amygdala, goes into overdrive. This part of the brain is responsible for the fight or flight response, helping you detect danger. But with prolonged trauma, the amygdala becomes hyperactive, constantly sensing threats, even when they aren't there, leaving you in a state of high alert, anxiety, and fear. At the same time, the prefrontal cortex, which helps regulate decision-making and control emotions, can become less active. This imbalance means that while you're constantly on edge, your brain struggles to calm you down. As a result, you might feel anxious, easily startled, and even have trouble concentrating. Memory and learning. Chronic stress from abuse can shrink your hippocampus, the part of the brain that controls memory and learning. This damage makes it harder to remember things clearly. That's why people who've experienced abuse may have blurry or fragmented memories. Sometimes the trauma comes back in flashes, or parts of it get blocked out. For example, in court cases, survivors may struggle to recall details, and people wrongly assume they're lying. But in reality, trauma messes with the brain's ability to store memories accurately. Understanding this can help us be more compassionate and supportive towards survivors, rather than questioning their experiences. Trauma isn't just emotional, it's biological. And the way memories are stored or forgotten is part of the brain's response to protect itself. Emotional blunting. Remember when we said that abuse overstimulates the amygdala? When this part of the brain is overactive, it can trigger strong feelings like fear, guilt, and shame. But sometimes your brain tries to protect you by shutting down your emotions. This is called emotional blunting. It's a defense mechanism where you feel numb or disconnected, making it hard to experience both positive and negative emotions. While this numbing can offer relief during the abuse, many survivors struggle to flip the switch back on, even when the abuse ends. If you've been abused and struggle with emotional blunting, please know that you're not alone. Healing is possible, and it's okay to reach out for help when you're ready. Emotional dysregulation. A recent study by Grun and Compass from Vanderbilt University found that abuse significantly impairs a person's ability to control their emotions as a result of damage to the prefrontal cortex. Imagine you're driving a car, and every time you press the brakes, they barely work. Now picture the gas pedal sticking, causing the car to speed up at the worst possible moments. This is kind of what happens to the brain when you've experienced abuse. The parts of your brain that control emotions and decisions start malfunctioning. Sometimes you can't stop yourself from feeling too much, easily swinging from calm to anxious, sad, or even angry without much warning. And other times, you can't feel anything at all. Impulsive decision-making. Dr. Jamie Hansen, neuroscientist and developmental psychologist, found that children who experienced abuse often struggled in school, got worse grades, were more likely to get into fights, and skipped classes. Similarly, research by Malik and colleagues showed that physical abuse made victims more likely to use drugs, drink heavily, hurt themselves, and engage in risky sexual behavior. Both studies demonstrate how abuse not only overstimulates the amygdala, but also damages the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for decision-making and self-control. See, what happens is the brain has gotten so used to reacting quickly to protect itself that it struggles to think things through and make calm, well-thought-out choices. The emotional pain caused by abuse can also lead people to look for ways to escape or cope, no matter how unhealthy, leading them to engage in aggressive, reckless, and harmful behaviors. Depression and anxiety. Victims of abuse often feel hopeless and overwhelmed, which is why many report symptoms of depression, feeling sad, empty, or unmotivated. They may also experience anxiety, constantly worrying or feeling on edge, even when there's no immediate threat. For many, this goes beyond temporary emotions, developing into long-term mental health disorders. Statistics report that abuse increases the risk of developing clinical depression, phobias, PTSD, eating disorders, and suicidality. The good news is that the brain is adaptable, and with the right support, it can heal. Abuse has deep, lasting effects on the brain, but understanding how it works is the first step towards reclaiming your mental health. If you are a victim of abuse, please remember that it is. Abuse has deep, lasting effects on the brain, but understanding how it works is the first step towards reclaiming your mental health. If you are a victim of abuse, please remember that it is not your fault. Do not hesitate to reach out to your loved ones and seek help from a professional. So how can we better support those who are struggling with hidden impacts of trauma? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. And if you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more insightful content.
What is it? What a design. What a design.
Nothing could ever touch or entrap you, the soul, unless you believe it to be so. Stop imprisoning yourself. Fear is born from loss of something. And in love, there is no loss. Love itself even has the power to change the cells within you back to their purest state. Look at all the people that have the perceived wealth in life, but yet because they're not heaven or enjoy within themselves, they complain and are miserable. Where did you show love? And where you did not show love? And you're never unworthy of love, unconditional love, or home itself, because everybody's returning there. And everybody, no matter what they've done in life, will always be loved all the same. My name is Darius Sheriff. And everybody, no matter what they've done in life, will always be loved all the same. My name is Darius J. Wright. In this video, I want to really explain home. What home is, what everybody is looking for, what everybody is deep within themselves wanting to know, but can't find. If you don't understand these things of love, you won't understand that 100% of the time what you're looking for in all of these other directions is actually you're searching for home, and the only way to find it is through love. And this is very important for people to understand that watch this. Love can be defined in a very simple way. And people overcomplicate this because when they're trying to search for love, they're trying to search for love in a way that they are familiar with in terms of their analytical thinking program mind construct. And you'll never find love within the mind. You'll never find love with the trying to understand it just with that question. So when you ask the question, what is love? You all have already set yourself up in a position where you will never find love, because love can't be asked and explained to you in the way that a lot of people want it explained, because love is felt. Love is felt. How do you explain authenticity? How do you basically go to an individual and say, explain to me what is your authentic self? The moment that the individual tries to explain what its authentic self is, it stops being authentic, because it's in a state of constantly just being itself, not even trying. And that's what love is. It's not something that you try to be or something that you try to understand. It's something that you just are, and you just be it. You just be yourself unconditionally.
On platforms like YouTube, desperation is a common trait amongst many a streamer and content creator. Some were once thriving channels who've fallen onto hard times that are now in need of cash to continue their lifestyle. Others on this platform lack self-awareness to realize how showing this desperate side can only hurt them in the grand scheme of things, thus becoming jokes in online communities that are deemed lolcows. But what about the ones who have been self-aware or have some self-awareness and were never relevant to begin with? The ones who know they're being presented online but don't care, will stop at nothing to grab the viewer's attention by any means necessary. What if there's a whole family of them? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for you to meet the Thorpes, a literal family of lolcows.
I'm not afraid of my dad. What am I lying about?
I'm a bigot Chad! Is that a crime?
And abusing my dad because my mom showed me how to do that because I have generational trauma.
No, you know who sexualized my daughter? Her father in heaven.
I fucking hate it though, because like there's nowhere to go if you say that I'm just full of
Is that a crime?
And abusing my dad.
Wow. It says, what does it say? Future good girl. I love, and then a cross, liar on her arm. This is very strange. Very bizarre. Very bizarre.
Dad because my mom showed me how to do that because I have generational trauma.
No, you know who sexualized my daughter? Her father in heaven.
I fucking hate it though, because like there's nowhere to go if you say that I'm just full of shit. Whatever, like I just start saying in my head, like, okay, there's nowhere to go, there's no.
Right, so this time, things are gonna get weird, incredibly weird. I'm just warning you about all this right now, so actually, unironic trigger warning, whatever you wanna call it, we're gonna be mentioning some incredibly heinous stuff. I'd also like to point out that all of this is alleged, and that, from my knowledge, there has not been any substantial proof that has led to an actual conviction or any of that in any way. Now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about the first alarming thing, Rhode Island, aka the Ocean State. It's the birthplace of Peter Griffin, and honestly, just kind of a state. Not much to it. It's really small. I believe Sam Hyde might do a lot of work there, but nonetheless is the kind of irrelevant state that nobody really wants to go to. However, if you'd like to your daughter, this state is for you, my friend, because apparently incest is illegal between consenting adults within the state of Rhode Island. And not only that, but the age limit to be a consenting adult in Rhode Island is 16 years old. So technically, if you want to, with a 16-year-old daughter, then there you go. Head over to Rhode Island and become the family guy. The Ocean State apparently really loves this sort of family lifestyle. As such, there have been many a case. So you might be wondering, why am I mentioning incest? Well, let's introduce our main characters. Hailing from beautiful Rhode Island, the fabulous family that is the Thorpes. This is going to get complicated, so to keep it simple right now, the Thorpes consist of 4 main characters within the confines of the internet story here. First off is Ben Thorpe, a 6'8", 50-something-year-old Goliath of a man who is insanely bipolar and incredibly captivating to the point where it's hard to look away. He's actually completely fucking nuts, and you're going to see why.
Literally been driven to homicidal, well, I would say violent rage. Yeah. Non-homicidal, violent rage every day.
Then we have Courtney Thorpe, also over 50, I believe, the ex-wife or wife of Ben Thorpe and mother of his children. She is also very mentally unstable and is a frequent self-sabotager and a kind of a attention freak.
My girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night?
After watching a lot of her streams, though, I feel mostly bad for her because she tends to get milked for content quite a bit by her ex-husband and daughter. By the way, speaking of daughter, the star of the family, if you will, is one Grace Thorpe. Now, Grace seems sweet enough. At first glance, she almost comes off like a normal young woman in her early 20s, just trying to make content. But after watching a few hours of her streams, you'll find that the apple doesn't fall farther from the tree, because just like Ben and Courtney, Grace also has her bouts with mental illness and has exploited her mental state on live stream from time to time. Like her father, she also participates in playing up.
Oh my goodness, she has slut written on her forehead, and I love, and it looks like a penis drawing. She loves dicks? And it's slut on her forehead? Look at this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Grace Thorpe, what are you doing? Look at that. God damn. That's crazy.
The family drama for views, as she's what you consider a henchman for her father. She seems to be attached at the hip to him. However, she might be a little too attached. Remember how I had just mentioned all that incest earlier? Well, we're gonna get to that one. The other sibling is John Thorpe, who seems pretty normal. Just a young kid who's in way over his head with his insane family. There's also another brother named Tommy, but he's not on streams as much and seems normal enough. From what I believe, there are 3 other kids, but they're all minors, so I really don't want to give them that much attention because that would just be unfair to them. So that's the family as you need to know it. The Thorpes, the family of lol cows. Ah, look at these, aren't they cute? They're so in love too. I bet they lived happily ever after, right? Yeah, no. Trying to paste together the Thorpe's background is very nauseating as it's all over the place, and Ben Thorpe is an unreliable narrator. Again, the giant of a human being is also crazy and has been reported with bipolar disorder, but don't worry because he apparently also cured himself of that mental illness as well. At least that's what he claimed. As far as I can find, Ben began working as a Catholic theology teacher, where he would meet his future wife, Courtney, who was also working as a teacher at the same school. The two wound up married sometime in the early 2000s after Courtney had become pregnant with their oldest daughter, Grace Thorpe. After that, they would have 5 more children.
When she got pregnant, that was before you guys were married, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that pregnancy was Grace.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
So I'm glad we didn't, even though it's a Catholic school, basically they want you to have an abortion, I think, in a situation like that, because it's embarrassing for the school. And everyone does. Like, everyone's having premarital sex and there's no children. So, yeah.
I ended up trolling that very school into supposedly calling the FBI on me years later, so
Yeah, we have a whole other thing that we're going to be doing.
So after teaching, Ben moved to work on in real estate, where he found some success and made a little bit of money. Sometime in 2012, the family opened up their own family business, where they managed an Ethiopian restaurant. And this is where things sort of began to dissolve for the family. Courtney reportedly became overwhelmed.
Ethiopian restaurant. Ben, what? Why would you? What? An Ethiopian? Oh, Jesus Christ. They are nuts.
Overwhelmed with tasks. Ben later explained that she did not know how to delegate the work for the employees that were under her, which led to her stress level rising and caused her mental health to implode. Later, it would be theorized that Ben was not helping Courtney as much as he could, and this led to her being overwhelmed. But Ben and Grace both denied it. Eventually, the Ethiopian restaurant would result in a failure, and the family was forced to move on. But the cracks within the family's foundation were already starting to show now.
Okay, this happened.
The restaurant started when I was 8 or 9.
See what happened, even in the restaurant, you see the same
2012,
pattern.
I think.
We had an Ethiopian restaurant, so we hired Ethiopian refugees. So we were like, it was a strange business because the owners were not Ethiopian, but we had like the most black employees you could ever have. And but she wasn't able to relate as a manager. You know, as a manager, you have to delegate tasks. So she actually alienated all the workers. They'd be standing around speaking Amharic, the language of Ethiopia. She'd be doing all the work, and then she'd be exhausted. And Grace was stuffed upstairs to be the mother of the kids, which was not how it was supposed to go.
Real quick, when you say upstairs, was this restaurant ran out of your house, or do you mean like the kids would go to the restaurant, or what do you mean when you say
we
upstairs?
were near, yeah, so we semi-lived there. We were near Brown University in Providence, which is, you know, a kind of place where an Ethiopian restaurant, which is an unusual cuisine, but it's got vegan. So it's a great location, but it had 3 floors. And the 3rd floor was, we used 2 floors for the restaurant. The 3rd floor was like this, you know, it was like not up to snuff. You could look through remember that, Chris? You could look through the
in the bathroom
down to the floor below. But I mean, it was okay.
Sometime in either 2017 or 2018, the Thorpes experienced somewhat of a rift between the family, and it would only get worse from there. The major division with the family was between Grace and Courtney, who Grace has accused of being emotionally abusive and neglectful. And during Grace's childhood, while they were being homeschooled, Grace was forced to act as a second mom to her siblings, which was an emotional toll for the daughter. As pointed out in a Reddit posted on the DGG subreddit, a Reddit user going by Black Trinity, some of the allegations of abuse that Grace had levied against her mother can include the following. Courtney telling Grace that she was just 16 years old when she hoped Grace would kill herself, abandoning her children, physically abusing Grace's younger brother John, not maintaining the house to the point where the kitchen turned into a moldy rat-infested pigsty, forcing Grace to fake documents so they could pass their homeschool curriculum without really learning anything. Now, later on it was revealed in an interview that Ben was the one who brought up Courtney's abuse against Grace to Grace after reportedly coming to the realization that Courtney was trying to manipulate Ben into thinking that his daughter was a horrible person. During this, Ben claimed that he later came to the realization that Grace was actually a wonderful human being, even though he treats her like shit, and that he was being turned against her. This would be around a time when Ben and Grace would grow much closer, and Courtney would drop out of the picture altogether, allegedly neglecting her children as they grew older. Eventually separated from his wife, and he and Grace would move in together across the state, where his 2 older sons, John and Tommy, would later join. After which, Ben claims Courtney would concede that she was not taking care of the youngest children, and Ben would have to go back to her place to take care of them, migrating back and forth between both households to try and keep everything together.
If it's left to the father, right, because their mother has basically dropped out of the picture, right? For the last 5.5 years, she's just been totally non-responsive because I called some of this stuff out, like, what are we doing here? So I think a girl can get alienated. And, you know, Grace is a natural performer. She's always been a performer. You could say that I exploit her by saying that I think she could do great performing as a career, but I don't really understand that. Do I benefit from it? Would I benefit from it? Sure. I don't think there's anything wrong with families encouraging their kids to succeed. And I think a part of that is when she first came on stream, I mean, obviously she's a very lovely young lady, but the sexual, let's say, the sexual attention that an attractive young woman will get on stream can be difficult to negotiate. Would you agree with that?
Sure, it can be difficult, but
It can be exciting, overwhelming. Go ahead.
yeah, but I am not disagreeing with that, but you are talking about this man is 45. He talked about pimping your daughter out on and no father, I think, who, or any parent really, who is following a religion.
Now, in March of 2023, Courtney would allege to cut ties with the family in the hopes of starting a new life. This would cause a lot of conflict for the Thorpes, and unfortunately, it would all be exploited on stream. We'll get more into the streaming exploits of the Thorpes later, but first, I wanted to talk about the biggest reason for this rift within the family, and that reason would be the Family Guy, the incest.
Phone, and she sent me something. You know, a teenage girl will send something. Maybe it was an emoji of a.
I think
eggplant
phrase it was, "Hey, can you come up here and bring that big dick with you?" And
yeah, right.
Emojis.
Yeah.
I have no memory. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. I'm sure. I used to call her Tits when she was 16. Whatever. It's a joke.
You know, you'd think these kind of accusations were made up by a bunch of bad faith trolls within the Thorpes fan base, but no, these rumors of sexual fraternizing between Ben and Grace were actually sourced by one of the family members, Grace's brother, John. Now, John had claimed that during COVID, his father, Ben, was being sexually explicit with his own daughter, Grace. The story goes that while John was going through Grace's phone, he would find text messages between the two in which Grace was sending eggplant emojis to her father. The text reportedly read something like this, quote, "Bring me that big D, daddy." Now, there's some discrepancy here with the age. John claims that Grace was still a minor at the time. However, Ben would go on to say that this was false and that she would have been 18, but Ben also added in a caveat that he did not remember this whole ordeal happening. But if it did, it would have happened during the time period around when Grace was an adult. Needless to say, when it comes to the state of Rhode Island, it really doesn't matter either way. However, some rumors and accusations have speculated that the age could have been younger than 16. But again, there's never been any sort of confirmation about this thing. Ben also said that he and Grace would joke like this all the time, and it was nothing abnormal, revealing that when Grace was younger, he would make sexual jokes towards her, and that her nickname was, quote, Tits, or quote, "Why don't you bring me some beer?" Which guys, I don't know about you, but if you're making jokes like this to your underage daughter, as if she was some cocktail waitress in the 1970s, then maybe, just maybe, you want to rethink some of your parenting strategies.
Well, I introduced Grace to when she was, I don't know what age, what that means, underage for what? Sexual intercourse?
Yeah, let's
Minor? Under 18?
let's call it a legal minor.
I don't remember, but I talked about obviously sexual things with Grace when she was younger. I mean, jokingly. I called her Tits, I think, when she was 15. Hey, Tits, why don't you bring me some beers?
But I think I've legal minor. Legal minor. Legal minor.
I don't remember, but I talked about obviously sexual things with Grace when she was younger. I mean, jokingly. I called her Tits, I think, when she was 15. Hey, Tits, why don't you bring me some beers?
But I think I've consistently said, like, I don't think that's...
Well, I mean, Mike, I mean, kids these days know about this stuff at a much younger age, and I think adults...
I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying, like, you don't have to engage it.
There were also some insinuations that Ben and Grace had gone beyond just weird flirtatious tech, and that this father-daughter relationship had allegedly gotten physical. John would allegedly bring this up to the rest of his family, including his mother Courtney, who ended up believing the allegations, creating a massive split between the family. Courtney and John versus Grace and Ben, as both Grace and Ben believed Courtney was delusional and used these allegations to fan the flames of their hatred for Grace. Grace even claimed that Courtney had grown jealous of their closeness with Ben and Grace's relationship.
So this is their kiss. So Ben goes in and says, "Happy birthday, honey." He sings her happy birthday and says, "Can I get a kiss?"
puts his arms around her, traps her, pulls her in, and makes out with her. Bro. Like, what in the fuck, bro? Why? Why? What are you doing? I do wish that was me, though. I wish Ben would kiss me like that.
Inserting these insidious sexual desires onto them to use as ammo. The younger brother, John, however, truly believed that this had happened and that his own father was preying on Grace, and unfortunately, the rest of the family was caught in between. It is worth mentioning, though, that Ben Thorpe has admitted to sexualizing his own daughter for views, letting her dance in lingerie for her stream. He also plays this weird semantic game where he'll go on live streams and admit to fondling his children, but then will state that fondling isn't necessarily sexual when used within the context of his family. Hugging his children, playing with his children, caressing his children while they're crying. These are all things Ben considers as fondling.
The idea that a woman...
If you Google fondle, stroke or caress lovingly or erotically.
Yeah, right. So yes, stroke.
So it's
or caress
completely
lovingly.
reasonable, completely reasonable with or erotically for me to think that maybe you're talking about in an appropriate way.
Well, physical intimacy with your children is similar to sexual intimacy in the sense that both things are involve touching, and everyone gets so fucking uptight about it. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. So you wanted to know what my message is. My message is that I don't think Stardust, you actually have any problem with what I'm saying, and there is no other word for it. We don't need to redo the entire English language, because yes, things have dual meanings. I've said it's totally fine to...
Then do you fondle your kids?
Well, my kids are not little kids anymore.
Yeah,
so
but
no.
did you fondle your kids when they were little kids?
Yes. Did they sit on my lap? Yes, absolutely. Did they crawl into bed with me and watch TV with me on the weekends? Absolutely.
Will you say that the specific words? Yes, when my children were small, I fondled them.
Yes, I told you that.
Specifically that sentence.
Stardust, yes.
Say it then.
I fondled them. Yes.
Okay, all right.
I love fondling my kids when they were little kids.
This is an argument he brings up quite a bit. Never walks it back, and always seems to die on that exact hill. Now, I need to reiterate, as far as the incest allegations go, there haven't been any conclusive evidence that Ben Thorpe and his daughter Grace are participating in some incestuous relationship. But if they aren't, then they are definitely portraying it as such on stream in an attempt to gain viewers and donation.
I will keep it up, and I will get rid of the incest angle, because I've been the one promoting that angle, because I've been saying, oh my god, this guy's so abusive, push him away on stream and act like he's manipulating me. I will get rid of that angle. I will!
Yeah, I think that's
I
really
was wrong
great.
for doing that. I was wrong for publicly humiliating him.
Yeah, like, you're so
He's the
cool.
one
You
that
don't
comes
have
on
to
and
do
says
this.
he likes to fondle kids, though.
He does like to fondle kids, as do I.
Now, to reiterate, as far as the incest allegations go, there hasn't been any actual conclusive evidence that Ben Thorpe and his daughter, Grace, are participating in some incestuous relationship. But if they aren't, then they're definitely portraying it as such on stream in an attempt to gain viewers and donations. The theory is that the family plays up their issues for the stream to create content so that they can reap the benefit. Many believe that the Thorpes are just a family of provocateurs, merely trying to push the line, as it were. I will say, though, as time continues to go on, the number of people that believe that this is just some sort of ghastly bit meant to tread the line between fiction and reality is slowly dwindling. Because as you add in the factors of each family member and keep looking through the circumstantial evidence, you may realize that this family is just more than less insane. When it comes to the Thorpes, I mean, anything is really possible. As the children grew older, Ben decided to take this opportunity to become an entertainer on stream. He had his background as a Catholic theology teacher and would try his best to become prevalent in the debate bro sphere. This would lead to him putting the rest of his family down with him as well. Ben and Courtney would all become online personas.
Hey folks, it's Ben Thorpe here. Happy to welcome everybody on board. I believe you're kind of at ground zero of something, to be honest with you, that I believe that the Lord is trying to do with the internet.
Just been listening, and so like I
Right,
said,
you're playing innocent. You're so full
and
of
now
shit.
you're getting
Or
so
do you handle this?
You're
fat
so upset
package?
about my questions. It was just a question. I'm not judging you.
But then
Oh, you don't find this little kindergarten girl routine disgusting? You're just gonna sit there and pretend she isn't just lying?
Why are you so grumpy with me? Gosh.
Because you're a disgusting
Wow, you're so
human
grumpy.
being.
Hey, could you
It's
just
an
have
act of
me
love. You are
smile?
a disgusting
In your
human
religion, do you
being.
believe
Disgusting. Look at
do you
you.
believe in forgiveness? It broke up.
Look at you sucking on your gigantic soft drink.
Ben began streaming in late 2022 after selling a bunch of his property in preparation. In the early stages, Ben attempted to break into the conspiracy community and would participate in religious debates, and it wouldn't be long before he became accused of being a grifter. At one point, Ben reportedly paid $1,000 to debate the streamer Big Papa Fascist, aka Andrew Wilson, for a guest spot on his show called The Crucible. The two would later have a public falling out that created a lot of drama within that community.
The number one thing on the list,
Sure.
trust your mother and father. You should definitely do that, right?
I believe as an adult, you should trust your father.
Yeah.
Not
What
your
if your
mother.
father's a conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, I think you have to work that out. I'm not
Well,
saying
what is
that
hang
every...
on, what does that wait? What does that mean?
After being outed by the conspiracy community, Ben took a different approach and would show that he was willing to do whatever it takes, using his family for clout as they became his content. Early on, Grace and Ben's streaming relationship was more like a boss and his employee. Grace acted simply as his assistant, who would help her father from boomering out over the technology. Eventually, Grace would become a substantial part of Ben's show, so he could bring in more male viewers. Grace then transitioned to her own channel, where she would stream and gain a following, becoming more prevalent than Ben within the streaming community. Courtney would also become seduced by the opportunity to start a YouTube career and wanted to stream on her own channel. Most of her streams would involve her just dancing in front of the camera and being really fucking weird. Soon the whole family would get involved and it would turn into a complete shit show. While streaming, Ben was at a terrible disadvantage. You see, he was optically obtuse and was also way too forthcoming with specific details on stream, unleashing all kinds of sexually explicit details about himself that should have stayed within the confines of his man cave, which, as we all know, is a major symptom of becoming a lol cow, as the incoming viewers would use this information to their advantage, milking Ben for all he's worth.
You just want to know, is it really frosting? So
Mike, you tell me. He thinks his semen was going to taste
you don't
like
have to
frosting.
answer this, Mike, but everyone knows it's true. Everyone.
Have you tried your own semen? Is that something you did? You're like one day you're like, I'm going to taste that. That looks yummy.
The answer is, of course, yes.
So
you may have tried others, Sue, but just for a taste test.
Now, the streams provided content, but it did not stop there, as Ben, Grace, Courtney, and John would find themselves in their Discord server, arguing with each other all the time for reportedly 5 to 6 hours a day, providing content for all the incoming traffic of rabid pot stirrers within the Discord, who of course proceeded to record the VCs. And this is mostly how the buzz behind this vacuous source of controversy began, as many lolcow hunters and A-loggers began entering this Discord to see what all the fuss was about. This is how content creators like Shamu would become aware of the Thorpes.
And so the girl I was living with, she said to me, she's like, one day she was like, guess how old Josh is? And I was like, I don't know, like 21 or 20. She's like, lower. And I was like, I don't know, like 19. She's like, lower. And I was like, 18? She's like, lower. And I was like, 17.
Wait,
She was
what?
like, yeah, 17. So apparently like a sex offender as well. But I'm really hoping the statute of limitations is run out on that.
What?
I don't really feel bad about that at all.
What?
At all. I do not feel bad about that at all, because he kind of deceived me. And well, whatever, he's a 17-year-old guy. Like, how is that like a big deal? You know?
Man, why did you marry a pedophile?
Now, during these streams and Discord calls, there would have been these makeshift family therapy sessions where Courtney would come off very guilt-driven, as she would admit to being a bully when she was younger. She also had a horrible habit of being too forthcoming as well. For example, the mother admitted on live stream to having sexual relations with a 17-year-old while she was an adult, wording it the worst way possible, and it was total lolcow behavior. On stream, Ben and Courtney's relationship was insanely toxic. Mostly, it's just Ben continuously demanding her to listen to him while she tries her best to do so, but no matter what she says, Ben isn't having any of it. Grace and Courtney's strenuous relationship would be platformed for all the world to see as their adversarial history began to sprout onto streams, their family lore poured out into the content. Grace used this family dynamic with her mother and the drama surrounding it for views, having personal conversations and arguments that are meant for privacy on a live stream in front of chatters who are commenting on this drama in real time. Within these fights, the mother usually rolled over and apologized or took accountability, conceding to her daughter's attacks, but sometimes when pushed against a wall, as Grace had a habit of doing, Courtney would completely lose it and fight back. A lot of times this would be provoked because it would stir up more content for the family. On occasions, the fights between the mother and daughter would cause Courtney to be brought to tears as Grace would accuse her mother of being manipulative. However, even during these heated moments, the family would not stop interacting with the chat. The chat continued to fan the flames while this weird family drama would unfold between their eyes.
Why would you manipulate people? So you say you're all about the truth, but then you say like, yeah, I'm manipulating people to feel bad for me right now. Why don't you stop? This is not manufactured, I promise you. Look at you sitting there crying like a victim.
Now, most of the time, Ben and Grace were on the same page and acted more like a father-daughter tag team. However, that doesn't mean Grace is impervious to Ben's psychosis, as Ben is very volatile with Grace in stressful situations during the stream. This leads to Grace being apologetic and emotional. It's obvious that she's really trying to impress her father, and I imagine she sees herself as a female version of him. It's kind of sad, honestly. Like, if you take away the sexual insinuations, at the end of the day, this is just a daughter that wants her father to be proud of her. Some have also speculated that Grace has this internal fear of turning into her mother. So when Ben picks a fight with her, she freezes up and becomes subservient because it activates the idea that Ben may see her just as he sees Courtney. Ben also doesn't hesitate to use this to his advantage and compare the two women when arguing with Grace, which doesn't help the situation. It's also to note that Ben sees Grace as a sort of content trophy, knowing that her looks can bring in numbers, which Ben encourages Grace to flirt with chatters for clout. During family drama, chatters are welcome to interact and would be brought into the fight, choosing different sides to help aid their favorite Thorpe family member. A lot of the times, the IRL drama from their lives behind the scenes would seep into the stream, which would result in even more content as the family fought with one another IRL, bringing the drama onto the streams to have a weird family therapy session. So now that we've gotten a good idea of how the family portrays themselves online and offline, we can drama for the whole world to see. If we were...
I'd like to get gangbanged. Why? Come on.
Embarrassment.
Yeah, right. Shame. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would say 99% of women, it's fine in a normal conversation that people say, like, I'm not going to go there.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you're friends with someone, every girl with a few drinks in her should say, like, yeah, of course, right?
Yeah.
Of course. It's funny and likable. And if you're not going to do that, you're really saying, ontologically, men are bad and women are good. And that is fucking annoying.
So to truly understand this family, one has to sift through hours upon hours of content in which the Thorpes basically stream their own personal melodrama for the whole world to see. If we were to go into full detail and give a specific timeline on all the events on stream, then this video would probably be longer than the Titanic, and I ain't got that kind of time. However, I will give somewhat of a short synopsis of these series of streams to try and convey how absolutely fucked up and desperate this family truly is. For context, Ben, Grace, John were all living somewhat together. Ben and Grace were living at a house in Rhode Island while John was staying at a studio apartment right next door. At some point, John had suffered a broken knee, which resulted in him being forced to use crutches and hobble around. He was basically bedridden, and apparently Ben and Grace were not helping him out around the house. This would culminate in a fight on stream on December 28, 2022, where John expressed his frustrations towards Ben and Grace as he felt that they were using his temporary affliction as a power game to exert their superiority over him, making him feel like he had to say sorry for asking for help. During this virtual confrontation, it would basically turn into family turmoil as the son would let out his frustrations against his father, where he conveyed that his father was super manipulative due to Ben threatening to take away his living situation in the apartment.
You are perfectly free to leave from
Yes,
all the
I'm
horrible
not, Ben. You can't get an apartment when you're 18 just like that. And I have a 2-year lease, or somebody has a 2-year lease. You lied about the papers because you're crazy, as if that's helpful. Maybe you should just tell me what you wrote on those lease papers instead of lying to me and then making me pay half the rent every month. You withhold my renting information. I have no idea what situation I'm in. And then whenever you feel like it, you can blow up my phone and ask me to come down there whenever you feel like it and like threaten my living situation that I hate, threaten everything, ruin my life.
John,
whenever you feel like it.
John, you
'Cause
have
you're
5.
crazy.
John, you have
Apparently.
5. You now have 5 cats up there.
Yes, then you know why I have 5 cats? Because you invited every piece of your family to come over, and my cat escaped because everybody leaves the fucking door open. I didn't get my cat pregnant. You did.
Things escalated even further when John said that Ben looked gay, and Ben would say that he hoped his son would die of starvation, proceeding to challenge his own son to a fight, and claimed that he would beat his knee so he would need another surgery. As a retort, John referred to Grace as Ben's weirdo little slave girl. The father and son blood sport then turned into a slur-flinging contest as Ben would get onto his religious pedestal and say that John was bringing damnation onto himself. This conversation ends when Ben would then, you'll never believe this, threaten to ban his son, John, from the Discord. What is this Discord family drama, dude? By the way, these people are all in the same vicinity of one another. They could have had this conversation in person, but instead they have it over fucking Discord in a server or even on a live stream.
I don't understand why he can't just go to his Discord and do what he wants.
I can ban him. That you want me to ban him? That's easier.
All right, we'll ban you. That's fine. We'll ban him.
Bitches
That's
are.
what he wants to do. He doesn't want to be respectful. Do you want to make an like all these retards can go to your Discord?
Fries are busting.
In 2 seconds. So why don't you go to your Discord? I don't care.
Wow, Ben killed the fucking vegan.
Before we go even further, I'd like to quickly explain the power dynamic between Ben and his wife/ex-wife Courtney. Courtney has basically rolled over, whether it's from guilt of leaving the household or not being able to deal with confrontation, or it could just be flat out mental illness. Regardless, when she finds herself on stream with her husband, the dynamic turns into either her apologizing or agreeing with Ben to the point where Ben seems to take pleasure in it. And even when she apologizes or admits fault, Ben still isn't pleased. And during his frequent manic episodes, Ben will constantly bombard Courtney with guilt, calling her a liar and a manipulator while telling her to kill herself. During one of these psychotic discussions, a conversation about a possible annulment between their marriage begun, and Ben was maniacally obsessed with convincing his wife to make this decision so they could separate in the eyes of God. On January 2nd, 2023, Ben Thorpe entered a Discord call with his daughter, wife, and son, in which he attempts to wear down his wife, trying to convince her to do her own stream and tell her audience that they were never actually married due to her lying during her wedding vows. The idea is that because Courtney was not a dedicated wife but promised to be one, then the marriage was null and void. This would turn into a fight between John and Ben, where John proclaims that somebody needs to call the police on Ben, to which Ben later threatens John's life as a challenge for him to call the cops.
You're going to leave, and then you're going to leave me with this fucking maniac over here who wants to threaten me and call the police on me, and I can't get rid of him because he's going to threaten me. All right, John, I'll fucking come up there and kill you. Okay, so call the police now.
Well, I mean, that is a viable reason to call the police.
So call the police. Go ahead.
I will.
Okay.
Later on, there was an update where Grace went into John's room and claimed to have been physically attacked. Grace had recorded her perspective and threatened to call the police while Courtney attempts to try and quell the family conflict. The family would then come to an agreement that if John comes on stream, they won't call the police. As this goes on, their ever so empathetic Ben basically shoos his own daughter away after she had been assaulted by her brother. In desperation, Courtney attempts to reason with John to come on stream so the police won't be called, but Ben insinuates that Courtney is siding with him, and this basically creates another conflict. Now, while waiting to see what John's decision is going to be, the family reacts to the footage. In the footage, Grace confronts John, calling him an F-slur, to which John replies, "Hey, Tommy," the younger brother, "if you were nice to her, maybe she'll suck you off." John then opens the door to see Grace recording him and answers by swinging his crutch at her. Hilariously enough, as the brother and sister argue and fight with one another, the younger brother, Tommy, just sits there on his phone, as if this is an everyday occurrence. After Grace threatens to press charges, John then turns his back towards Grace, boiling with anger and smacking the phone out of Grace's hand. The whole ordeal would be milked as drama for the stream, and John would even join the YouTube chat to talk shit. Courtney would then beg John to come on stream, all while the chat wondered if the son would actually go to jail. After this, Courtney started to loop, while Ben became exasperated and annoyed by her, leaving the stream to her while he went to check on if the police had arrived or not. As Courtney took over the stream, she summed up everything in one perfect sentence. Quote, "This whole family is a huge mess." She would then go on to blame herself for everything. Ben came back and claimed that John was taken in by the authorities. It would then turn into Ben bashing his wife about being a victim. They would then take callers who gave Courtney advice on how to deal with Ben, and it would transition into another episode of family therapy. John later bailed himself out, but nobody picked him up, and the family just continued to stream while taking more callers, while one caller attempted to talk to Courtney into making decisions for herself instead of being gaslighted by Ben. Ben kept invading the stream, demanding that she tell this caller why Ben is right. Now, when John finally returned from jail, Ben made the decision that he isn't through with his son yet, and he went up to his room to confront him. During this incident, John claimed to have tried to de-escalate the situation by playing music, but Ben grew frustrated and would smash John's speaker and allegedly throw a shoe at his son's kitten. John then departed from his room and got into his car while his entire family surrounded the vehicle so he couldn't leave. After a while, the family of content creators would finally disperse, and John would try to use this as an opportunity to get out of there. However, his car was having issues, and he had to refill his oil. While doing that, the family returned and threatened to take away his cats if he left. Things escalated even further as Ben stood in front of John's driver's side door, attempting to block his son from getting inside. Later, John would eventually be able to get into the driver's seat, but again, Ben blocked the door from closing, and a scuffle ensued. The footage shown of this would conveniently stop as Ben was lifting his leg, allegedly prepared to kick his son in the knee. After that, John would put his car in reverse to get out of there, but Courtney jumped on the hood while the vehicle was in motion. Later, Ben and John separately arrived at the police station, and Ben would be taken and processed for assaulting his son. Ben went on his live stream to celebrate his arrest. Left to his own devices, John started a GoFundMe for help, while Grace and Ben would go on stream to make fun of it. The mother, Courtney, had also sided with Ben, claiming that they have the ability to report John's car stolen since the vehicle is a family member's name, and allegedly threatened to do so if he didn't return home. Later on stream, while discussing his ongoing family turmoil alongside Grace and an IRL friend who happened to be a lawyer, Ben would bring up that he had no issues with flirting with a 16-year-old girl. This apparently was some weird attempt to explain the ambiguity of flirting, explaining the act itself isn't necessarily sexual. He would even go as far to say as confidently that he'd tell a 6-year-old girl that her dress looked pretty, proclaiming that he was a pedophile in the Greek sense and that he loves children.
I'm just saying, I think I'm the most sexually normal guy in the world. I was told, I have someone who goes to my chat who's a 16-year-old girl, and I was told like that's really, really a problem. I was like, what would be the problem? I chat with her. I would meet her in person. I would tell a 6-year-old girl that her dress looked pretty.
Ben.
I'm a pedophile in the Greek sense, Mike. Lover of children. I love children, especially girls.
Ben.
This seemed to be an attempt to be provocative on stream, as Ben would go on to explain further that the Greek sense meant that he was being literal to the word, pedo being children, Phile meaning lover. Therefore, in the Greek sense, Ben was a lover of children. This whole explanation made his IRL friend extremely uncomfortable. Oh my god. It would later be uncovered in a recorded Discord call from November of 2022 that Ben was more blunt with his opinions on flirting with 16-year-olds, and that this wasn't necessarily as ambiguous as he had led people to believe, as he would argue that there's nothing wrong with a man his age finding 16-year-old pussy sexually attractive. That's a quote.
If a guy my age, I'm 50, right, finds a 16-year-old's pussy, okay, not a person, but I'm saying, if I say like a 16-year-old girl is sexually attractive to me, am I a pervert?
As the family's streaming career continued, Ben continually... what the fuck, bro? As the streaming careers continued, Ben continued to verbally beat his separated wife over the head with attacks on her character, while maniacally interrogating her as she tried to find the right answer that would appease him. It would later be decided that Courtney should go on Whoremaxer's stream to talk about her sexual misgivings with Ben. Now, with a name like Whoremaxer, you pretty much know exactly where this is going to go. But let's go into a bit more detail. Whoremaxer is a sexually explicit YouTuber live streamer who aims to teach men how to dominate women in bed. He's vulgar, and some may see he treads the line between consensual dominance and actual abuse, depending on your perspective. On a stream, Courtney would basically be exploited by Ben and the sex tuber, eventually submitting to Whoremaxer, getting on her knees, and verbally defiling herself to the YouTuber. It's incredibly hard to watch, as Courtney does not seem to be in the right state of mind for something like this. The things she would say on stream would be used as a soundbite and would basically become a meme within the family and their really unhinged community.
Fucking slut. Stay on your fucking knees, bitch. Stay there, you fucking whore.
I'm a dirty slut whore.
I want cock.
I want cock.
Good, that's what you are. And stay there. Don't fucking move, you dirty bitch.
However, Courtney would not be the only Thorpe woman to attend the Whoremaxer stream, as Ben encouraged his own daughter Grace to go on there as well. Now, no father in their right mind would be okay with their child interacting with a guy like this. But Ben, well, Ben is a different breed. He's all about the content, and he felt that Grace interacting with this character, Whoremaxer, would be great for views.
Are talking about this man is 45. He talked about pimping your daughter out on you know, and no father, I think, who, or any parent really, who is following a religion like Catholicism or is following like a more conservative way of life would be okay with a man like named Whoremaxer disrespecting his daughter like that.
Yeah, it's a joke. I mean, it's a bit. He's playing a certain part, and
Even
we're
if
playing
it's a
into
joke,
it. No,
like,
wait a minute.
it's
Wait a
still
minute.
disrespecting her, right?
You assume that religious people are conservative, and I don't think that's.
Well, you said yourself. You said yourself that you were conservative, right? You're
We
you
used
know.
to come out of that kind of. I mean, that's sort of where I come out of. But that's why I say I'm moving towards the center. I don't. Do you think Pope Francis? I don't know what you know about Pope Francis. He's not really a conservative, and conservative people hate
But
him.
he probably
Catholics.
he probably still wouldn't encourage a girl to dress provocatively and dance for a man or dance for viewers on stream, right?
You know, it's kind of interesting. Pope Francis recently sort of said, like, you know, dating on Tinder, like, we shouldn't be so uptight about it.
During the stream, Ben would join Whoremaxer and Grace, and would state that Grace needed to pop her cherry, referring to what I believe to be Grace being sexualized on stream. Grace then returned to stream wearing a more provocative style of clothing. Ben later encouraged Grace to parade herself around other streams, using her body as sex appeal to bring in more viewers. Soon after, Grace grew annoyed by her father teasing her for victimizing herself off stream, and she would threaten to leave. Things then got insanely weird as Ben arguably went beyond the line of morality as he cheered on his daughter to show off her chest for the stream and dance for viewers. Ben would later admittedly defend his choice in cheering on Grace to perform in front of Whoremaxer.
Grace will wear a nice shirt that'll bring him over here, and then we keep him over here.
I have never seen Grace as a yet one piece of really feminine lingerie, garters, and everything.
All right, Uncle Max, can
He's
we pop
afraid of her own sexuality, even wearing sexual clothing.
All right, Uncle Max, can we pop her cherry tonight? Can we just pop her cherry on the internet?
I would love to.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Grace will wear a nice shirt that'll bring him over
In a different stream with just Hormaxer and Grace, things would get incredibly awkward when Hormaxer would bring Grace Thorpe to tears while torpedoing her with a verbal onslaught of sexual demands. These are the types of scenarios that led viewers to second guess if Ben and Grace were just doing some weird reverse Sigmund Freud bit to collect views, as many detractors would chalk up these clips to evidence against Ben.
Little bitch.
How is it life affirming?
Little dirty bitch, lick them. Lick them. Put them to your face and lick them. Exactly.
Fucking humiliating.
Good. Good. Cry all you want.
Humiliated me. Good.
Good. Cry all you want. You cry all you want. Doesn't matter. Now get up. Let me see your fucking lingerie.
Going back to Ben's arrest, his court date would be on February 10th, 2023. And instead of preparing, this terminally online 50-year-old would hop onto a Discord VC with his ex-wife and daughter to encourage Courtney to dance in front of him while in a tank top. This incredibly weird and unnecessary conversation would be interrupted by their 13-year-old daughter. Later, the father and daughter tag team attempted to convince Courtney to take off her tank top to reveal her bra. Courtney would finally give in and take off her shirt, showing her bra, which Ben and Grace mostly laughed and used the facade of trying to give her advice about bettering her body. Courtney's 11-year-old son would then walk in. After that, the stream transitioned to Grace and Ben getting ready for court while the others in VC, along with Ben, tried to lecture Courtney on being more confident, but in the most condescending way possible. After being late for court, Ben and John would be cleared of charges. During a post-court stream at Courtney's residence, Ben and Grace would visit and basically bully the mother while she tried to read the court documents on stream. At some point, Courtney left the stream to Ben and Grace, and that's when this happens.
Well, summed up.
Yes, Ben slaps Grace on the ass while Courtney was watching the stream. Yeesh. Grace would also release some more of this footage from the confrontation between John and Ben that led to Ben's arrest. Near the end of the stream, as Courtney begins to loop, Grace shows up behind her and pulls her by the hair, dragging her out the door. Grace would show up on stream after this and seem to be on the verge of mental breakdown. Content creators covering the Thorpes have insinuated that this was due to Ben and Grace getting drunk together and quote-unquote celebrating the charges being dropped. But again, this is just speculation. The ongoing drama would take a weird direction with the Discord servers as John began stating that Ben was sexually torturing Grace and other family members. Police were contacted, but nothing ever came of it due to none of the family members coming forward to confirm these allegations. Ben would later pivot to his own set of allegations against Courtney, claiming it was Courtney who actually initiated some sort of sexual encounter with Grace. And it was also alluded to that Ben witnessed this, but it was never confirmed. During this exchange in Discord DMs, it would be perceived that Ben, while detailing his wife's sexual exploits, had allegedly confessed that he did sexually torture a family member during occurrence in what is called the quote, glory hole incident. This would result in 2 detectives being called to the home. Ben would later respond that he will be filing criminal complaints against the online users who presented these criminal allegations to the police. Again, nothing would ever come of this due to a lack of evidence being provided besides screenshots from a manic psycho who says all kinds of wild shit to get attention. This would be the ongoing pattern as users would fear the worst, but can't prove due to the sanity of the family being put into question. Also, the immediate family was not the only ones that were caught up in this mentally ill whirlwind that's Ben Thorpe, as Ben would use his parents for content as well, secretly recording their Zoom call and streaming it to Discord for their fans to watch. During this call, Ben was caught saying, quote, Grace, I'm gonna need some special care after this, which was interpreted again as something sexual.
Yeah, I guess if you just don't understand,
Grace,
I don't
needs some
understand
special
what
care after this.
it was by error.
When asked by a chatter about what, quote, special care means, Grace would reply, quote, that's for me to know and you to find out. Again, either they're doing a bit and leaning into the incest, or I don't fucking know. But either way, that's just really fucking weird. This is fucking weird, right? Also, during this recorded call, Ben Thorpe admitted to hitting his kids and his wife. The streaming career was evidently not working out, and Ben's financial stress was beginning to pile on. Reportedly, Ben would throw away a lot of his money while trying to become a famous YouTuber. This would lead to unpaid bills that are all starting to add up. Eventually, he would be forced to leave his location to find refuge somewhere else. This seems like a great time to plug the Patreon, which by now there should be a video on it about how I do the interview processes and some other like research stuff. Thing, especially if you're an independent, is that you are of your word, right? That you're honest, or that you build some kind of reputation. It's important to have a kind of reputation. If you don't have a reputation, it's hard to get access to people and it's hard to build things up. So ultimately, the way that you get to interview people is interviewing people, but basically you have to keep hunting for the opportunity to get that moment. And then once you do, you have to do and build a little rapport. So you can go check that out. Please support the channel on Patreon. For months, I wasn't getting paid by my network, and now there's a video on CoffeeZilla about it. I will leave it linked down below. That's how bad it is. Yeah, please do support us. Matt Pitt wrote this script again, and I do like to pay him as well as I physically can, because I believe artists should be paid for their work. And he did amazing research on this, and it is astounding, some of the stuff that he was able to pull up. So doing that helps a lot. It helps make sure that I can pay the people who do stuff with me, and we make fun stuff. So please do that. Later during the summer, around late June, early July as of 2023, Ben Thorpe would be served a restraining order by Courtney and her children. Grace and Ben would go live to react to the paperwork, and later Grace ended up recording Ben Thorpe begging her grandfather for money to pay their bills after Ben and Grace had reportedly left the children and the mother with no running hot water or electricity. The whole thing would turn into an argument where Ben Thorpe would bring up Donald Trump as an example of someone who doesn't pay bills sometimes.
Well, let me give you another example. If Maggie, I'm not going to have your God is National Grid. You worship National Grid. Go over there and bow down to your master. Our Lord Jesus Christ said, do not worship God and mammon, one or the other. You worship mammon. I worship God. I worship God. You worship utility companies. They will not save your soul.
I don't really understand how it's helping you.
Thank you.
Ben is a certified Rizzler. He'd be constantly flirting with women in a Discord server, sending explicit pictures most of the time. However, in reality, Ben was actually flirting with dudes that were catfishing him in order to farm content. Ben also claimed that he sent a dick pic to a gay guy who wanted money to urinate on. Later, Ben what? Later, Ben at one point attempted to solicit service from an e-girl/streamer who dresses up like a clown. He offered to give her a car and $5,000. Gotta spend money to make money. Am I right, fellas? In late July, early of August 2023, Ben would invite one of Grace's online female friends and former fan named Ava to live with them in what he called his, quote, house of wayward hoes. However, this foray into housing e-girls would take a turn for the worse when Ben would become rather sexually aggressive and allegedly threatened Ava off camera when Ava was under the impression that this was just for content. Within 5 minutes of meeting Ava, Ben had already pulled Ava's hair to establish dominance. Later, he would try and train Ava while at a gas station, telling her to heel like a dog, and would contemplate trying to get her to drink water out of a dog bowl. He would say that Grace was supposed to be his Ghislaine Maxwell to his Epstein, and told his daughter to pretend to be his girlfriend so he could impress other women around him. While on stream with Ava and Grace, Ben offered to give Ava a beating so she can go to sleep early. In the interview, Ben showed a complete disregard for women and would say that women love getting, quote, raped. I'm not saying what you wrote down there, Matt. I'm not saying it, but Matt is writing jokes about me in my own script. I can't say that, Matt. In that same interview, Ben lost it, blowing up on his daughter for not backing him. After all of this, Ben ended up being trolled on Telegram and lashed out at Grace again, swinging at her.
You just told me to. You just told me to.
Who cares? God. All right, forget it. Forget it. I'm done. Forget
You just told. I was
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
just messaging him to see.
The whole family has basically become an online factory of content, being milked in their own ways. Sometimes they milk themselves, sometimes they milk each other, but most of the time, they're being milked by the people that watched it. It's a perpetual episode of Jerry Springer unfolding online for all to see. Family drama online with their kids, as well as the siblings bickering like some sort of online family sitcom. But, you know, without all the wholesomeness, it's like Full House, but if Danny Tanner was being accused of having sex with DJ. And as they continue to interact with each other through the streaming ecosystem, they found themselves getting a lot of attention from other streamers that would lead to quite a few confrontations. One of the first creators they would go back and forth with was someone Ben has continuously threatened litigation against, a small content creator that goes by the name of Shamu. So I want to take this time to give a special shout out to Shamu. Now, this guy is the Thorpe's family own personal A-logger who has apparently been following the family since they began streaming. And it was just him and a few friends in the chat fucking with them. As the family disaster began to transition into a complete catastrophe that quickly gained an audience, Shamu would pivot to becoming the Thorpe storyteller, dictating the family's exploits on his channel for the world to see. A lot of the research done on this video was aided by his channel, and he's done a fine job clipping the streams and providing context. So if you watch this video and you want to know even more about the Thorpes, go give there for an A-logger like him, and also probably mentally draining for this family in particular. That being said, there may be an argument that could be presented that Shamu might be molding this story so that it's being shown in the worst light possible. However, to be honest, Ben has pretty much done all the work for him. The horrible things he's admitted to doing and has been clipped saying are utterly ridiculous and completely inexcusable. So I wanted to present that caveat that, yeah, maybe Shamu might be twisting things, but also not really, because there's a lot of shit that is done that is just completely insane in this family, as you've seen. Shamu and Ben have interacted in Discord servers on numerous occasions, but in the summer of 2023, they would meet on the kill stream to go back and forth with one another, where Ben would bring up points of Shamu twisting the narrative about Grace's age when the sexting incident happened. But Shamu stood his ground, claiming that John remains adamant that it was 15 or 16, but if it was 18, that still would have been atrocious as an act. They would then pivot to Ben admitting that he allegedly allowed Grace to simulate fellatio on a bottle of beer in an attempt to relive Courtney's paranoia about Ben and Grace's sexual interaction. Yes, this apparently happened. Ben would also admit that this occurred before the sexting scandal, which would have made Grace allegedly underage.
She was 18 years old, provably, and I've told that to you.
You said
And
in a tweet that she was 16.
I've proven that to you because I can tell you where it occurred.
But your own son said she was 15 or 16 at the time.
I appeal for some moderation.
Well,
if I'm talking,
you guys
I
won't
want to
stop
talk.
talking over each other.
Later in that debate, he would say that he wasn't present in the room when this weird incest roleplay therapy session played itself out, and that he was simply just vaguely aware that it went down. However, recently on a LolCow Live, Grace would confirm that she was underage and that not only was Ben present, but that the beer bottle was in his lap.
Yeah, what is the beer bottle incident?
Oh, okay. So my mother was making all of these assumptions about me and my father's relationship, right? And I'm a sort of, I don't know, a performative person. So at a certain point, maybe when I was 16 or 17, we were having this conversation. And there was a beer bottle at hand, and I sucked it in my father's lap. And I looked at my mom and said, like, is this what you think is going on? You know, and I did a good job. The beer bottle was pleasured sufficiently, but I did that, you know, and I looked at my mom and I said, like, is this what you think is going on? And even if it was, is this such a big deal? Like, can we just break the horse? And can you admit, like, you're making all these sexual assumptions, but you just won't say them? Like, okay, like, here you go. Like, what do you think is going on here? And
was your mom super horny when she was like your age?
She was, yes. She once had sex with a man so that she could take a nap in his air-conditioned apartment in New Orleans, yes.
Ben would then admit to masturbating to Grace's friends sunbathing in the backyard. He said Grace may have been 17, but her friends were 18 or 19. Ben also later revealed that he, at one point, was on a FaceTime call with Grace while Grace was stuck in Seattle in a stressful situation with someone she allegedly did not want to be around, where he would admit to making her strip off some of her clothes in some sort of humiliating fashion. The reason Ben gave onto why he did this, from what I can interpret, is that it was to help her relieve some stress, I think. At the peak of this blood sport, Ben would then go on to dox himself and threaten to pull down his pants on the kill stream.
More than anything else,
I would not.
stood up. I'm going to stand up.
Ben, do not.
Anything. But this
Careful,
is a
careful.
fucking
Okay.
lie.
Uh-oh.
Watch out.
Ben,
He
don't.
has shown his-
Center of your
he has
fucking
shown his
life.
streams before.
This
He's
is
been on before, and
Grossly's greatest
Ben, do
fantasy
not
to
pull
see
your
what's
dick out.
underneath this fucking piece of
Do
fabric.
not.
Well,
While being A-logged by Shamu, Ben and Grace would also attempt to climb their way to the top and would grab, yes, believe it or not, Destiny, the streamer's attention. During the aftermath of the Lav Loon Mr. Girl drama with Destiny, Destiny would find himself entangled with another taboo creator, the Thorpes. Sometime in May of 2023, after debating Grace Thorpe on if Steven Crowder's wife was abusive, Destiny proceeded to go down the rabbit hole and find out a lot more background on who the Thorpes actually were. Grace would then go on from a potential Destiny orbiter to Destiny being worried for her life, as well as frightened by her entire family. This led to Destiny being able to interview both Grace and Ben. During the interview, Ben would be very transparent, as he hoped that this conversation with the popular political streamer would lead to more views and subscribers on YouTube. Later, Destiny would have a 1v1 with Grace, to which Grace would grow agitated at the fact that Destiny believed that she was her father's abuse victim, and that Grace was covering for him. Ben would also be agitated by Destiny due to him feeling that Destiny kind of circled around the allegation and didn't hit him on the head. The Thorpes and Destiny would interact more in debates, but later in June, Destiny would wind up on stream with Ben, and the two wound up going at each other.
No, I've never heard a compelling reason for why something that... Do you think that when you keep talking over me every time I'm going to give an answer that makes your argument correct? We can do it if you want.
I'm trying to liven you up. You seem like you were falling asleep.
Well, I'm just trying to respond to your questions. But if you think you can keep talking over me and that makes you correct, I mean, you're welcome to do it all day. It's not changing any minds here, though.
Well, whatever. I mean, this interview sucks.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, it does. You suck, dude.
Yeah.
You suck. I know I'm supposed to be kissing your ass, but you suck.
Who said you were supposed to be kissing my ass?
Lacking in energy and incredibly rude. So I'm out of here. And good luck tomorrow, because I'm going to kick your ass. I'm going to f you up, Steven.
Okay.
Take care.
All right. Have a good one. Jesus.
One ally that the Thorpes had for a short period of time was none other. Infamous Killstream host Ethan Ralph would develop an online relationship with Grace Thorpe after interviewing a few Thorpe detractors like Shamu and Grossly Offensive. Grace became a character on the Killstream, appearing on the streams to provide content alongside her father. Ethan, a man who's completely dedicated to milking people for content that goes beyond morals, had no qualms with the Thorpe families, he just saw it as entertainment. However, as we all know, a friendship with Ethan Ralph does not last long, and as soon as the family would come to blows with the enraged deplatformed streamer, after Ralph felt disrespected when he was called clingy by Grace because he felt he had to give the Thorpes a platform on his stream, and they had shat all over it.
Does she sleep with you?
Well, they're 2 bedrooms, 2 beds.
You sure you don't share beds sometimes?
Well, if we're watching TV or something.
Mm-hmm. Cuddle up, get snuggly.
Not really.
Well, that's what they say. I mean, I'm just going by what they say.
Yeah, see, this was kind of the issue, is like that you're like helping me. I mean, we're just co-creators, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't happen.
No, you're not a co-creator. I'm a legend and hosted the Kill Stream for years. You're known for fucking your dad. That's what you're known for.
Ouch! Grace, what do you have to say to that?
Well, you're here on this stream with 98 viewers, and I'm not on your streams, am I? So.
Well, yeah, because you're not coming back on my stream, so.
Ouch.
But one of the more notable interactions that the Thorpes had was with an infamous Destiny orbiter who I've covered, Darius IRL. The Darius and Grace Thorpe saga was covered on my previous video on Darius IRL, so go check that out if you want more context. But to sum things up, Darius and Grace began making content together and would flirt with each other to farm interaction from their chats. They would eventually meet IRL, where Darius would interact with the rest of the Thorpe family, leading to him having a one-on-one interview with Grace's brother, where John went into full detail about the allegations he presented against his father. This caused Grace to abandon Darius, going on to Killstream to burn his clothes. The two then fought with one another, but eventually they started interacting again. But this time, apparently, Darius caught feelings for Grace, and when they streamed together, there would have been a very peculiar set of interactions that would lead the viewers believing that Grace was being abused by Darius. The two continued this on-again, off-again stream relationship that is still going on to this very day.
Say, I'm sorry for burning your clothes.
I'm sorry for burning your clothes.
Ooh. The Thorpes even attempted and succeeded in getting the attention of one of the biggest grifters in the political community, Milo Yiannopoulos. Grace and Milo would begin beefing after Milo had leaked all of their DMs on his Telegram. The DMs consisted of Grace obviously flirting with Milo, more than likely to try and get in good with him so she could join his social circle. Ben also admitted that he attempted to pawn Grace off to Milo. And to be honest, I have no idea why you would want to do that. I could understand maybe in 2016, but the 2023 version of Milo is not really a guy you want to be stuck in an elevator with, much less cordially attached to. Even coming from the most sociopathic sense, he doesn't really have much of a platform to socially climb over to move on to bigger and better things. It's more or less a step down. I mean, maybe you'll end up in a private jet doing cocaine with him while on your way to meet Kanye West, who's on the verge of another mental breakdown, but when that ship sails, that's all you're really gonna have is Milo and Coke. Ben later went on a tirade on stream about Milo threatening to hunt him down and kick the shit out of the political provocateur on behalf of his daughter. This later culminated in an old-fashioned blood sport between Ben and Milo.
Having sex with your little girl. Stop putting your penis in her mouth. Stop putting your penis in her ass. Stop
Come say that to my face, or I'll find that yacht, and we'll have this conversation man to man. You
How are you
fucking.
gonna yacht? How are you gonna
I
find the
know.
yacht,
I
bro?
know where you are. Do you want me to tell you where you are? Mirthless laughter of a homosexual.
After battling Destiny, Darius, Ethan Ralph, and other streamers, there was a bit of a lull in the content with Ben and Grace as they kind of became stagnant, but had enough viewership to sort of coast on what they had. So they would continuously live stream while trying to farm content out of their callers. Eventually, however, things would get worse for wear as the two began to struggle. So Ben and Grace had also began traveling around in an RV where they'd find themselves continually bickering with one another. Most of the time, it would be Ben referring to her as a victim while Grace tried to either ignore or accept it. But as it continued along, Grace eventually reached a boiling point and had a mental breakdown.
I don't know. I have a serious problem with not being honest with him. I have a serious problem with not being honest with him.
In the present time, Ben and Grace have completely run out of money, with only $1,000 to their name. So they've taken to the road, going on a rather long road trip from city to city while streaming themselves being miserable. The destination is supposed to be the Whatever Podcast in LA. However, apparently the podcast host hasn't been responding to her texts, and Grace was not taking it well. Somehow, though, they would grab the attention of Keemstar, who invited Grace on the Lolcow Live podcast with Keemstar, Tommy C, Wings of Redemption, Boogie2988, and Only Use Me Blade. It would start out as a casual interview, as it wasn't obvious the co-host did not know much about these characters, so Grace would fill them in. Soon the chat would get bored, and Ben Thorpe would pop in to argue with Only Use Me Blade, which was a rather surreal situation. Eventually the conversation would dissolve into another episode of Is the Word Fondling Inherently Sexual? Eventually, Keem got creeped out by all of this and kicked the family off the podcast. Grace later returned, but the chat really wasn't having it. Ben and Grace would then go live to react to the stream and the VOD premiere a few days later. It was also during this time around the live stream that Keemstar mistakenly reported or mixed me up with Darius IRL, said that I had like a situationship with Grace Thorpe to his audience, which was like a weird thing to get a DM about, and I had to correct, and so did a couple of other drama creators, but that was a weird moment that happened. Nice to know that I got a small mention in this.
No. Let's talk like men. Let's
How
go.
about that?
Let's go. I'm lean forward. I'm ready to go. You call me degenerate. You call my daughter degenerate. I'm coming at you hard. Let's go.
Yeah, because she's a degenerate.
Yeah, sit back
That's
like the
fine.
bitch you are. Okay. Now tell me what's
Yeah,
degenerate.
dude. I'm not gonna
lean
talk
back
you
further.
exactly
Go lie
that.
down in that. Go lie down in your couch too while you're at it. Be the full you are.
What?
Come on.
Well, I don't know why you calling me
What's
a
degenerate?
Why are you coming in all hot, dude?
Okay, so you're never going to believe this. While working on the script, apparently shit has really hit the fan, and Ben Thorpe has wound up behind bars. Recently, as of March 9th, 2024, Ben decided to straight up kick his daughter right in the side after a heated argument while on stream. This caused Grace to rightfully have an emotional breakdown, while some were skeptical that this may have been another act for the stream, but the authorities didn't buy it. They would be notified, and this would lead to Ben Thorpe being arrested Grace Thorpe recorded the officers handcuffing her father as she tearfully proclaimed that the incident was just a bit for her stream and that Ben did not intentionally attack her, but the Rhode Island authorities had no choice but to take him in. Grace later said on stream that the bond could be up to 10 grand. Within the next day of the arrests, Grace went live and began to draw on herself, writing, quote, slut on her forehead, as well as I love penis on her chest. Apparently, she did this to impress her father. Later, during the stream, Lav Loon, notoriously former Destiny Orbiter and Hassan accuser, would call in and offer Grace a room at her house so she can get away from the toxic environment. Grace refused Lav Loon's hospitality and later went on stream with Stardust. I'm starting to know way too many names in this story. I'm getting a little worried. Ben eventually got bailed out and was reportedly given no contact order with Grace, which Shamu would tweet that Ben had already broken due to being in a Discord VC with her. In this VC, Ben alluded to the possibility of telling her to draw those things on her, but not actually admitting to it because it would be incriminating himself. Shamu later posted updates about Ben's court appearance where a judge was not too happy about the father's outburst. Another court date was set for the 29th of March and later scheduled for April 12th. In another update from April 18th, 2024, as I'm recording this video, Shamu has reported that Ben Thorpe had been arrested due to breaking his court-mandated restraining order with his daughter. He's apparently in custody while awaiting trial on the 25th. And there you have it, the Thorpes, third interesting breed of characters. It's possibly the first family to really interact with the internet like this. Obviously, there's been lolcats like Chris Chan who have brought their families into the drama, but Chris Chan's